Other transmigrators want to hide their identity and live a stable life. A relaxed and carefree life is hard to obtain. But Lu Chaoga was not like this. When he transmigrated to the Tianxian world, he straightforwardly told his younger sister that he was an experienced player, and that this was just a game world. Not only that, he also became the fake sect master of Momin. Today Lu Chaoga's sister Lu Dongli, Chaoga's sister, was bringing Xiao Qiu up Qingshan, the location of the Momin sect. Xiao Qiu was carried by Dongli the whole way, excitedly looking around as they walked. This was the first time she had set foot on this mountain, so Dongli wanted to use this opportunity to help her familiarize herself with the terrain here and the local cultivation atmosphere. She also took the chance to explain to Xiao Qiu several things she needed to remember, as well as the rules Momin disciples must follow. Xiao Qiu was a lively, cute and obedient girl. After hearing Dongli's instructions, she quickly nodded, promising to remember them firmly. However, her initial excitement soon vanished, replaced by a face full of despair. Dongli sighed and said calmly, "Right now Momin, including you and me, only has 10 people in total. Among them I Dongli have 6 disciples, and the remaining person is the only disciple of the sect master Uncle Master, who is my older brother Lu Chaoga." When mentioning her older brother, Dongli's voice slightly lowered. She said Chaoga was 6 years older than her, so Xiao Qiu must especially respect him, and be even more courteous to him than to her. Dongli then warned her in a rare serious tone, this child must absolutely not be alone with the sect master Uncle Master, nor should they spend time together, nor should she imitate his words or actions. Hearing this, the small Xiao Qiu instantly shrunk back, her eyes full of confusion. She thought that the sect master Uncle Master must be a terrifying person, perhaps even more sinister than the demons recorded in ancient books. Dongli immediately denied this, but then added a sentence that scared Xiao Qiu even more, saying her brother was scarier than imagined. In fact, Dongli had been used to Chaoga's peculiarities since childhood. Since childhood, he would say baffling things such as, "You will never know where I came from," or "I have already seen through the essence of the Tianxian world." These words made her firmly believe that her brother was mentally unsound. She often joked that his brain had long been waterlogged. Later, when their parents passed away, Chaoga sat alone in the courtyard silently, tears falling but uttering words that made listeners feel terrified. He claimed he had lived for over 40 years, and in that long life, only 2 people had taught him what love was. Yet his body was only 19 at the time. This statement made Dongli even more convinced that her brother was truly sick. He didn't remember his real age, and insisted he was the protagonist, making everyone who heard him shake their heads helplessly. Thinking of this, Dongli could only sigh. She believed that the current Momin sect had to rely on her support. She had to cultivate diligently, become stronger so she could protect the sect's reputation, and also shelter her somewhat unusual older brother. Just as her mind was racing, Xiao Qiu suddenly pointed innocently ahead, and asked, "Is that person standing on the cliff face the sect master Uncle Master?" Hearing this, Dongli was startled, and hurriedly looked in the direction Xiao Qiu was pointing. It was indeed Lu Chaoga. He was standing tall and imposing at the edge of the high cliff, the wind whipping his robes, his eyes seeming to pierce the heavens and the earth. Before she could call out, Dongli saw him raise his hand, circulate a trace of inner energy, and his voice echoed throughout the entire mountain forest. He asserted that this heaven and earth fundamentally did not exist, and that Lu Chaoga and Tianxian were forever merely the darkness of illusion. Dongli was afraid that Xiao Qiu would be influenced by hearing these bizarre words, immediately covered her ears, and quickly pulled her away in another direction. Contrary to her fear, however, Xiao Qiu seemed very excited. She gently raised her head, looking at him, and whispered that the sect master Uncle Master was truly handsome. Following that innocent gaze, Lu Chaoga also turned around. His gaze was gentle and his tone was steady as he explained the principle. He said that being able to join Momin was a blessing, a stroke of luck that Xiao Qiu accumulated over a lifetime. Dongli listened, sighing helplessly inwardly. She thought that Xiao Qiu's talent was exceptional, and joining any major sect would be effortless for her. As for Momin, among over 300 major and minor sects it ranked last. having no qualification to be compared with anyone else. For this little girl to be willing to become a Momin disciple, that was the true blessing for the sect, and not the other way around as Lu Qingya suggested. Xiao Qiu continued listening intently, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, murmuring and repeating the word blessing, only worried that she would be affected by Lu Cheng's half-truths and half-false statements. So she quickly picked up the little girl, saying she was tired and needed to go back and rest early. As they left, Xiao Qiu still looked back. She opened her mouth and called out Sect Master Uncle. But Donli immediately reached out and turned her little head back, forbidding her from looking again at Lu Qingya. Lu Qingya remained standing where he was, a faint smile playing on his lips. His gaze followed the two figures, watching them shrink and disappear behind the hill. He opened Xiao Qiu's information panel, looked at the various attribute stats and sighed softly. This little girl's destiny index was rarely high, actually reaching 9 points. He thought it wasn't that Momin was lucky to have her, but that she possessed a large enough destiny herself to encounter Momin. It had been 21 years since Lu Qingya transmigrated to the Tianxian world. This virtual reality game was once the 22nd century's biggest project, an open world where the boundary between reality and virtuality was gradually dissolving. Some said it was created by gods, others said it was another dimension, and some believed it was just a parallel universe. Humans were merely floating numbers among countless data points. In these 21 years, Lu Qingya had no special encounters, no divine artifacts, no grand destiny, nor any system assistance. He simply lived quietly, persisting in cultivation, waiting for the game to enter the testing phase he had known about before transmigrating. Sure enough, just as he expected, today amidst this silent atmosphere, the familiar notification panel appeared before his eyes once more. System is loading, test version. All functions unlocked. Lu Qingya gained permission to view character information. Lu Qingya is currently level 10. Health points HP reached the maximum of 510. Internal energy IE 1295. 1300. As for foundation aptitude and other attributes like swordsmanship, they can all be upgraded with a maximum index of 10, but only the destiny attribute is fixed. Wait a minute. It looked like Pai leaving him somewhat bewildered, but never mind, because the system added a summary statement for him. A beauty who could ruin kingdoms, yet a useless failure. Lu Qingya was very optimistic about this. After all, being weak is only temporary, but being handsome is forever. From now on, test countdown calculated using Earth time. 30 days. As far as Lu Qingya knew, 30 days of Earth time, converted into Tianxian world time, was 300 days. After 300 days the players would appear. Mentioning the words Earth, Lu Qingya thought of himself again. A long time ago he was also a life form on that planet. Back then not only did he possess a handsome face, but he was also a super rich second generation, enviable to others. Whether it was female streamers or cosplayers, he could hang out with whoever he wanted. Not only did he enjoy playing with people, Lu Qingya also really liked the characters in games. However, his gaming skill was only mediocre. Only one thing was exceptional: the power of money. Lu Qingya was practically a true monarch. When he got tired of playing games, he would turn around and tell his parents he was hungry. However, nothing in the world is perfect. Although he was wealthy, he didn't have a happy family. His parents, while never having officially filed for divorce, had long stopped coming home. It turned out that Lu Qiaoge was a pitiful child, an orphan without the companionship of parents. The only thing that connected him and them were 2 words: money transfers. Other than that time, there would be no communication between them. Besides, even if he did call, they wouldn't answer. He didn't even know where they were. Growing up in such an environment, the older he got, the more Qiaoge lost interest in everything. Because he had everything yet possessed nothing. A moment of closing his eyes. A moment of surrender. Lu Qiaoge formally bid farewell to the world and traveled into a certain specific world. When he woke up, he had been reborn, and he carried all the memories of his past life. More importantly, this time, Qiaoge received love, along with the gentle gaze of his parents. This was a luxury he had never experienced before. They lovingly named him Qiaoge. Back then he wouldn't even dare to imagine that he had actually been reborn, and even obtained the thing he had long desired. Back to reality. The quest function was also unlocked. Sect Quest. For more than 20 years Chowga had never been idle. He had continuously accumulated experience, but was unable to level up, or accept quests. Now there was finally a quest. Only a fool wouldn't take it. Chowga excitedly pressed the accept button immediately. The system began checking the player's identity, and his identity was precisely the sect leader of Momin. He simultaneously received a sect quest. Revitalize Momin. Seeing the 4 words Revitalize Momin, Chowga immediately thought of his father, the man who had dreamed his whole life of Momin growing stronger. Clearly he also wanted to inherit this dying wish. Chowga clicked on the panel to check the status. The space was shrouded in VIP Pro special effects. The words Momin rating began to emerge indistinctly. After a while the results were revealed. It was just a few short words Momin unranked. This instantly petrified Chowga on the spot. Although Momin was indeed very weak, the designation unranked. This tier was like a slap, striking Chowga hard across the face. As far as he knew, in the Tianxian world, the lowest sect rank was 9th grade, and the 4 great sword sects ranked 1st grade. According to historical records there were once sects that held a super grade ranking, but they had long since declined. If the absolute lowest grade was 9th grade, then why was Chayaja's Momin unranked? He suspected. Could the system be malfunctioning? As if to answer his doubts, the system's ding sound rang out, accompanied by the following information. Conditions for achieving 9th grade sect status. 1. Sect members must reach 10 people. 2. The sect leader's level must reach the 1st realm yet Lu Chowga was only at the initial great completion stage. He finally understood that the problem lay with himself. Chowga prepared to go down the mountain for a breakthrough. Before that, he made a detour to a place and called out a name. Enshrined Elder. Besides the 10 official members of the Momin sect, there was also a guardian figure. His aura was always emanating, indicating his presence here. This guardian figure was brought back by the 31st generation sect leader. 100 years ago he took action once, showing extraordinary strength. However, now he resided in seclusion within this grave. Just how strong or weak this person was remained a mystery. But the good news was that if this person died inside, Chowga would be spared the effort of burial. As for the bad news, he still didn't know whether that person was actually dead or not. Early the next morning Chowga returned to his residence. The 2 brothers sat opposite each other. This was the meeting of the Momin disciples. Chowga had to persuade Dongli. The matter of going down the mountain this time is thus decided. Lu Dongli, in her capacity as an elder of the Momin sect, looked at her brother as if he were someone deeply troubled. She retorted with a question. Brother Chowga, are we going down the mountain just to teach some bad people a lesson? Because they showed disrespect to the sect master. Lu Chowga reached out, wanting to pinch her cheek as a punishment. Lu Dongli quickly stepped back. Her face was completely devoid of expression. Lu Chowga conversely felt hurt, because his little sister had actually dodged him. I am not as childish as my brother. Lu Dongli made her point clear, demanding that her brother clearly explain the reason for going down the mountain. It is dangerous down the mountain. She suspected her brother was simply tired of cultivating on the mountain. It was only then that Lu Chowga presented a new idea, stating that he was descending the mountain this time to seek a breakthrough. The breakthrough required marrow cleansing grass, and he said that everything sellable within the Momin sect was sold out, so he had to acquire it himself. Just hearing the word breakthrough was enough to make Lu Dongli's eyes light up with joy, because her brain-damaged brother finally realized he needed to seek a breakthrough. This made her happier than finding gold. She excitedly thanked the heavens, but Lu Chaosha's next sentence brought her joyous mood to an abrupt halt. He claimed that he didn't just want to breakthrough but also to make the Momin sect famous throughout the entire Tianxian world, bringing glory to their ancestors. In Lu Dongli's heart she only felt that her brother's condition was getting worse. Subsequently Lu Chowga, Lu Dongli, Xiao Qiu and He Ding, Lu Chaosha's only disciple, set off together down the mountain. However, Lu Chowga complained, saying Did they really have to dress so ordinarily? He wanted to wear something more eye-catching so people would know they were cultivators. The two of them thus bickered loudly in the marketplace. High in the air, two strangers appeared, secretively and silently observing. A man and a woman. Their tone implied that they had known Lu Chaoga for a long time. They were preparing to do something. Lu Chaoga. Lu Donli, Xiao Qiu and He Ding were flying together in the sky. Xiao Qiu said, "Master, the leaves in the forest below us have all turned red." Lu Donli explained, "This is the flame forest. The marrow-cleansing grass we are looking for is located right here." Xiao Qiu looked up at her and asked, "Master, why is Sect Master Uncle in a daze again?" Lu Donli explained generously, "That is because during cultivation, the skill of meditative focus is something that cultivators must possess." Xiao Qiu, "In the future you should learn more from Sect Master Uncle." Xiao Qiu's eyes gleamed as if she had just found gold. "So Sect Master Uncle is that amazing. Meditation." Xiao Qiu will also enter into meditation later. As for Lu Chaoga, he was currently checking the various tasks issued by the system. His expression was very grim. Advancement tasks had 4 tiers: yellow, blue, purple, and competition represented by 4 different colors. Lu Chaoga looked at the system thoughtfully, then raised a hand and rubbed his chin. Sure enough, just like in his previous life, he also had to perform upgrade tasks. Which one should I choose this time? There were 4 tasks. The yellow tier task was the one most players would choose. The task was both simple and quick. Therefore most of them liked the color yellow tier very much. There were also blue tier and purple tier tasks. The blue tier task was chosen by top players, while the purple tier task was the choice for players with special professions. Finally there was the competition tier task. He heard that in his previous life only those as rare as phoenix feathers or qilin horns would dare to choose this tier. After all, only the most capable players dare to select this kind of seeking one's own doom task. But Lu Chaoga's gaze became increasingly sharp. Then the direction I must choose is the one he is aiming for. That is the lowest tier, the yellow tier task. Unexpectedly Lu Chaoga suddenly changed his mind. What was I thinking? If I'm going to do something, you'll do the most imposing one. With a ding, the task was successfully accepted. Lu Chaoga let out a cold laugh. "Humph. The highest tier task is nothing more than this, isn't it?" Although they were flying in the air, there were still people following closely behind. As those 2 people gave chase, they didn't forget to cast invisibility spells on themselves to avoid detection. Ding Ding looked into the distance and said with a smile, "The wind is certainly lively today." Yu Yu's face showed a hint of worry. He held his sword close to his chest with both hands and asked, "Uncle Ning, we are so close to them. Won't we be discovered?" Ding Ding was casually leaning back, relaxed. "As long as I wish it. Even if I wear the brightest clothes and stand right in front of that little girl Lu Donli, she won't be able to see me." Yu Yu, standing nearby, sighed inwardly. "Uncle, you don't need to give such strange examples." Ding Ding laughed happily and glanced at Yu Yu. "I am, however, very curious whether you came with me to watch him break through because of envy or jealousy toward Lu Chaoga." Yu Yu frowned tightly. If I had to say. Saying this, he recalled the image of Lu Chaoga and his gaze became increasingly sharp. "Perhaps it is hatred." Ding Ding looked very curious, gazing at Yu Yu. "Hatred? For a sword sect master like you who possesses the flawless sword body, the first person in Qingzhou whose appearance never ages. To hate him, that kid must have quite the ability." Over here, Lu Chaoga and the remaining 3 rode the wind away. The mat landed and Lu Chaoga got off first. Next was He Ting, who reached out to support Xiao Qiu. Lu Donli stood on the mat and said after entering the flame forest, "We will leave immediately once we get the marrow-cleansing grass. We cannot stay too long, there are many exotic beasts here. Caution is key." Lu Chaoga looked at his sister with a puzzled expression. "Lu Donli, are you hiding your strength? Our landing just now was so smooth. It's something you shouldn't be capable of." Lu Donli looked annoyed, her eyes tightly closed, giving a dry chuckle, as if someone had hit a nerve. How could that be? She even forgot to retrieve the leaf mat she was holding. Lu Chaoga muttered helplessly in his heart. "It's written all over your face." Sure enough, a man can only rely on himself, not his sister. Thinking this, Lu Chaoga turned around and walked ahead, saying, "Forget it. Let's find the marrow-cleansing grass first." Lu Donglei happily ran to catch up. Okay brother, let me lead the way. On the other side He Ting followed behind with Xiao Qiu on his back. At this moment Lu Qiao's system panel popped up. Quest objective. Defeat a quasi-level 10 beast boss alone. He thought seriously. Although this quest is said to be easy, I've still found a sticking point. Level 10 boss, are there things like that here? Powerful bosses are easy to find. And while the strong are very strong, even a pheasant though silly possesses equally strong power. Lu Donglei ran ahead, turned back and said happily. Our luck is really good today. We found the marrow cleansing grass so quickly. And there are 3 stalks at once. Looking at the 3 stalks of marrow cleansing grass before them, Xiao Qiu took a breath, practically drooling. It smells so good Xiao Qiu wants to eat it. Just then from the nearby bushes, a pair of crimson eyes appeared, staring right at them. Lu Qiaoge waved his hand and commanded no one move. This herb belongs to me today. No one can take it away, trust me. Lu Qiaoge spotted it the moment he looked over. He shouted, don't move, there's an exotic beast. Xiao Qiu trembled with fear. An exotic beast. Lu Qiaoge walked forward alone, accompanied by a notification sound. The system announced quest target locked. Lu Qiaoge walked happily, thinking to himself, I see. My great fortune 31415. 9. 26 is just an adjective. 3 stalks of marrow cleansing spirit grass. And now I've encountered an exotic beast that meets the quest requirements. Is this ordinary luck? Subsequently Lu Qiaoge became even more excited, walking toward the marrow cleansing grass, causing Lu Donglei to widen her eyes. Her mouth dropped open, almost touching the ground. How dare he? We don't even know what level the hidden exotic beast is yet. Just rushed over like that. Xiao Qiu's eyes sparkled continuously, showing admiration. Martial Uncle Master is so cool. Lu Donglei couldn't help but feel nervous. She raised her hand, holding her sword, adopting a posture ready for battle at any moment. Forget it, if the strange beast isn't strong, let brother handle it. If it's very strong, perhaps I can still manage. I must be cautious. However, under a tree not far away, Ding Ding and Yu were still observing the movements of these 4 people. Yu observed from start to finish, saying cautiously, Martial Uncle, I sense the aura of a 9th grade strange beast. It's also at the initial stage of great perfection. Ding Ding crossed his arms and laughed smugly. Then what do you think Lu Qiaoge will do? Yu replied, at the same realm. The strange beast's body is much tougher than a cultivator's. Therefore he must lure it out and then kill it with one blow. Ding Ding nodded. You are absolutely right. However, back to Lu Qiaoge. He was standing under the marrow cleansing grass tree, smiling as he said, oh dear. Lu Qiaoge seemed to have exposed a weakness. This made Ding Ding and Yu, who had been observing the whole time and discussed various tactics, feel helpless. Their faces dark. That guy doesn't use any tactics at all. Looking down from above, it was clear that Lu Qiaoge was reaching out to pluck the marrow cleansing grass. The level 10 boss, the black patterned serpent, was enraged, immediately rushing out, opening its huge bloody maw, wanting to attack Lu Qiaoge. But he still knelt there, showing a hint of a cunning smile. The ring on his hand was still glowing. He thought silently to himself, the best hunters lure their prey in. On this side, Xiao Qiu and He Ting were completely stunned. The little girl shouted, Martial Uncle Master, be careful. Lu Qiaoge completely ignored what the people behind him were saying. He charged forward. A mass of black energy gathered a quasi-boss level. It must possess the bloodline of a higher strange beast. That mass of black energy just now had now condensed into a sword. Lu Qiaoge gripped it tightly, rushing forward to confront the giant python. He swung his sword, slicing horizontally across its face. Lu Qiaoge said, want to eat me? I'll smack you silly right now. On the other side, Yu suddenly tilted his head to the side, which caught Ding Ding's attention. Ding Ding squinted at Yu and asked, what's wrong? Yu raised his hand to touch his neck and replied nothing. He mused inwardly. How can this be after all this time? My body is still reacting. Thinking back to that year, Lu Qiaoge and Yu were standing among a group of children. They had already been beaten until their faces were bruised and swollen. They said one after another, Senior brother Lu, he was the one bullying us. He said he was the sword venerable's sword attendant. Oh. He said none of us were worthy opponents for him. Yu looked up at the person who was grabbing his collar and said arrogantly, "How dare you? I am a servant of the flawless sword venerable." Before he could finish speaking smack, Lu Chaoga had already slapped him across the face. "If you entered the sect after me, I am your senior brother. Even if you are a heaven-blessed prodigy, you still have to call me senior brother today." Returning to reality, Yu was still spacing out. That slap also knocked away the arrogance of his former self-important arrogant child. However, it wasn't the slap that made him submit. On this side, the level 10 giant python, the black patterned serpent, had already been beaten until it was near death by Lu Chaoga. Watching him stand before the black patterned serpent holding his sword, with a brilliant smile, Yu mused inwardly. His extraordinary cultivation speed and his eyesight. That strike he just delivered, it perfectly hit the strange beast's weakness. Lu Chaoga retracted his sword back into the ring, then stretched out his hand pointing at the level 10 black patterned serpent. "Come on, become this seat's experience points." The giant python could only hiss one last time, before dissolving into black energy and being absorbed by Lu Chaoga. Xiao Qiu was on the side clapping her hands, praising Sect Leader Senior Uncle is so amazing. Lu Dongli, however, felt the opposite. Her face was dark, he could clearly have finished it in one strike. Yet he insisted on wasting spiritual energy to unleash sword aura. To put it plainly, this fighting style was just showing off. What if there was another one? Lu Chaoga withdrew his hand and smiled faintly. The black-striped serpent might still spray poisonous mist before dying. I didn't want to be sprayed directly by it, and then use a revival coin to scare Dongli, causing them all to run away. It should be over now, right? At this moment, a notification popped up on his system panel. The player successfully killed the monster. Black-striped serpent gaining 10,000 experience points. Then the next notification also appeared. Advancement quest complete. Do you accept the quest reward? Lu Chaoga put one hand behind his back, looking at the notification panel. Not bad, 10,000 experience points. Accept the quest reward. With a few ding-ding-ding sounds, a talisman appeared. Lu Chaoga took it, feeling surprised. Spirit Awakening Talisman. It's actually a top tier Spirit Awakening Talisman. During Spirit Awakening, practitioners with exceptional talent are either favored by a certain power between heaven and earth, or they gain a chance at Spirit Awakening. To achieve Spirit Awakening means embarking on the path to becoming a powerhouse. Spirit Awakening can modify the spiritual energy attribute, giving spiritual energy extra elemental abilities. For example, lightning becomes thunder Spirit Awakening, and wind becomes wind Spirit Awakening. Dongli is fire Spirit Awakening. Lu Chaoga held the talisman in his hand, smiling radiantly. What will my Spirit Awakening attribute be? Let's begin. Lu Chaoga clutched his chest, both pained and angry. Xiao Qiu beside him was panicking. Lu Chaoga withdrew his hand and smiled. Undergoing Spirit Awakening here in the perilous Flaming Mountain. I must be tired of living. A protagonist should first collect the spiritual herbs, then find a safe place for Spirit Awakening. That's what a protagonist should do. Lu Chaoga reached out and touched the glowing spiritual herb below. He picked 2 stalks and placed them inside a magic circle. Let's go, taking these herbs is enough. Well, leave the other 2 for those who are fated to have them. The 3 boarded a giant fan soaring and whistling through the forest. Lu Dongli said, Sect Leader, leave the matter of finding a safe place to break through to me. Xiao Qiu raised her eyes. Thinking Master seems especially sensitive to the word safe and security. Beneath the tree, 2 glowing plants formed a flickering halo of light. 2 figures reflected on the tree trunk were talking. Leaving here in such a rush, without even finishing collecting the marrow cleansing grass. Does he intend to break through immediately? Partly yes. Ningyi knelt down, her hand touching the glittering marrow cleansing grass below. And the other half is because Lu Chaoga cannot preserve them. Picking them and taking them back would only lead to watching them wither. Ning. He placed the marrow cleansing grass into a wooden box. Do you stood beside her watching? And Ning, we also have this spiritual box with storage capabilities. Why don't we hand these over to them? By a large waterfall, surrounded by steep cliffs. I have checked within a radius of 5 li. There are no powerful exotic beasts nearby, nor any human presence. Lu Dongli held her long sword, observing the surroundings. All in all, it is extremely safe. Lu Chaoga stood below, looking puzzledly at Her face, which seemed determined to exasperate someone, checked a 5-li radius. "I'm just breaking through to the elementary realm. I'm not undergoing a heavenly tribulation." Lu Donli roared impatiently. "There are thousands of great daos. Safety is the most correct path, didn't you? Teach me that." Lu Chaoga sat down. He skillfully placed a cushion underneath, making him slightly surprised. Then he smiled contentedly. I guess I did say that. Forget it, it's nothing important anyway." Lu Chaoga materialized the marrow-cleansing grass into his hand, surrounded by a halo of light. "I have a feeling that, within my body, a surge of energy is continuously growing stronger." Lu Donli quickly walked over and really about to break through. Xiao Zhou also walked over. Her eyes were shining with admiration. Saliva dripped from her mouth, drooling eagerly. "Martial uncle, master, do you need to eat this fragrant spirit herb right now? You'll save some for Xiao Zhou, right?" Lu Donli was stunned. He didn't know how to respond to his disciple. But Xiao Zhou's eyes became even brighter. More saliva flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her 2 fingers touched together, appearing very cute. "You wouldn't refuse to share with Xiao Zhou, would you?" Lu Chaoga immediately swallowed the 2 spirit herbs. He said calmly and composedly, "Of course I won't share them with you. Because once you eat them..." Lu Chaoga suddenly clutched his chest, overcome with pain. His face was pale. This made Xiao Zhou nearby panic. "It hurts a lot." The innocent Xiao Zhou ran over, shaking her master Lu Donli's hand. "Master, quickly save Martial Uncle. Martial Uncle ate something bad and now his stomach hurts." Lu Donli, standing next to them, felt extremely helpless. A man stood in the bush, tightly gripping the sword in his hand. "Lu Chaoga has begun cultivating. You looked at the crowd in the distance. You finally broke through." Aunt Ning stood beside you, arms crossed, and asked, "Both you and little Lizzie achieved realm break awakening?" "Correct." You nodded. "Martial aunt, that is correct." Aunt Ning smiled slightly. "Then do you think Chaoga can achieve awakening?" You turned around in alarm and exclaimed, "Impossible." Aunt Ning smiled, raising a hand to cover her mouth. Quite the strong reaction. You quickly bowed respectfully. "Martial aunt, what this disciple means is, since ancient times, anyone who is over 16 years old, no one has ever successfully achieved awakening. The history of the continent spans so many years, yet not a single person has succeeded. This disciple believes Chaoga likely cannot achieve awakening either." Aunt Ning said, that's not bad insight. What a pity. If Chaoga had broken through earlier, he might have achieved awakening, but now there is truly no hope." Lu Chaoga sat within a massive circle, below which was a blooming flower, blossoming fully suspended in the air. Dazzling light emanated all around. Lu Donli felt extremely surprised. This is an awakening. Big brother actually achieved awakening. In this vast space, a beam of light shot straight into the sky, forming a shimmering halo. Boom boom. Ning and you were utterly shocked by the sight before them. They opened their mouths wide. What? The light shot directly into the upper sky, piercing through layers of white clouds. The light seemed to penetrate the cloud layer, forming a gigantic pillar of light. People everywhere saw this sight, and they all felt very excited. Someone is achieving awakening. My goodness, if we don't watch this, we'll regret it for life. Hurry, let's go out and see the commotion. Cultivators in the Chanshan world, compared to people from other places, are different, because their lifespans are too long. Not everyone yearns for immortality, but they are extremely fond of joining in on the fun. Aunt Ning grew angry, her eyes flashing with light. These juniors who don't know their place. They dare to interrupt while my person is achieving awakening. A mighty force blew away those who were approaching. A man immediately said, "Oh my God, this is the pressure of a great expert." So it's the disciple of a great expert who is awakening. We should probably stay away from this commotion. I still want to live. Let's go, let's go. Experts above the 5th realm are all monsters. Lu Chaoga opened his eyes. The area around him transformed into a different space, consisting only of black and blue. White stripes encircled the area. This is Lu Chaoga was completely naked. Lu Chaoga felt very surprised and stepped forward. Is this the power of heaven and earth? In Lu Chaoga's spiritual consciousness, utterly unclothed, he floated in the center of a hazy spatial region. In the distance, stars shimmered, and every twinkling star represents an awakening, which is a different kind of power. Lu Chaoga searched around him. Which one truly belongs to me? But strangely, when Lu Chaoga reached out to touch them, those awakenings scrambled to get away. This made Lu Chaoga exclaim in surprise. Seriously, why did they all run off? Then the space before him became misty and hazy with vague figures appearing. The original text here is unclear, referring possibly to a visual change or exclamation based on context. Suddenly Lu Chaoga noticed something glowing behind him. He turned his head in surprise. This is when he finally saw what it was. Lu Chaoga happily reached out to touch it. My awakening, so it was you all along. Unique, this is fitting for someone like me. A long time passed. Xiaoqiu, lying on the grass, now groggily woke up. Xiaoqiu looked ahead with immense surprise. Master, what's wrong? Xiaoqiu imagined the scene of Donli feeding her the marrow-cleansing herb, thinking to herself, Master's expression just now. Was she surprised that I woke up so quickly? Still, the marrow-cleansing herb really tasted good. But after waiting for a long time, the master didn't speak. Everything that happened was just Xiaoqiu's imagination. Donli meanwhile still had her mouth wide open, her face full of shock. Xiaoqiu then asked doubtfully, Master, you don't seem to be looking at me. Master, what are you looking at then? Xiaoqiu also turned her head and looked in the direction Donli was staring, only to realize with astonishment that the distant waterfall had stopped. The water wasn't flowing and the fish weren't swimming. Note, it is not a frozen picture. Xiaoqiu gasped how the waterfall stopped flowing. Across a vast expanse of land, a dazzling beam of light shot up from the ground towards the sky, piercing the high clouds. Lu Chaoga was sitting cross-legged, right in the center of that light source. His whole body radiated a powerful aura. Xiaoqiu couldn't bear it, and had to cover her eyes with her hand, exclaiming, Wow, the golden light is so blinding. Within the light petals bloomed. That was the awakening. Those awakenings Yu was observing from a short distance away, and couldn't help but be surprised by the sight. It's actually the commandment of the heavenly Tao. Ningyi beside her was equally astonished. Only the first person who awakens the power of heaven and earth can obtain the commandment of the heavenly Tao. Neither you nor Donli received it, because neither of you was the first person to gain the recognition of fire or wind. Could it be that Ningyi's unfinished sentence prompted you to state with more certainty? There's no mistake. Not only is he undergoing an awakening, but he is also the very first person to awaken this kind of power. Yu thought to herself, but which heaven and earth power has seen your brother deemed worthy? Ningyi seemed to read Yu's mind. It's water. This made Yu look at her with even greater shock. The shining lotus platforms rose layer upon layer. Those awakenings. In the distance, common people and crowds from all walks of life witnessed this unique phenomenon firsthand, causing a noisy commotion as they discussed it. My eyes have truly been opened today. I wonder which sect's favored disciple this person is, to actually be able to invoke the commandment of the heavenly Tao. Others chimed in one after another. How many heaven and earth commandments will there be? If there are 4 or 5, that would already be extremely impressive. The halo of light did not stop for a long time. From the dazzling golden light, beams of other colors now emerged, mixing together and shimmering with rainbow-like brilliance. The beams of light encircled Lu Chaoga. He muttered internally, I can't even open my eyes. Who is talking anyway? Why is the sound so loud? The lotus flowers continued to bloom incessantly. Another line of text shot out from the center of the lotus flowers, resembling an awakening. Although Lu Chaoga didn't open his eyes to look, he could still perceive everything that was happening. The sixth sound. Lu Donli stood outside, gripping his sword tightly with both hands, trembling, his expression filled with worry. 6 paths, it's already 6 paths. Go brother, aim for 9 paths. No, 8 paths would be fine too. Yu was 3 parts surprised and 7 parts serious? According to records, anyone who can activate heavenly Tao commands must achieve at least 6 paths. As for anything above 6 paths, it depends on each individual's fortune. And Ning next to him asked with deep eyes, how many heaven and earth commands do you think Chaoga can ultimately activate? Yu closed his eyes helplessly and replied, of course it gets harder and harder to say, Marshal, and I can't possibly guess the will of heaven. Then 2 more heaven and earth commands were continuously activated. Two Qi-Ling spiritual awakening characters shone brightly. But this had no major effect on Lu Chaoga. At the same time, Lu Chaoga seemed to have comprehended something. I think I understand now. In this instant, Lu Chaoga seemed to have become much smarter. The heavenly Tao is just a recording device. Lu Chaoga was currently suspended in midair. Above, lotus flowers blossomed one after another, surrounded by 7 colored rays of light, and rainbow lights forming a circle. Lu Donli watched the whole process, sweating anxiously. The 8th path. The lotus flew higher, then flipped upside down, and subsequently activated another heaven and earth command. The characters for Qi-Ling lit up again. A beam of light penetrated Lu Chaoga's body. Is this where it ends? Donli below exclaimed in surprise. 9 paths means 9 paths. Lu Chaoga smiled with satisfaction. 9 times my fate is determined by me, not by heaven. This achievement was obtained through my own effort. Thus Lu Chaoga confidently opened his eyes abruptly. A strong, determined light shone in his eyes. Lu Chaoga stood steadily in the air, casually waved his hand and shouted, Qi-Ling. A sparkling ribbon of water following the command danced around Chaoga's body. When Lu Chaoga returned to reality, the system panel simultaneously displayed a notification. Congratulations to the player for successful spiritual awakening Qi-Ling. The received heaven and earth power is water. Lu Chaoga simply smiled slightly. The surrounding water vapors suddenly changed, beginning to swirl around his entire body. Seeing Lu Chaoga emerge safely, He Ting and Lu Donli both cheered excitedly. Senior brother Chaoga, how do you feel? In contrast, Xiao Qiu said, Sect Master Uncle, this marrow cleansing grass tastes really good. Let's go pick some more. Lu Donli immediately shot her an extremely strange and judgmental look. On the other side, Lu Chaoga suddenly turned back toward the waterfall, raised his hand, and simultaneously a surge of mana appeared. Take a look at the world through my eyes. Lu Chaoga hadn't finished speaking yet, when water splashed out of the waterfall, its volume rapidly increasing. Lu Chaoga manipulated the upward splashing water, gathering it into a crystal clear water ball. It was sparkling and transparent. He proudly said, it's no longer as mysterious as before. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chaoga decisively crushed the crystal clear water ball, causing it to burst. Water splashed everywhere. But in an instant, Lu Chaoga created another water ball effortlessly. This massive transformation in his own power made it impossible for Lu Chaoga to restrain his confident expression. Now if I want water, I have water. As long as there is a source of water in that place. It seems this water power is even more potent than I anticipated. A short while later, Lu Donli appeared with a hint of fatigue, and said to Lu Chaoga, I've wiped away all the traces we left. Let's go back. Lu Chaoga was taken aback upon hearing this and said to Lu Donli, that's overly cautious, why erase the traces? Others cannot even witness my miracle anymore. Hearing this, Lu Donli immediately frowned and pulled out the enlarged leaf. He said to Lu Chaoga, forget about miracles if you get targeted by some master. The only outcome will be death. You must prioritize your life. A moment later, the 4 rose into the air and sped away. They had no idea that Yu Yu was standing on the ground. Staring at them, Yu Yu was filled with resentment. Recalling Lu Chaoga's past, the person who used to oppress her might be coming back soon. Contrary to Yu Yu's expression of anger and hatred, Ning Yi was somewhat proud. Not bad, Chaoga has made great progress. Yu Yu suddenly looked down, frowning, lost in thought. Something feels wrong. Why do I always feel like something is missing? A moment later, Yu Yu became panicked, turning back to Ning Yi, who was casting a spell nearby, and said, Ning Yi, that's not right. Senior brother Lu Chaoga hasn't broken through yet. Hearing this, Ning Yi didn't react, still replying calmly, did you notice that too? He has awakened his spiritual power but hasn't broken through yet. Is Chaoga in trouble? Ning Yi continued, looking in the direction of the sky, secretly praying, I hope that child doesn't encounter any accidents. Contrary to the worries of some, Lu Chaoga's mind was now focused on a single question. The system suddenly appeared, along with the vast amount of experience points Lu Chaoga had accumulated. The maximum threshold was reached, initiating the upgrade. Lu Chaoga mused, I've accumulated so many experience points. Now that I've completed the bottleneck quest, I can continue leveling up. But the question is, how many levels should I gain? This pile of experience points can not only help me unleash a powerful move in a critical moment, but also be used to upgrade skills. If I consume too many points now, it might be very troublesome later on. On the other side, Lu Donglei appeared holding a gourd water bottle, enthusiastically saying to Xiao Qiu and He Ting, "Raise your hand if you want some water." He Ting and Xiao Qiu happily accepted the water, and everyone drank the water in their cups. Just for a moment, glug glug glug. Lu Donglei also handed a cup of water to Lu Chaoga's senior brother. "Drink some water." Lu Chaoga immediately felt energized, grabbed the cup and said, "I've decided I'll level up this much." Lu Chaoga tilted his head back and started drinking the water, glug glug glug. Suddenly a cyan aura appeared, enveloping Lu Chaoga's entire body. His level also slowly increased, from level 10 to level 11. System prompt appeared. Early breakthrough. Level 11 rapidly increased to level 15. From a bystander's perspective, such as Lu Donglei, he was utterly terrified. "Senior brother, you just drank a cup of water and broke through 5 layers. Lu Chaoga also felt his level increase, admitting, "Yeah, what about it? Is that strange?" From behind, 2 people suddenly appeared, shouting in alarm. "Oh my god, Ningyi and you were both extremely surprised." Unable to close their mouths, he broke through 5 layers just by drinking a cup of water. He hasn't even sat down to meditate yet. Lu Chaoga began to display his magical power, and gradually a water sphere appeared. After a moment, the water sphere completely formed. The ability to control water will be extremely useful. The people around him, such as He Ting, Xiao Qiu and Lu Donglei, kept congratulating him. "Congratulations, senior brother, on awakening the power of water." However, rather than being happy that Lu Chaoga had broken through to a new realm, Xiao Qiu thought of something else. "I can't stop thinking about the marrow-cleansing spirit grass." Impractically drooling. But that marrow-cleansing grass tasted amazing. Xiao Qiu wiped the saliva dripping from his mouth, constantly praising it. Ningyi rubbed her chin and commented, "Interesting, can he even control the water within the human body? Can he control that too? Not bad. But even for a genius, it's difficult to break through 5 layers consecutively. How could he possibly do that?" "Do you suddenly had an epiphany? I get it. I understand." Ningyi stood aside, arms crossed, observing Du Yu, clutching the sword tightly in her hand. She voiced her analysis. "Senior brother Chaoga must have intentionally stalled his breakthrough before. Early great perfection stage. It turns out I completely misunderstood senior brother Chaoga. He wasn't willingly falling behind. Nor did he lack ambition. He always had his own plan." Upon saying this, Du Yu had another realization, putting herself in his shoes. If she were in Lu Chaoga's position, what would happen? Du Yu sighed silently to herself. "Du Yu, if it were you, could you endure for so many years without breaking through like him?" Faced with this question, Du Yu honestly admitted, "I couldn't do it. I'm still not as good as senior brother." Ningyi observed Lu Chaoga from a distance, her face filled with satisfaction, as if everything was within expectation. Regarding Lu Chaoga's situation, there was no great surprise. Everything was reasonable and logical. Ningyi commented contentedly, "This boy, breaking through 5 layers with a single cup of water, actually isn't too surprising." Ningyi started reminiscing about Lu Chaoga's childhood. After all, he hasn't been like other children since he was little, stuck in the initial stage for so many years. I never saw a hint of disappointment or resentment in his eyes. The young Lu Chaoga, even while sleeping, you could see on his face a smile and peace. Even when training arduously, his expression remained calm. He never complained of hardship. In summary, he believed this boy's Dao heart was firm and unshakable. Lu Donglei was happily chatting with Lu Chaoga. Meanwhile, after eating and drinking until his belly was plump, Xiao Qiu started slumping down, one hand resting behind him for support, the other hand rubbing his round stomach, and asked senior brother He Ting, "Why do you think master is so excited?" He Ting turned his head, glanced at the siblings, and answered calmly, "I don't know." Xiao Qiu looked displeased, because he didn't receive the answer he wanted. "Senior brother, you're so stingy with your words. Just as he finished speaking, the full Xiao burped. A wisp of blue smoke drifted out of his mouth. Then, unexpectedly, Xiao's entire body was enveloped by a layer of blue light. Xiao lifted his glowing arm to examine it, confused about what happened. Lu Chaoga was delighted upon seeing this. Lu Dongli's first reaction, however, was surprise. Xiao was very bewildered, stammering, "Ma master. Junior uncle, what's happening to me?" Lu Dongli rushed forward without warning and hugged Xiao, holding him close, and rubbed her face against his. Her eyes narrowed with happiness. "My good disciple. Starting today, you are officially a first-stage immortal cultivator." Xiao, although he heard the explanation, he was still completely confused. "Is that true? He. A ding sound rang out. A 3D screen popped up with a notification. "Assessment complete. Your sect Enrollment now meets the criteria to become a 9th rank sect. Proceed with upgrade." Below the notification panel was the upgrade button waiting to be clicked. Lu Chaoga grinned and selected upgrade without hesitation. "What other opportunities are waiting for me? Bring them on." The screen turned blue. The crude old plaque displayed the words "Mo Men Unranked." However, these characters began to blur and disappear. A line stating "Upgrade Successful" appeared below. The plaque clearly changed to "Mo Men 9th rank," impressively adorned with the dragon head motif. Above the 3D golden notification board, another notification appeared. "Mission complete." Lu Chaoga finished reading the contents of the announcement board. He muttered to himself, "Designated attribute points. Isn't this basically cheating? For every point increased in swordsmanship aptitude, the attributes, my sword chi will receive a 10% amplification. In all aspects." Lu Chaoga opened his attribute panel to check. After reading, he felt immensely excited. He thought, "My swordsmanship aptitude is no longer just 1 point. It's also time to try unlocking the highest realm of sword cultivation, sword intent." Just imagining the scene where he can unlock sword intent was enough to make Lu Chaoga's eyes light up like searchlights. After unlocking sword intent, he'll be able to fly, right? Then Lu Chaoga stroked his chin in thought. If he remembered correctly, that kid Yu was one of this world's protagonists. He was born with 10 points of swordsmanship aptitude, and was respectfully called the flawless sword body. Lu Chaoga looked at his own various stats again, comparing them and drawing connections. So should his 10 points of charm be called the flawless charm body? Just thinking about that name gave him goosebumps. Chaoga was startled by his own speculation. Trembling all over, his mouth twitching. Forget it. That sounds too awful." A ding sounded and a notification popped up. "Sect Mission 2. Lu Chaoga looked up and murmured, "A new mission already?" The announcement board constantly changed, displaying various contents. First, the mission objective. Then the announcement board changed to the mission requirements. Mission progress 10% out of 100. Lu Chaoga finished reading all the notifications. His prestige points have increased quite a bit, but reaching the 8th rank will be a little tricky. Just then another ding sounded, and another notification popped up. Player reached level 15, unlocked new feature. Master Apprentice System. Lu Chaoga chuckled, "Oomph. I almost forgot. Having an apprentice can also increase experience points. Although it's only half of the apprentice's experience, it's better than nothing." Lu Chaoga raised his hand and pressed the button for the Master Apprentice System. The words appeared on the screen: Master Lu Qingfeng. Lu Chaoga involuntarily froze for a moment, staring at the name for a long time. The text displaying Lu Qingfeng's name was gray. This meant that the person had passed away. Memories of the past suddenly surged into his mind. "I watched him see the nurse carrying me out of the delivery room. I cried then." And he laughed loudly. "I watched him lying in the coffin. This time I cried, but he no longer smiled at me." Lu Chaoga lowered his head, as if not wanting anyone to see his expression. His heart suddenly felt heavy. The dream of his previous life and this life has been realized. It's just that with 2 bodies so big, wouldn't it be uncomfortable? Lying in that cramped coffin, thinking of his father, and the image of his parents being happy far away. Lu Chaoga strengthened his resolve. "Father, mother, please don't worry. I will definitely make the moment flourish." After checking the master section, Lu Chaoga pressed the next section. As for my apprentices. How the words displayed were apprentice hiding level 10. Lu Chaoga was slightly surprised. Perhaps because he had focused too much attention on his own issues. He had forgotten about this apprentice. How could I forget hiding is also level 10? He should have broken through already. Lu Chaoga sat cross-legged, looking at hiding's back. Alas! It seems this kid still hasn't let that matter go. Lu Chaoga called out Xiao Hei hiding. Hearing his master call him hiding immediately bowed respectfully. Lu Chaoga asked seriously. Why are you still stuck in the first realm? If I recall correctly, you should have broken through long ago. Hiding's face showed unconcealed frustration and melancholy. His master asked a question yet he couldn't utter a single word. Lu Chaoga directly stated his own guess. Have you still not let go of what happened before? Mentioning things from the past. Hei Ting recalled those unpleasant memories again. When he was young, a mysterious person appeared in the village. He didn't look like a decent person, yet he acted mysterious and inscrutable. He pointed at Hei Ting and declared, "This person is deeply rooted in evil, and will certainly cause immense bloodshed in the future. You should all be cautious and wary of him." After saying these vicious words, he turned to leave, not forgetting to add, "You all take care of yourselves." This made the villagers even more panicked and fearful. The villagers were all manual laborers, with little education, and had never left the village, so their perspective was extremely limited. Just because of a single sentence from a strange man pretending to be spiritual, they immediately believed it. Because their own interests might be affected, they would rather believe that man's words than trust a weak child. Moreover, fear is highly contagious. The villagers spoke one after another. His demonic roots have gone deep into his bones. I wonder if he's going to harm us. His parents are dead. Wasn't it because he cursed them to death? Anyway, he's just a little brat. Should we just drive him out of the village? These words were like ghosts, deeply tormenting the young Hei Ting. But, just as Hei Ting was surrounded by these accusations, someone suddenly appeared. Lu Chaoga, the son of the Mo sect master. Hurry up and bring water for this sect master's son. When the villagers heard the noise, they all turned around and looked on in surprise. They saw a handsome young man, whose clothes looked quite valuable. The villagers thought, since when has someone claimed to be a sect master? Looking at his attire, he really seems like an immortal. The immortal looks so good. Lu Chaoga didn't bother paying attention to the villagers. Walked up to Hei Ting and said, "Ha, I didn't mishear, did I? Are you the one with the deep demonic roots? And the one who might cause immense bloodshed in the future?" Hei Ting was completely bewildered. Tears still clung to the corners of his eyes, and he only nodded slightly in admission. However, the person in front of him showed no discrimination or disgust. Instead, he reached out and said to Hei Ting, "I am currently in need of a sword attendant disciple. Are you willing, even if you have deep demonic roots, or if you cause immense bloodshed?" From now on, before Lu Chaoga could finish, the villagers started clamoring, trying to object to this immortal. This child is not ordinary. What if he really causes a catastrophe later? Immortal, please don't burn yourself by playing with fire. The faint flicker of hope that had just ignited in Hei Ting's heart was now severely cut down by those words. These people were truly ignorant, and Hei Ting was powerless to refute them. Upon hearing this, Lu Chaoga roared in anger, "All of you shut up." With that, the crowd finally quieted down. Lu Chaoga's next sentence left them even more stunned. "From today onward, he is my disciple, Lu Chaoga's disciple. No matter what happens in the future." It wasn't just the villagers. Even Hei Ting couldn't quite believe his ears. Someone was actually willing to take Hei Ting as a student. Finally, Lu Chaoga confidently and elegantly pointed to himself and said, "I will take responsibility." Hei Ting stopped crying. All of this felt like a miracle. Hei Ting followed behind Lu Chaoga, looking at the solid silhouette ahead of him, and felt much more secure inside. Lu Chaoga brought Hei Ting traversing mountains and rivers, and didn't forget to say, "Keep up. If you fall off, I won't care." After all, Hei Ting was just a child back then, and had never climbed a mountain. Moreover, keeping up with an adult's pace was by no means easy. Thus Hei Ting climbed panting all the way, but as he stepped on to the next level, he stumbled, thinking he would fall. A firm strong hand caught Heading. It was Lu Chaoga. After saving Heading he didn't forget to mock him. Looking closely you really are quite ugly. Lu Chaoga steadied Heading and continued. Child, the road ahead is rough. Hold my hand tightly. Just a simple sentence. Touched Heading deeply. In the blink of an eye many years passed. Now Heading has grown up considerably. Lu Chaoga stood beside Heading, observing the view ahead. There is a saying that the best way to create a devil is to grant him great skills, then give him a tragic fate, and finally give him a sliver of light. Then, Lu Chaoga turned his head to look at the gloomy Heading, and extinguish that sliver of light. Lu Chaoga showed a smug smile again. But you are different. Because this light that is you, will be the firmest reliance of the entire Tianqian realm in the future. This confident statement successfully captured Heading's attention. He looked up at Lu Chaoga, both surprised and moved. Lu Chaoga turned around facing Heading. Do you feel like your heart is covered by a layer of mist? Lu Chaoga raised his hand. The clouds before them rotated into a vortex as if commanded, then dissipated. Heading watched in astonishment. How beautiful the scene before them was. There were birds and beasts circling and a magnificent rainbow. Heading was deeply moved and tears of joy welled up. His body was surrounded by a beam of hazy and fantastical blue light. The sky was splendid like a fairyland. Tianqian calendar year 14,921. Mo Plan's senior disciple Heading, by observing the sky while on the one-leaf skiff, successfully broke through the initial realm. A notification popped up. Disciple Heading successfully leveled up. Gained 5,000 EXP. Lu Chaoga immediately smiled. A glittering light appeared. As expected of the one I taught, always the foremost disciple. Xiao Qiu immediately agreed, clapping for his master. His eyes sparkling. Sect Leader Martial Uncle is incredible. Do you suddenly exclaimed, stammering? Senior brother Lu Chaoga is too amazing. The power of heaven and earth can be used like this. Do you thought to himself? At first I thought his initial enlightenment wasn't anything formidable. I didn't expect that he could actually utilize the power of heaven and earth to resolve his disciples' inner demons. As expected of senior brother Chaoga. Only he could pull off something like this. Aunt Ning, standing nearby, smiled, looking at you. Ha ha ha, these two kids truly share a fated connection. Lu Dongli appeared behind his brother. You and Heading have both broken through the initial realm. You can now fly using objects. Lu Chaoga stretched out his hand and said, that's a problem. What will you fly on? How about we talk to Aunt Ning about this one-leaf skiffs? Limited edition. Lu Dongli was puzzled. What is the limited edition? Xiao Qiu asked, eyes shining. Can we eat it? Xiao Qiu's stomach rumbled. Xiao Qiu covered his stomach and said, Xiao Qiu is hungry. Lu Chaoga crossed his arms. This master is happy today. Elder Dongli, find a place to land. I will personally show off my skills today. Lu Dongli and Heading answered, eyes shining. All right. The leaf carrying the people flew through the air, whistling across the sky. Then Xiao Qiu hugged Lu Dongli's leg and asked, wow master, why are you flying so fast all of a sudden? Lu Dongli replied, stop talking nonsense. You'll understand everything once you eat. Xiao Qiu looked innocently at Lu Dongli, thinking, is the food Sect Leader Martial Uncle mix really that good? A little later, in a forest of red leaves, Lu Dongli immediately ran off, saying, I'm going to catch fish. Xiao Qiu stood nearby, attentively watching Heading search for something in a basket. Heading immediately took out the cooking utensils and neatly arranged them. Xiao Qiu climbed onto the table, looking at the basket and exclaiming, senior brother's storage box. Are those all essentials inside? Lu Chaoga lay back in a chair and called out to Xiao Qiu. Xiao Qiu, come here. Your martial uncle, the Sect Leader, will teach you the correct way of cultivation. Xiao Qiu raised his hand and asked in confusion, huh? Lu Chaoga immediately burst into laughter. Lu Dongli happily ran back, showing the fish brother. Look, I caught two. At this moment Lu Chaoga was asking Xiao Qiu, you defeated your opponent. But the opponent is being stubborn and mocking you. How should you retort? Xiao Qiu covered his mouth with his hand, not rushing to answer. Seeing this scene, Lu Dongli was startled. Lu Chaoga continued, for example, that wasn't luck. Xiao Qiu crossed his arms and proudly replied, it's all because you're too stupid. Lu Chaoga clapped and praised Xiao Qiu, a teachable youth indeed. A teachable youth indeed. Lu Donglei instantly froze, saying, "Oh no, Xiao Qiu has been infected." Lu Donglei stared intently at Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga asked Xiao Qiu, "Xiao Qiu, do you feel a little cold?" Xiao Qiu immediately replied, "It really seems colder." Lu Chaoga turned around looking puzzled. Lu Donglei attacked Lu Chaoga with the two fish, shouting, "Brother, stay away from my disciple." Lu Chaoga waved his hand and said, "Donglei." Exquisite fish dishes appeared on the plate. Lu Donglei warned Xiao Qiu, "Never imitate your martial uncle, the sect leader. He doesn't know how to be humble. Be careful or you'll get beaten up someday." Lu Chaoga, with two bumps on his head, sat by the pot cooking fish for everyone. Xiao Qiu stood with his legs spread apart and announced, "Don't be afraid, the demonic sect has me." Lu Chaoga gave Xiao Qiu a thumbs-up, perfect score. Lu Donglei burst into tears and stammered, "It's over, Xiao Qiu is completely beyond saving." On Danqing Peak the mountains rose high and continuous. Lu Donglei and Lu Chaoga, Xiao Qiu and hiding were standing on a large leaf. Lu Donglei said loudly, "We're home." Suddenly Lu Donglei let out a burp. She covered her mouth in embarrassment. Xiao Qiu looked at his master. "Did you just burp?" Master burped. Lu Donglei pointed fiercely at Xiao Qiu's head. "I certainly did not." Xiao Qiu laughed happily. "It's all because martial uncle sect leader's fish was too delicious." Then Xiao Qiu also let out a burp. Lu Chaoga thought of that figure and mused, "Does this even need to be said? Back then I diligently learned to cook those famous dishes. Whether Eastern or Western style. It was all just to increase that person's affection level." The flying leaf slowly descended in front of Ningyi and Yu. "You." Ningyi said calmly, "Chaoga Donglei, you're back." Yu standing next to her thought, "She obviously followed them secretly the entire way. And now she wants to pretend it's a chance encounter at the doorstep. It's a huge waste that a demonic sect martial ant doesn't go acting in the mortal world." Lu Chaoga jumped down with a dong sound. The two immediately bowed respectfully. Lu Chaoga asked Ningyi, "We just went out for a trip, did you wait long?" Ningyi smiled slightly. "I just arrived myself, you broke through." Not bad. Watching Ningyi's acting, you couldn't help but sigh. Martial ant, your pretending technique has advanced too. The scheming Lu Chaoga immediately lowered his head and asked, "Ningyi, I broke through. How about the two of you give me a one-leaf skiff as a reward?" Ningyi tapped Lu Chaoga's forehead and said, "You rascal, fine. Ningyi promises you." Lu Chaoga turned to look at Yu asking suspiciously, Lu Chaoga patted Yu and said, "Was it you, you stinking brat?" Yu immediately grinned happily, saying, He's seen your brother Lu." Lu Chaoga was stunned, thinking, "Why is this Yu kid so strange? If I hit him before, he would definitely fight back and argue with me. Why does he look like he's enjoying it today?" Lu Chaoga thought of a terrifying possibility. This Yu could he like men? Does Yu really like men? Lu Chaoga stepped back 2 paces, stammering, "Oh aunt, let's go inside and talk." Aunt Ning replied, "All right. However, if during your cultivation, you encounter any obstacles, Aunt Ning will offer some guidance." As soon as they entered the room, Aunt Ning said, "Donglei must have many questions to ask. Let me lead the way." Lu Donglei replied, "Understood, Aunt Ning." At this moment, inside the house, Hei Ting was pouring tea for Lu Chaoga. Lu Donglei spoke happily, thanking her. "Thank you, Aunt Ning. Are you done asking questions?" Aunt Ning turned around to look at Lu Chaoga. "Chaoga, isn't there anything you want to ask me?" Lu Chaoga took a small sip of tea and replied, "Yes, I do have a question. If a swordsman's cultivation level isn't particularly high, should he focus on breaking through ranks? Or would it be better to comprehend sword intent?" Aunt Ning questioned sword intent. Yu was also startled upon hearing this, thinking sword intent. Lu Chaoga thought the main reason him asking this is because unlocking sword intent requires consuming 30,000 EXP, which is enough for me to level up 3 times. So which is more potent, breakthrough or sword intent? Aunt Ning regained her composure. "Chaoga, normally speaking, the earlier a swordsman comprehends sword intent the better. Since ancient times, those top swordsmen were able to comprehend sword intent earlier than ordinary people. Once sword intent is comprehended, every breakthrough in rank will lead to a drastic increase in power. A swordsman without sword intent, after breaking through a rank, only increases cultivation, like pouring 1 extra cup of water. But if they possess sword intent, 1 cup will turn into 1.5. Or even 2 cups. Aunt Ning thought. Although sword intent is crucial for a swordsman, given Zayog's current ability, comprehending sword intent is still too distant a goal. If he keeps worrying about this, I fear it will be a waste of effort and time. Lu Xiaoga suddenly stood up and declared, Aunt Ning, I understand. I will comprehend sword intent as quickly as possible, and I won't disappoint your expectations. Aunt Ning immediately choked on her water and coughed. Wiping the water from her mouth, she said, When did I ever have expectations for you? You immediately jumped up and asked comprehend sword intent as quickly as possible. That's simply impossible, Lu Xiaoga calmly asked. Why is it impossible? Yu replied, impossible is impossible. Senior brother, sword intent isn't something you can just decide to comprehend. Yu secretly recalled his past. Just to comprehend a trace of sword intent, I had to desperately seek the Tao, putting myself on the brink of life and death, only barely grasping a single trace. If we speak of age, I comprehended sword intent a year earlier than the current sword venerable. Yu remembered himself, bowing his head before that sword venerable. Sword intent is not something you can just talk into existence. Lu Xiaoga thought this brat. Lu Xiaoga instantly grew angry. He dares to contradict me. Dare to contradict me, you will pay for this. Lu Donli looked at Lu Xiaoga thinking, Big brother is acting up again. But I can't tell him he's wrong now. Lu Donli made up his mind. Because I have to save Big brother's face. Aunt Ning burst out laughing and said, Haha, you two boys seem to be at loggerheads. I heard you has already comprehended a trace of sword intent. How about Aunt Ning calmed down and continued. How about the two of you have a match? Lu Xiaoga and Yu replied enthusiastically, good. Aunt Ning then proposed the rules. We will only compete on sword intent. You must suppress your cultivation rank to match Zayog's. To ensure fairness. Yu obediently complied yes. Lu Xiaoga and Yu stood on opposite sides, each holding their sword. Yu cupped his hands and said, Please guide me, please draw your sword. Having said that, Yu sharply drew his sword. A clang echoed loudly. The whooshing wind blew past, showcasing Yu's powerful, imposing manner. Lu Dongli's mouth dropped open, his eyes wide with awe. What a sword! Yu's sword is truly excellent. Aunt Ning said. All three of you possess the sword sect's top-tier sword embryos. Your sword is naturally not going to be worse than his. What is there to be surprised about? Lu Dongli chuckled. Xiao Qiu pulled on Lu Dongli's skirt and asked, Master, is Uncle Master, do you really that powerful? Lu Dongli explained. Powerful, yes, senior brother, do you is among this generation in Qingzhou, one of the most outstanding individuals. He could also be called the strongest person of this generation. Xiao Qiu thought an entire generation. Xiao Qiu put her hands on her hips and said proudly, It seems Uncle Master Sect Leader is guaranteed to win. Lu Dongli was taken aback by Xiao Qiu's assertion. Do you drew his sword then? Asked Lu Xiaoga. Senior brother Xiaoga, why won't you draw your sword yet? Lu Xiaoga shook his head and said, People will die. Do you exerted his strength? Don't tell me. Senior brother, you think I'm not worthy of you drawing your sword? Do you flew high into the sky? A massive boom sounded, and the sky seemed to be swallowed by a sea of fire. Do Yu's eyes seem to spit fury as he shouted? Lu Xiaoga, draw your sword. Lu Xiaoga said, No, you'll misunderstand me. Lu Xiaoga thought I sealed my sword for 9 years. It wasn't for the sake of waiting for you. Lu Xiaoga, holding his sheathed sword, slid away. The unsheathed sword scraped against the ground, making its sing sound. Lu Xiaoga rushed forward quickly and shouted, Stop talking nonsense, let's fight. The sing sound rang out again. Do you flew over as well? You don't want to draw your sword? I insist on forcing you to draw it. The two rushed toward each other, engaging in a fierce battle. Sparks and water spray still flew across the battleground, accompanied by the sounds of ping-pong, pang and rumble. The two swords clashed together, letting out a massive clang. Xiao Qiu's eyes lit up and she said, Uncle Master Sect Leader is truly amazing. Aunt Ning sighed with emotion. To be able to fight until now using only those moves. It's really not easy. Lu Donli said worriedly. If they keep fighting like this, brother will lose. Do you aggressively attack Lu Xiaoga? He shouted loudly. Draw your sword, hurry and draw it, I command you to draw it. Do you struck down with his sword and a sing sound rang out? Lu Chaoga immediately retreated, making a swish sound. You haven't even used your almost fully realized sword intent. Yet you want to force me to draw my sword. Du immediately replied, fine, I'll show you. Blazing flames gathered in one spot. On his sword. A swoosh sound was emitted. The flames flowed from the hilt to the blade. A clank 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 sound came from Lu Dongli's pouch. She thought. My sword is being affected by Duyu's sword intent. Is this sword intent? But strangely, Lu Chaoja's sword was steady as Mount Tai. He immediately scoffed, oh. Your sword intent isn't proficient enough. It can't even affect my sword. Suddenly the red flames blazed violently, turning black. A violent rumbling sound. Du with only the whites of his eyes showing said, this is my strongest move. Lu Chaoga fights seriously now. The black flames erupting from Du surrounded the entire arena, making a whoosh whoosh sound. Lu Chaoga thought. So, this is the difference between having sword intent and not having it. Lu Chaoga immediately replied, I understand. He continued, unlock. A notification sound rang, ding, sword intent unlocked. The notification sound rang again, ding, sword intent level. Do you immediately use the lone sword skill? A roaring sound rang out. Do you instantly yelled, here I come? He thought. Senior brother Chaoga, you should take a good look at yourself. You can only chase after me now. A black rocket immediately appeared, attacking Lu Chaoga directly. The rocket whizzed toward him. Lu Chaoga merely stood there assuming a defensive posture. Lu Donli yelled, big brother, be careful. Aunt Ning thought. Once Rongyu's ancient sword is fully utilized, it cannot be retracted. Seeing it with my own eyes today, this sword technique truly deserves its reputation, having been personally taught by the sword venerable. However, no one will hurt Chaoga while in here. Ningyi took a stance, preparing to use a skill. Unexpectedly Ningyi let out an A. Ningyi thought blankly, Chaoga. Ah, Chaoga. How many more surprises are you going to give Aunt Ning? Lu Chaoga had already broken Rongyu's skill. He created a halo of light, which swallowed Rongyu's black fire arrows. Rongyu immediately asked in panic. This is. A whooshing sound came from the black fire in Rongyu's hand, spreading outward. Lu Dongli's bag started moving faster. The clanging sounds continued ceaselessly. Lu Dongli wondered, what is this? She immediately cried out, did big brother grasp sword intent? Xiao Chou said. The sect leader uncle master is like an immortal from a painting. Like someone who stepped out of an inkwash painting. Little did she know that everything Xiao Chou saw at that moment would make her feel many years later that all the boys she had met before were completely insignificant. Lu Chaoja's eyes slowly opened. Lu Chaoja's two fingers were still clamping the tip of Rongyu's sword. Lu Chaoga calmly said, sword intent. Rongyu couldn't help but be greatly shocked. Rongyu recalled the figure of his master, thinking this familiar feeling. Lu Chaoga smiled smugly. It's just a little bit of mental effort, right? He flicked his wrist, and Rongyu's black fire dissipated. Rongyu shouted, it's complete sword intent. This is impossible. Impossible. Rongyu yelled, I don't believe it. I don't believe it, he said, then slashed down with his sword. Lu Chaoga waved his wrist, and the black fire on the sword vanished again. Rongyu launched an even fiercer attack. He continued to shout loudly, I don't believe it. Rongyu swung his sword with a swoosh, yelling, I don't believe it. Lu Chaoga flicked his wrist and the long sword immediately flew up. A bang was heard. The long sword hit the ground, emitting a deafening buzz, signaling the end of the battle. At this moment Lu Chaoja's hand was resting against Rongyu's neck, and he said, you lose. Rongyu was stunned after being defeated, and couldn't help but ask himself, why did it turn out like this? How much effort did he expend to reach his current level of achievement? He once sealed his cultivation just to practice the sword, once sparred with masters regardless of the danger, and even fought against exotic beasts, all because of sword intent. How great a price did I pay? But, recalling Lu Chaoja's calm expression just now, he only said 3 words. I understand now. This made Rongyu feel deeply humiliated. His teeth were clenched tightly, and his whole body was shaking. He just needed this so easily. Why? His expression darkened. An intense killing intent radiated around him. Rongyu lowered his head and muttered unwillingly, this junior disciple is lost, but there is one thing I do not understand. Senior brother Chaoga, I hope you can answer it. Lu Chaoga performed the spirit wind art, appearing elegantly amidst the breeze. Standing before Rongyu, he said nothing further, slightly turning his profile, glancing at Rongyu and uttering one word, speak. Rongyu stood with his back to the sun, his face and expression obscured. Only his voice could be heard as he spoke slowly. Senior brother Chaoga. Rongyu has read ancient and modern texts in the Sword Pavilion. The previous generations all advised that before reaching the third realm, one should not rush to fantasize about sword intent. One should diligently cultivate. This junior disciple also once consulted the Sword Venerable. Sword Venerable Master said that given your aptitude to be able to grasp the sword intent of the third realm is already a monumental achievement. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, filled with extreme resentment, nearly losing his mind, as he questioned Lu Chaoga before him. He couldn't understand how senior brother Chaoga managed to do it. Lu Chaoga stood in the wind, with yellow leaves scattering. His voice rang out steadily. Little Yue, you can freely consult the records left by predecessors, and you have seniors who can guide you. You are like someone standing on the shoulders of giants. Sunlight shone upon Lu Chaoga's half-profile face. He glanced sideways at Yue and asked calmly, since you are standing on the shoulders of giants, why don't you look a little further? He stood under the setting sun. His entire being seemed to radiate light. The corner of his mouth curved slightly, and he asked Yue another question. Wasn't the creation of history meant precisely for us to surpass it? Upon hearing this, Yu's eyes widened sharply, as if he had grasped something, murmuring, repeating the previous words. History is meant for us to surpass, not far away. Lu Donli watched the two figures standing in the sun. She couldn't help but feel a wave of powerlessness. Here we go again. Big brother is having an episode again. Yue bowed deeply to Lu Chaoga, looking every bit the eager and receptive young man. So that's it. It turns out to be exactly so. Senior brother Chaoga's state of mind, this junior brother is far too inferior. Seeing this seemed the warning bell in Lu Donli's heart. Suddenly rang out. She widened her eyes in horror. Oh no. Yue has been assimilated too. Yue looked at Lu Chaoga's back, and said seriously, Yue has one more thing I wish to ask you. Senior brother Chaoga, when did you first start comprehending sword intent? Lu Chaoga suddenly fell silent, looking down and staring at the long sword in his hand. Not immediately answering Yu's question, he was expressionless, his long hair concealing the thoughts in his eyes. Since the moment I first picked up a sword. Hearing Lu Chaoga's words, Yue and Ning and Lu Donli were all startled. The three muttered to themselves. Since picking up a sword. Lu Chaoga saw their expressions and thought smugly. I didn't lie though, I unlocked sword intent using EXP. Ah. The EXP was accumulated since I started practicing the sword. That's right, I told no lie at all. Even though I have a cheat system and the hard-working cheater type. Yue bowed his head again to Lu Chaoga. I understand. Aunt Ning raised her hand to wipe away tears from the corner of her eyes, thinking with a deeply moved expression. What a truly harmonious scene. Chaoga always knows how to temper Yu's state of mind. They really are good friends. At this moment Yue had approached Lu Chaoga and spoke again. Senior brother Chaoga, I actually have one more thing. Lu Chaoga was suspicious. Why so many questions? However, Yu's gaze fell upon Lu Chaoga's sword, and he asked, Senior brother Chaoga, could you let me borrow your sword to look at it? Lu Chaoga suddenly looked at him with an expression, as if warning him someone will die. He looked at the sword in his hand. He slowly said, it has been 9 years since it was unsheathed. It was not in vain. This sword is not something I prepared for you. Yue couldn't help but recall a certain event. Thinking doubtfully, is it because of that incident? That was something that happened a long time ago. Back then a mysterious demon cultivator caused chaos in Qingzhou, and encountered Lu Chaoga's parents. The two of them worked together to subdue him, and the demon cultivator died as a result. If senior brother is truly doing this for that demon cultivator, sealing 9 years of his effort and dedication within the sword, he thought, I truly am not worthy. Placing the sword back on his shoulder, Lu Chaoga strode forward. He said firmly, the day he leaves seclusion will be the day I take my revenge. Do you stood behind him? Gazing at his resolute figure with admiration. The bright moonlight illuminated the mountain rocks. Lu Chaoga walked alone on a path, secretly contemplating things in his heart. Aunt Ning, and do you wanted to stay here for a few more days? Aunt Ning's reason was acceptable. She probably wanted to help me refine my flying magic treasure. Aunt Ning was currently forging a formation. Suddenly a loud sneeze echoed from the room. She reached up, wiped her nose and muttered to herself, "Which rascal is cursing me? Forget it, I should add another defensive formation for Chaoga. That kid's good looks make him an easy target for harm." Thinking this, she couldn't help but sigh. But her hands continued to refine the formation for Lu Chaoga. A cubic box covered in talismans materialized. Meanwhile, on this side, Lu Chaoga felt helpless and frustrated whenever he thought of Du Yu. As for that kid Du Yu, he actually gained enlightenment for the third time just by sparring with me. He gained enlightenment for the third time just by getting beaten by me. Recalling Du Yu's expression in the evening, Lu Chaoga showed a look of disgust. He looked at him as if he were an idiot. And he even said that once he fully comprehended it, he would master sword intent. Is being the protagonist of this world such a big deal? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Wait a minute. I have cheats, so why should I envy the protagonist? He raised his hand and rubbed his chin. The corners of his mouth curved into a cunning smile. Besides, I have already broken through to the initial stage. A new cultivation method is waiting for me. A moment later, the moonlight shone upon a humble grave. Lu Chaoga walked up to the stone tablet. A happy smile was on his face. He tapped the stone tablet with his hand and asked, "Venerated guardian, are you there?" A purple figure flew out from under the tall mound. It was still confused and a little sluggish. Lu Chaoga stood in front of it, allowing it to observe his entire body, and then asked, "Venerated guardian, have you noticed anything different about your sect master today?" He thought to himself, this venerated guardian isn't very bright, but I heard its strength is formidable. Maybe it can tell that I've broken through. However, time flowed by like a dog running in a field. The venerated guardian and Lu Chaoga stared at each other, filled with affection. Lu Chaoga's eyes were filled with obvious disdain. "Didn't you notice I've already broken through? Why aren't you reacting at all?" Suddenly, the venerated guardian's tail pointed towards his hand. Looking in the direction the tail was pointing, Lu Chaoga felt helpless, and his whole body trembled. He looked at the venerated guardian as if it were a sworn enemy. If I don't give you essence blood, you won't answer. Will you? Considering you helped my Momin sect survive tribulations for hundreds of years." After speaking, he raised his hand and cast a spell. On the ring worn on his index finger, a blue light appeared, forming the shape of a hairpin. Lu Chaoga chanted the incantation. His eyes were resolute as he pondered some things in his heart. Although this venerated guardian is a mechanical construct, it made an agreement with my Momin sect. It ensures the safety of my Momin sect. But every sect master must pay a certain price after a while. On Lu Chaoga's fingertips a small spot of light appeared. This was essence blood. My father used to give it a spiritual energy pearl every month. I don't know why, but by the time it reached my generation, the required offering turned into essence blood. I heard that 10 drops of ordinary blood mixed with vitality are needed to form 1 drop of essence blood. Lu Chaoga, looking as if he had lost all vitality, threw that drop of essence blood toward the venerated guardian. Seeing the essence blood flying towards it, the venerated guardian let out an excited cry and flew over. It immediately took the essence blood into its mouth. Its 2 hands waved contentedly. In contrast, Lu Chaoga adopted a weary posture inside. "Are you really that happy? You've drained all my vital essence. It's a pity there are no medicines here. If it weren't for the extremely generous terms you offered, I really wouldn't want to agree." Just as his voice faded, a hollow appeared above the stone steel. Inside was a surging spring of power. It was being released outwards. Moments later, a scroll appeared. It was known as the 2nd volume of the Inchi Ju, a purple tire middle grade cultivation technique. Holding the scroll in his hand, Lu Chaoga was quite satisfied. Not bad. This mechanism not only helps protect the MO men, but can also produce purple tire cultivation techniques. In the Tianxian world, the cultivation methods of various sects are never shared outside. Everyone also has different methods of cultivation. Even a blue-tier cultivation method is incredibly difficult to obtain. A purple-tier cultivation method is enough to cause great chaos in the world. Looking back at the scroll in his hand, Lu Chaoga felt a little pleased. As for my technique, it can convert the surrounding spiritual energy into liquid form. Then it is guided into the body just like drinking water. On the 108 methods of drinking the east wind, and that book on the method of turning air into water, they all align perfectly with my tidal power. And this low-grade purple-tier cultivation method in Qiju, even for those sword sects, the top powers of Qingzhou, is regarded as an ultimate treasure. Only then did Lu Chaoga notice something that left him utterly astonished. The words middle-grade purple-tier leaped into his sight. Lu Chaoga stared blankly, thinking he had misread it. Middle-grade purple-tier. He cast his gaze toward the Guardian. He asked somewhat eagerly, "Guardian, did you make a mistake? Why is this one middle-grade purple-tier?" But the Guardian, floating opposite him, did not say a word. It was utterly frozen, and Lu Chaoga also remained motionless. No emotions could be seen on its face. "But did you really give me the wrong one?" After a moment the Guardian still did not speak, but its head shook back and forth, making a sound. Click-clack, signifying that was not what it meant. Lu Chaoga, looking at its strange frozen posture, asked, "What exactly is going on with you?" The scroll in his hand floated, emitting a mysterious purple light. Lu Chaoga watched it intently. Could it be that the Guardians in Qiju? Each volume has a different grade. The later the volume, the more formidable it is. Even, is it possible that it could become a divine tier cultivation method? Thinking this, a smug expression appeared on Lu Chaoga's face. If that's truly the case, then my vital essence can definitely be squeezed out a few more drops. Lu Chaoga showed a look of infatuation. He opened his mouth, tempting it. "How about you give me the remaining volumes of the technique? 2. I'll continue to give you my vital essence." However, the Guardian remained stiff and silent at this moment. Then it shook its head. Lu Chaoga was also a reasonable person, all right. "I understand. You mean you know, but you're suffering from amnesia. So even you don't know what's going on." He turned around, striking a proud and triumphant pose. "Why is it that I can understand what you mean? Is it because we have a tacit understanding?" "No, it's just that I'm too used to this." The Guardian raised its tail. It waved upwards a few times, as if waving goodbye to Lu Chaoga. He turned slightly sideways, watched the Guardian's movement, and then burst into laughter. "It even knows how to say goodbye to me. You're only happy after absorbing my vital essence. Well, if you look at it from another perspective, I'm still a virgin male. Meanwhile, in another location, Lu Domli was sitting on the ground, feeling downcast. She sighed lifelessly, saying, "How could this happen? How is this possible?" Xiao Qiu, standing beside her, patted her shoulder. She said with great confidence and spirit, "Master, don't cry. The Mo man still has me in the future." Lu Donli turned around, unable to cry aloud. "It's precisely because of how you are that I feel despair. My Mo man already has enough trouble just having my brother. And now we have an apprentice like you on top of that. Are we going to be beaten to death whenever we step outside?" But Xiao Qiu remained very optimistic. Thinking her master was praising her, she indulged in self-admiration and reached new heights. "Am I truly one of a kind?" Lu Donli watched her disciple, speechless. Lu Donli's face red. Life is meaningless. This little girl's brain disorder is starting to resemble her brother's. I must change the way I protect her. She reached out and firmly grasped Xiao Qiu's shoulders. Staring directly at the girl, she said very seriously, "Xiao Qiu, from now on, every time you go down the mountain, you are forbidden to say you are Lu Donli's disciple." Xiao Qiu looked at her master quizzically for a long time. Lu Donli's eyes narrowed slightly, and she said in a low voice, "You must say you are Lu Chaoga's disciple." Listening to her master's serious instruction, Xiao Qiu, her eyes bulging wide, had her entire face filled with huge question marks. Even after being grabbed by the collar and thrown outside by her master, Xiao Qiu still foolishly didn't understand what her master had just said. Lu Donli didn't bother to explain much either. Sighing internally, "Xiao Qiu, your master is only doing this for your own good." Lu Donli recalled the image of Lu Chaoga, telling her stories to coax her to sleep, and shuddered violently in those stories. "My brother once told me that countless geniuses exist, but they have no special hobbies. They are just obsessed with showing off, provoking others, hitting disciples, then hitting masters, hitting juniors, and then hitting ancestors. In short, they hit people according to the family tree and seniority. She watched as Xiao Qiu had already walked away, her small figure skipping and hopping full of energy. She couldn't help but think about the future, wondering if someone would come knocking to demand a fight because of Xiao Qiu. The more she thought about it, the more afraid she became. Lu Donli bit her fingernails, feeling extremely uneasy. Maybe I should hand this girl over to my brother. But thinking of Xiao Qiu's undeniably cute expressions and behavior, Lu Donli hesitated again, her expression and eyes while eating. Who could fail to love them? She sighed, murmuring inwardly as she thought of some seemingly more viable solutions. Maybe give her a greater wealth of knowledge. If you hit the young one, you have to hit the old one. Then all I need to do is ensure no one can defeat the young one? If that's the case, as long as no one can defeat Xiao Qiu, won't I be worry-free? Thinking of this solution, Lu Dongli's eyes lit up, as if she had found the philosophy of life. She made a vow under the moon. Starting today, Xiao Qiu will be Lu Dongli's last personal disciple. First, I will not take on any more disciples. She raised her head, calling the moon as her witness, and Lu Dongli's voice was strong and resonant. Second, if Xiao Qiu fails to achieve success in cultivation, she definitely won't be allowed down the mountain, lest she cause trouble. Good, I swear upon. Her voice was suddenly cut off halfway through the sentence. Lu Donli, who had been speaking passionately just moments ago, now had her morale halved. No, what if something happens? While she was confused, a new idea surfaced in Lu Dongli's mind. That's right, as me, a sister who deeply loves her brother. Lu Donli bravely raised her hand and completed the oath. I swear upon my brother, Lu Qiao's life. The sibling relationship is truly profound. After completing all the procedures, Lu Donli put her hands on her hips, setting her resolve. Everything is ready. I absolutely cannot train another disciple like Luobing. In another location, a woman with a voluptuous figure sat alone, surrounded by a lake, complete with trees and flowers. It formed a picturesque scene. The back of the young woman sat in the water, slender and graceful, playing with a group of butterflies. Lu Dongli's words seemed to refer to this woman, Luobing. I absolutely cannot take another disciple. I treated her as my beloved disciple, yet she wants to become my sister-in-law. The young woman played with the butterflies. Full lips. A brilliant smile blossomed on her face, as if she was enjoying herself immensely. On a piece of rock, Lu Qiaoga was sitting cross-legged cultivating. This beautiful scenery was beyond description, but it was broken by the sound of him sneezing. Needless to say, he was thinking based on his life experience. Who is talking badly about me? Lu Qiaoga sat on the stone. I should cultivate first. Experience points are the most important thing. Lu Qiaoga closed his eyes, using his cultivation method to practice, guiding the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body. When he started cultivating, countless streams of cyan light flowed around him. Lu Qiaoga looked ethereal while cultivating, and his experience points grew at an astonishing speed. Lu Qiaoga guided the spiritual energy into his body, accumulating experience points at divine speed, purifying the body. But in reality, this kind of purification was no different from directly injecting air into his veins. Just thinking about it hurts. Why is this? The Yin Chi Ju has another name, acupoint pain. He stopped painfully. Damn it. That's enough pain for tonight. I can't throw away my life just to grind for experience points. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the stony ground. Lu Qiaoga looked up at the huge gorgeous moon, muttering, why does accumulating experience by practicing cultivation methods have to be so uncomfortable? Then he started fantasizing. How easy would it be if I had a cultivation technique where devotees offered themselves for dual cultivation? If that really happened, wouldn't I be, as Lu Qiaoga thought. Qiaoga. He pictured himself engaging in dual cultivation every day, with dozens of beautiful long-legged women. Immediately he pictured the outcome: dying of exhaustion, leaving behind only a shriveled husk. He couldn't help but worry. No way I'd die from overwork. Just then, two familiar energies suddenly flew toward him. He felt puzzled. In the distance, Ning-yi was flying toward Lu Chaoga with junior brother on a leaf. Lu Chaoga saw Ning-yi and quickly asked, "Ning-yi, is there something you need here?" Ning-yi, looking like a fairy in the moonlight, replied, "I have successfully refined your magic weapon. I was planning to return to the sect, so I wanted to hand it to you personally." Junior brother spoke up from the side senior brother. But Lu Chaoga didn't pay any attention to the junior brother. Lu Chaoga pretended to be reluctant to part and rushed toward Ning-yi, acting spoiled. "Ning-yi, are you really leaving?" Hearing him say this, Ning-yi raised her hand and stroked his head, thinking, "Is your Ning-yi such an idle person? The troublesome affairs of the sword sect are much more complicated than you imagine." Then she took out the magic weapon and handed it to Lu Chaoga. "Here. This is yours, keep it safe. See if you like it." He stared in astonishment at the leaf in Ning-yi's hand. Lu Chaoga was extremely surprised, because it was a low-grade blue-tier item. Additional information: a single leaf boat effect stealth, capable of activating 1 grand water curtain array. After use it automatically restores to the item's initial grade. But he was even more pleasantly surprised, as he realized that the single leaf boat was originally a high-grade yellow-tier movement magic weapon. But Ning-yi had helped him set up a stealth array, upgrading it to a low-grade blue-tier magic weapon. Lu Chaoga happily picked up the magic weapon, thinking inwardly, "Ning-yi dotes on me the most, I'm so touched." Seeing that he had been silent for a long time, Ning-yi turned her head and asked, "What's wrong, do you like it?" She thought to herself, given Chaoja's current capabilities, perhaps he can't yet discern the arrays. "I prepared for this child." Lu Chaoga immediately replied, "I love it. I just think it's a little unusual." After speaking, he put the magic weapon into his ring. After hearing this, Ning-yi instructed him, "Then you must cultivate diligently. You'll be able to see through it later." Ning-yi thought to herself, an ability he just acquired lets him recognize a magical artifact instantly. That's a bit unusual. Could this boy possibly have artifact refinement talent? Upon hearing this, Lu Chaoga immediately raised his fist and declared spiritedly, "Of course. And also for the sake of longevity, I will definitely cultivate diligently." Hearing those 2 words, Ning-yi was stunned and repeated his words, "Because of longevity." Past memories immediately surfaced in Ning-yi's mind. Eyeing, "Your older sister's life goal is to live to 500 years old. That's also the reason why I cultivate." She recalled the image of her sister fighting a monster. "That was your dream. So why did you fight that day without regard for your life?" Meanwhile, over here, Lu Chaoga also looked up at the moon in the high sky, reminiscing about what his mother had once said. She absolutely must live to 500 years old. But she left so early. We celebrate her birthday every year. Therefore, I must at least live until she would have turned 500. Mentioning her older sister made Ning-yi feel a little melancholic too. She understood, so that's how it is. Ning-yi handed Lu Chaoga a manual and instructed, "Chaoga, this jade slip records the refinement methods for 10 types of magical artifacts. They are quite simple. If you like it, you can try refining some. It's always good to learn more. If you can see through the mechanism I set up, perhaps you truly possess artifact refinement talent." Receiving this manual, Lu Chaoga was astonished. It was basically getting a skill book for free. Having finished her business, Ning-yi turned to leave, saying, "I'll head back now." Having unexpectedly gained a magical artifact and a book, he happily waved goodbye. "Alright, Ning-yi, safe travels." The junior brother, high up in the sky, feeling neglected, shamelessly said, "Senior brother, I also." Lu Chaoga completely ignored Rongyu and said, Yeah, I know, hurry up and go." Lu Chaoga waved farewell to Ning-yi. "Ning-yi, remember to visit when you have time." Just as Ning-yi left, a sword suddenly descended from the sky, grazing past Lu Chaoja's body. The sword stuck firmly into the ground. The 3 characters Jingang Sect were engraved on the blade. He looked at the sword and clicked his tongue. Seriously, Jingang Sect? They certainly have guts. Let me give a brief introduction. The Sword Sect is the strongest sect in Qingzhou, and one of the 4 top-tier sects. The Sword Sect governs 300 affiliated sects. These sects are sequentially divided into the top 100 sects, the middle 100 sects, and the lower 100 sects. And the Imo sect is located at the absolute bottom of the lower 100 sects. Simply put, it's the strongest sect if you count from the bottom up. Chaoga was furious and tore up the letter sent by the Jingang sect. What kind of reputation does the lower 100 sects even have? There are countless strong cultivators. Aren't all weaklings the same? Wait, no. It seems this bothersome Jingang sect is just slightly higher ranked than the Mo sect. They belong to the middle tier of the lower 100 sects. He glanced at it disdainfully. Is being middle tier among the lower sects supposed to be impressive? Cheaja's face darkened and he picked up the short sword, saying, "A mere low-ranking, middle-tier sect dares to provoke my Mo sect now. They are becoming increasingly presumptuous." He explained the context. The Jingang sect, the Mo sect, and the Chioshui sect are three sects that coexist within a radius of 100 kilometers around here. Previously this entire area was under the influence of my Mo sect. Initially the Mo sect kindly allowed them to remain. Yet now they actually want to take over. His face dark, he raised his hand to cast a spell. My Mo sect used to be the dominant power here. 13 sects came to fight for territory. Did the Jingang sect think that since my father fell, they could climb over my Mo sect and lord it over us? You think you can act insolently in front of me? You aren't worthy. The moment he finished speaking, Lu Chaoga used his hand to write a character on the sword. Then he had to gently send it back to its master. Return to where you came from. The sword passed through the mountains, landing straight into the Gangjin sect. Inside the Gangjin sect, the Chioshui sect master, Lin Long and Xia Tu. The Gangjin sect master were leisurely drinking tea. She turned to Xia Tu and complimented him. "Sect Master Xia, the Gangjin sect is growing stronger every day, becoming a major sect, dominating the surrounding 100 miles. Is only a matter of time." Hearing this, the man laughed proudly. Haha, the Mo sect only has Lu Chaoga, who was merely at the initial great completion stage, left now a dignified sect master who was only at the initial great completion stage. Won't he become a laughingstock of the world, relying solely on good looks? How could the Mo sect possibly still be qualified to compete with me for resources? The man speaking with Lin Long was just Xia Tu, the Gangjin sect master. As they spoke, his flying sword also flew back. Xia Tu glanced at it and quickly reached out to catch the flying sword. He said happily. That response was quite fast. That brat must be hiding and trembling in a corner right now. Lin Long watched curiously, wanting to see what was written on it. Is he trying to surrender and become a disciple? She asked with a pleasant smile. Haha, if this were still an era where martial power reigned supreme, then the Mo sect should have yielded long ago. Hearing this, Xia Tu agreed happily. Fine, I want to see what trick this kid is trying to pull. Saying this, he opened it to check. Sword intent surged forth in an illusion, forming a single character read. This left the two old fogies dumbfounded. Xia Tu was furious, his face turning livid with rage. Lin Long was incredulous. That brat. He should have written something about wanting to submit or surrender. Seeing Lu Chaoja's arrogant attitude, Xia Tu was furious and smashed the table to pieces. This infuriates me. The illusion dissipated. Xia Tu was burning with anger and cursed loudly. This young punk has absolutely no respect for authority. He's too arrogant. Lin Long also snorted coldly from the side. He's clearly nothing special, yet he's so self-assured. What an arrogant man. She immediately turned and said to Xia Tu, Sect Master Xia, since he is so disrespectful, let us use the opportunity of the 3-sect tournament to give him a chance to redeem himself. What an excellent plan. Hearing this, Xia Tu also agreed. That's exactly what I intended. We must quickly formulate a plan and let him know what true strength is. The scene switches back to the tranquil Mo sect. The sect was holding a high-level meeting. Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli were discussing matters. Brother, the day of the 3-sect masters competition is in 3 days. Do you need me to go with you? At this moment, a look of obvious disdain appeared on Lu Chaoja's face. No need, absolutely not. Given the limited strength you keep hidden, if I take you, others will see your weak cultivation and look down upon my Mo sect again. Hearing this, she obediently asked for his opinion. Then how about I hide less of my cultivation and show a little more? Lu Chaoga narrowed his eyes and said lazily, no. You should just stay here and guard the sect. As the two were talking, suddenly the space became incredibly romantic. Roses danced everywhere in the air. Chowga. I can't help but think of that innocent junior sister. And this sort of sexy atmosphere. At this moment Lu Dongli felt confused and exclaimed, D is breaking through a realm. Seeing the commotion caused by her disciple, Dongli was somewhat annoyed. How did this girl break through so quickly? She should have been in seclusion for 30 or 50 years. This is really infuriating. Seeing Dongli's unhappiness regarding her disciple's seclusion or lack thereof, Chowga felt puzzled. He immediately asked his sister, Do you dislike your own disciple that much? After speaking he quickly pointed at his disciple for comparison. Look at the beauty of my disciple. Then look at yours. Sister, are you still not satisfied? Seeing his master pointing at himself, Ting immediately showed confusion hearing her brother's words. Dongli not only didn't calm down, but became even angrier. She angrily slammed the table. Standing up she glared at Chowga. Seeing his sister enraged, Chowga was both scared and bewildered. Not understanding why his sister was so angry, Dongli quickly ran to Cheaja's side and promptly taught him a lesson. While forcefully pinching Cheaja's cheeks, she fired off a string of curses. Have you fallen for that girl? I won't agree to it. Hearing her say such inexplicable things, Chowga became even more confused. But because it hurt so much he had no choice but to beg Dongli to let him go. What won't you agree to? What nonsense are you spouting? Stop it now, you're going to ruin my face. Her mind was filled with thoughts about her disciple and her brother's matters. The more she thought the angrier she got and the harder she pinched. Damn it, why is this happening? Why does her eldest disciple always want to become her sister-in-law and get above her? The scene changes to outside. A dazzling sight of the brothel outside the city, lit up and bustling. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Back then in that noisy chaotic crowd I seemed to see myself. There will be a young master like an angel descending to the mortal world to take me away from here. But I know better than anyone that a dream is in the end just a dream. Suddenly the voice of a stranger rang out. 10,000 tales. Everyone felt extremely shocked and curious. A man with his hands clasped behind his back walked in with complete composure. He followed up on the previous bid 10,000 tales ill by this girl, and this person was none other than Lu Chaoga. Dongli was beside him disguised in men's clothing. Seeing that it was just a young man, everyone immediately cursed. Damn, is this kid crazy? Spending 10,000 taels for a first night. Does he have so much money he doesn't know what to do with it? What a lunatic, he's handsome but his brain doesn't work right. The madam overjoyed said, young master, a single moment of pleasure is worth a fortune. You truly have extraordinary insight. Binger secretly pulled back the curtain looking at the person who was about to buy her. Seeing his figure, Binger thought, this young master looks decent, but I fear he's no different from anyone else here. Hearing the madam's words, Chaoga immediately corrected her aloud. Who said I'm only buying this one expensive night? This girl. I am taking her away. After Chaoga said this, the entire room seemed to freeze. And the most shocked person was Binger. Take me away. The madam agreed without hesitation. 10,000 taels to take her away. I actually made a small profit. She's just a woman of pleasure anyway. She'll only be abandoned if she leaves, and she's likely to die young. The madam weighed the options, finding it a great deal, and unhesitatingly pushed Binger toward Chaoga. What are you standing there for? Go quickly to your master. The veil on Binger's head accidentally fell off, but she didn't care at all. All she knew at that moment was that she had been saved. So she knelt down and cried, Master. Seeing this, Chaoga curved his lips into a smile and commanded loudly, catch. Following those two words from Chaoga, a sudden gust of wind erupted, scattering papers everywhere. Binger gazed blankly at the beautiful scene before her and etched it into her memory. That night was my birthday. The young master was like an angel descending to the mortal world. The madam smiled obsequiously and with a pleasant expression handed the contract to Lu Chaoga. Young master, this is the deed of sale. From now on she belongs to you. It is truly a blessing accumulated over several lifetimes to be taken away by a handsome client like you. The other girls in the brothel huddled together whispering, if he wanted to buy me, I'd pay for my own freedom. Another girl added, what a shame, if only I were a few years younger. I would definitely step forward and compete with Luobing. The madam nudged Luobing's shoulder, reminding her, Luobing, why aren't you calling him master yet? Luobing, looking through her veil, vaguely watched the man before her, who was holding the contract and smiling slightly. Luobing thought to herself, he is my master from now on. My deed of sale is in his hands. But before Luobing could speak, Lu Chaga suddenly ripped the contract into shreds. He threw the fragments away with a casual wave, and added, "There's no need, from now on you are free." This action by Lu Chaoga left everyone who witnessed the scene completely stunned and speechless, especially the men. Someone exclaimed, "Is this kid out of his mind? He actually tore up the deed of sale he bought for 10,000 taels." Luo Bing also widened her eyes. Nobody could have imagined that Lu Chaoga would do such a thing. "Young master, you aren't crazy at all." Then she smiled, seemingly having made up her own mind. "I want to follow you from now on, young master. Whether there is a deed of sale or not doesn't matter at all." Lu Chaoga gentlemanly extended his hand and said to Luo Bing, "Let's go." Luo Bing also obediently replied with an and then extended her hand. Those jade-like hands were carefully protected. Just then Lu Donli, disguised as a man, rushed between the two, smiling brightly as she took Luo Bing's hand and said, "Little sister, come on, I'll take you away." Night fell and the moon hung high. The exquisite scenery becomes even more beautiful when joy fills one's heart. Lu Chaoga, Donli and Luo Bing walked out of the pleasure house holding hands. The lanterns hanging high in the streets were even more dazzling, adorning the night sky, creating a picturesque scene. Luo Bing looked at the sight with curiosity and happiness, exclaiming, "The lanterns are so beautiful. This is the first time little sister has left that place." Lu Donli stood beside them and said gently, "You will see many more places in the future, and many more beautiful things." Luo Bing did not respond but focused intently on Lu Chaoga, her eyes full of affection. Lu Donli frowned unhappily, thinking, "Why is this girl staring at Chao Ge and ignoring me?" Luo Bing's heart was completely inclined toward Lu Chaoga but I have already seen the most beautiful thing in this world. Lu Chaoga extended an invitation. "Want to go for a stroll? It would be a pity not to see such beautiful lanterns." Luo Bing excitedly agreed yes. Seeing the joy on Luo Bing's face, Lu Donli was so furious. She nearly spat blood. Her eyebrows were practically tied in a knot. Donli secretly cursed in her heart. Lu Chaoga seemed to sense Donli's displeasure, and asked, "My dear sister, do you really feel comfortable walking like this?" Donli, walking between the two, suppressed her anger and replied, "Mind your own business." Lu Chaoga did not say anything more, quietly observing Luo Bing's enthusiastic expression. "I really hit the jackpot this time. Her aptitude is excellent. And when I looked at Luo Bing's profile panel earlier, it showed special has a certain probability of unlocking a hidden plot." Lu Chaoga grinned, stroking his chin. "A certain probability of unlocking a hidden plot. There must be treasure involved, all for just 10,000 taels of silver. If necessary, completely emptying the Momen sect's coffers is entirely possible." Back home, Donli was riding on Lu Chaoga's back, furiously pinching his cheeks with all her might. Lu Chaoga dared not resist, pleading, "Stop it. The disciples are about to arrive. Save me some face." Lu Donli became even more enraged, pulling his cheeks harder, and said sinisterly, "Who cares about your face?" Suddenly a strange fragrance drifted in on the wind, faintly wafting towards them. Donli immediately noticed the abnormality. She instantly put her anger aside, and cried out in panic, "Oh no, that rebellious disciple has emerged from seclusion. Her presence is getting clearer and clearer." Meanwhile, in a cave far away, petals danced everywhere, covering the river in front. A charming figure stepped out of the cave entrance. Slender fingers touched the stone slab for support. I've finally reached the first realm." A tiny cherry mouth spoke. "It's been several months since I last saw young master." From a distance a voice was heard. "Come to my bamboo hut. Come to my bamboo hut. Bamboo hut hut hut." That girl was Luo Bing. Hearing those words, she happily lifted her skirt, bowed and said, "Yes, young master." Luo Bing stepped on the wind and rode the petals. Ecstatic, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Young master, he is waiting for me and only me." In the tea room, Lu Chaoga and Lu Donli were sitting opposite each other. Hei Ting sat nearby, responsible for adding and pouring tea. Donli crossed her arms stiffly. "It seems your mind is made up." Lu Chaoga felt very helpless. "Donli, you need to consider my position too." Hearing this, Donli instantly flared up. "Consider your position at the gathering of the three sects. It's bad enough you aren't taking me, but you actually want to take Luo Bing. Lu Chaoga retorted, Donli, are you jealous? Donli pretended to be calm and said, who's jealous? After that, nobody said anything, but Donli picked up the entire bowl of water and drank it in one gulp. This sudden action startled Hei Ting a little. She slammed the teacup heavily onto the table, making Hiding's fragile heart tremble along with it. Lu Donli pressed the question. Go on, tell me, what exactly are you planning to do? Lu Donli's aggressive stance even made Lu Chaoga nervously swallow, as if his intentions had been seen through. After careful consideration and organizing his words, Lu Chaoga finally spoke. The Trisect gathering is superficially a competition. But do you know its true purpose? Lu Donli frowned slightly and asked, what is it? Lu Chaoga explained. It's meant to showcase the strength of each sect. Hiding is too ordinary. I can't take him. As for you, no matter what happens, you tend to hide your strength. After rethinking this, the only person I have who can showcase the sect's power is Yu Bing. Lu Donli widened her eyes in surprise, realizing Lu Chaoga had considered everything so thoroughly. She said, is that really how it is? Lu Chaoga smiled meaningfully. The prettier the woman accompanying the sect master, the clearer it demonstrates the sect's power. That's common sense. Just like Master Ma of Ta Ba sect and Master Lu of Jingdong sect. Their attendants. Aren't they all those girls who are both beautiful and powerful? It took Lu Donli a while to grasp what he meant, but she still asked back suspiciously, Ta Ba sect, Jingdong sect. What are those places? Just then the room door suddenly opened, and a cool breeze swept in. Yu Bing walked in and bowed formally. Disciple Yu Bing pays respects to the sect master, martial ant and master. Yu Bing gently sighed and reached up to wipe away the sweat that hadn't yet reached her cheek. Only then did Yu Bing notice there was one more person in the room, so indistinct he was almost invisible. It was Hiding. He was busy fetching water for the other two. Fumbling slightly, she hurriedly bowed and senior brother. Although Lu Chaoga hadn't said anything directly, he had been secretly observing since she arrived. Every time he looked at this girl, for some reason he felt like he was looking at a photograph, like the real-life version of a selfie or a picture. He thought Yu Bing, wearing only a thin gauze dress, combined with that expression and posture, this demeanor was simply a perfect match. Yu Bing observed Lu Chaoga's reaction, thinking, this young master has incredible willpower. Breathing, posture, voice. Every trick I learned in the pleasure houses has been deployed, but the young master remains completely unaffected. Yu Bing was very determined to seduce Lu Chaoga, even thinking, if only master would step out for a bit, so I could be alone with the young master. Lu Chaoga finally spoke. Yu Bing, I called you here because I want you to accompany me to the Trisect gathering in 3 days. He thought to himself again, I almost forgot the main task. My girlfriend in my previous life was exactly like this. I almost gave myself away. Hearing she could accompany Lu Chaoga, Yu Bing felt delighted internally again, thinking my luck is finally turning. But externally she shyly brushed her hair aside and said yes. Sect master, martial uncle. However, in Lu Donli's eyes Yu Bing was clearly a manipulative schemer, deeply calculating. Just seeing Yu Bing smile infuriated Lu Donli, causing her rage to flare up and her teeth involuntarily ground together noisily. How can this wretched disciple look so happy? Anger turned into action. Lu Donli crushed the water cup in her hand, and then slammed it heavily onto the table. The fragments made a crashing sound. The two men present were startled. Lu Donli stood up abruptly in anger, her face clearly broadcasting the message, extremely angry. Damn it, how can there be such a wretched disciple in this world? Lu Donli heavily stomped the floor, and in a fit of rage, left the room. Lu Chaoga was confused. What did I do to offend that girl? Hiding standing nearby didn't try to defend his master, saying, Master, your offense is quite significant. Lu Chaoga glanced at him displeasedly. You've gotten smarter, haven't you? How dare you start lecturing your own master? Hiding broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. He quickly defended himself. No, disciple did not mean that, master. Master, let your disciple pour tea for you. Hearing the mention of tea, Lu Bing's eyes immediately became brighter than car headlights. Lu Bing leaped next to Hiding, trying to snatch the task. My apologies for troubling senior brother. Let junior sister pour tea for master uncle on your behalf. Hiding didn't stop her and handed the teapot to Luo Bing. Luo Bing seized the chance to show off. The tea poured down, the sound of it filling the cup was pleasant to the ear. This is the so-called green tea technique. This trick of feigning innocence and casualness looked highly seductive. While pouring the tea, Hiding standing behind her blushed heavily. As for Luo Bing, she was filled with confidence. Satisfied with her performance just now. This technique of seducing others was something she had dedicated herself to learning in the pleasure quarter. Even Master Uncle the Sect Leader will surely. However, contrary to Lu Bing's fantasy, Lu Chaoga appeared completely indifferent. From beginning to end he showed utter lack of interest. He was even contemplating other matters. Lu Chaoga mumbled to himself, "Why? I always feel like that girl Dongli isn't angry at me but is actually jealous." Luo Bing secretly sighed. How could this be? She had been ignored once again. Lu Chaoga brought the teacup to his lips. In fact, he had been secretly observing Lu Bing's actions just now. Lu Bing's tea performance wasn't bad. Too bad that in his past life, what kind of experience hadn't he already gone through? Which bar doesn't recognize my face? Luo Bing widened her eyes, gazing at the person sitting before her. He was dignified and possessed an extraordinary presence. Sure enough, once you fall in love naturally, people add a filter layer onto themselves. When looking at the beloved person, everything about them is the best. Young master's melancholic eyes, his elegant demeanor. This absolutely beautiful scene. That's right. If the young master were moved by her little tricks, would he still be that young master? Would he still be the young master she loved so deeply? Luo Bing pulled herself together, clenching her fists and hardening her resolve. You can do it. Use your actions to make the young master truly fall for you. Luo Bing, oh Luo Bing, you must work even harder. Charge forward for love. Seeing Lu Bing's aggressive posture, Lu Chaoga felt utterly bewildered. Judging by this momentum, has this evil disciple determined to win me over? How has the entire plot been reversed? In my past life I was always the one pursuing others. When has anyone ever chased me? The night was tranquil, fireflies soared high. The mountain forest was silent except in one particular place. There were still 3 months left until the 3 sects gathering. During these 3 months, Luo Bing found every possible excuse to frequently enter Lu Chaoga's room. This effectively put Hiding out of a job. Hiding was wiping the table when Luo Bing jumped in and snatched the rag away. Senior brother, leave this task to me. Then Luo Bing displayed her figure while wiping the surface. This was the green tea technique. Casually seducing someone while wiping a table. Lu Chaoga walked in and saw this scene. Merely dropped an expressionless comment. Are you done wiping? If you keep going you'll ruin the table. This left Luo Bing heartbroken and severely discouraged. When she saw Hiding preparing bathwater for Lu Chaoga, she ran over again and snatched the basin away. Senior brother, let me handle this. While carrying the basin, Luo Bing deliberately splashed water onto herself. Then she feigned weakness and cried out, "Oh dear." Luo Bing worked hard to look fragile and in need of protection. "Oh my clothes are completely soaked." This was another part of the green tea technique. The trick of pretending to accidentally soak one's clothes. Unexpectedly, Lu Chaoga poured a bucket of cold water on Lu Bing's attempts again. You can't even pour water properly. Hiding, throw this girl out for me." Hiding promptly carried out the order. Luo Bing was tossed outside, tears streaming down her face. Despite suffering repeated failures, Luo Bing acted as if she hadn't experienced any setbacks at all. Still immersed in noble ideals about life. Even for Lu Chaoga. This time, seeing Hiding making the bed, Luo Bing happily ran over to grab the job. "Senior brother, let me do it." Luo Bing deliberately bumped her knee against the edge of the bed. Following this stumble, Luo Bing cried out, "Oh dear." She then naturally fell onto the bed, striking a very difficult to describe pose. This was still part of her green tea technique. The trick of pretending to trip onto someone else's bed. It seemed Lu Chaoga did not appreciate this, even showing a hint of disgust. Lu Chaoga glared and said, "What are you doing rolling around on my bed?" Hiding changed the sheets for me. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Chaoga was still diligently cultivating. All his metrics were continuously improving. Luo Bing stood observing, full of admiration. As expected of young master, Even while training he looks as beautiful as an immortal. After finishing his training, Lu Chaoga let out a long breath. It's time to go, let's depart. Luo Bing immediately replied, yes, young master. Lu Chaoga took out a treasure shaped like a leaf. The treasure grew larger, becoming a flying vessel for aerial travel. Lu Chaoga was full of hope, looking forward to the journey ahead. The gathering of the three sects. Incoming. Lu Chaoga and Luo Bing sat on the flying boat, traversing the 9 layers of the heavens amidst towering undulating peaks. Shrouded in white mist, Lu Chaoga's expression was grim. That Dongli girl. She dared to be so angry that she wouldn't come out to see me off. Just wait until I get back, I'll deal with you then. Luo Bing followed behind, seemingly in a very good mood. This is my first time traveling with the young master. Luo Bing covered her face, thinking happily to herself, because she was standing behind him, looking at Lu Chaoga's handsome back. She grew even fonder of the man before her. Just like every other young woman, she also harbored a romantic dream on the same boat. Just the young master and me. Wasn't she just directing and starring in a drama in her own mind? Just thinking about this, Luo Bing blushed crimson. Unconsciously she blurted out, sleeping in the same bed. Lu Chaoga turned his head and asked faintly, what is it? This left Luo Bing unable to cover her mouth in time. Luo Bing felt both awkward and shy. I said it out loud by accident. So stupid, she cursed herself internally. How should I explain this? Lu Chaoga remained expressionless. He looked at her with a confused expression. Did you just say something? He asked again. Luo Bing raised her head, smoothing the hair near her temples. Her demeanor gentle and elegant. Her voice was soft. I said that you, young master, are so outstanding. That at the gathering of the three sects, you are surely going to shock everyone. Your brilliance and martial prowess will certainly strike fear into the heads of the other 2 sects, making them submit. Go. Suddenly, Luo Bing launched into a barrage of excessive praise for Lu Chaoga. Luo Bing smiled, trying to gloss over the matter. My madam said that in times like these, you can just praise the man to get away with it. For them the best encouragement is you. Were so powerful just now. I've said so much in one breath, it's time to use my ultimate move. The killer technique, praised the man. Luo Bing always believed this method was correct, as long as she followed the theory. Luo Bing was still very confident in her eloquence, until Lu Chaoga waved his hand, and said to her neither harshly nor softly, that's enough. Stop the flattery. Luo Bing looked utterly shocked. Flattery, a huge question mark appeared in her mind. Does the young master mean? Luo Bing's face was already red and now it grew even redder. Her lips trembled, unable to speak. Luo Bing seemed to have interpreted it as something entirely different in her head. Luo Bing shyly looked at Lu Chaoga's lower half. She wickedly wondered to herself, could it be that thing my madam often spoke of? Luo Bing felt like her mind was floating in the clouds. Happiness had come too quickly, so suddenly her fingers nervously traced her lips. Lu Chaoga noticed that Luo Bing had been acting strangely ever since a moment ago. Glancing back at what happened, Luo Bing suddenly closed her eyes and leaned in, and puckered her lips. This atmosphere was truly awkward. Fortunately Lu Chaoga was rational enough. He coldly used the heart-cleansing art. Luo Bing let out a small ah sound, startled by being pushed away. Luo Bing whimpered and cried behind him. Lu Chaoga sighed in relief, having escaped the recent ordeal. Soon after, Luo Bing handed Lu Chaoga another cup of water. Gonzi, would you like some water? She acted as if nothing had happened. Lu Chaoga's tone was neutral. Luo Bing, you don't need to attend to me like this. Luo Bing seemed a bit insecure. She whispered, but I was bought by Gonzi in the first place. Lu Chaoga finished the water in the cup and looked at Luo Bing. His gaze held a hint of pity. Lu Chaoga thought, perhaps deep down this girl has always felt inferior to others. Lu Chaoga reflected, not wanting to disappoint Luo Bing's good intentions. Lu Chaoga cheerfully said, another cup, yes Gonzi. Luo Bing replied, one holding the cup, the other pouring water. That atmosphere was pleasant. Lu Chaoga felt a little puzzled. He asked Luo Bing, do you really enjoy calling me Gonzi that much? Luo Bing looked confused, not understanding why Lu Chaoga was asking her this. She replied innocently, yes I do. Does Gonzi not like it? Luo Bing started overthinking again. Could it be that Gonzi wants us to use a more intimate title? Luo Bing stared at Lu Chaoga stunned and infatuated. Then I'll just be upfront giggle. Luo Bing smiled slyly. She seemed to be thinking way too much. Luo Bing didn't say anything else, she just softly called out. Then Daddy Lu Chaoga immediately spat out the water he was drinking. He couldn't accept this plot twist at the moment. Lu Chaoga made his move. He sealed Luo Bing's mouth, stopping her from speaking further. Shut up. Lu Chaoga thought. This wicked disciple, her brain is broken. On the surface he maintained a serious demeanor. But deep down he was extremely pleased. Though he said otherwise. But Monty all like being called daddy. Lu Chaoga and the place Luo Bing wanted to go was Wangtong Ting, the venue for the Trisect gathering. Lu Chaoga and Luo Bing stepped into Wangtong Ting. Lu Chaoga spoke. This is the designated place for the Trisect gathering. They walked through the main entrance, but it was empty. The emptiness was chilling. Lu Chaoga thought, both angry and annoyed. I arrived precisely on time. Are these guys trying to intimidate me? Luo Bing looked into the distance, pointing and saying, Gongzi, someone is coming. Whoosh. Two people, a man and a woman, were flying quickly on their swords, rushing toward them. The man was Chongjiu and the other was Xinxingqing. Before anything could happen, Luo Bing fearfully backed away from them. Lu Chaoga stepped forward, shielding Luo Bing. There's no need to salute them. They are just people sent to deceive my disciple. Luo Bing stood behind Lu Chaoga, showing a sinister expression again. How despicable. Are these people trying to intimidate Gongzi by doing this? Luo Bing hid behind Lu Chaoga, facing the two of them. That is Xinxingqing and Chongjiu. She thought to herself. I really didn't expect this. I originally planned to let them bask in some of the protagonist's aura. Since this is the case, forget it. A smile appeared at the corner of Chongjiu's mouth. His expression very sinister as he thought. Master told me to come here and scare this guy a bit. So I must perform well. Look over here. The two of them, Xinxingqing and Chongjiu, moved closer to each other, crossed their arms and said in unison, you must be Sect Leader Mo. Before they could finish, Lu Chaoga turned around and walked inside, completely ignoring them. This left Xinxingqing and Chongjiu dumbfounded. Lu Chaoga looked up and sighed. Two wind spirit arts had already been activated. Lu Chaoga stood calmly, hands clasped behind his back. A strong wind howled, causing fallen leaves to swirl through the air, before finally descending upon the ground. Xinxingqing and Chongjiu wore identical expressions, dumbfounded, standing frozen in place. Their faces twisted. They thought, what in the hell was that? I wasn't done showing off yet. Then, Chongjiu leaned closer to Xinxingqing and whispered, he's showing off to us. What do we do now? Xinxingqing narrowed her eyes and nodded. Activate Plan B. The two immediately clasped their hands and bowed deeply, performing the disciples' salute. Chongjiu and Xinxingqing pay their respects to Sect Master Lu, relying on their status as juniors. They purposely arrived late, greeting him with smiles, waiting for his response before finding fault. Although Xinxingqing and Chongjiu appeared respectful, their faces were alike with smug smiles. They thought, the beauty of this move is the more polite I am, the more. You can't hold my lateness against me. You'll have no choice but to keep quiet. His only option is to say dispense with the formalities. No matter how disgusted he is, he must say it. Lu Chaoga merely stood there silently, not saying a word. The atmosphere was extremely quiet. Chongjiu started becoming agitated. Why hasn't this guy said dispense with the formalities yet? Is he playing dumb? Xinxingqing replied, ignore him, let's stand up first. The two intended to straighten up, but suddenly their movements stalled. What is going on? My body suddenly won't move. I can't lift my head. It feels like something is firmly gripping my body. Lu Chaoga, with his back to them, allowed a faint contemptuous smile to appear on his lips. They dare play mind games with me. Have they forgotten that I can control water? At that moment, there was a puddle beneath Xinxingqing and Chongjiu's feet, holding them motionless. Lu Chaoga waved his hand, making the water vanish, and said, that's enough. The two, Xinxingqing and Chongjiu, immediately tumbled onto the ground. Lu Bing watched from the side, filled with utter disdain for them. Poof! The young master's power over heaven and earth used against the likes of you. Isn't it simply too easy? The two of them stood up. Chongjiu said angrily, this is nothing but a cheap parlor trick. Trying to mystify people, what is there to fear? Chongjio took a step forward, clasped his hands and said, "Sect Master Lu, why don't we go inside and sit down to talk?" Seeing that, Lu Chaoga had no intention of turning around or responding. Chongjio stopped saluting. "Within a radius of 100 miles our sect master has already. We and the sect master of the Chioshui sect." Shin Xingqing stood nearby. Seeing Lu Chaoga's contemptuous attitude, she thought, "This Lu Chaoga seems to be exactly as the rumors described. His cultivation is low and he won't amount to anything substantial. It's my turn to step up." Chongjio continued rambling. "Everything is prepared. The Mo sect only needs you to." Before Chongjio could finish, Lu Chaoga immediately raised his hand. Lu Chaoga fiercely swung his arm, pointing his hand toward Chongjio. One of Chongjio's legs immediately began to swell. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Half of Chongjio's lower leg violently gave way. Chongjio collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg and screaming in pain. Shin Xingqing standing nearby was splattered with blood. Terrified, she stood frozen in place, eyes wide. But only a few seconds later, Shin Xingqing's body instantly began to tremble, and she stammered, "What is this?" He only just raised his hand. Lu Chaoga waved his hand again, creating a stream of water. Complaining too loud, the screaming Chongjio was immediately engulfed by the water, unable to breathe. Lu Bing looked at Lu Chaoga's imposing silhouette, her heart filled with admiration. As expected of the young master, only you can wield the power of heaven and earth to such an extent. The young master is truly domineering. Chongjio was struggling desperately, but he could only produce muffled whimpers. Shin Xingqing was completely terrified at this moment. Her face was ashen. Seeing Luo Bing and Lu Chaoga walk in together, Shin Xingqing finally dared to approach Chongjio. Shin Xingqing was sweating profusely out of anxiety. While warily watching Luo Bing and Lu Chaoga, she thought, "Can I stop his bleeding? I remember that guy once aimed at my head. What should I do now?" Lu Chaoga sat down on a chair and said, "Drink tea." Shin Xingqing looked at him in confusion. Was he giving tacit permission? Shin Xingqing tried to unlock Chongjio's acupoints, wanting to see Lu Chaoga's reaction after his acupoints were unlocked. Chongjio immediately screamed in agony again. After being completely exhausted, Chongjio immediately fainted. Shin Xingqing meanwhile breathed a sigh of relief. But she suddenly thought of something, which made Shin Xingqing's expression become extremely surprised. Is this the rumored good-for-nothing sect master? How can he possess this kind of terrifying aura? Lu Chaoga remained silent, calmly sitting and savoring his tea. Seeing that they were still staying there, showing no intention of leaving, Lu Chaoga asked, "What's wrong? Are you thirsty?" Shin Xingqing jumped in shock, her face utterly pale and drained of color. But Shin Xingqing immediately realized. She instantly hoisted Chongjio onto her back and ran for her life. It was as if staying for one more second would prevent them from escaping unscathed. "That bastard asking if I was thirsty. He clearly meant get out now, or are you waiting for me to pour you tea?" Luo Bing smiled while pouring tea for Lu Chaoga. It seems that woman understood master's intention. Lu Chaoga showed no emotion on his face, and replied, "I was only moments away from writing. Get out quickly, or I will string you up immediately on my face." Even a dog could tell. Luo Bing raised her hand to brush a lock of hair aside, chuckling, "Your right disciple spoke too much." Lu Chaoga maintained his stern demeanor, turning to Luo Bing to say, "Sit down. There are no outsiders here and the scenery is beautiful. The Jingang Chioshui gang will be arriving again soon." Luo Bing replied yes and then sat down. Luo Bing rested her chin on her hand, looking at Lu Chaoga and saying, "Master, that move you used just now was truly amazing. The great art of flattery, flattering and flattering, forever flattering." The dazzling sunlight shone upon Lu Chaoga, further accentuating his handsome appearance. Luo Bing sat next to him, unable to resist stealing several glances at him. She secretly thought, "Ah, master." Gazing at the way Lu Chaoga drank his tea, Luo Bing's heart skipped a beat. He is breathtakingly beautiful today. Seeing Luo Bing staring fixedly at him, Lu Chaoga felt a little helpless. This problematic disciple. She truly goes crazy wherever she goes. This feeling of heightened drama. I really don't know what goes on inside this girl's head. A young girl dreaming romantic dreams, perhaps in the future when she recalls these hidden thoughts. Even if they clash with the current situation, They will automatically transform into the sight of peach blossoms blooming around a pavilion. Meanwhile, in another location, Xinxingqing was still carrying Zhong Jiao and running at full speed. She was boiling with rage, internally cursing non-stop. Oh my god. What the heck is going on? That guy is definitely a monster. Perhaps because she had run a long distance, Xinxingqing had consumed a lot of physical energy. Her face was dripping with sweat, but she still gritted her teeth and ran with all her might. Zhong Jiao, on her back, wasn't faring any better. Throughout the journey, his face was constantly being slapped by low-hanging branches. He kept screaming and yelling in pain. Xinxingqing ran hard, thinking, "Run faster. I must get back to the sect as soon as possible, and report this to the sect master." Zhong Jiao was continuously bumped and jostled on Xinxingqing's back, his face swollen like a pig's head, unable to bear it any longer. Zhong Jiao spoke while sobbing. "As sister, can we fly using our swords?" Xinxingqing abruptly stopped, feeling extremely awkward. Xinxingqing shouted, "Don't talk to me." Afterwards the two flew back together on their swords. A moment later at Jingongmen, Xinxingqing finally managed to bring Zhong Jiao back. Two fellow disciples were very shocked as soon as they saw their condition. They immediately asked, "Second senior brother, why are you so badly injured?" This disciple saw countless scratches on Zhong Jiao's face, and immediately said angrily, "They even scratched your face. How despicable." Inside the Jin Palace gate, Lin Long looked confident. "These 100 li will all belong to us." Xia Tu immediately burst into laughter after hearing this. "Haha, junior sister is absolutely right." Suddenly Xinxingqing and the others pushed open the door and burst in. The one who was carrying Zhong Jiao immediately shouted when he saw Xia Tu and Lin Long. His tone was very urgent. "Master, something has happened. Lu Chaoga beat someone up. Senior brother's face is all busted up." Hearing the disciples report, Xia Tu went furious. "Absurd. Lu Chaoga, you're really something." Lin Long stood by silently glancing at Xia Tu, thinking, is he provoked that easily? Xia Tu threw a pill into Zhong Jiao's mouth. Then he said loudly, "Swallow it." Zhong Jiao's face was badly scratched. After he struggled to swallow the pill, his complexion gradually improved. Xia Tu looked at Zhong Jiao with a scrunched face, very impatiently. What exactly happened? Zhong Jiao struggled and said with a mournful face, "I'm in so much pain, don't force me to speak, go read the previous chapters yourself." But that disciple tried to help Zhong Jiao sit up straight. Xia Tu frowned and said through gritted teeth, "Are you saying he crippled your left leg with a mere flick of his finger?" Only then did Zhong Jiao agree to continue speaking. "Also, I felt another aura. Lu Chaoga has the power of heaven and earth within him." Lin Long and Xia Tu were both shocked, speaking at the same time. "What did you say? How is that possible for a beginner-level great perfection realm trash?" Xinxingqing stood by, her face full of worry. "Master, I have something I don't know if I should say or not." Lin Long turned to look at Xinxingqing, her expression somewhat displeased. "At a time like this, what are you still hiding? Speak quickly." Xinxingqing then narrated everything she knew. "A few days ago, a genius was born in our area. When he opened his spiritual meridian, there were actually 9 heavenly Tao commands." Everyone heard it right. Lin Long and Xia Tu were stunned speechless after hearing this. Xia Tu recalled that terrifying power. Those 9 heavenly Tao commands were indeed astonishing. As if they could flatten this place. Xia Tu remembered when he flew there on his sword back then, intending to seize that power. Who exactly obtained the heavenly Tao commands? If it's someone from an obscure sect, we must snatch that person to our sect. At that time Xia Tu was flying on his sword in the air, and was immediately enveloped by a strange power. "You dare to covet my person?" This voice startled Xia Tu. Xia Tu immediately controlled his flying sword, and flew in the opposite direction. He cursed in a panic. "Damn it." Xia Tu glanced back as he left that place. His hand controlling the flying sword was trembling non-stop. It was a great cultivator. At that time, due to the pressure from a great cultivator, I couldn't get close enough to see clearly. Back in reality, Xia Tu's face was ashen and he frowned deeply. He immediately made a guess in his mind. Thinking back now, it's likely that Lu Chaoga is the one who awakened the spiritual meridian. Not only is he favored by the power of heaven and earth, he also. Xia Tu angrily kept slapping his face. And his head he has backing. Finally Xia Tu sat on the chair trembling in deep and silent thought. No wonder he dared to do such a thing to me. No wonder he dared to cripple my disciple's leg. It's over, I made the wrong move. Chongjio and several other disciples saw Xia Tu sweating profusely as if taking a bath. They felt confused in their hearts. What's wrong with Master? Did he drink too much water? Is his brain peeing too? At this moment Lin Long's face was very grim. 9 heavenly Tao commands. It really was 9 heavenly Tao commands. Unexpectedly Lin Long felt immense envy in her heart. For Lu Chaoga these Jin Gangmen mean nothing. They don't even deserve to carry shoes for mo men. Lin Long turned her head to look at the trembling Xia Tu on the chair. Then he thought it's all this ugly guy's fault. Lin Long raised her hand again to tidy her clothes. A sinister smile appeared on her face. It was nothing more than relying on her beauty and charm. As long as she was willing to befriend Lu Chaoga, this would not be difficult. Xia Tu sat on his chair trembling and spoke with difficulty. Someone summon all the elders for a discussion. Let's discuss how much we should allocate resources to Momin. Chongjio and the disciple were greatly surprised upon hearing this. They immediately tried to dissuade Xia Tu. Sect Master, you haven't made a mistake, have you? You want to give resources to Momin. And you're even discussing how much to give away. Xia Tu suddenly stood up and shouted angrily. Shut up all of you. Go do what you are supposed to do. Seeing that Xia Tu was genuinely angry, the disciple had no choice but to obey, responding yes. Lin Long. She squinted watching Xia Tu slap his own head. Smack smack. She merely thought to herself, humph. Men truly are all useless. They retreat the moment they encounter trouble. Meanwhile elsewhere. Ding ding, the system notification rang. Hearing the sound Lu Chaoga asked himself. Is that the system alarm? Lu Chaoga was still sitting in his chair. The teacup remained placed before him. But at this moment, he didn't drink any more, concentrating instead on thinking about something. Luo Bing sitting nearby was engrossed in admiring Lu Chaoga's appearance, sighing continuously in her heart. The young master truly is peerless. The system notified him that Momin's reputation value was 501. Lu Chaoga reached out and stroked his chin. He pondered, it has already exceeded 500 points. Not bad it seems. Jingangmen and Shuimen have both understood my hint. Subsequently the system notified him again. Momin's reputation value was 502. Lu Chaoga stroked his chin again, thinking. It's a pity these small sects don't contribute many reputation points. It took a lot of effort just to raise it by 1 point. Constantly milking these sheep isn't a sustainable solution. This way is too boring. I must find a way to locate a fatter target. After making his decision, Lu Chaoga returned to his usual state. He leisurely picked up his teacup and drank. Luo Bing next to him remained deeply enamored, gazing at Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga finally noticed Luo Bing's intense gaze directed at him. Lu Chaoga was slightly surprised. Lu Chaoga put down his teacup, not drinking further. He turned to look at Luo Bing and asked, what's wrong? Has this one grown flowers on his face? Luo Bing, confused by her infatuation, kept nodding. Seeing Luo Bing in a daze, he called out again. Hey! Luo Bing finally startled awake. No, nothing. Young master, I was distracted just now. Lu Chaoga felt helpless, unsure what to say. He asked himself a few questions internally. This child, I only asked a simple question. Is it necessary to be so nervous? Being more honest and more serious. Wouldn't that be better? Someone like Lu Chaoga naturally couldn't understand how cautious people who consider themselves inferior have to be when they are vulnerable. But what he understood even less was, for some people, how unattainable love can be. Inside Momen in Dingdan City, Lu Donli sat by a table, propping up her chin out of boredom. I wonder what Big Brother is doing right now with that little brat. Behind her was Xiao Qiu. Lu Donli's disciple was sitting there playing alone. Just the thought made Lu Donli furious. If they dare to do anything improper, they'll see. Wait, Big Brother. Big Brother went to discuss resource allocation matters. After all, this is the meeting of the 3 sects. As an elder of Momin, I should be the one more concerned about this issue. Looking up at the blue sky, Lu Donli muttered to herself. I wonder how the meeting of the 3 sects went. It seems she thought of Luo Bing again. Lu Dongley thought while stewing in frustration. Darn it. The relationship between a sister and a sister-in-law. Since ancient times, when has it ever been harmonious? Adorable Xiao Qiu obediently sat down to circulate her qi. She opened her mouth and asked Lu Dongley, "Master, do you think I'm circulating my qi correctly like this?" Lu Dongley waved her hand and said, "Circulate it one more time." Xiao Qiu felt a sudden panic upon hearing her master's words. The little fellow rubbed her hands thinking, circulating qi is absolutely exhausting. So she quickly tried to butter up her master and begged for forgiveness. "Master, I'm a genius, so I must be right, of course. How about I just stop circulating qi now?" Lu Dongley approached and knocked her on the forehead, making Xiao Qiu cry out in pain. She reminded her, "When I tell you to circulate qi, you circulate qi." Little Xiao Qiu pouted, not daring to disobey. She only dared to retort internally, "Clearly, Master, you just weren't paying attention yourself. Why am I always the one who gets hit?" Before long, Xiao Qiu finished circulating her qi. Her entire body was enveloped by a layer of light, radiating a golden glow. Lu Dongley observed from the side and felt very pleased. As expected of my final disciple, she learns quickly. She's only been studying for a few days, yet she has already completely grasped the knack of qi circulation. Having finished circulating qi, her petite body felt a little tired. Xiao Qiu exhaled a breath. Lu Dongley stood by, not stingy with her praise, applauding. "This little fellow is excellent. Truly excellent. She is teachable." Xiao Qiu was indeed a clever child. While her master was praising her, she immediately cupped her face, made a cute expression, and pleaded, "Master, look how hard I'm working. Could I also go down the mountain? With Sect Leader uncle just like senior sister." Xiao Qiu's words wounded Lu Dongley's pride. Why does everyone want to follow senior martial brother? Xiao Qiu observed her master's expression, and seeing her face drastically change, immediately panicked. "Master is angry." But Lu Dongley suddenly recalled herself and Lu Qiuge when they were little. "That's right. When I was little, I always stuck to my elder brother like a shadow. I can't blame them." However, Lu Dongley still couldn't agree to the request made by Xiao Qiu. "Right now you cannot go down the mountain." Xiao Qiu asked doubtfully, "How, why not?" Lu Dongley explained, "You are my final disciple." Xiao Qiu still didn't understand and asked her master, "Why can't a final disciple go down the mountain?" Lu Dongley deliberately played a word game to tease the little fellow. "Guanmen means the door is closed, so you have no door." Xiao Qiu was still young and didn't understand, thinking her master was telling the truth. "So being the final disciple means I have no door. So the final disciple has no door." Lu Dongley stood there completely unaware of the need to coax a child. "Who told you not to learn the good things, but insist on learning the bad ones? If your cultivation cannot surpass mine, then don't go down the mountain and cause me trouble." She sighed, thinking, this child is still so young. Maybe I was a little harsh. I should comfort her first. Suddenly Xiao Qiu shot up to her feet. The little fellow smirked, turned around and said to Lu Dongley, "Master, I understand now. This is what Sect Leader uncle meant by living in seclusion." Lu Dongley didn't understand what the child was talking about. She asked Xiao Qiu confusedly, "What did your senior martial brother tell you, little one?" Xiao Qiu proudly thumped her chest, reciting her uncle's instruction. "Seclusion isn't important. But from now on, everyone in the world must understand one principle." Lu Dongley had a bad feeling and pressed on, "What? What principle is that now?" Xiao Qiu, adopting the demeanor of the Sect Leader uncle, replied, "An exterior like Hello Kitty, but the interior is a tiger's roar shaking the four directions." Little Xiao Qiu was still young, but Lu Qiuge had already instilled many truths into her. She cupped her hands like an adult and looked up at the sky. A giant shadow fell over Xiao Qiu. Xiao Qiu turned around in terror. "Ah, master." Xiao Qiu thought her master was going to hit her. Terrified, she raised her hands to cover her head and screamed. "No, stop." Lu Dongley hugged the little fellow tightly, weeping and pleading. "Xiao Qiu, you'd better stay up here on the mountain with your master until you're old." "My child." Xiao Qiu was utterly terrified. Stay until I'm old." There was a faint light in the sky. This caught Lu Dongley's attention. Did senior brother return? In the sky, a man in white was flying toward them on a sword. Lu Dongley was surprised. "Ha! It's someone from the Jianzong." The Jianzong, as the name suggests, is a super sect famous for its swordsmanship. Wait, it's the Jianzong, a super sect? Naturally, there are various ranks and divisions. The disciples are divided into inner disciples, outer disciples and true disciples. But why would someone from the Jianzone come here? And the person who suddenly appeared in the sky is precisely a true disciple? In other words, he is a disciple personally taught by one of the Jianzone's elders, or the sect master, holding an honored status. Lu Donglei looked at the person who suddenly appeared, secretly making a guess. This guy seems to be at the peak of the second stage of the Rudao realm. Let's tentatively call it the initial stage of the third stage. No, it's the middle stage. Lu Donglei observed, so it's the middle stage of the third stage. In that case I can still handle it. I'll test his strength first. I'll suppress my cultivation base to the middle stage of the second stage. Let's see what he wants to say. The person who flew in on the sword remained high up motionless. Lu Donglei felt strange, why isn't he coming down? Suddenly the person standing on the sword stomped his foot on the sword, producing a thud sound. This stomp unleashed astonishing power, reverberating across the entire mountain. This sound made Lu Donglei understand. Is this guy trying to use sword pressure to announce that a Jianzong true disciple has arrived, and we're supposed to come out and welcome him? Lu Donglei thought of his own senior brother, feeling annoyed. This Jianzong true disciple, why does he act so much like senior brother? But it's just a resemblance. Senior brother's flaunting only makes others feel that he is showing off his own abilities. But this guy's flaunting, why does it make me want to beat him up? Xiao Chou also felt indignant. Master, that guy is imitating martial uncle sect master. What an annoying pest. Xiao Chou wants to hit him. Master and disciple truly share the same thoughts. Lu Donglei smiled and stroked Xiao Chou's head. Ha ha ha, you're just like your master. Then Lu Donglei covered his mouth, revealing a wicked smile. Ha ha. How can we be so rude to a guest from the Jianzone? Let's go greet him. With that, Lu Donglei straightened his clothes and tightly tied the bow on his belt. But then Lu Donglei saw something. Looks like I don't need to make a move. The Jianzong true disciple standing high in the air. Chen Xiao waited for a long time, but saw no movement from Lu Donglei and his disciple. Chen Xiao also felt puzzled. What the heck is Mo Men doing? I've waited this long. I've already released my sword pressure. Why haven't they sent anyone out to greet me? Chen Xiao gradually lost patience and his anger flared. I am a true disciple of the Jianzong sword venerable. I'm a rival of Ronyu when it comes to fighting for fans. Chen Xiao thought, these people dare to make me wait. Chen Xiao turned around. Humph. If that's the case, don't dream of getting their cultivation resources again. I was only passing by Mo Men anyway. Since you are so impolite, don't blame me for being difficult. Just then, on the other side, two figures were also walking toward Mo Men. A young woman of unparalleled beauty appeared in Chen Xiao's sight. It was Luo Bing. Luo Bing's beauty seemed to pluck at Chen Xiao's heartstrings, causing him to blush. Chen Xiao thought in surprise, there is such a woman with icy skin and jade bones in the world. Then he also noticed the person standing next to that beautiful woman. It seemed this person might be the sect master of Mo Men. Chen Xiao gave an arrogant sneer. This trip wasn't completely in vain after all. Lu Chaoga sighed. Standing there and blocking the sunlight, dressed in black, tall and handsome, with his hands clasped behind his back, looking like a mature, steady and slightly melancholic handsome man. Seeing Lu Chaoga's appearance, Chen Xiao was also stunned. How can this guy immerse himself in his role to this degree? Chen Xiao clenched his fist and struck his other palm. He looked as if he had just comprehended something profound. I see. So this is how it must be done. I've learned something. I'll do this next time too. Suddenly he noticed that fairy-like beautiful maiden was looking at him. Chen Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Is she looking at me? Chen Xiao thought shyly. I must go over and say hello first. I need to let her know I am the sword sect's core disciple. So Chen Xiao stepped forward and blocked the lotus leaf flying carpet carrying the two people, Lu Chaoga and Luo Bing. Under their puzzled gaze, Chen Xiao introduced himself. I am the core disciple of the sword sect, the apprentice of the sword sect's second elder. Chen Xiao at the second stage of great perfection cultivation. Chen Xiao smiled proudly. With so many titles, she must be very envious of me, right? How can those male disciples from the Mo sect compare to me? Lu Chaoga ignored him completely. She just gave a cold oomph. And Luo Bing, who was beside her, watched with sparkling eyes. It was as if she had fallen deeply in love upon first glance. Then the two of them zipped away, leaving only Chen Xiao. He stared wide-eyed, failing to understand what had happened. I was ignored by her. Chen Xiao was absolutely petrified. He wished he could just make this person disappear right now. How can I tolerate that kind of tone? While thinking this, Chen Xiao's hands clenched tightly. Chen Xiao didn't waste any time with chatter. He quickly flew on his sword to chase after the pair. Upon reaching their destination, he flew ahead and blocked them again. May I be so bold as to ask who you are? Lu Chaoga waved her hand, raising her flying carpet. It was positioned noticeably higher than Chen Xiao's. Chen Xiao was utterly stunned. What the heck is going on? Looking in Lu Chaoga's direction, Chen Xiao was blinded by the sunlight and couldn't keep his eyes open. He had to raise his hand to shield his eyes. Lu Chaoga looked down at Chen Xiao from above and spoke. I am the Sect Leader. Lu Chaoga acted superior. He had been insulted by someone from the Mo sect. He frowned, gritting his teeth in fury, acting superior. You are just the sect leader of the insignificant Mo sect, which only belongs to the lower 100 sects. How dare you, in front of a core disciple of the sword sect, declare yourself superior? I cannot swallow this anger inside me no matter what. I courteously referred to myself as the subordinate. How dare she refer to herself as the superior one? Does she dare to ride roughshod over me? The more Chen Xiao thought about it, the angrier he got. Damn it. Although I really wanted to learn this way of acting. Since you are so rude, then don't blame me for what I do next. I'm going to put you in your place. I came here under orders from my sect. Is this your Mo sect's way of treating guests? Sect leader Lu, aren't you being a bit too impolite? Lu Chaoga frowned. What did you call me? Chen Xiao replied impatiently. Sect leader Lu. Lu Chaoga still looked down from above. She retorted, and who are you? Chen Xiao pointed at himself and stated confidently to Lu Chaoga, I am the genuine core disciple of the sword sect. Finally, Lu Chaoga was finally willing to control her Li-shaped flying carpet and slowly descend. A core disciple is still just a disciple. Lu Chaoga continued. This disciple, are you attempting to lecture this sect leader? Chen Xiao was dumbfounded by what the person in front of him said. Is this person an idiot? While thinking, he recalled his status within his sect. I am a core disciple of the sword sect. Becoming an elder is only a matter of time in the sword sect. What's more, regarding cultivation, I rank 5th among the core disciples. Chen Xiao had lost count of how many times he had been provoked. How many times was it now? This person actually isn't trying to fawn over me. Nearby, Lu Dongli sighed and slapped her own face. Oh no, big brother is acting up again. Chen Xiao stared intently at Lu Chaoga. Since you refuse to flatter me, you must have something special about you. Why don't I test you out? Acting on his thought, Chen Xiao immediately deployed his spiritual sense. Lu Chaoga curved his lips into a sneer. Want to check my cultivation level? Go ahead. Then he released his own cultivation level, stage 1, 5th heaven. Chen Xiao laughed mockingly, pushing his luck. A newly initiated disciple using divine sense to probe sect master Lu's cultivation level. Is it really only stage 1? 5th heaven. Lu Chaoga didn't argue, simply countering, is that so? Following that, he made a turning motion, leaving Chen Xiao utterly dumbfounded. Lu Chaoga successively released his cultivation level of stage 1, 6th heaven, stunning Chen Xiao, who shouted in extreme shock, stage 1, 6th heaven. It happened again, immediately changing to stage 1, 7th heaven. Chen Xiao's expression was even more shocked this time than before, and his shout was louder, stage 1, 7th heaven. Lu Chaoga didn't look at him, just turned his head slightly and asked, what do you think my cultivation level is? Chen Xiao broke out in a cold sweat from the shock. I actually couldn't tell that he was hiding his cultivation. Lu Dongli on the side was also extremely surprised. Did Big Brother break through another realm? Thinking back to the past, she couldn't help but reveal a pleased smile. Sure enough, Big Brother is still the Big Brother from back then. Scenes of them as children gradually surfaced. Lu Dongli always followed Lu Chaoga. He was the person she admired most in her life. Under the sunlight, Lu Chaoga seemed to glow. In this world, no one could compare to her big brother. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao still hadn't closed his mouth. Lu Chaoga glanced at him, thinking, Chen Xiao, I had heard of this guy in my previous life, because this fellow is a literal spare tire. Chen Xiao was terrified and lost his composure. He hadn't fully recovered, so he was still stuck in that state of shock from before. Lu Xiaoge remembered him from his previous life. He liked causing trouble, but he had no sense of proportion when doing so. He was unreliable in his actions. He was best at annoying people. Chen Xiao chased after Rongyu all day long. He was Rongyu's lackey and a famous fanatic. And this little follower, because he liked to stir up trouble, caused countless problems. Every single time Rongyu had to step in to help, he ran off to provoke the gigantic beast. And as a result, Rongyu had to come and rescue him again. Lu Xiaoge reached up, stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. This guy acts without any plan, yet every time he manages to provoke the protagonist. In other words, don't fear an opponent like a god. Only fear a teammate like a pig. He then turned around and looked at him with an expression of disgust. So I'm supposed to waste the experience points I painstakingly accumulated over 20 years just to scare an idiot? Finally he sighed and shook his head. Not worth it, not worth it. Resources are consumed heavily in this Tianxian world. I must manage my experience points carefully. It's only worth spending them on things like sword intent. Just pretending to be stupid, not worth it, not worth it. Lu Xiaoge suddenly turned his head to look at him and sneered. Since things have come to this, I've already intimidated this guy anyway. Why refuse what heaven has offered? Subduing an idiot like him is a piece of cake. This guy is here to deliver money he can leave. But the money cannot. Chen Xiao maintained his initially shocked expression. A leaf-shaped flying carpet swiftly swept past him. Lu Xiaoge said, "Follow me." Chen Xiao cupped his hands and acknowledged the order. Yes, yes, Sect Master Lu. Looking at the leaf-shaped flying carpet, Chen Xiao mused internally. A talisman isn't that the one-leaf skiff. The one-leaf skiff is Elder Ning's unique flying magic artifact. Chen Xiao's face darkened, his brow furrowed, feeling displeasure. Is he showing off? Looks like I need to respond. Wait. Then he suddenly remembered Rongyu and Ningying. This time, senior brother Rongyu went down the mountain with Elder Ning. Could it be? No way. It couldn't be like this, could it? Thinking of this, he looked at Lu Xiaoge again. Could the sect master be the mysterious senior brother that senior brother Rongyu spoke about? The more he thought, the more scared he became. My trip down the mountain this time, besides carrying out some missions, and distributing resources, and guiding the cultivation of smaller sects under Jinzong, he also had a secret task: to investigate the mysterious senior brother of senior brother Rongyu. Senior brother Rongyu once told him personally that among the subordinate sects of Jinzong, there was one person who was his strong rival, an opponent who was equally matched with him. This senior brother was the biggest rival of his life. But several years have passed, and senior brother Rongyu never mentioned that senior brother again. Not even a single word. Chen Xiao's face began to grow pale again. And recently, after senior brother Rongyu and Elder Ning returned, Rongyu stood on a massive rock, gripping his sword, and said to Chen Xiao, "This time, although my sword intent has reached great success, that senior brother is the same. He is always one step ahead of me." Rongyu gripped his sword tightly, leaving Chen Xiao stunned behind him. I must work even harder. Cold sweat started breaking out on Chen Xiao again. That mysterious senior brother who was always one step ahead of senior brother Rongyu. Is he the one whose sword intent reached great success after the trip down the mountain? The stories about this senior brother in the pugilistic world are becoming increasingly exaggerated. That's why he was so eager to inquire about him. He raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead, and persistently questioned senior brother Rongyu, only to find out that the mysterious senior brother was in the southern part of Qingzhou, in the Qinglongquan region. As for the Qinglongquan region, it's either the 100 sects or the 9 gates. There is no need to mention anything else. Chen Xiao hurriedly controlled his sword to follow Lu Xiaoge. But clearly, that guy is extremely likely. No matter what, I must find out clearly, as long as I find that mysterious senior brother. From now on, I will share another common secret with senior brother Rongyu. Thinking of this, a cunning expression appeared on his face. Just the thought of sharing a secret with senior brother Rongyu was enough to excite him. Luo Bing turned her head to look behind, glanced at him, and felt that something was wrong. Why is this fellow staring at young master the whole time? She quickly said to Lu Chaoga. Young master, the person behind us keeps looking at you with strange eyes. Let me teach him a lesson. This statement greatly surprised Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga clenched his fists. And a phrase popped out from nowhere. Let me be the one to teach him a lesson. Luo Bing started getting carried away with her imagination. And asked in return, is that kind of lesson the kind of lesson you mean? Lu Chaoga frowned, clearly displeased. And glanced at the blushing Luo Bing. Shut your mouth. Say one more word and you'll be expelled from the sect. Luo Bing was scolded and lowered her head, secretly thinking to herself, why would I think of something so strange? Regardless, she looked up at the person in front of her. The young master's figure. I have deeply engraved it into my heart. No one is taking him away. Suddenly a massive feathered creature flew past Lu Chaoga and Luo Bing. Lu Chaoga was startled by it, raised his hand to shield himself, and then slowly opened his eyes. That was an extremely huge bird, carrying another person. That person was holding a gourd flask and drinking continuously. Looking at the woman before him, Lu Chaoga could hardly believe his eyes. He was stunned for a few seconds, reaching out to shout master. But before he could finish, the giant bird flew away. The speed was so fast that Chen Xiao, who was controlling his sword, was also hit, and fell, yelling constantly. Lu Chaoga looked at the person before him yet couldn't meet her. Feeling extremely unhappy, he secretly made up his mind. It seems our destiny together has not yet arrived. Since you have already appeared here, then we will certainly have a day when we meet again. Down here. Lu Donli and Xiao Qiu observed the entire process. With intense concentration, Xiao Qiu asked his master. Lu Donli replied, the first person to fall is exactly as you thought. Sure enough, Qin Xiao was in free fall after losing his sword. Headfirst he slammed into the ground with a bang. The moment he landed, a crater appeared where he fell. Lu Donli and Xiao Qiu saw the first person fall. Just as they expected, they happily high-fived. Amazing! At the Elders' Council of the Gangjin sect, the person sitting at the head of the conference table spoke. You have been arguing non-stop. What exactly have you decided? Ultimately, how many resources must be given to the Mo sect to be sufficient? That white-haired elder reached out and stroked his beard. It's just that. This old man has a method that can both express our sect's sincerity and won't cause our sect too much loss. The remaining people immediately urged anxiously, spit it out. You've been silent for so long, so you actually had a plan. The elder frowned, narrowed his eyes and stated his opinion. We each send a few disciples who are slightly prettier. Then we send them over. What do you all think? The remaining three simultaneously looked at him with dark, helpless expressions. Are you serious? If you want a court disaster, please don't drag us down with you, thank you. Meanwhile, at the Qiushui sect, Lin Long said. But men, you know. She smiled shrewdly, glancing sideways behind her. There's nothing that men fundamentally cannot handle. There's nothing a little honey trap can't solve. If that truly doesn't work, then send a few more. The disciples behind her were all bursting with excitement. Who should we choose to go now? This matter of diplomacy, public relations is of paramount importance. Of course we need to send the prettiest person among us, whether they are inner or outer sect disciples. Xin Xingqing stepped out from the crowd. I nominate myself. I know all about this kind of social interaction. Please set your mind at ease, master. Moreover, I have already met that distinguished person. Lin Long glanced over with sharp, displeased eyes, thinking to herself, a bunch of rebellious apprentices. Are you planning not to let me go? Do you want to hog this profitable opportunity, you ungrateful lot? Xin Xingqing's eyes sparkled. Master will definitely choose me. Come on, let the storm surround me. Suddenly a sound came from outside. Lin Long shouted, flying sword messenger. Upon seeing it, Xin Xingqing couldn't help but think. Judging by the appearance of this flying sword, it might be one of Master's social contacts, the Grand Elder of the Zhongbai sect. Why send a message specifically at this time? Lin Long picked up the message scroll. After opening and reading it, she was overjoyed. Excellent, absolutely excellent. Upon reading the contents of the message, both Lin Long and Chongjiu showed a sinister smile. It turns out it's the second elder's true disciple, coming here to allocate resources. This matter is truly. After speaking, she immediately pointed at the disciples and instructed. All of you, The disciples all replied, "As you command, master." After giving the command, Lin Long and Cheng Jiu turned and looked at each other again. Still smiling sinisterly, they said, "Our luck has arrived. Happy New Year." The disciples immediately bowed to them and prepared to execute the mission. Truly like master, like disciple. Everyone heard the good news conveyed by their master. They turned their heads to look at that sinister face, thinking the moment to shine has arrived. The true disciple of the Jin sect. If one could become husband and wife with such a person, how could one not become a phoenix? Maybe they could even become an elder later on, or perhaps become a madam. Just thinking about it filled them with longing. Next was the command Chongjiu gave to his disciples. His disciples. Attention everyone, put the Mo sect matter aside for now. Everyone immediately go and find that true disciple for me. No matter the cost, you must find him. He continued, go find him, all of you. Spare no effort, you must build a good relationship with him. Under special circumstances, aggressive means are permitted. The female disciples under Lin Long were all extremely excited after hearing this. Sisters, he is only one person. How the division will be made we still don't know. Who wouldn't love to be surrounded by beautiful women? Another courtesan spoke up. As she spoke, she swayed her figure and reached up to touch her chest. As long as the effort is deep, an iron pestle can be ground into a needle. Once I make my move, it will be difficult for him to even get out of bed. The disciples of Longjiu standing nearby, upon hearing those discussions, all felt disgusted. They haven't even found the person yet and they're already getting excited. Everyone felt, are we men really that contemptible? When I find him, I want to become sworn brothers with him. Haven't you heard the saying, women are like floating clouds, and brothers are like limbs? Hearing every word spoken by the men over there, those girls immediately showed off their alluring legs and began to tease them. Oh really, big brother, come on over. Us sisters wouldn't mind having a little exchange with you all. They had just been scorning those women, but upon hearing the invitation, these guys instantly abandoned all sense of dignity, rushing over, shoving each other to claim someone. Me, I really can't stand this, the remaining person could only say helplessly. Scene shift while Jinmen and Kishwoman were in disarray. Momin was also engaged in open and covert struggles. Next is the scene where Nanwei, Luo Bing and Chaoga meet. When they saw their sect master return, Nanwei and the disciples immediately greeted him. Welcome back, senior brother. Welcome back, sect master uncle. Suddenly someone crawled up from the ground. That was Chen Xiao. As soon as he stood up, he angrily cursed Momin and those who had put him in this state. You Momin are just great. To think you dared to. But he immediately noticed the figures of two beautiful women from Momin, and he froze instantly. Such a small Momin actually has two beauties. There are actually two stunning female cultivators. Why are they all surrounding that guy? He thought about it again, feeling truly wronged by his life, and muttered, wait, no. My Jianzong is the #1 sect in the world, and I am the true disciple of the second elder. I am the future of Jianzong, the capable assistant to the Jianzong sect master. Why should I be envious of this tiny Momin? Whom I won't even mention the mere Momin sect master. As for those disciples, however, when he saw the status of that woman, he opened his mouth wide again and shouted, eighth heaven of the second realm and even great perfection. How is this possible? Looking at the woman and comparing her features, he opened his mouth as wide as possible again. He thought she is younger than Lu Chaobe, yet her strength is incomparable to mine. If I compare Jianzong disciples to these Momin disciples, the more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. Momin is where the true dragons and tigers hide. Looking at these two in front of him, he simply couldn't believe his eyes. Seeing Chen Xiao's terror, Chaobe instantly felt proud of his disciples. Not bad. My junior disciples really know how to make me, your senior brother, look good. After praising them, he and his two disciples prepared to head to the main hall. Subsequently, he turned around again to look at Chen Xiao, thinking cunningly, this is the best chance to subdue Chen Xiao. I absolutely mustn't miss it. I need to force him to maintain his airs until the last moment. After all, Chen Xiao's wealth, isn't it all destined to end up in this sect master's pocket? Dong Li immediately invited Chen Xiao to go with them. Hearing this, he blushed crimson with shame. Seeing Chen Xiao's reaction, Dong Li was triumphant. How can a mere Jianzong disciple compare to senior brother? The scene switches to the magnificent main hall. As soon as they arrived, Chen Xiao was thoroughly shaken. The architecture of Momen compared to the central 100 sects he had visited was much more impressive. Is this Lu Chaoga really? The mysterious senior brother that you mentioned? Lu Chaoga sat there exuding a dignified aura. All of you have a seat. Seeing Lu Chaoga say this, Chen Xiao didn't stand on ceremony and pulled out a chair and sat down. Seeing that he was about to sit down, Luo Bing held the teapot. She walked over with a hospitable expression. Chen Xiao was surprised. His handsome face was filled with shyness. Is she coming over to pour me tea? At such a close distance. Will I be able to smell her fragrance? Chen Xiao closed his eyes, enjoying himself as if he could smell something. He smiled contentedly. In reality, however, life doesn't always go as one wishes. He soon noticed something was wrong. Why can't I smell anything? He sniffed, trying to smell it again. A bewildered expression appeared on Chen Xiao's face, and he turned around to look for Luo Bing. She was currently standing 2 meters away from him, and in some miraculous way, Luo Bing was pouring the tea without spilling a single drop. Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli watched her action speechlessly. Is this really necessary? He thought. That guy shouldn't get hurt, right? She thought, but contrary to the attitudes of the two of them, Xiao Qiu looked at Luo Bing, her eyes shining brighter than car headlights. Senior sister's way of pouring tea is so strange, I want to learn. Chen Xiao looked at Luo Bing in this state, lowered his head inside. He was speechless. She was pure and flawless. And perhaps she treated everyone this way. I shouldn't overthink things. He pondered, comforting and encouraging himself. The moment the thought faded, he lifted his head. He saw Luo Bing standing warmly next to Lu Chaoga, pouring in tea. Young master, please have some tea. His head was full of question marks. He doubted if the scene before him was real or fake. Lu Dongli, who was next to them, saw this sight and gritted her teeth in anger. Her hands unconsciously gripped the cup tightly. The more Chen Xiao watched, the more shattered his heart became. Is it because my status as a true successor disciple of the Sword Sect, my status as the disciple of the second elder of the Sword Sect, and my future status as the pillar of the Sword Sect are too frightening, and she can't handle it? He was still trying hard to comfort himself. Seeing him constantly spacing out and acting foolishly, Lu Chaoga really couldn't stand it anymore. He could only pretend to cough a few times, trying to pull him out of his imaginary world. Cough, 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 cough. Chen Xiao noticed his reaction and immediately transformed. Just moments ago, he had been heartbroken, but now he adopted the demeanor of a disciple from a major sect. Sect Master Lu, are you feeling unwell? Chen Xiao asked. After asking, he gently took a sip of tea, which surprised Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga was surprised. Lu Chaoga looked at him, his heart filled with confusion, mixed with dissatisfaction. What on earth is wrong with this kid? Why isn't he willing to take out the money yet? Hand over the money and get out of here. Are you planning to stay here and freeload? Lu Chaoga roared internally. Luo Bing stood nearby, sensing Lu Chaoga's attitude, and offered a friendly smile. She proactively spoke. Senior brother, do you have important business coming to the Mo sect? She asked. Seeing her ask, Chen Xiao also put on an affected demeanor, raising his hand to cover his mouth and coughing softly a few times. There is a matter that needs discussion, he said concisely. Little did he know that his heart was surging with internal thoughts. She called me senior brother. This is my chance to impress. I must seize it. Finally the two got down to business. Sect Master Lu, the reason I came this time is to distribute cultivation resources to the sects affiliated with the Sword Sect. I have prepared Mo sect's share of the resources. I already have it ready, he stated. After speaking, he took out a ring and said, this is the Mo sect's portion. Inside there are spirit stones, spirit medicines, and artifact refining materials. Although Lu Chaoga maintained a serious expression when he saw the ring, on the surface, his heart was filled with excitement. Artifact refining materials. As expected of Aunt Ning, whether it's for fun or cultivation, she is the best, he happily agreed. All right, he said, waving his hand. A stream of water encircled Lu Chaoga's hand. Chen Xiao was astonished to see the stream appear. The power of heaven and earth. He seemed unable to believe his eyes. That stream of water. took the ring and delivered it to Lu Chao's hand. Chen Xiao watched the scene completely dumbfounded. He had even tried testing him earlier. Seeing this, joy appeared on Chen Xiao's face. Sure enough, he had guessed correctly. He must be that mysterious senior brother. Thinking of this, he was overjoyed. But little did he know that in Lu Chao's spiritual consciousness, countless gems were piling up. The god of wealth is here, the god of wealth is here. Although excited inside, he had to maintain a facade. This seat has received the items. Also, disciple, tell this seat. Besides coming here to distribute cultivation resources, do you have any other tasks? He asked. Receiving the sword sect's benefits also involves assisting the sword sect's disciples in their practice. This is the responsibility of the sect, falling under the sword sect's jurisdiction. Lu Chaoga thought to himself. Seeing that he couldn't hide it any longer, Chen Xiao finally admitted, yes. My task this time is because the demon race is passing through. His words made the three women in the room open their eyes wide in surprise. The demon race is passing through, Xiao Chou asked. Lu Chaoga slapped his sword onto the table, causing it to emit a terrifying pressure, where he asked in a tone that was both dreadful and imposing. However, Chen Xiao felt that pressure and couldn't help but step back a few paces. If others heard this, they would probably have already thought about retreating. Yet he only asked where. He was stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. After hearing it, he showed a satisfied smile. As a sword cultivator, why fear a bitter battle? That is the spirit. Chen Xiao thanked the two and then excused himself to leave. Demon cultivators are not demons that achieved cultivation, nor are they half-human half-demon hybrids, but rather cultivators who forcibly merge their own bloodlines with savage beasts. Lu Chaoga, having heard Chen Xiao's words, began to rethink this information, because after merging bloodlines with savage beasts, they become powerful, but they also engage in acts of extreme violence. Why does this sound increasingly wrong? And eventually become demon cultivators? Never mind, never mind. After all, this is just how this world is set up. Why must he be connected by blood to this strange entity? The strongest aspect of demon cultivators is that they can control the savage beasts connected to their bloodline, increasing their combat power several-fold. What about this seat? As for the savage beasts in the Tianxian world, they are a species completely different from the demon race. Savage beasts lack much intelligence, possess a fierce and bloodthirsty nature, especially since they grow up by eating rice. Oh wait, no, they grow up by consuming others. Savage beasts rely on devouring to strengthen themselves, and if they fall into the hands of a demon cultivator, great destruction is sure to follow. Therefore, demon cultivators in the cultivation world are widely recognized as an invincible existence. Except for a few super geniuses, most people dare not face them directly in battle, because they are not only incredibly strong, but they can also level up while fighting. To put it bluntly, they are cheating. Moreover, the demon race, compared to cultivators on Earth, also has some differences when cultivating into immortal mounts. However, due to limited space, I won't mention too much. Therefore, all cultivation sects warn their disciples. If you encounter a demon cultivator of the same level alone, run immediately. Never meet force with force, it only gets stronger the more it consumes. The scene returns to Lu Chaoga. Chen Xiao, with a serious expression, delivered the information about this mission. Sect Leader Lu, according to the news received by the Sword Sect, this demon cultivator is at the second realm, accompanied by several savage beasts. Lu Chaoga frowned. Too weak, it's not the one. He was very disappointed, and unfortunately his demeanor was observed by Chen Xiao. He was slightly disappointed again. I wonder if I can extract some information about it from this demonic cultivator. Lu Chaoga picked up his sword, a thoughtful look on his face. Disciple, if there is anything you need assistance with, feel free to ask. But I must leave. He secretly made up his mind. Lu Chaoga put down the corpse and retracted his accompanying sword in the process. Chen Xiao found his demeanor rather strange. His face froze. He didn't know what to say. Why does this feel weird? Forget it, never mind. Someone discovered traces of demonic cultivators. I hope Sect Master Lu can accompany me on a trip. He cupped his hands toward Lu Chaoga and made his request. But who knew that this young man had other intentions in mind? Take him along and investigate his true strength while we're at it. If he is formidable, he must be that mysterious senior brother. If he is not strong, then let me, the true successor of the Sword Sect, a great master of the second realm, personally take action to subdue the demonic cultivator and reclaim my dignity in front of him. That's me killing two birds with one stone. Chen Xiao raised a hand to hide his smug smile. Just then the system prompt box appeared. Player activated quest. Demonic clan crossing borders accept quest. Reward 50,000 experience points. Yellow tier artifact repair coupon. Lu Xiaoge looked up at the prompt box, feeling deeply emotional just as I expected. The quest was activated and successfully accepted. The system prompted again. Disciple, I agree to your request. Tomorrow I will descend the mountain with you to slay the demon. Lu Xiaoge agreed verbally, but his eyes showed disdain for even glancing at the other party. And it was precisely because of this statement that Chen Xiao stood dumbfounded on the spot. Yes, Sect Master Lu. He reluctantly replied, his face filled with unwillingness. Chen Xiao thought. You must endure this, damn it. This guy is too good at showing off, he grumbled internally. Finally he left. Lu Xiaoge watched his retreating figure, forming a guess. Want to climb the mountain and become an immortal? This is the territory of my Momen sect, he stated confidently. Humph. If you want to cause trouble first, you must ask if the sword in my hand permits it. His gaze was filled with murderous intent. Brother, I forgot to ask how the gathering of the three sects went. Just then Lu Dongli stepped forward and spoke, breaking the tense atmosphere. I just said. She glanced at Luo Bing, who was standing neatly aside, filled with dissatisfaction. You rebellious disciple. Seeing how close I am with my brother, why aren't you getting out of the way quickly? Lu Xiaoge didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Luo Bing, tell your master. Luo Bing had been waiting for this moment and happily replied, yes, Master Uncle Sect Master. Meanwhile Lu Dongli was still puffing out her cheeks, sulking. The situation is this. Master Uncle Sect Master. Xiao Sei intimidated the Qiu Shuimen and Jinggangmen sects, and also restored prestige to our Momin sect. As she spoke she clasped her hands together overjoyed. It was like an immortal reincarnated or a true god descending. Lu Xiaoge listened to Luo Bing, his nose tilted upwards, and gave two arrogant MHM sounds. Such a sweet talker, very likable. Lu Dongli rubbed her chin deep in thought. Prediction number 1785. The Qiu Shuimen and Jinggangmen sects. Lu Xiaoge noticed his sister had been silent, and couldn't help but ask, Elder Dongli, what are you spacing out about? She quickly returned to her usual appearance. Nothing. But who knew she was calculating all sorts of things in her mind? After careful calculation, it is confirmed that the Qiu Shuimen and Jinggangmen sects are unlikely to come here looking for trouble now. It seems I don't need to worry too much. However, remembering something, she frowned. Brother, you're descending the mountain to eliminate the demon tomorrow. Take me with you. Okay. The demonic cultivator is strong. I'm worried about brother. She thought. Lu Xiaoge took one look and knew exactly what she was thinking. Is this girl worried about me? As he thought this, he looked over at Lu Dongli, who was standing beside him with a serious expression. Seeing him staring at her, she asked doubtfully, Brother, why aren't you saying anything? If he dares to refuse, he'll fiercely pinch his ear. Lu Xiaoge neither refused nor agreed. As you wish, but this single sentence made Lu Dongli happy like a child. That's great. He smiled indulgently. Given Dongli's personality, how could she possibly not go? Even if I cannot defeat Xin Xiao, I still have this little girl as a secret weapon. It's great to have a younger sister. Lu Xiaoge remarked emotionally. Luo Bing stood off to the side, and seeing this scene, her worry was clearly written on her beautiful face. Young master and master are both putting themselves in danger. How can I just sit back safely? The moment she thought of this, Luo Bing ran toward the two of them. Sect Master, Uncle Master. Master, I also want to. She had just started speaking, but before she could finish, Lu Dongli angrily spun around. No way, dream on. Luo Bing was stunned by her reaction. I haven't even finished my sentence yet. As if knowing Luo Bing would keep insisting on going along, she decided to adamantly refuse to the end. No means no. Don't even think about stealing my brother. She secretly made up her mind. Luo Bing was speechless upon seeing her behavior. Lu Xiaoge, noticed the commotion between the two, and stepped forward to pat Luo Bing's head, causing her to freeze. "Don't go this time," he said. Lu Donli puffed out her cheeks nearby, full of anger, refusing to even look at her. "Demon cultivators are much scarier than you imagine. With your current cultivation level, not only will you be unable to help, but you might also become a burden to us." The person next to him also chimed in. "Cultivate diligently, we can make other plans once you reach our level." Having said that, the two walked out the door side by side, leaving Luo Bing standing alone where she was. Luo Bing watched their receding figures, her thoughts were churning. "I almost forgot. The young master hadn't broken through for a long time, which is why I was able to catch up to him in cultivation. But now the young master can break through again. And he's progressing quickly, extremely quickly. Too fast, astonishingly fast. If the gap in our cultivation levels continues to widen, then it will be exactly as Master said. I won't be able to help anyone, but will instead become a burden." As Luo Bing thought this, the expression on her face immediately darkened. "I must work harder. I want to stand beside the young master. I want to become the only person the young master needs." Night gradually fell. At this time he was cultivating intensely. Streams of azure chi enveloped his body and the entire room, but suddenly he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He clutched his chest, his face showing discomfort. When others practice cultivation, they either lose wealth, go mad, or lose resources. Only I have to risk my life. As he spoke, he clutched his chest and coughed continuously. "This damned dysmenorrhea. Although it gives me experience points, it's also going to make me die from excessive blood loss." Suddenly, through a crack in the window, a wisp of purple smoke slowly drifted in, curling around in front of Lu Chaoga. "Is this the smoke from the offerings at the grave?" he asked uncertainly. He looked worried. "Are you looking for me for something?" The smoke trembled slightly, signifying an answer. Back at the grave, the scene was terrifyingly silent. Lu Chaoga walked up to the grave and made a guess. "What happened? If you want essence blood, I apologize, but I cannot give it now." He immediately refused, regardless of whether the other party needed it. The purple smoke did not answer him. Instead, it only pointed toward a certain direction. Lu Chaoga looked in that direction and saw a room with the lights on. It was Chen Xiao's room. Without saying a word, the smoke turned into a knife right before his astonished eyes, and then slashed twice, forming an X shape. Lu Chaoga understood its meaning. "It wants me to kill him. Is that really okay?" But what he received was a shake of the head from the purple flow of energy. Lu Chaoga once again fell into deep confusion. Wasn't the point to kill that guy? "I understand now, the monster cultivator you mentioned." In the end, Lu Chaoga also understood what the Gongfeng needed the monster cultivator for. The purple flow of energy said nothing, only pointed towards his body. Seeing its action, Lu Chaoga opened his eyes wide in surprise. "You need the monster cultivator's corpse?" Lu Chaoga asked, standing before the Gongfeng. "In that case, do you want it whole or?" The Gongfeng was nodding, but was startled when it heard him say that. It morphed into a human shape, and then with a bang blew its own head off. Lu Chaoga nodded, a look of realization on his face. "Never mind, I get it." Then he sighed and said, "You also know that demon cultivators are very powerful. Even if I deal with them, I need to use all my strength. Under these circumstances, you're asking me just to chop off his head?" Lu Chaoga's tone suddenly shifted. "The price needs to be raised." Seeing his expression and purpose, the Gongfeng froze, standing silently where it was. Seeing that it didn't react, Lu Chaoga pretended to turn around and then said, "What, playing this stalling game again? If you don't raise the price this time, I'll." Hearing his tone, the Gongfeng was startled. Finally it extended its tail and handed a book to Lu Chaoga. His expression immediately did a complete 180-degree turn, instantly filling with smiles. He stretched out both hands, intending to take the book. "Hurry up and give it to me." The Gongfeng pulled the book back, causing Lu Chaoga to grab at empty air. Lu Chaoga looked at the Gongfeng, casually putting on the air of a decent gentleman, and scoffed. "You want to exchange the corpse for the reward simultaneously? Although you're not very smart, you can't possibly be this foolish, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened, filled with surprise. The book the Gongfeng produced was the Autumn Cicada Sword Technique, low-grade blue tier. Lu Chaoga's voice was full of pleasant surprise. Low-grade blue tier. A sword manual like this. Only the 100 sects could afford to produce it. Lu Chao's eyes lit up, his mind churning with calculations. This manual is worth more than the life of a stage 2 demon cultivator. It seems having an elder at home truly is like owning a treasure. I accept this job. Coupled with the system's own mission rewards, I am utilizing all of its functions. Lu Chaoga rested one hand on his chin, thinking excitedly a blue tier sword technique. He felt a sense of anticipation. In his previous life he spent a large sum of money just to acquire a spear technique. The mid-grade blue tier Gelong enters the sea. Recalling the Gelong enters the sea moves he once used, Lu Chaoga couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The essence of this spear technique lies in bursting forth like a dragon shooting a column of water. Lu Chao's eyes were still deep in thought, but his gaze didn't leave the low-grade blue tier manual. I wonder if this autumn cicada sword technique involves a single sword strike ushering in autumn, or a single sword strike felling a cicada. He yearned to possess this manual. So he pretended to be generous and said, "All right. For the sake of our relationship, I'll take this job." In reality, he muttered to himself, "It's definitely not because I'm looking forward to the power of a blue tier sword technique." The Gongfeng nodded in agreement. After the transaction was complete, it dissipated back into the stone steel. He showed a greedy smile, having just concluded a major deal. Now he couldn't help but think to himself, "I wonder just how many treasures this Gongfeng has. I need to figure out how to get more." At this moment Lu Chaoga suddenly asked, "Tell me, what do you plan to do with this demon cultivator's body?" But before him was silence. Completely still. Lu Chaoga realized he had been abandoned without even a goodbye and angrily yelled, "You start playing dumb as soon as you get what you want. You're unbelievable." A little while later Lu Chaoga also descended the mountain. He muttered to himself as he walked, "Who would have thought that I would also have a day when I'm reduced to being someone else's tool?" The sun gradually rose, pushing the night curtain down. A figure appeared at the room's doorway. A voice called out, "Lu Chaoga, time to hit the road." Lu Chaoga sat in the room, his body radiating vitality. Hearing the shout, he grumbled with dissatisfaction. "Coming over early in the morning just to say such ambiguous things. Do you actually want your brother dead?" Outside the door, Lu Donli, dressed in men's clothes, stuck out her tongue and sweetly replied with a smile, "I just wanted to experience what it's like to be a villain." Lu Chaoga opened the room door, which made a clang sound. He looked at Lu Donli and said, "All right, I'm ready too. How about you at this?" Lu Donli reached out and patted the small pouch hanging from her waist. She looked at her brother and replied, "Almost everything: stuff for sleeping, toothbrushes and washing supplies, poison for hidden weapons in case enemies flee, and paper dolls. I've prepared them all." Hearing her list off a string of items, he shivered in fear. Lu Chaoga raised his hand and patted his forehead. "My sister is truly too cautious. What am I supposed to do?" Lu Donli clearly heard the sigh. She smiled sweetly, followed behind Lu Chaoga, and excitedly said, "Hurry up and call that sword sect disciple so we can leave together." Lu Chaoga lifted his head to look at the sky, then replied with one word, "Fine." Immediately after, Lu Chao's voice echoed throughout the entire sect. The sound was spread to every corner. The summoning words sounded extremely gentle. "That disciple, gather at the mountain gate. Gather at the mountain gate. Gather, gather." Important things must be said many times. The disciple named Chen Shao suddenly woke up from his sleep. He was still lying on the bed, but in his ear echoed the sound of "gather," or "gather, gather," very urgently, in the vast expanse of the Mo gate. Even the morning birds were startled by the sound of "gather." Chen Shao let out an angry roar. "My name is Chen Shao. Stop calling me that, disciple." The sun had already risen high. Lu Donli and Lu Chaoga were walking towards the outside of the sect. Observing the surroundings, Lu Chaoga thought, "I almost forgot. The Mo gate used to have a mountain protecting Grand Array here too." He walked up to a giant stone pillar, reaching out to touch its surface. "It's just that it's fallen into disrepair over the years." Lu Donli stood beside Lu Chaoga and comforted him, saying, "Brother, don't worry, I've already studied array formations. One day, I will repair and fully restore this mountain protecting Grand Array." Hearing Lu Donli's words, he glanced sideways. "I almost forgot. Although my sister doesn't have any attribute reaching the max 10 points. Every one of her attributes is at 9 points. Learning anything comes easily to her. It's just that we are too poor. And we simply don't have the materials for her to practice with. Thinking this, he stretched out his hand and gently stroked Lu Dongli's head. Although I know that once you fix it, you'll be able to play on the mountain more freely. I am still very relieved. I will figure out a way to earn money for you. Lu Chaoga's gaze was incredibly gentle. Lu Dongli looked up at Lu Chaoga and called out in the sunlight. Brother, their eyes met. Lu Chaoga's gaze lowered, hidden behind his hair. He thought inwardly, if only those goofy players could arrive sooner. It would be better if they came earlier. After all, suddenly from a distance, Chen Xiao sprinted towards where the two of them were. He ran and shouted, Sect Master Lu, I formally remind you again. My name is Chen Xiao. Before he could finish, Lu Chaoga spoke. Since this disciple has arrived, let's set off. Lu Dongli also responded. Yes, Sect Master. Seeing that the two of them completely ignored him, Chen Xiao felt insulted and was stunned into silence. A look of smug satisfaction spread across his face. How can you leave without me? Do you know where the demon cultivator is right now? Under Lu Dongli and Lu Chaoga's wide-eyed gaze, Chen Xiao proudly lifted his face and boasted. Look closely. If you want to track down the demon cultivator. He suddenly raised his hand, summoning a glowing sphere in the air. With a walla sound from Chen Xiao's hand, a long strip-like object appeared. He boasted. This is. Lu Dongli looked at Chen Xiao with a blank expression. Lu Chaoga also looked at him and interrupted his explanation. Flashy but impractical, this is the blood chi. Something specifically used to track the whereabouts of the blood's owner. Stop the nonsense and start quickly. This venerable one knows nothing at all. Lu Chaoga's lengthy sentence made Chen Xiao's arm holding the blood chi stiffen. He raised the blood chi and began casting the spell. Not long after, a hateful blazing flame appeared, making him willingly admit defeat every time. I must find a way to get back at him. Lu Dongli watched Chen Xiao casting the spell from behind and asked doubtfully, Brother, how did you know that doesn't our Momin sect lack this kind of item? Lu Chaoga was sweating nervously, stammering out a fabricated excuse to gloss over it. Actually, this is the first time I've seen the physical item too, but I once saw it on a live stream. Specifically under certain special circumstances. I saw some unique individuals use this blood chi in a special way. Lu Dongli was completely bewildered by his words, her mind racing, trying to understand what had just been said. What exactly is so special about it? Just then Chen Xiao suddenly spoke. It's reacting. Lu Dongli instantly forgot what Lu Chaoga had just said. Turning her head to look curiously, Chen Xiao leaped up, flying on his sword. His face was full of smugness and excitement. The closer we get to the owner of the blood, the faster this blood chi vibrates. Hurry and follow. The blood chi in Chen Xiao's hand vibrated even more violently. Lu Dongli stood in the air, her eyes full of curiosity, staring at the blood chi in Chen Xiao's hand, asking her brother, does this thing have any other special uses? Lu Chaoga was sweating profusely, muttering inwardly, I accidentally let it slip. Oh no. I mustn't corrupt the child. He composed himself, turning to Lu Dongli and spouting nonsense. Little sister, look, this thing is actually great for mashing garlic. Hearing Lu Chaoga say this, she believed it, replying as if a great revelation had struck her. I see. The blood chi in Chen Xiao's hand vibrated more and more violently, forcing him to hold it tightly with both hands. And then he said to the two people behind him, the blood chi is vibrating extremely violently. I can barely hold on to it anymore. It must be around here. Hearing this, Lu Dongli cast her gaze downward and asked in surprise, the fire forest. Below the three of them was a vast forest, where the trees were all covered in a reddish hue. Lu Dongli thought to herself, my brother's arrow marrowgrass was obtained by slaying a fierce beast right here. She turned to look at Lu Chaoga and called out, brother, this fire forest hides many fierce beasts. And if the demon cultivator is here, its power will be even greater. How about we? An excited expression appeared on Lu Chaoga's face. Then let's go down and meet it. Exactly, let them taste the feeling of being robbed. Lu Dongli raised her hand to cover her forehead, looking at her brother's expression, sighing inwardly. Sure enough, brother is not afraid at all. Chen Shao stood on his sword, looking down at the fire forest below. He thought this fire forest is brimming with the spiritual energy of fierce beasts. Fighting the demon cultivator here would definitely be very dangerous. After all, there are many fierce beasts here that it could manipulate. Once the fight starts, we'll be surrounded by fierce beasts. Thinking of this, Chen Shao turned and glanced back, assessing that sect master Lu. What exactly is he thinking? Lu Chaoga looked excited. Then let's go down. What if they are demon cultivators? Let you taste the flavor of forceful taking and fierce plundering. Chen Shao couldn't help but stare blankly. Why is he so excited? A few seconds later, Chen Shao exclaimed, I understand now. As a sword cultivator, one should never feel fear. Sect Leader Lu is indeed extraordinary. Subsequently, the three rushed down towards the fiery forest below. Their speed was extremely fast. Lu Chaoga glanced around, a smile playing on his lips. His eyes were full of anticipation. Below were fierce beasts everywhere. Fierce beasts plus demon cultivators. Isn't this place exactly where you grind for experience points? A true man should fight for experience points. Lu Chaoga's feet landed on the ground. The ground was covered with emerald green grass. Towering ancient trees stood before the three of them. All the leaves were a vibrant red color. A sinister smile appeared on Lu Chaoga's face. Ha 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 ha, demon cultivators. Fierce beasts, you are all surrounded by this old man. The blood energy in Chen Shao's hand was currently vibrating extremely intensely. Buzzing and trembling, he was startled. The blood energy was vibrating fiercely. The demon cultivators are right inside. Lu Chaoga remained expressionless. You go ahead and lead the way. Hearing this, Chen Shao staggered slightly. His face was pale and he was full of confusion. He glanced over, looking at Lu Chaoga with disgust. He thought, fine, he'll lead the way. He'll show you what I'm capable of later. How infuriating. Even the sect leaders of the 100 sects wouldn't dare address me like that. He's just a sect leader from one of the lowest tier sects among the lower 100 sects. Who does he think he is? The three continued walking forward. The blood energy kept buzzing loudly. A few snakes appeared behind them. The reaction of the blood energy was too intense now. It was impossible to keep it under control. The buzzing noises grew louder and louder. Chen Shao walked ahead, leading the way. He tried hard to suppress the blood energy. He spoke up to warn them, we are very close. Everyone be careful. Lu Chaoga's gaze fell upon the blood energy in Chen Shao's hand. Then he started pondering, a little lost in thought. Suddenly he kind of wanted to see if shoving this blood energy down a demon cultivator's throat would make it vibrate so hard that they'd fly away. The images of his parents flashed through his mind. His expression darkened. But unfortunately, if the demonic sect also had blood energy, then he could follow it to find the demon cultivator who murdered his parents. The purpose of their trip was to find demon cultivators and fierce beasts. Fierce beasts will cannibalize each other, even their own kind. It is not easy at all to complete the tribute mission. Those fierce beasts don't just eat brains. Lu Chaoga stretched out his hand. He cast a spell toward the ring worn on his hand. Thinking about that group of fierce beasts, they would chew the corpse until not a single shard was left. Lu Dongli used a technique to conceal their aura and then said, let's conceal our aura first. When Chen Shao saw her execute the spell, he couldn't help but stare in surprise. I know this technique too, but I can't execute it as skillfully as she can. Just then a suspicious rustling sound came from a patch of grass nearby. Suspicious rustling. Chen Shao immediately adopted a defensive stance, preparing to attack. Gripping his sword hilt, he said loudly and warily, since we have concealed our aura, let's get closer. Let's just go straight in. Chaoga suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. Chaoga placed a hand on his shoulder. Then he calmly said, don't go in. Chen Shao turned his head puzzled and asked, what are you doing? What am I doing? I was about to ambush them. We'd win with one sneak attack. Why are you stopping me? Lu Chaoga's expression darkened slightly. He said with a serious expression, because we have already been discovered. Just as the two were stunned, many pairs of eyes flashing red were staring at them like prey. From the darkness, two foreign beasts suddenly rushed out, attacking the three of them. One of them could fly. It was a level 21 foreign beast, the black-winged dog. The other looked like a lion. It was the foreign beast, the filthy tiger. Level 25. Seeing their appearance, Chen Xiao was startled and screamed in terror. Oh my heavens, foreign beasts! Behind him, Lu Donli and Lu Chaoga also took fighting stances. Lu Chaoga flew forward and said calmly, "So what, take them out?" Chen Xiao's eyes widened as if they might pop out. The black-winged dog also charged towards him, roaring furiously and exposing a mouth full of sharp fangs. Lu Chaoga gripped the hilt of his sword, spiritual power flowing through his hands. He looked at it with disdain, and shouted, "What are you howling about? I'll blow that dog head of yours open." Then with a boom, Lu Chaoga's sword struck the black-winged dog's head. The released source of power was incredibly strong. Chen Xiao stood below observing, muttering to himself, "As a sword cultivator, this is how it should be. How can Chen Xiao be so scared? Does he even deserve to be a cultivator?" Just as the black-winged dog fell to the ground, behind Lu Chaoga the filthy tiger appeared, attempting a sneak attack on him. It quickly ran up from behind, extending its huge claw and swiping at him. However, before that massive furry claw could touch Lu Chaoga, a sword edge sliced through it, scattering blood. The filthy tiger, feeling the pain, immediately looked at Chen Xiao, the one who had just wounded it, letting out a low growl full of murderous intent. Lu Chaoga glanced at the person behind him, but Chen Xiao didn't turn around, only speaking a heroic and affirming sentence. "I am here to guard Sect Master Lu's back." Lu Chaoga looked at him, a smile spreading across his face, and thought admiringly, "This kid. I'll accept this for now." The black-winged dog stood up, letting out a fierce roar. Lu Chaoga looked at it and smiled, saying, "Now I can kill you without worry." The man and the beast engaged in battle. The spiritual power Lu Chaoga exuded was extremely powerful, causing the black-winged dog to suffer continuous losses. Chen Xiao glanced sideways and whispered, "Sect Master Lu is putting in so much effort. I am an inner disciple of the Jianzong, an inner disciple of the second elder, and a good friend of Sword Venerable Yue. I can't fall behind." That sounded an awful lot like boasting. He then flew up and charged towards the filthy tiger. He slashed out dozens of swordlights. Lu Chaoga, who was currently fighting, couldn't help but glance at him in surprise. That kid, but what met his eyes wasn't a fierce battle at all. Chen Xiao was waving his sword like an idiot loudly, shouting to bolster his morale. He looked like a child playing make-believe. The filthy tiger next to him was also trembling for some reason, appearing very frightened. Lu Chaoga commented helplessly, "Chen Xiao is actually an idiot, isn't he?" Behind Lu Chaoga, the black-winged dog charged over to attack him again. What met his eyes were its sharp teeth and wide-open mouth. Lu Chaoga thought, "It seems if I don't use sword intent, I won't be able to hurt it. And that demon cultivator is always hiding in the dark, clearly preparing a sneak attack." Lu Chaoga said loudly, "Since that's the case, I won't hold back anymore." He then pointed his sword towards the sky. Mysterious black spiritual energy appeared around the sword body. There was a massive boom. The black spiritual energy exerted immense power, striking the black-winged dog. Lu Donli, hiding behind a nearby tree, was delighted. Brother finally used his sword intent. He should have done this sooner. Even if it's just killing an ant, you should approach it carefully and use your strongest moves. Chen Xiao's face was stunned, speechless. His eyes were fixed on Lu Chaoga. Fat hat as Chen Xiao's voice trembled. Sword intent. Sword intent taking form. He must be that mysterious senior brother. Absolutely certain. At this age, even for senior brother Duyue, a new sword intent has only just taken shape. And nothing more. But he is a true prodigy, not a monster. He is the monster. Looking at the silhouette of Lu Chaoga standing in the black mist, Chen Xiao became even more certain of his speculation. Only a monster like him deserves to be the opponent of senior brother Duyue, the flawless sword body. Wait, senior brother Duyue has the flawless sword body. Then he must also have the flawless sword body. There are actually two flawless sword bodies in the world right now. Then isn't this? Chen Xiao suddenly wept with joy at this moment, mingled with a hint of self-satisfaction. He looked up and loudly declared, "Doesn't this prove that my path of the sword is about to rise?" Huehu looked like a big dumb dog. It raised a paw and scratched its face, making a woo-woo sounds. Huehu suddenly leaped up and charged towards Chen Xiao. It extended its sharp claws, staring at the person before it with its crimson, bone-chilling monstrous gaze. Roar! It was planning something in its mind. If not now, when should I bite? Chen Xiao felt the murderous aura surrounding him. His expression changed and he looked behind him yelling, "Oh no!" Who's massive arm slammed directly onto Chen Xiao. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. The impact of the blow sent him flying far away, crashing into a nearby tree. Lu Qiao's eyes widened, watching Chen Xiao get sent flying blankly. The protective shield in front was almost shattered. A level 30 cultivator was beaten ragged by a level 25 beast. It seems this kid was protected too well by the sword sect. That Hu pursued the victory, opened its mouth wide and roared. Charging towards Chen Xiao, Lu Qiaoga raised his sword with a whoosh, his spiritual energy radiating more and more intensely. His face darkened slightly. Watch carefully. See what a man tempered in bloodshed looks like. The sword light slashed down, seemingly tearing apart the sky. The charging Hu suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground, letting out a tremendous boom. Lu Qiaoga remained calm and composed, showing no fatigue or impatience. Hey, whichever disciple of the sword sect you are, you shouldn't underestimate your enemies. Chen Xiao stood below, cupping his hands in salute towards Lu Qiaoga. Junior Chen Xiao thanked Sect Master Lu for the instruction. Lu Qiao's mouth curved up slightly, showing appreciation. Looks like I'm about to win this kid over. Just then, a whoosh sound reached their ears. Lu Qiao's gaze sharply swept toward the source of the sound. There, hear heavy footsteps echoed as they struck the ground. Two more strange beasts emerged from the darkness. One of them was a level 27 demon jackal. The other was a level 26 iron rhino beast. That iron rhino spoke. A mere cultivator in the 7th heaven of the first realm dares to kill my beloved hound right in front of me. You totally overestimate yourself trying to stop a carriage with a praying mantis arm. The demonic cultivator Mo. Lang said, pointing and commanding the black wing beast. Black wing hound, attack. Eat him. You'll be able to grow a pair of more perfect wings. Hearing this, the black wing beast instantly became even more violent. That ugly fellow pointed at Chen Xiao and said, "As for you, true disciple of the sword sect, you are my real prey." Chen Xiao, standing here, swung his sword, hacking at the monster 3 or 4 times consecutively, and spoke with full confidence. "Are you looking down on Sect Master Lu?" That ugly fellow continued to sneer trash. "He's only in the 2nd realm. Do I really need to take him seriously?" Chen Xiao continued to provoke the demonic cultivator, mulling. "Sect Master Lu is not someone you can see through. Right then, the Tianxian realm's Lu Erchuan Lu the show-off officially debuted." Having said that, Chen Xiao stood and gazed up at the sky again, laughing like a maniac. Lu Donli was speechless seeing him like this. Did this kid catch something from my older brother? As for Lu Qiaoga, the black medicine hound was circling him. After observing his opponent, Lu Qiaoga decided to use that move, although his mana would also be depleted after using it. Just as the black medicine hound opened its large maw and charged at Lu Qiaoga, Lu Qiaoga simply stood his ground and unleashed his ultimate move, Mo8 Inc. With a single sword strike, he slashed towards the black medicine hound's head. That one strike alone brought the black medicine hound crashing down, sending it tumbling heavily onto the ground. Yao Xiao Mo. Ling was astonished and paled when he saw this. He grit his teeth. How is that possible? My black hound is a tier 2 unusual beast. Chen Xiao was currently sitting cross-legged on the corpse of that unusual beast. Didn't I tell you? Sect Leader Lu will sooner or later become the 2nd strongest person of this era. Although he said this out loud, he was still cheering internally, because the one ranked first must undoubtedly be Senior Brother Yu. A system prompt suddenly appeared afterward. Ding player has slain the unusual beast Black Medicine Hound and gained 20,000 experience points. Currently at level 17. Lu Qiaoga received this notification. He thought contentedly, not bad. 20,000 points just for killing a dog. It only takes 18,000 points to level up once. This was profitable level up. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qiaoga immediately used those 18,000 experience points to rise to level 18. The leveling process felt extremely comfortable. Lu Qiaoga happily enjoyed the refreshing sensation of having both his HP and mana fully replenished. It felt wonderful. Lu Donli and Chen Xiao were also extremely surprised, unable to believe their eyes, thinking, "Brother Sect Leader Lu has broken through again." Lu Donli felt immensely proud. She secretly imagined a future where she could play to her heart's content, without worrying about the consequences. Brother has broken through again. He's been breaking through too frequently lately. If brother continues like this, then would I be able to rely on him to cause trouble and enjoy myself freely, with brother having my back? Staring at Lu Qiao's retreating figure, Lu Donli grew more excited the more she thought about it. Staying by brother's side for the rest of her life. Before she could finish imagining, Lu Donli suddenly remembered Tang Bing's sister-in-law and her anger flared up again. Why is it? Why does a creature like a sister-in-law exist in this world? Meanwhile, Chen Xiao was thinking seriously. Why did Sect Leader Lu choose this specific moment to break through to Tier 1, 8th level? I understand. Sect Leader Lu wants to defeat the demon cultivator while remaining at this level, suppressing his cultivation to fight others. Perhaps this is the self-imposed refinement Sect Leader Lu set for himself. Although Yao Xiao Meiling suffered a loss, he had no intention of admitting defeat. He sneered wickedly. Although I don't know why you call him the second strongest, I will turn all of you into a part of my body. Right here, he said maliciously to Chen Xiao. I'll deal with him first and then come for you. Lu Qiaoga let out a sarcastic laugh. You ugly freak, hiding in a cloak afraid to show your face. Hearing himself called an ugly freak, the man became furious. His entire body seemed to ignite as he retorted. Who are you calling an ugly freak? Lu Qiaoga waved his hand, continuing the provocation. Don't worry about the minor details. Ugly freak, come over here and crush this overly ambitious ant, that's me. His face flushed with rage. Yao Xiao Meiling immediately pointed at Lu Qiaoga and ordered his own monster kill him for me, Iron Rhino. The moment the words left his mouth, the man and the beast rushed forward to attack Lu Qiaoga. But things weren't that easy. Before it could reach Lu Qiaoga, the Iron Rhino was instantly destroyed by one of Chen Xiao's moves, dying instantly on the spot. Yao Xiao Mo Ling watched in shock as his demonic beast shattered into countless fragments, dying right in front of him. Chen Xiao returned his sword to its sheath, followed by a loud clang from behind him. Chen Xiao turned around and said with a stern face, Beast, the creature you raised has no right to approach Sect Leader Lu. Chen Xiao softly let out a breath. His face was covered in sweat. Phew, that move completely drained my spiritual energy. Luckily, at the last moment, he managed to force the cold sweat back. Otherwise, that sword strike would have been wasted. Lu Donli stood behind him, seeing Chen Xiao's self-satisfied look, and was instantly speechless. This guy actually used spiritual energy to push his cold sweat to his back. Does he not want senior brother to see it? It's exactly like how his senior brother secretly uses the spiritual wind technique. This kid, Lu Dongli's eyes immediately lit up. He truly mastered the essence. Yao Xiao Meiling, seeing Tai Cici collapse, immediately held his head and cried out weakly. Tai Cici, how could you fall here? Didn't you want to become the leader of the demon cultivators with me? Tai Cici, don't worry, I will certainly avenge you. Chen Xiao and Lu Donli were surprised when they saw this scene. Lu Donli blurted out, Oh no! That guy wants to take out the demonic core among demon cultivators. They can devour each other. Yao Xiao Meiling became frantic. A fiery red sphere appeared before him. Once I kill these two guys, I will make this entire village pay a hefty price to pay tribute to you. Yao Xiao Meiling opened his mouth wide, preparing to swallow what he had just taken from Tai Cici's corpse. Now become a part of me, and continue to live on. Suddenly a hand reached out, preventing Yao Xiao Meiling from succeeding. Swish! The red bead vanished. To Yao Xiao Meiling's astonishment, Lu Qiaoga snatched the red sphere, held it tightly in his palm and mocked, crying over a loss while eating the corpse. Your world of demon cultivation sure is crazy, huh? Lu Donli was overjoyed when he saw his senior brother. Senior brother, your water control ability is getting stronger. Chen Xiao also gave a thumbs up, praising the sect leader's skill, lavishly complimenting Sect Leader Lu. To be able to control objects and grab things re-Matelia is expected of him. Yao Xiao Ma Ling saw the item in his hand brazenly snatched away, and roared furiously. Give it back, that's mine. Lu Chaoga smugly put away the red sphere and said, "What are you talking about? Soon enough even your body will belong to me." He thought, "Anyway, the guardian wants your head." Lu Donglin and Chen Xiao were stunned, not understanding what Lu Chaoga meant. Seeing this, he immediately explained, "Stop those strange thoughts in your heads, and help me take them out." A purple light flashed in Yao Xiao Meiling's eyes, and his sharp fangs were exposed, looking utterly enraged. Fine, you asked for this." All the strange beasts in the flame forest awaken, summoning the dark power. All the demonic beasts were gradually awakened, and moved toward the source of the deep purple power. Those terrifying demonic beasts bared their sharp teeth and growled, appearing extremely dangerous. Chen Xiao worriedly said, "Oh no, the strange beasts in the entire forest have been awakened. If we don't stop him, then we will have to face all the strange beasts in this forest." Lu Donglin panicked. "Oh, 15 beasts, wait, 18-19. And the number is still increasing. Senior brother thought once such a special situation arises, I can't hide my strength anymore. Senior brother's safety is more important." Yao Xiao Meiling saw the situation turn in his favor, and laughed smugly. "Tremble. This is the might of the demon cultivators. After I defeat you, I will command them to bring ruin upon all the settlements within 100 miles of this area." However, his joy did not last long. Something else suddenly appeared. A hand emerged from the water and seized Yao Xiao Meiling's neck, throwing him into a panic. He thought, "Crap, my hands are controlling the strange beasts. I can't fight back." Lu Chaoga smugly unleashed his move. "Have you forgotten the way you are now? There is not a single strange beast left to protect you." The purple-black tentacles wrapped around the demon spirit. Only then did the demon spirit feel fear. His eyes rolled back, and he pleaded, "You spare my life. I won't appear again. I swear I absolutely will not appear again. Nor will I harm anyone else." Lu Chaoga recalled the painful scenes of losing loved ones, and those memories that later turned to despair. The children who were left orphaned, and those lives that were lost. He tightened his grip forcefully, making a crunching, snapping sound, and the demon spirit's head was forced back. "They don't have a future now." The demon spirit fell backward as blood gushed out. The strange beasts also slowly vanished into the air. Seeing that everything was over, Lu Donglin was secretly relieved, leaning against the tree trunk, and letting out a sigh of relief. That was too dangerous. Too dangerous. I almost drew my sword. Chen Xiao warily looked around. Just now I vaguely sensed a powerful force like masters. Suddenly Chen Xiao realized something, as if a thought struck him. Could it be? Chen Xiao speculated. Because Sect Master Lu has a special status. There's a powerful cultivator secretly following him and protecting him. Wait, Sect Master Lu is so powerful. Why would he need protection from others? I know. Tears streamed down his face from emotion. So he was looking out for us all along. Lu Chaoga remained focused on collecting items. Chen Xiao was still observing intently, pondering internally, and then becoming self-conscious about his emotions. On the surface, Sect Master Lu seems indifferent to those around him, but he was afraid the demon spirit would sneak attack us, which is why he sent a powerful cultivator to ensure our safety. Lu Donglin saw Chen Xiao's emotional instability, thinking, what's wrong with this guy? Was he scared senseless? The core disciple of the Sword Sect seems to have a serious problem, right? Suddenly the system chimed, notifying player has completed the task. Demon Spirit Passage Claim Reward. Lu Chaoga clicked claim without hesitation. The system continued adding points. Experience 50,000 points. Experience 35,000 points. Additional reward 1 yellow tier artifact repair coupon. Seeing this, Lu Chaoga thought, Chen Xiao was just a human tool. So this counts as a solo kill for me. All the experience points went to me. Lu Chaoga looked at the corpse of the demon spirit on the ground, treating it as a piece of loot. The corpse can be exchanged for another reward. There must be a ton of stuff in its storage ring. Also, is there any other treasure on this demon spirit? Before Lu Chaoga could even wonder, the system chimed again with a notification. Special quest item. Collect 2 to unlock a hidden storyline and receive a hidden quest. Lu Chaoga was dumbfounded. He walked up and pulled off the demon spirit's pitch-black fingernail. Seeing Lu Donglin waving at him, he nervously cleared his throat. Donli, hurry up and clear the battlefield. Handle these corpses. Lu Donli obediently replied, yes, Sect Master. Lu Chaoga continued his research. This thing can actually unlock a hidden quest. In the hidden quest forums. There was nothing like this in my previous life. Does it require a special activation method? Suddenly, Chen Xiao's call startled Lu Chaoga. Was startled. Sect Master Lu, thank you so much for this. Lu Chaoga quickly regained his composure and cleared his throat. It was a minor thing hardly worth mentioning. Then he thought to himself, you little brat, hurry up and scram. Are you planning to stay for dinner? The task is done, aren't you going yet? Chen Xiao bowed respectfully. Sect Master Lu, your integrity is immense. In that case, the demon spirit's corpse. I didn't wait for Chen Xiao to finish speaking. Lu Chaoga eagerly spoke up. Take the head back to report. I need the rest of the body. Lu Chaoga thought. You want to take it all back? Dream on. Chen Xiao helplessly said, all right. In that case, please allow me to take this demon cultivator's head. Lu Chaoga secretly praised this kid is quite sensible. Chen Xiao also had many plans of his own. If it weren't for Sect Master Lu, he wouldn't have been able to kill the demon cultivator at all, let alone complete the mission. And Sect Master Lu is that mysterious senior brother whom Yu often talks about. Now he has something in common to talk about with senior brother Yu. From now on, he and senior brother Yu would share a little secret. Thinking about becoming closer to Yu. Wouldn't that mean he would be the one who understood senior brother Yu the most? Just thinking about it made him a little excited. Suddenly Lu Chaoga called out Chen Xiao's name, startling him. That disciple smiling like an idiot. Chen Xiao respectfully bowed and replied, here, disciple. Lu Chaoga stood on a leaf, throwing down the demon cultivator's head, saying, hey, race the head for you. You may leave now. Chen Xiao quickly caught it, not wanting to part with Lu Chaoga. No. Sect Master Lu, I still wish to stay by your side and broaden my horizons. Also, there are some questions I'd like to ask. Lu Chaoga said coldly, then speak as we go. Chen Xiao successfully followed Lu Chaoga and Lu Donli flying in the same direction. Disciple wishes to ask, why from beginning to end did Sect Master Lu never draw his life-bound sword from its sheath? Lu Chaoga merely replied coldly, because he's not worthy. Chen Xiao was stunned. Not worthy? Chen Xiao was dumbfounded. Is this the true demeanor of Sect Master Lu? A sword cultivator should indeed be like this. Chen Xiao's eyes sparkled, filled with admiration. Seeing this, Lu Chaoga secretly praised in his heart. When this kid first appeared, I thought his ideas were shallow, but now he's much more enlightened. Lu Donli sighed in annoyance. It's over, another person has been completely poisoned by Big Brother. However, as long as Big Brother is safe, anything is fine. Changsheng, I hope you can continue to protect Big Brother with me. After all, your name. Lu Donli recalled her childhood. She looked up at the sky, gazing at the young man standing on the mountaintop. A line of poetry appeared in her mind. An immortal touched my crown, tied my hair to receive eternal life. Back in reality, Lu Donli gazed at Lu Chaoga from behind. The name Big Brother bestowed is truly beautiful. Changsheng, it means eternal life with Big Brother. A majestic scene of forests and mountains appeared, hidden within a vast expanse of white mist. Before long the three arrived at their destination. Lu Donli asked in confusion, where is that? Lu Chaoga replied, Jiangjin Gate and Xiushui Gate. The people below saw Chen Xiao and were surprised. That's the true disciple of the sword sect. We searched within 100 li radius, but couldn't find the sword sect's true disciple. Yet he's following behind Lu Chaoga. They helplessly patted their foreheads. Miscalculated. Lu Chaoga's background is even greater than we imagined. All three landed and Lu Chaoga asked, what brings you all here? Xia Tu laughed heartily. Walking forward, Sect Master Lu. Haha, today is the Onsanatake division of cultivation resource areas. Our three families are all within this 100 li radius, so we can divide some resources and discuss matters. Lin Long saw Lu Chaoga's handsome appearance and her eyes went wide. Her cheeks flushed crimson with shyness. How can this Lu Chaoga be so handsome? No wonder these girls would deliberately provoke, wanting to show off in front of Sect Master Lu. Show off their authority. So it was premeditated. Xinqing is my beloved disciple. She still has a long way to go. She shouldn't be made to do such despicable things. I'll do it myself. After thinking she spoke. Sect Leader Lu. This resource allocation. We are willing to offer. Before the sentence was finished, Chen Xiao interrupted. So resources are allocated once every 10 years. Within 100 miles of the cultivation area. I've dealt with this kind of thing a lot at the Sword Sect. So I'm very experienced. Sect Master Lu, why don't you let me handle this? Lu Chaoga did not refuse, appearing extremely pleased. Good. But he thought to himself. This human tool is becoming increasingly professional. After speaking, he patted Chen Xiao on the shoulder. Chen Xiao beamed with delight. Sect Master Lu patted his shoulder again. Does this mean he agrees with my suggestion? The two simultaneously gave a thumbs up, seemingly having a telepathic connection, hitting it off immediately. Lu Chaoga secretly calculated in his mind. Obedient human tool. From now on, if I have food to eat, you'll have bowls to wash. Keep it up. Lu Chaoga led the way. Lin Long shouted from behind. Sect Master Lu. Chen Xiao interrupted her again, firmly grasping Lin Long's hand. Elder Lin, right, please come this way with me. Lin Long had no choice and reluctantly said fine, all right. Her heart was filled with worry. It's over, I can't reach him. Nor can I speak to him. How am I supposed to connect with him now? Chen Xiao had gained trust, and the excitement on his face was obvious. If I handle this resource allocation well, then my relationship with Sect Master Lu will advance even further. Want it? Chen Xiao walked along contemplating the future. The thought of getting closer to Rong Yu excited him even more. Establishing a close relationship with Sect Master Lu meant that he would have more conversation topics to talk with senior brother Rong Yu. In this way, becoming senior brother Rong Yu's trusted friend was one step closer. Perfect on a cool moonlit night. Chen Xiao did not disappoint Lu Chaoga, indeed securing a large amount of resources. After the resources were allocated, taking advantage of the quiet night, Lu Chaoga began the second round of reward exchange. Lu Chaoga arrived at the desolate cemetery, found a grave, and knocked on the tombstone. Here I brought the body. A crash sound suddenly came from inside the grave. The little attendant flew up from below, and it shared an eerie smile with Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga snatched the blue item from the little attendant's tail. Please take it. The little attendant flew down to the motionless corpse below, and sniffed at Lu Chaoga, smiled slightly, and put the item away. It's better to hand this technique manual over to Xiaolizi. If I try to learn it myself, I won't understand it. But if she learns it, she can teach it to the other disciples. And she can also teach it to me. She truly is a human skill replicator. Besides, isn't this the Momin Sect's foundation? Lu Chaoga pondered, resting his chin on his hand. However, managing assets and sect affairs shouldn't the sect master's wife be the one handling these things? He thought of Lu Dongli looking angry, relentlessly swinging her sword, and felt a hint of fear. Getting Xiaolizi to hand over power would probably be quite difficult. The little attendant continued flying around the corpse. Sniffing at Lu Chaoga asked again, what do you want to do with this corpse? The little attendant used its tail to lift one of the corpse's arms. The little attendant suspiciously glanced at Lu Chaoga standing beside it. Incomprehensible. Lu Chaoga extended his hand and a blue vortex appeared. Hey, I'm only showing you this because you're one of us. The little attendant zipped over, seeing the glittering jade stone in his hand. Do you recognize this object? The little attendant violently flicked its tail, knocking the jade stone suspended in his palm away. Lu Chaoga was very confused. The jade stone fell to the ground and shattered into many pieces, making a crack sound. The purple moon crest appeared from the fragments. Lu Chaoga was greatly shocked. That's the purple moon crest. A crescent moon and exquisite patterns, surrounded by a mysterious black-purple frame. Lu Chaoga frowned in alarm. The purple moon crest. Lu Chaoga looked at the item in his hand. Recalling his childhood, he stood next to a dead person. He remembered. That person also had a crescent moon symbol on their sleeve, complete with those patterns. It was exactly the same as the Death Moon Society's emblem. It was related to the demon cultivator who murdered his parents. Lu Chaoga asked the little familiar, is this a token of the Death Moon Society? The little familiar immediately nodded. Lu Chaoga leaned closer and continued to ask, so the demon cultivator I killed, was he also a member of the Death Moon Society? This time the little familiar shook its head. Lu Chaoga frowned slightly. It's not the little familiar's tail. Split into two strands. Lu Chaoga looked at the object in his hand. Are you trying to say that you must have both of these? Only then would one be considered a member. A formal member of the Death Moon Society. The little familiar immediately nodded. Lu Chaoga carefully examined the Death Moon token. I see. If someone only has one, they are merely a probationary member of the Death Moon Society. The more Death Moon tokens a person possesses, the higher their status and strength. Lu Chaoga raised his eyes. You certainly know a lot about the Death Moon Society. The little familiar nodded. Lu Chaoga smiled, understanding perfectly. Then if I have the chance, I must dig deeper for information related to him. What did it find? The little familiar shook its head again. Lu Chaoga was speechless with frustration. Little familiar. It suddenly started bumping his hand repeatedly with its head, making a thump 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 sound. Lu Chaoga covered his face helplessly. That's it, it's crashed. I knew perfectly well that her brain wasn't functioning properly. Yet I still believed she could help me find my enemy. My own brain must be slow too. Lu Chaoga raised a hand and stroked his chin in thought. He recalled 3 mysterious shadows and a dragon flying in the middle. However, I did know a bit about the Death Moon Society in my past life. I still remember the Death Moon Society. There was the Xiuzhan Guild. They always liked showing off in front of me. They were always trying hard to explore, chasing after traces of the Death Moon Society. A man wearing a large mask, red hair, carrying a massive sword. There were many people behind him too. The Xiuzhan Guild was a famous whale big spender guild. Everyone took pride in spending money. They considered not topping up shameful. So everyone was extremely powerful. Another man. He held a huge sharp trident. He had a pair of wings on his back. Piles of corpses were stacked beneath his feet. But back then I, alone, was stronger than their entire guild combined. Everyone was defeated at my hands. He turned sideways. I still remember it vividly. I even said something at the time. Don't bring out all your family wealth. Compared to my pocket money. It shocked the entire server. No one could compare. Lu Chaoga proudly stroked his chin and smiled triumphantly. A voice reminded him from behind. Did you forget what the main point was? Where is the Death Moon Society? Lu Chaoga glanced back inside. Information related to the Death Moon Society from my past life. That's all there was. Do you think I don't want to recall more? Lu Chaoga raised the Death Moon token. So is this actually what you want? The little familiar immediately nodded. Lu Chaoga looked at the item in his hand. He recalled 2 people who had passed away. Lying on a covering cloth. A white blanket covered their faces. I can give this to you, but I might need to use it again later. Would you lend it back to me then? The little familiar nodded repeatedly. The little familiar immediately took it, holding it with its tail. Lu Chaoga frowned and thought. Is this thing really that valuable? Speaking of which, do you know where I can find this Death Moon token? In any case, to unlock more hidden quests, I must have 2 purple moon tokens. It would be much easier if I had clues about them. The little familiar flew over. Lu Chaoga asked, confused, why are you staring at me? The tail immediately turned into a hand. A light flick snap. Around the little offering spirit, many purple moon seals appeared immediately. Crackle! Lu Chaoga shouted in surprise. Wow, that's beautiful. Are you perhaps like me, and hold a grudge against the Purple Moon Society? The little offering spirit became unstable again. Its head kept turning, making a creaking, grinding sound. Lu Chaoga thought helplessly, so it's missing memories. I understand you realized that you have a large pile of purple moon seals, and want me to help you recover your missing memories. The little offering spirit nodded. Lu Chaoga glanced around, raising a hand to rub his chin. I suppose I understand you now. If your underlying scheme were a bit more far-reaching, then I might speculate that you are the boss behind the Purple Moon Society, and specifically wholesale purple moon seals. The little offering spirit froze. Lu Chaoga smiled faintly. If the system hadn't determined that she wasn't red named, I might have genuinely guessed wrong. The little offering spirit flew toward him. The offering spirit's pair of tails wrapped around his arm, rubbing against it. Seeing this, Lu Chaoga spoke. It's fine. The death of my parents has nothing to do with you. I know you are currently restricted, and you couldn't save them. I will help you keep an eye out for news about the Purple Moon Society. Helping you is actually helping myself. Regarding the news of the Purple Moon Society, I will watch out for it for you. But I need to borrow a few of your Purple Moon seals. I have a use for them. The little offering spirit was startled and flew out of his hand. The little offering spirit's meaning was, I clearly asked you to bring the corpse back, so I could check if that demon cultivator was carrying a Purple Moon seal. How did this turn into a situation where, not only are you not giving me the Purple Moon seal, but you also want me to give you a few? Lu Chaoga explained with a smile. I'm not deceiving you. Please lend me a few Purple Moon seals. I genuinely have a way to gather useful information. I will tell you everything then. It seems she is indeed quite silly, but not entirely hopeless. The little offering spirit wagged its tail. Its implied meaning was, how many do you want? I'll take them myself. Lu Chaoga immediately held out his hand. 2 is enough. A prompt sounded. Ding, the player has met the conditions to unlock the hidden quest storyline. Do you wish to query it? Lu Chaoga repeated query. Lu Chaoga looked at the scene before him and exclaimed to the system. The spectacle is huge. System. The information provided to me this time seems incredibly useful. Suddenly a light flashed and he opened his eyes wide in surprise. However, the result was only a small tiny gateway. This made Lu Chaoga feel disappointed. Is that all the system then prompted? The Purple Moon Society is a mysterious organization of demon cultivators. The membership within the organization is very numerous. It is one of the 3 major demon cultivator organizations. This organization is active in Qingzhou and appears to be plotting something in secret. Members of the Purple Moon Society highly worship the Purple Moon. They firmly believe that by devouring the Purple Moon, they will obtain the ultimate power. Looking at the brief information before him, Lu Chaoga couldn't believe his eyes, questioning, that's it? Is this all there is? Just this little bit? He rubbed his chin, pondering in his mind. It looks like I'll have to figure this out myself. The Purple Moon must refer to some kind of object, something that grants immense power upon consumption. That certainly fits the style of demon cultivators. Worshipping it yet wanting to devour it, that's utterly insane. A bunch of degenerate psychos. Just as he felt exhausted, the system popped up a notification. Ding, if you want to unlock more hidden storylines, you will need 10 Purple Moon seals. Lu Chaoga generously took out many Purple Moon seals, thinking to himself. So those 2 Purple Moon seals were just the entry fee. Exactly like a bar. You have to pay extra if you want better service. Otherwise you can only stand there and watch. This group created the atmosphere. Dancing disco. While the transaction was taking place, Owl appeared. The little fox was startled when it saw the quantity of Purple Moon seals. The amount he had taken out. It took a step back, which surprised Lu Chaoga. Owl puffed up its cheeks in anger, indicating, why did you take out so many? Hearing this, Lu Chaoga replied pointedly, put away your small-mindedness. When I provided you with the essence blood back then, did you ever see me haggle humph? Once I figure this out, I certainly won't be as petty as you. I will definitely reveal everything. A ding sound rang out. The system presented a question. The player meets the retrieval criteria. Do you wish to proceed with the query? Lu Chaoga replied. Query. Immediately afterwards, a lot of information was displayed. The Purple Moon Society holds a membership gathering once every 3 years. A small meeting held at all strongholds in Qingzhou. The time for the next gathering is the winter solstice next year. The player has already received the coordinates for one of the strongholds. Please check and review it. He looked at the new piece of information. Lu Chaoga felt extremely surprised. He smiled with interest and said, the winter solstice next year, huh? It seems these demonic cultivators are also like those silly players, setting up stalls to sell things they don't need. His chance has come. Lu Chaoga calculated inwardly. In the time ahead, I must work hard to raise my cultivation level. The time until the silly players' arrival is getting closer and closer. If I don't, then when the time comes, I'll truly. He imagined himself standing on the mountain peak, saying to a crowd of people, everybody put your hands up, clasp your head and squat down. But those people were completely fearless. Instead, they turned Lu Chaoga into their prey. What delicious food! Where did this tender meat come from? This old granny wants to toy with this. Body first and then eat him. He is truly too handsome. Screw playing around. Anyone handsomer than me deserves to die. Just imagining this scenario. Lu Chao's face had already gone pale. He thought without strength. Rushing forward like a rookie, how was that different from seeking death? Just as he was deep in thought, Awu suddenly crept closer to him with an angry expression. Facing the little fox's impatience, Chaga smiled and thought, I almost forgot about her. It seems I must reveal a piece of the divine mystery to trick her. Immediately afterwards, he tossed the purple moon seal straight forward. He thought to himself, I learned this move from Kon Yiji's spinning finger technique. A blind fortune teller of 10 years would have to call me grandmaster. The purple moon seal swiftly formed a circle, creating a peculiar bagua shape. Lu Chaoga calmly raised his hand and chanted an incantation. This made Awu extremely confused. He pinched his fingers, as if calculating something. Then he suddenly yelled, startling Awu. I figured it out. It nimbly flew around Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga covered his mouth with his hand, pretending to be mysterious, and said, the divine mystery must not be revealed. This caused Awu to open its mouth wide in shock. Fuming, it opened its mouth and swallowed all the purple moon seals. Then it angrily pushed Lu Chaoga aside. Needing scram, unable to bear the pushing, Lu Chaoga spoke up. Stop pushing, stop pushing. It's not that I don't want to tell you. I just wanted to organize my thoughts first. He turned around and compromised with Awu. When I've thought it through carefully, I will tell you everything in detail. Okay. Awu was still very displeased. Seeing this, Lu Chaoga smiled happily, waved goodbye and said, then I'll be going now. He left amidst A's concern. Under the clear moonlight, Lu Chaoga, in fact, did not understand the little mind A's worry this time. Inside the house, Lu Chaoga looked at the map in front of him and said, this place is a bit far, but the path of slaughter is never a shortcut. He stood inside the house, watching the snow falling outside. Next year's winter solstice is still far away, but this year's winter solstice has already arrived. It's time for Little Liar's birthday again. The winter solstice. It is also the time for Chaoga to train actively. During training he was in so much pain he nearly coughed up blood. He calmly breathed out a lungful of air. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his face, sighed in relief and thought, if I continue cultivating like this, once I get used to the pain, then later on, won't I be tougher when I get hit? If I can't feel the pain, the mere thought of it makes me feel incredibly powerful. Thinking this, Lu Chaoga started to laugh happily. By then, just as he was immersed in his fantasy of being a future powerhouse, a voice called out, go. This immediately snapped Lu Chaoga back to reality. Dongli, wearing beautiful winter clothes, had come to visit him. Chaoga softly called out Dongli. He smiled and said to his sister, it's the winter solstice again. Our little liar has grown another year older. He thought to himself, father used to say this every year, but now it's my turn. Chaoga then asked, did you come down the mountain wearing so little today? You'll turn from Dongli winter pear into Bingli ice pear. Seeing her brother so concerned, she playfully stuck out her tongue and pulled a fur cloak out of her pocket. I brought it. Go. Who did you think your sister was? Amidst the heavy goosefeather snow, the cold wind howled, and the siblings descended the mountain together. Standing by the door watching the snowflakes fall, Lu Chaoga said, since everything is ready, let's depart. We must fully experience this year's Huafan Day. Huafan Day is also a day of cultivation, where they seal all their cultivation and experience mortal life. The Lu clan chose this day as Dongli's birthday. As for Lu Chao's birthday, they skip it because he doesn't like celebrating his birthday anyway. In Zhaoli County, voices emerged from the Mo Sect's property. Tui, what a lot of dust. No one has lived here for a whole year, so it's normal to have this much dust. As Dongli dusted the surroundings with a feather duster, she said, then let's clean it up slowly. Suddenly Chaoga walked closer to her and said, Dongli, stand still. He gently brushed the dust off his sister's nose with his hand. He smiled and asked, your nose is covered in dust, didn't you realize? Seeing this, Dongli gave a modest smile. Just as he enthusiastically brushed the dust, Chaoga suddenly froze. It seemed he hadn't brushed the dust off, but had instead smeared it evenly across her face. Seeing this sight, Lu Chaoga looked at Dongli's stunned expression and couldn't help but burst into laughter. She quickly turned around to look at the nearby mirror. Immediately after, the siblings started a chaotic slapstick farce. My sister is trying to kill her brother. Someone's trying to kill her biological brother. Help. After their roughhousing, they started cooking. Chaoga softly coaxed the sulking Dongli. Don't be angry anymore. The noodles are almost ready. Smelling the aroma of the noodles, Dongli instantly forgot her earlier frustration. It smells so good. My nose is running wild. A steaming bowl of well-garnished noodles was served. Lu Chaoga didn't rush to eat. Instead, he said if father were still alive, he would definitely say the warmth of the mortal world is what best warms the hearts of mortals. Dongli, slurping her noodles, chimed in, and then Guyu would immediately reply to him. 4. Exquisite dishes cannot compare to one bowl of steaming hot food. At this, the siblings exchanged smiles. Lu Chaoga took something out of his pocket and said, I picked this up for you when I went to buy salt. Dongli, holding the pear, happily smiled and thanked her brother. Watching his sister happily munch on the pear, his heart ached and he thought, actually, I didn't just pick it up while running an errand, but I really wanted to buy it for her. Lu Chaoga instinctively wanted to reach out and pat her head, but just as his hand was about to touch Lu Dongli's head, he suddenly stopped. After trembling for a moment, he pulled his hand back. He couldn't help but think to himself, oh no, I almost forgot that little Dongli has grown up. If I still pat her head, she might get angry. Lu Dongli secretly glanced at Lu Chaoga. Her small mouth was still puffed out as she ate. Then, she buried her head into his palm. A smile like that of a kitten appeared on her face. Lu Chaoga stared blankly at Lu Dongli's action. A gentle smile appeared on his face. He raised his hand and patted her head. This warm touch made her feel extremely comfortable. She pursed her lips and smiled as she recalled events from their childhood. One evening, the Lu family was having dinner. Lu Chaoga ate his noodles and exclaimed, it tastes so good. At the table, their father smiled and said elegantly, the smoke of the world covers all, but warmth resides in the heart. Lu Chaoga, sitting opposite, stood up and said happily, the matter of food and drink from all corners, to put it bluntly, is just the smell of smoke and fire. Upon hearing this, Father Lu looked at him angrily. Why do you always have to undermine your old man? Mother Lu, sitting next to them, couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Honey, isn't he just like you? Lu Chaoga grinned while looking at his father. Well, what can I say, I'm your son. Just then the gluttonous Lu Dongli, off to the side, secretly cast sparkling eyes onto her brother's bowl of noodles. When he wasn't paying attention, the piece of egg in Lu Chaoga's bowl was snatched by her into her mouth. He shouted in surprise, my egg. But she was grinning and eating contentedly. Seeing the look of utter despair on her son's face, Mother Lu smiled. She picked up the egg from her own bowl and handed it to him, who was still eating his noodles. Hurry and eat, look, a new egg. Lu Dongli's eyes lit up again like a tiger, fiercely watching it. Lu Chaoga saw his sister's expression. He turned and glared at her. Mother gave this to me. Get away from here. Father Lu and Mother Lu, sitting opposite, couldn't stop laughing at the sight of their two children. At this moment, Lu Chaoga couldn't help but imagine his parents still sitting across from them, smiling and watching them just like when they were little. He thought to himself, should I pinch this girl's cheek? In his mind, Lu Chaoga had already envisioned her expression when pinched. He pinched, he expressed. He pinched, he expressed, feeling that soft, springy texture. But in the end, he lowered his arm and did not act on it. He sighed softly, forget it, Dongli is grown up now. Let's save her some face. The siblings sat by the stove fire, looking up at the sky where snowflakes were fluttering. Just then Lu Chaoga suddenly called out, Dongli Lu. Dongli glanced at him when she heard him call her name, still chewing on the delicious noodles in her mouth. He looked at her and said softly, happy birthday. A single sentence, yet filled with so much emotion. Lu Dongli looked happily at her brother. Her beautiful face smiled brightly and she replied, thank you, brother. Lu Chaoga turned his gaze toward the window. The weather seemed to have gotten colder. His expression grew serious and he thought, next year's winter solstice, I fear it won't be as peaceful as it is now. His eyes were fixed on the fiercely burning stove fire. It is time to avenge our parents. The next day Lu Dongli and Lu Chaoga walked home together. They passed by a clear river. Lu Chao's voice rang out, catching Lu Dongli's attention. Little Dongli, next year during the winter solstice, you will accompany your elder brother to a certain place. Lu Dongli folded her arms and asked thoughtfully, where are we going? I won't go if it's too far. I only want to guard the Momin. And diligently cultivate, that's much better. The corner of his mouth curved slightly, and he spoke a few words in taking you to kill people. Lu Dongli's eyes widened and her body froze momentarily. She suddenly understood the meaning of that sentence. She said one word fine. Her emotions were unclear. The siblings walked in the sunlight. Lu Chaoga opened his mouth and asked her, this journey is extremely perilous, little Dongli, are you afraid? Lu Dongli's voice was still very lively. With Big Brother here, I'm not afraid. Lu Chaoga smiled at this answer and then continued, then we must act quickly. We still have many things to do. Improve our strength and revive the sect. Another batch of disciples will arrive soon. The system issued a notice like a countdown, counting down to the great change in the Tianxian realm. 250 days remaining. Players will enter the Tianxian realm on a massive scale. Inside the Mo gate in the scorching space, a voice rang out. Don't you know where Sect Master Lu is either? It seems everyone has abandoned me. Lan Bing calmly watered the flowers, lowering her gaze as she spoke. I don't know if I knew where Sect Master Uncle was. I wouldn't be wasting time here keeping you company. Hearing her words, Chen Xiao froze in place as if he had been turned to ice. He was ruthlessly rejected and mumbled jealously in his heart. All this woman talks about is Sect Master Lu. But I can't exactly complain about losing. A moment later he walked elsewhere, looking around as he went, searching for Lu Chaoga. Where did Sect Master Lu run off to? I just need to ask him one more question, and then I can confirm whether or not he is that mysterious senior brother. Suddenly Chen Xiao's gaze shifted to the distance. Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli were walking toward him. He was secretly delighted and shouted loudly, Sect Master Lu. He thought, great, I didn't wait for nothing, my chances here. Chen Xiao quickly rushed towards the Lu siblings, greeting them respectfully, Sect Master Lu. I have come to say goodbye. Lu Chaoga didn't even glance at him, and simply waved his hand saying, noted, you may leave. Chen Xiao's expression instantly froze. The scene he had imagined did not happen. This situation doesn't seem quite right, does it? But after thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, Sect Master Lu, should I relay greetings to Elder Ning and Senior Brother Yu? The eyes of the two people opposite him were fixed on him, without blinking. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Chen Xiao's forehead and he thought, if he answers, as long as he knows Elder Ning and Senior Brother Yu, then it must be him. He is the mysterious senior brother of legend, the prodigy who suppressed Senior Brother Yu. Lu Chao's mouth curled into a slight smile, his eyes assessing the person before him. Is this guy trying to test me? Mo Gate's reputation value hasn't increased at all recently. So if I reveal a bit of information to him now and gain some benefits from the sword sect, there's no harm in that. In his mind, many ways to leverage Chen Xiao for profit flashed by. After all, where else could provide more benefits than the sword sect? The #1 sect in Qingzhou, one of the 4 great sects. Lu Chaoga narrowed his eyes and spoke to Chen Xiao. Give my regards to Elder Ning for me. Astonishment appeared on Chen Xiao's face. His eyes widened and he seemed surprised, as if he had realized something. Yu is a junior. Why would a senior brother specifically send regards to a junior? It really is him. Although he didn't mention Senior Brother Yu, he also didn't deny knowing Senior Brother Yu. He quickly bowed to Lu Chaoga, responding with a loud yes. Chen Xiao dashed away like a gust of wind. Lu Chaoga watched him go, silently setting his expectations. Xiao Chen, don't disappoint me now. Lu Dongli stood next to her big brother, asking doubtfully, brother, what are you looking at? He replied with an extremely annoying sentence. I'm looking at a flying poster. By now Chen Xiao had flown away from the Mo gate on his sword, moments ago in the air. His face couldn't help but smile like a clown. He thought Sect Master Lu did not admit knowing Senior Brother Yu, and Senior Brother Yu didn't directly mention Lu. Master, maybe both of them are thinking the same thing. He raised his hand, rubbed his chin and speculated. Both of them perhaps want to conceal this love-hate relationship, waiting for the right moment. They could shock the entire world. A determined look appeared on Chen Xiao's face, and he said confidently, "Once I return to the mountain, I must exaggerate the mysterious senior brother's deeds. But I absolutely cannot reveal even the slightest bit of information about Master Lu. This is exactly the shared secret between Mr. Rongyu and me." He made his own conjectures and immediately felt pleased with himself, flying away on his sword toward the sun. 7 days after Chen Xiao left at the Mo sect, Lu Chaoge was leisurely sitting and sipping tea. The sound of the system rang in his ears. He thought to himself, "It's been 7 days and he hasn't returned to the sword sect. Where did that fellow run off to put on airs this time?" Some time later, half a month after Chen Xiao left, Lu Chaoge was still sitting by the tea table. But he was no longer leisurely drinking tea. The notification sound still echoed in his ears. Ceaselessly. He felt somewhat annoyed. Humph. The sect mission was completed days ago. Yet he still hasn't returned to report. It's time to improve the way I educate my disciples. When a full month had passed since Chen Xiao left, the system was constantly notifying him of increased prestige points. But it meant nothing. Lu Chaoge angrily smashed the teacup at Xiao Chun. "The next time I see you, I swear I will beat you, until even your parents wouldn't recognize you." Meanwhile at the sword sect, the area was covered in white snow. Somewhere in the sword sect, Chen Xiao was standing excitedly gesticulating wildly. In front of Rongyu eloquently describing, "Master Lu did this and that in such and such a way." Rongyu watched him speechless. Rongyu thought, "It's only a matter of time until senior brother Chaoge breaks through realms so quickly and surpasses me, isn't it?" Chen Xiao was still enthusiastically describing everything in vivid detail, but Rongyu's mind was elsewhere. "When that happens, will I once again be unable to catch up? Not even seeing his retreating figure just like before." In the snow-covered space, Chen Xiao kept talking incessantly. After thinking about his bleak future, Rongyu shook his head, shouting, "No. Impossible. It can't be like this." Hearing Rongyu's voice, Chen Xiao's eyes widened. Seeing the dejected look on the person in front of him, he asked doubtfully, "Senior brother Rongyu, what's wrong?" A moment later Rongyu stood before Chen Xiao, cupped his hands and bowed. "Junior brother Chen, please stop talking for now. I've just had an epiphany, and I need to enter secluded cultivation for a period." Having said that, he soared away on his sword at extreme speed. Chen Xiao watched his receding figure and thought, "The flawless sword body is truly enviable. He gains insights no matter what he does." Afterwards Chen Xiao also flew off on his sword, thinking as he went, "Speaking of which, it's about time to spread the news. The threat theory regarding my senior brother. The matter of the mysterious senior brother must be spread. Furthermore, I must not let anyone know Master Lu's name." An excited smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It must be mysterious, it must have mystery." Chen Xiao would rather die than reveal Master Lu's name. At the Mo sect time passed and it was the beginning of spring. And in Lu Chaoge's heart, Chen Xiao was already completely dead. Lu Chaoge lay leisurely on a chair, gazing at the sky, thinking Chen Xiao was dead. Now I have to think of another way to help the Mo sect ascend, but how can a small sect attract players to join as disciples? What a hassle. Looking at the two women in front of him, Lu Chaoge thought, closed beta players prioritize strength and weakness the most. For a sect with a small number of members like ours, even in my previous life I wouldn't have given it a second glance. Luo Bing blushed shyly, covered her mouth with her hand and exhaled softly. Flashed through her mind. She thought the sect master's senior uncle was peeking at her. Lu Chaoge seemed to see right through her thoughts, and instantly felt completely powerless. Then he awkwardly turned around. Naturally those lecherous disciples must be excluded. Watching those who were completely engrossed, they were surrounding the two beauties Luo Bing and Dongli. He turned away and muttered internally, "But I need to lead the trend of the sect's development. What's the use of spending all day flattering lustful fools? There must be powerful players. Professional players. Only then will the sect have a future." But Chaoge remembered the figure of a certain woman again. Speaking of powerful players, he suddenly thought of his master from his previous life. He wondered if there would be a chance in this lifetime. He recalled what that person once said. "Do you truly love your master?" Thinking of this, Lu Chaoge couldn't help but feel happy. in his previous life, because his affection rating for his master was so high. It even caused that Cold War god to confess to him. But he then shook his head, making a firm resolve. I can't think of her anymore. If I keep thinking about it, I won't be able to resist going to find her. Lu Chaoga channeled his spiritual energy, emitting a yellow glow from his fingertips. He thought, let me check on the disciples who went down the mountain, and see what the situation is. Why hasn't a single one of them returned yet? It makes the mountain too quiet. Just as he finished this thought, from the distance, the sound of a bell rang out, startling him. Everyone immediately looked toward the direction of the bell sound. Lu Chaoga asked, did something happen with the Wanmin bell? Without waiting for anyone to answer, he flew out himself, muttering, I've finally waited for this. After how many scenes performances I finally. He spoke as he went. Lu Chaoga murmured to himself, revealing a charming smile. Time to show off again. The image of a massive ringing bell emerged. The Wanmin bell has been placed at the mountain gate ever since the Mo sect was established here. It was placed in front of the mountain gate. This bell throughout the entire Qingzhou region has a total of 301 copies. They are placed respectively at the mountain gates of the Jianzhong and its 300 subordinate sects. At this moment, Lu Chaoga brought a few people and flew to the bell's location. The manufacturing cost of each bell is substantial. It was personally refined by the 9th generation sword venerable of the Jianzhong, and completed for thousands of years. It can still produce sound on its own without the need for spiritual energy. Everyone speculated that it concealed a perpetual motion machine. Its function is very simple. If something happens in the mortal world, one only needs to light a special incense stick, and the bell will ring by itself. At this point, Lu Chaoga and everyone else had arrived at the scene. It is also known as the Xianxia version of an emergency hotline. He brought his hand close to the bell. However, despite all this design, not every hotline proves useful. And whenever the Mo sect mobilized due to the bell ringing, they often did not meet a good end. Now the sect is declining even further. Isn't that right? Luo Bing looked at the man in front of her, and cautiously asked Sect Master's senior uncle, does Luo Bing need to go down the mountain and check the situation? In her heart, however, she was thinking something else. Young master, please feel free to send Luo Bing to do anything. He calmly replied, it's fine. This seat will personally descend the mountain. And take a look. What Chaoga was thinking was yet another matter. Such a perfect opportunity to show off. How could I possibly give it to you? Luo Bing insisted. This disciple is willing to follow Sect Master's senior uncle there. This made Dong Li, standing nearby, extremely angry. Seeing her earnest plea, Lu Chaoga waved his hand in agreement. There was no time to delay, lest something unexpected occur. Then you may accompany this seat. Hearing this, Luo Bing happily replied, yes. Then the two boarded a flying ship and departed. Only the furious Dong Li was left behind. You wretched disciple, wretched disciple. As for the other disciple who came along, he had zero presence whatsoever. On the way to the incident location, Lu Chaoga quickly chanted the spell formula. He drew a circle to scout the path. Through that circle, the scenery appeared, but it seemed to be blocked by something. He couldn't help but wonder, the misty river. Luo Bing, standing behind him, changed her tone and asked her young master, the misty river again. She was secretly delighted in her heart. As long as they were away from her master, she could address him as young master. Her master seemed to harbor intense hostility towards those women who got close to the young master. Her cheeks flushed slightly. But the young master possesses God-given talent. So how could women not actively try to approach him? In front of Luo Bing was Lu Chaoga's tall and solid back. She wondered in her heart. Since they couldn't all be driven away, why shouldn't she join them? But she was of low birth. She didn't dare hope for the position of Sect Master's wife. Nor did she dare imagine riding over her master's head and becoming her master's sister-in-law. It would be enough if she could just become one of them. Looking at the scene before him, Lu Chaoga said seriously, the last time the myriad people bell rang, the place where the incense was lit was the misty river. I wonder what happened this time. Looking down from above, the misty river appeared even clearer. When the two landed, the villagers saw them and immediately cheered. The cultivators are here. The Mo sect cultivators are here. All the villagers quickly knelt down and bowed deeply. the village chief said. This old man greets Sect Master Lu. The surrounding villagers were greatly surprised upon hearing this. They hadn't expected the Sect's leader himself to have arrived. Lu Chaoga used magic to help the village chief up, and asked, "What happened?" The village chief trembled, pointing towards the mist, and shouted, "Sect Master Lu, it's the water ghost. The water ghost is back." Hearing this, he immediately became serious and said, "The water ghost again." Luo Bing stood behind looking at Lu Chaoga, her expression changing slightly. "Oh no, it looks like those guys didn't handle things properly last time. The young master will definitely be angry." In front of Lu Chaoga, Luo Bing and the villagers was an extremely dangerous body of water. System panel notification: you have triggered a task. Looking at the new system prompt that popped up, he realized it was indeed a water ghost. As soon as he finished speaking, the water ghost's information panel appeared. Misty River Water Ghost. Objective clear. The water ghost is hidden deep within the Misty River. Task reward 10,000 EXP. Meanwhile, Luo Bing beside him couldn't shake off her worry. She just kept staring intently at Lu Chaoga's expression. The reason the young master wasn't angry was because half a year ago, we had previously cleared the water ghost once. Past events gradually resurfaced concerning this location. However, that was half a year ago. Luo Bing and his senior brother named He Ting were walking forward. A golden light shone upon a tremendously huge door. According to Luo Bing's account at the time, when the myriad people bell rang, Master was in seclusion and martial uncle was down the mountain handling affairs. Only she and senior brother He Ting were on the mountain. Our strength was weak back then. If we rashly took action, we might have died right here at the Misty River. At that time, Luo Bing and He Ting chose to return, and delayed their decision until now. So we took it upon ourselves to decide to take the inner sect spirit stones and go to the local Baiman sect to seek help. After entering the central Baiman sect, both Luo Bing and He Ting had to pay a fee to a certain young master there, so they could temporarily settle down. That central Baiman sect accepted the spirit stones then, and promised they would definitely deal with the water ghost here. Returning to the present, Luo Bing was still secretly watching Lu Chaoga. Back then, when the young master returned, he praised her and her senior brother. The moment Luo Bing's heart fluttered flashed before her eyes. At that time, Lu Chaoga stood high up, praising Luo Bing and He Ting. "You did very well. This place will be protected by our sect. Must protect it well. Just for these meager spirit stones." The more the past is mentioned, the deeper the resentment in Luo Bing's heart. Still could not be quelled. But clearly, those people took our spirit stones. But they didn't take this commission seriously at all. Meanwhile, on Lu Chaoga's side, he still stood in place staring at the water surface, revealing a cold, triumphant smirk. "Very well. You'll just cut him down directly. How dare he deceive this lord? What immense guts!" Lu Chaoga raised his foot and stepped onto the water surface. Lu Chaoga's footsteps were light, silently treading on the water. Lu Chaoga remained composed, calmly deducing the disgusting essence of this water ghoul monster. The disgusting essence monsters in the Tianqian realm are not formed by the resentment of a single person, but are accumulated masses of resentment. A water ghoul needs to gather the hatred of many drowned victims and undergo long years before it can transform into a water ghoul. The farmers in the village were astonished again, exclaiming to one another, discussing heatedly. As expected of the sect master, he can actually walk on water. The last time the disciples of the Zhengbai sect came to handle this matter, it was bad enough they looked at us with contempt. But their skill couldn't even compare to Master Lu's superb technique. Lu Chaoga lowered his head, staring at the water surface, lost in thought. A single area cannot accommodate 2 water ghouls. But in a very short amount of time, Lu Chaoga had already deduced the true identity of the water ghoul beneath his feet. This fellow. It must be the one that wasn't completely eradicated last time. Those scoundrels. They just came to put on a show. Lu Chaoga began to question the crowd behind him. "Old village chief. Has anyone died recently?" An elderly man, hunching his back and leaning on a walking stick, replied from among the farmers. Lu Chaoga, Freckles' father died. He even said when he went out fishing that he would bring back candied haw berries for Freckles.
That child has been craving them for a long time.
Not only that,
A robust man nearby also expressed
his deep regret.
when we found Freckles' father. He had already turned into a mummy. It's too tragic. Only his widowed wife and young child are left in his family. As soon as the young man finished speaking, Lu Chao's gaze rapidly shifted. It instantly became sharper and more dangerous.
So he turned around and walked straight ahead, still not forgetting to instruct Luo Bing. Luo Bing, protect this lord here. I will return shortly. Upon hearing this, Luo Bing immediately stepped forward and agreed.
Your disciple obeys. Immediately following, suddenly, a whirlpool controlled by Lu Chaoga appeared before him.
Before long, Lu Chaoga appeared underwater, utilizing a bubble
that contained stable air for him to breathe.
Lu Chao's expression was extremely firm,
resolutely issuing a command to the system.
System lock on to the target.
Soon after, the system immediately reported, you have discovered the target water ghoul.
In front of Lu Chaoga, a monster flashing red light appeared.
At the same time, its information panel also appeared.
Information formed by resentment.
After half a year of dormancy, its ghoul energy is robust water ghoul.
Level 20.
Although the water ghoul was moving faster and faster,
approaching him, Lu Chaoga showed no fear at all.
It truly was the one that wasn't completely dealt with last time.
This bizarre-looking water monster successfully and swiftly approached Lu Chao's location.
The camera shifts to the surface where Luo Bing and the villagers were standing.
I wonder how things are underwater. Is Master Lu alright? It's just one water ghoul. Master Lu will definitely kill it. Suddenly an explosion occurred underwater,
causing several water columns to shoot high into the sky.
Water splashed everywhere, causing the residents to immediately feel
astonished and afraid. The stream of water gradually fell,
slowly revealing the water ghost's sorry state.
Several farmers noticed this, gesturing repeatedly,
pointing straight up. The water ghost.
It was the one who killed Zaiamatsu's father, then Sect Master Lu.
Looking from a distance, Lu Chaoga quietly appeared on the water's surface, completely unharmed. Lu Chao's expression grew more serious,
pointing directly at the water ghost suspended in midair,
and immediately commanded, perish.
The moment he finished speaking, a plume of dangerous black smoke enveloped it, consuming the water ghost's body, which was convulsing in pain
and struggling ceaselessly.
A flash of light burst forth, which no one could endure.
People had to cover their eyes, constantly signaling, hurry and close your eyes. Moments later, the scene quieted down. The lake surface was much clearer than before. Everyone lowered their hands and opened their eyes again.
The sight of splashing water,
the black light,
and even the water ghost and Lu Chaoga were all gone.
This astonished everyone greatly. Where did Sect Master Lu go? They couldn't see him either. The water ghost is dead, and we didn't even have a chance to thank him. Luo Bing and Lu Chaoga were standing on a lotus leaf observing. Lu Chaoga asked, Luo Bing, let me ask you,
which Shonbaiman sect did you invite
to help us previously? Luo Bing replied, Shuyuman sect. Lu Chaoga pondered. Shuyuman specializes in cultivating water elemental sword arts. You certainly chose appropriately. Immediately after, a system notification popped up. Defeated water ghost.
You gain 10,000 experience points.
Luo Bing countered, young master. Do we need to go to Shuyuman now? Lu Chaoga replied, we definitely have to go.
But there are still some matters that need handling.
In a small village, a woman was sewing clothes while nagging.
I wasted all this effort sewing it. How many times did I tell you to be careful when fishing?
Don't think that just because you can swim you can. The woman's hands suddenly trembled and her voice choked up.
If I had known this, I would have mended it sooner.
That way, on the day you left us,
you wouldn't have had to wear rags.
The little boy looked around holding a sword, seemingly looking for something. The little boy thought, where exactly did Papa go? Where is my candied hawthorn? Why hasn't Papa come back yet? Mama is so upset at Papa, she's crying.
Suddenly a knock sounded at the door. The woman quickly wiped away her tears, urging her son Xiaoma to hurry and open the door. The little boy obediently ran out to open the door. But when the boy opened the door, he didn't see anyone. Only a stick of candied hawthorn placed by the door. The little boy picked up the candied hawthorn, looking around asking, did Papa come back? for the vast Qinglongquan region. Only a humble fisherman had died.
But for one family.
The one who died was a husband, a father and the pillar of their home. It turned out that the one who placed the candied hawthorn at the door
was Lu Chaoga. The two of them were secretly hiding in a corner. Observing Luo Bing asked young master, "This child doesn't seem to have the potential for cultivation." Lu Chaoga replied, "However, I believe
this child has extremely profound good fortune. What his future will look like,
it's hard to say for now." Luo Bing was surprised by his answer. Lu Chaoga turned around thinking, if he had an opportunity like Xiao Qiu,
what would this child's life be like? Luo Bing also agreed since the young master said so.
It seems this child's future won't be simple, Luo Bing thought happily. Actually, although the young master acts independently,
he is warm-hearted deep down.
Shuiyumen sect.
It is ranked 98th among the Zhongbaimen.
The sect master's life expectancy is nearing its limit, and he is currently in seclusion attempting to achieve a breakthrough.
The various elders are once again unable to stand the sight of each other. They ostracize one another.
The inner sect has long since ceased to be united. But even so, it doesn't prevent it from being able to bully
Momin, which ranks at the bottom among the 100 sects.
When Luo Bing and Lu Chaoga arrived at Shuiyumen,
the disciples of Shuiyumen discussed amongst themselves.
This couple of immortals truly looks splendid. Their status must be extraordinary.
Exactly, a representative stepped forward to greet them.
May I ask where you two noble individuals are from? Which sect you belong to and what business brings you to my Shuiyumen?
At the same time the system prompted.
You have triggered a sect mission. Lu Chaoga calmly read the mission panel. Mengfom, a disciple of Shuiyumen,
after taking Momen's spirit stones, carried out his duty perfunctorily,
never slaying the water ghosts,
nor fulfilling the duty associated with the bell of the common people. As the sect master of Momen, and the protector of the Wuhai River, you need to make him understand the prestige of Momen,
and the rules of the cultivation world.
Go cause a ruckus, sect master. After reading the mission, Lu Chaoga investigated.
Let's first check the names of these few NPCs. I wonder if Mengfom is here. After viewing all the information
about the disciples in front of him,
Lu Chaoga led Luo Bing inside. It seems he's not here. Let's go inside and look. But the Shuiyumen disciples wouldn't easily allow them to just barge in like that.
Halt, honored sirs.
Are you trying to force your way into Shuiyumen? Seeing that Lu Chaoga didn't reply, the Shuiyumen disciples angrily asked, "It's you. Still not speaking? We won't hold back then." Lu Chaoga noticed a bell atop the mountain. Lu Chaoga secretly smiled.
So you have the bell of the common people.
Then I'll have you all come to see me yourselves. Lu Chaoga said.
Go then. He shot an object towards the bell.
The bell rang.
The sound of the bell pierced the sky,
as if summoning everyone in Shuiyumen. The Shuiyumen disciples were immediately in an uproar when they saw this,
screaming and charging towards Lu Chaoga.
How dare you? Do you know what that bell is? Presumptuous Lu Chaoga ignored.
The sword tips pointed at him, but instead looked at them with disdainful eyes. The Shuiyumen disciples genuinely felt afraid.
Under that gaze, they gradually retreated, and fearfully said, "Damn it.
What is his background exactly? Why does that look seem like he's looking at flies?"
I actually don't dare to take a step forward.
One of the disciples, despite trembling all over and being full of fear, still managed to ask.
Lu Chaoga, I ask you once more. Who are you?
Which sect are you from? What business do you have at my Shuiyuzone?
Lu Chaoga didn't answer but instead retorted. The bell of the common people has already been struck.
Yet no one rushed here immediately. The disciples looked at each other. The bell of the common people.
Is he talking about the bell of the common people? No way.
The disciples whispered.
This person is dressed very lavishly, and has quite an appearance. Could it be that the rumored
enforcement disciple of the Jinzong is him? The disciples murmured privately, cold sweat dripping.
If that's truly the case, we are in big trouble today. The Jinzong enforcement disciples are a bunch of troublemakers, and that person is not easy to deal with.
We must quickly report this to the higher-ups. The problem is which of the four of us should go report. They shirked responsibility onto each other.
I'm certainly not going to do this. If you want to go, go yourself.
The first elder and second elder are fighting over the position of sect master, struggling against each other, with neither gaining the upper hand.
I don't want to court death. Anyway, I definitely want go. Luo Bing didn't hear what they were saying,
and felt astonished. Why are these men constantly winking at each other non-stop? It's disgusting, Lu Chaoga said with a sneer.
Haven't the four of you had enough of playing this winking game? Lu Chaoga said menacingly. If no one comes to deal with this matter,
then don't blame me for being ruthless. The four disciples were terrified, and immediately scrambled to report the situation.
I'll go report me too. I want to go too. How can I be left out? Luo Bing asked Lu Chaoga. Young master, are you going this time to teach that irresponsible disciple a lesson?
Thinking of that poor family, the husband dead,
the wife weeping and the child searching for their father,
Lu Chaoga felt a heavy weight in his heart again.
No, I want to seek justice for that child.
Eventually 2 elders appeared flying on their swords
before Luo Bing and Lu Chaoga. The 2 elders walked up to them and spoke simultaneously. Young friend, why did you ring the bell?
The one with white hair was the Grand Elder of Shueiyue sect, and the one with black hair was the second elder of Shueiyue sect. The sect master of Shueiyue sect is in secluded cultivation. It seems this was in vain.
These 2 are currently at loggerheads
over the position of sect master. Lu Chaoga said with a smile. You 2 are working together quite harmoniously.
The 2 elders replied in unison again.
Who's harmonious with him?
Luo Bing scoffed.
These men of the Shueiyue sect. Why do they all love putting on this show?
Those few people just now were also exchanging meaningful glances, as if hearing Luo Bing's words.
The Grand Elder shouted angrily at Luo Bing.
Little girl, this old man advises you to watch your words.
I don't like playing those kinds of games.
Nor do I think highly of this shorty. The second elder also retorted. This old man doesn't think highly of you either.
The disciples below watched the 2 elders arguing back and forth, sinking into thought.
It's exactly like a couple bickering playfully. Is that really what's happening?
The 2 elders spoke simultaneously again. All of you shut up.
Lu Chaoga interrupted.
I didn't come here to watch your antics. I am the sect master of the Momin sect.
After hearing Lu Chaoga's introduction, the disciples immediately sighed in relief. So he's not an enforcement disciple. He scared me to death. I thought something serious was going to happen this time. The second elder stroked his beard, thinking Momin. Which Momin? The Grand Elder provided the answer.
Is it the Momin sect that ranks last among the 100 sects?
What could you possibly want? Lu Chaoga continued.
I came to Shueiyue sect today
because I intend to capture someone. The elders saw through Lu Chaoga's cultivation level and sneered contemptuously. They thought his cultivation is only at the 8th tier of the first realm. How dare he come to Shueiyue sect and be so presumptuous, trying to arrest someone right at our sect's entrance. This youngster is far too arrogant. The Grand Elder asked with a dark expression. Capture someone. Which fellow Taoist do you wish to capture?
Lu Chaoga replied, the Shueiyue sect disciple Mengfeng.
The Grand Elder was shocked. That is my 3rd true disciple. Is this guy targeting me? Seeing this, the second elder laughed gleefully. Ha ha.
So it's his apprentice.
This is going to be entertaining.
Mengfeng arrived on his sword where everyone was gathered,
cursing as he approached.
What the hell is going on? Has the Momin sect master gone mad again? How dare he call me out by name?
Is it because I'm so handsome that news
has spread beyond the Shueiyue sect,
and even outsiders have become infected? Mengfeng thought narcissistically. That shouldn't be right, should it? With this face of mine, haven't I been praised by everyone within 1,000 li radius? Narration idiom alert. Utterly shameless.
Suddenly Mengfeng recalled something.
Wait a minute, Momin sect, I think I remember something. Mengfeng remembered a time when Luo Bing and another Shueiyue sect disciple came to ask for his help. Please, senior brother, lend us a hand
and help the villagers of Wuha village kill the water ghost.
Mengfeng let out an arrogant scoff. Why don't you kneel when greeting a senior brother? What kind of reasoning is that? Luo Bing and the junior brother from the Shueiyue sect whispered privately.
Luo Bing said, I only kneel to young master.
And master, why should I kneel to this person?
But that junior brother advised.
The Mist River water ghost is causing trouble.
If we prioritize momentary face, those villagers will suffer misfortune.
Luo Bing was persuaded.
Knelt down and said Luo Bing, a disciple of the Missouri sect's Black Court, is willing to offer spirit stones as a token of gratitude,
humbly asking senior brother for assistance.
Meng Fong smiled disdainfully, tossing the money bag in his hand,
and said, that's more like it. Go back, it's just a tiny water ghost. I can take its life with a snap of my fingers. Meng Fong took the money and spent it lavishly. In the pleasure quarters. Ha ha ha, ladies, I'm in a good mood today. If you serve me well, you'll be rewarded handsomely.
Meng Fong recalled this,
and cursed inwardly, damn it. I was so happy then. I exchanged the spirit stones for regular currency,
went drinking and buying flowers with my fellow disciples, and completely forgot about slaying the ghost. Meng Fong flew towards Lu Chaoga and the others on his sword. He must definitely be here because of this matter. How the Trash Body Sect, truly the Trash Body Sect. For such a trivial matter, they sent their sect leader in person.
This fellow named Meng Fong thought arrogantly. Isn't it just a water ghost? It can only operate in the Mist River. Unable to come ashore, how much harm could it cause? At most only 1 or 2 people might die.
Before I joined the sect, I was also the young master of a rich family. The servants at home were mine to command, beat, or curse as I wished.
Moreover, I am now cultivating. How can an immortal be compared to a mortal? However, since he has come to find me, I can't let the second elder seize an opportunity against me. If I let that happen,
how can my master become the sect leader?
Meng Fong thought viciously. Since things have reached this point, the best way to handle it is to apologize first.
So he has no reason to scold me, hee hee.
Meng Fong stood before the 2 elders,
and said with feigned sincerity,
Meng Fong was invited by the Mo sect last time to slay the water ghost. But due to my lack of ability, the water ghost escaped. I asked Sect Leader Lu to punish me. Following this,
he agreed to compensate the Mo sect with double the spirit stones.
The first elder looked at his disciple, thinking he was truly excellent. Not bad, not bad. This person has excellent character. He is responsible, leaving no room for blame. The first elder also looked down upon their small sect. Moreover, double the spirit stones is not a small amount. A tiny sect coming to our door. Aren't they just looking for some resources? Just give it to them.
Lu Chaoga held his head high and said,
a fisherman died in the Mist River fishing village. Hearing Lu Chaoga's news, Meng Fong was stunned for a moment, but his reaction was, this guy wants more money. Meng Fong gritted his teeth and said, more money.
This disciple agrees to triple compensation. But he was resentful inside.
How many spirit stones is a mortal life worth? Triple is already my limit. Lu Chaoga waved his hand, giving a cold smile, and said, compensation laughable.
Lu Chaoga said to Meng Fong,
Sword Sect Rule number 16. Read it. Meng Fong was startled. What? Lu Chaoga's expression changed,
his eyes flashing with murderous intent.
Staring intently at Meng Fong and roared, read it. Meng Fong feared Lu Chaoga's imposing presence, and read tremblingly. Sword Sect Rule number 16.
Accepting a commission issued via the 10,000 people bell,
if handled perfunctorily, and indirectly resulting in someone's death,
shall be punished by whipping.
The first elder was furious. This little brat. He actually wants even more. This is too obvious. He's trying to intimidate me. The second elder smiled gleefully from the side.
I thought they would be blinded by the spiritual stones.
Now we finally have a good show to watch. The Sword Sect's disciplinary whip has a total of 6 strikes. 3 thunder whips strike the Dao body. 3 heart whips strike the Dao heart. The thunder whip is just a small matter.
It hurts and it causes injury. But they can all be healed through wondrous cultivation. But the Dao heart whip is different. The Dao heart whip strikes the Dao heart directly. For those whose Dao heart is unstable,
their Dao heart might shatter because of it. They would be unable to advance further for the rest of their lives, perhaps even experiencing a drop in cultivation realm, if this happens.
Unless they truly possess the power to defy fate and seize creation.
Otherwise, even a great cultivator in the 7th realm, or the 8th realm, cannot save them.
At this moment Meng Fong was sweating profusely in fear.
He looked at the great elder and begged, Master, save me. The great elder also felt murderous intent. You scoundrel. I cannot openly oppose him now. I can only offer him some resources first. Then he'll figure out a way to get them back. He'll give you the resources. Can you at least spare my disciple now? Thinking this, he lowered his voice. Sect Leader Lu, let's negotiate. Lu Chaoga showed an expression of extreme disgust and replied, I shall give you 3 choices. He continued. 1. Endure the punishment of 6 lashes. 2. Take a strike from this seat sword. This statement successfully drove the Shuiyuman Great Elder mad with rage. He was absolutely furious. Meng Feng trembled and stammered, asking, What about the 3rd choice? Lu Chaoga immediately replied viciously, There is no 3rd, I was just messing with you, or rather. The 3rd option is the combination of the previous 2. This statement continued to make the Shuiyuman Great Elder double his anger level. He couldn't take it anymore and yelled Lu Chaoga. The Shuiyuman Second Elder smiled upon seeing this. He mocked as the Great Elder trying to pull strings, hoping to shut him up with money. This definitely violates the Sword Sect's rules. If that honored guest inside finds out, what will they think of you? The Shuiyuman Great Elder gritted his teeth in fury. Cursing you. Meng Feng was in a dire predicament. He desperately looked at the Great Elder for help. Master, quickly say something for me. The Great Elder shook his head powerlessly. The Shuiyuman Second Elder secretly rejoiced. Does he dare speak up? If he dares openly break the rules, the Shuiyuman Sword Dao will belong to me. Seeing this situation, Meng Feng started trembling. He thought with a pale face, it's over, master has abandoned me. Seeing this, Lu Chaoga smiled and said, If you don't choose soon, then I will have to personally choose the 3rd option for you. He immediately replied, panic-stricken, I'll take your sword strike. Meng Feng then drew his sword. Lu Chaoga emitted immense spiritual power throughout his body. Reaching this point, Meng Feng also had to calm down and look on the bright side. This guy is only at the 8th heaven of the 1st realm. His realm is equivalent to mine. Taking one sword strike from him isn't a huge deal. So he rotated his blade and assumed a combat stance. Thinking inwardly, this is much better than enduring the punishment of 6 lashes. Facing Meng Feng's vigilance, he said calmly, Tell this seat when you are ready, relax. This seat's destiny sword will not be drawn. Hearing this, Meng Feng seemed to realize something. Not drawing his destiny sword is already a huge concession. If he can still hurt me like this, then he'll quit practicing swordsmanship forever. The 2 elders watching were equally nervous. The Shuiyuman Great Elder smiled proudly, thinking, This brat, it seems he still wants to exchange resources with me. He's just pretending to put on a show of strength. Meanwhile, the Shuiyuman Second Elder looked displeased. His destiny sword won't be drawn. Why did this kid suddenly give in? Pumping himself up, Meng Feng took a step back and shouted loudly, Sect Leader Lu, please guide me. Lu Chaoga also entered a serious state, replying, Good. Following that, he unleashed his power, and massive amounts of dark energy immediately surged forth. The power was so great that streaks of lightning flashed across the sky. When the 2 elders saw the dark energy approaching, they instantly gasped aloud. The power of heaven and earth. Sword intent, Meng Feng saw the black aura rushing toward him, and could only remain standing still. He tried to block that sword intent with his sword. That sword intent filled with power. Meng Feng's whole body felt like it was splitting apart, and the veins on his face bulged completely. Finally, his sword snapped piece by piece. Relying solely on his own sword intent, Lu Chaoga easily struck Meng Feng, sending him flying into the wall. He collapsed on the ground, sword broken, person injured, his body severely battered. The 1st elder of the Shuiyue sect yelled furiously, Meng Feng, Lu Chaoga. After the battle ended, Lu Chaoga withdrew his dense black sword intent. He said calmly, It seems he couldn't withstand a single strike from me. The 1st elder of the Shuiyue sect looked at him and thought angrily, I thought this Lu Chaoga was a man who knew when to yield and when to stand firm. But I never expected him to be utterly uncompromising. Suddenly one of his disciples shouted, Master, Senior Brother Meng Feng's sword heart is shattered. Hearing this shocking news, the 1st elder of the Shuiyue sect roared. Lu Chaoga. Meanwhile, Lu Chaoga smiled triumphantly and replied, If you cultivate the path but not the mind, then you had better. Lu Chaoga's figure appeared extremely imposing at this moment. He finished his sentence, stopped practicing the sword altogether. This single sentence successfully made the 1st elder of the Shuiyue sect so angry that sparks were about to fly out of his eyes. You, the 2nd elder of Shuiyue, also added fuel to the fire. He said, TSK, no way, right. It couldn't be. Surely no one would dare violate the sect rules of the sword sect. Just to protect a disciple, would they? Oh ho ho, the disciple is so miserable. Yet the master doesn't dare violate the sect rules of the sword sect. How truly pitiful. On the surface he was provoking the Shueiyue first elder. But inwardly he was full of schemes. He thought, hurry up and violate the sect rules. That way the Shueiyue sect will belong to me. Start fighting. Look how annoying that brat is. How could anyone possibly endure that? The Shueiyue first elder was already angry, and now, having been provoked, he turned around, pointed at him and said, "You truly are." Meanwhile he happily stroked his beard, thinking, haha, success. But contrary to what he expected, the Shueiyue first elder forced a smile, stroked his beard and said, "Very well." This greatly shocked the Shueiyue second elder. After speaking, the Shueiyue first elder seemingly resigned, cupped his hands toward Lu Chaoga and said, "Sect leader Lu is indeed genuinely skilled despite his young age." The Shueiyue second elder thought furiously, "How the hell could you hold that in? Are you a turtle?" Lu Obing was captivated by this scene. She thought, this is what a true sword cultivator looks like. She looked at Lu Chaoga's heroic figure, thinking, this is the uninhibited and heroic manner of the cultivation world. This is the young master I admire. In Lu Obing's eyes, Lu Chaoga truly came with 1,000 super beauty filters built in. She looked at the disciples who were helping Meng Feng up. Thinking, only her face was slightly flushed as she recalled an old matter. After all, Meng Feng was brought here by her and her senior brother's earnest request. The young master must have realized this, which is why he sought justice for us, right? On the other side, the Shueiyue second elder, having failed to succeed, planned to continue scheming. He thought, damn it, I certainly shouldn't underestimate this old turtle. However, such a great opportunity is one I cannot miss. He looked behind him. Meng Feng was lowering his head in exhaustion. He thought, let me add some more fuel to the fire, and let this anger become even more intense. He decided to act immediately. The Shueiyue second elder stepped forward and quietly told Meng Feng, TSK. Such severe injuries. I'm afraid you are completely crippled now. Well, yes, the first elder's painstaking effort over more than a decade could actually be destroyed by someone in an instant. The Shueiyue first elder became furious again. Seeing this, the second elder smiled and said, "It's working." The second elder of the Shueiyue sect raised his bruised and swollen face. What more could be said? Why say more? His mouth was full of blood and his teeth were gone. I'm afraid he can only drink porridge from now on. The poor child was beaten up like this. And yet no one dares to stand up for you. This time, the first elder of the Shueiyue sect became even more enraged. While he was grinning inwardly, Lu Chaoga saw this and asked, I would like to ask the two elders, if the sect rules are enforced, does Meng Feng have room to resist? He thought to himself, I should add fuel to the fire. I do not like being used as a tool. Since that's the case, I won't save them face either. The two elders were silent for a moment, unsure of what to say. The first elder of the Shueiyue sect thought, if he resists following the sect rules, then Lu Chaoga has the right to kill him directly. Before the two could speak, he continued to ask, then I shall ask the two elders again, if he can withstand one strike of my sword, will he be safe and sound? Seeing that something was odd, the second elder of the Shueiyue sect questioned, what is this brat trying to do? The first elder of the Shueiyue sect seemed to understand. Compared to taking 6 lashes, this is a better deal. It is indeed the best option. He then followed up with a lengthy speech. Therefore it is not that my punishment is too harsh, but that your Shueiyue sect is too weak and its doctrine is feeble. Even the way to victory is weak. Lu Chaoga currently appears majestic but lacks the ultimate authority. That is the root of your evil. The two words weakness immediately pressed down upon the two elders, causing them immense pain. The two immediately raged. This brat is humiliating my entire Shueiyue sect? The first elder of the Shueiyue sect said, Sect Master Lu is the head of a sect. Yet he intends to use full force for one sword strike to deal with the core disciple of my Shueiyue sect. Isn't that losing too much face? Seeing this, he replied with a smile. So the first elder of the Shueiyue sect actually remembers that I am the head of a sect.
According to the sect rules, although my status is lower than your Shueiyue sect master. But at least I am half a head above the two of you. But compared to the two of you I am still half a head higher. Lu Chaoga looked at the person before him with a scrutinizing gaze. If that is the case, I ask you, why do you not bow when you see me? The two elders were instantly so angry they sputtered and stammered. Then he covered his mouth and chuckled. I hope the two elders remember. You are still not the sect master. The two elders were so furious they couldn't speak. They could only stutter and stammer you. Suddenly applause and an intriguing voice rang out. How interesting, a woman said, looking down from above, startling everyone present. The purple-haired beauty remarked with amusement. You truly are interesting. The first elder of the Shueiyue sect looked up, thinking with a pale face. Why did she come out? The second elder of the Shueiyue sect also turned pale. We're finished now. Lu Chaoga also paled and wondered, why is she here? The woman descended amid everyone's shock. The woman landed amidst the shock of the crowd. The woman exhaled, displaying her incredibly beautiful figure. Looking at the person before him, he thought to himself, Li Nanwei, daughter of the Sword Venerable of Jianzhong. Compared to the Sword Venerable's status, Rongyu's status is one level higher. Her standing in Jianzhong is no less than that of the daughter of Jianzhong's sect master. Li Nanwei's sword was currently sheathed. Meanwhile, Lu Chaoga remained immersed in thought. And Lu Chaoga was still absorbed in his thoughts. And besides these two identities, the most crucial point is, she was smiling happily, now extremely intrigued. He thought, she is also an old acquaintance of Rongyuhum. That's right. That's how it is. A scene appeared in his mind. Du Yu and Li Nanwei in front of him smiled. That brat Du Yu must still be in the secret crush stage, right? While he was intently staring at her face. But Luo Bing walking behind him thought that Lu Chaoga was focused on Li Nanwei's impressive bosom. Luo Bing thought shyly. So the young master likes this type. She recalled memories from her childhood. When she was young at the courtesan house, there were some older sisters who looked quite ordinary, but because men liked that feature, their business improved. People came and went, keeping them busy until midnight. Luo Bing bit her lip and thought, it seems the young master likes this too. She remembered what someone had told her. It looks like once I return to the mountain, I must try those techniques taught by the old wet nurse. Those techniques are quite amazing. I must remember to use them frequently, once every night. But she sighed again. But the old wet nurse said, having someone else do it is more effective than doing it ourselves. Alas, Luo Bing felt utterly discouraged. Meanwhile, Lu Chaoga activated his golden eye and thought, since she is the daughter of the Sword Venerable, how high must her current cultivation realm be? But not even the golden eye could probe her. All the results it found were question marks. The system displayed a warning, powerful creature. Be careful. Seeing this, Lu Chaoga's expression instantly became solemn. If the system cannot detect her, she must be at least 20 levels higher than me. In other words, this person has reached at least the beginning of level 40. Thinking this, he smiled and said, I have heard Yue mention you before. But he secretly thought, little Yue, don't say your senior brother didn't help you out. Without hesitation, Li Nanwei bowed to Lu Chaoga. This shocked the two elders of the Shueiyue sect so much that they opened their mouths wide. Has that brat gone mad? How dare he accept a bow from the Sword Venerable's daughter? He is just a sect master at the bottom of the 100 sects. How could he possibly dare? She, however, didn't pay much attention to the fuss. She thought with great interest. Interesting, this person is truly interesting. Everyone else who sees me is polite and respectful. Yet he accepted it so calmly. Junior brother Yue once mentioned a mysterious senior brother living down the mountain. Looking at the man before her, she sensed something. Could it be him? I should probe him a bit. Luo Bing glanced behind her and saw someone flying over on a sword. So she informed Lu Chaoga, young master, that woman from the sword sect is catching up. Li Nanwei then straightened her back and flew on her sword until she was right beside Lu Chaoga. She reached out and greeted him kindly. Sect Master Lu Nanwei has something she would like to ask. Just a moment ago, Lu Chaoga was standing and chatting casually with Li Nanwei. Nanwei was beaming and talking non-stop. Oh, Sect Master Lu knows junior brother Yue. I wonder when he mentioned me and what he said. Lu Chaoga replied with a polite smile. It was all good things. He secretly thought again, little Yue. Senior brother can only help you this much. The two old men, standing at the very front of the Shuiwei gate, seeing Nanwei and Lu Chaoga chatting so happily, immediately started sweating profusely out of fear. They had offended both of them at once. Lu Chaoga wanted to end the conversation. He cupped his hands and bowed. This seat still has matters to attend to within the sect. I shall take my leave first, Li Nanwei said warmly. Sect Master Lu, please feel free. After speaking, Lu Chaoga left with Luobing. He took a few steps, but before exiting the gate, Lu Chaoga suddenly remembered something and stopped. Lu Chaoga and Luobing turned their heads simultaneously, leaving the other three people confused. He remembered Meng Feng had previously said, "This disciple is willing to pay triple compensation." Now Lu Chaoga turned to the Grand Elder of the Shuiwei Gate and demanded triple the spirit stones. The master pays the disciple's debt. The Grand Elder was fuming with rage but could do nothing about it. He angrily tossed out a pouch of spirit stones and said, "Take it. There is more than enough in here." Lu Chaoga reached out and accurately snatched the pouch of spirit stones. He didn't even check it. Lu Chaoga tossed the pouch of spirit stones to Luobing. He walked on saying, "Got it. Let's go." Luobing took the pouch and replied, "Yes, Master Uncle Head." Li Nanwei kept observing their movement until they flew away. She sighed inwardly. This person truly is clever. I must thoroughly investigate whether he is indeed that mysterious senior brother. The two elders of the Shuiwei sect seemed unable to tolerate this any longer. They wanted to see her off but were also wary of Li Nanwei. The first elder had no choice but to step forward and speak tactfully. A wicked disciple appeared in the inner sect, making you witness a disgrace just then. Two disciples carried out the battered and disheveled Meng Feng. Li Nanwei looked at him deeply, stating her judgment. He should no longer practice the sword. The two elders turned ghastly pale. That single sentence from her represented the opinion of the Jinzong sect. Seeing Li Nanwei preparing to leave, yet those two old fellows dared not stop her. They stammered, unable to speak. Li Nanwei activated her sword flight technique and departed. Before leaving, she did not forget to bid farewell. "I apologize for the disturbance these past few days." Nanwei takes her leave now. The two first elders stood motionless like stone statues, watching Li Nanwei depart. They couldn't even keep a corner of her garment. At this point, the second elder finally vented his frustration, turning to blame the first elder. What a fine disciple you have trained." This caused the first elder, when faced with the truth, to be unable to refute. When Li Nanwei caught up to those two people, Lu Chaoga, Luobing had long viewed Li Nanwei as a rival. Looking at Li Nanwei's enormous chest like two balloons, Luobing was very unhappy. Isn't that totally cheating? Did she pump air into those or something? Lu Chaoga had long known that Li Nanwei was pursuing them, but he didn't know why. "Why is that woman chasing me?" Lu Chaoga stood ramrod straight, his whole person seeming to radiate light, and he asked faintly, "What is the matter?" Li Nanwei still wanted to seize the previous topic to test him. "Sect Leader Lu and junior brother, did you really know each other since childhood?" Recalling their childhood, Lu Chaoga and Du Yu had indeed exchanged martial arts knowledge, so saying they knew each other was certainly close to the truth. Lu Chaoga silently conceded this point. Li Nanwei seized the conversation thread and cut straight to the main topic. "In that case, the mysterious senior brother that junior brother Du Yu mentioned must be Sect Leader Lu, right?" Lu Chaoga didn't understand what Li Nanwei was talking about again. Hearing the mysterious senior brother mentioned once more, he relentlessly questioned Du Yu in his heart. What the heck is he playing at? What sort of mess has this kid Du Yu gotten me into? Li Nanwei had no choice but to explain. "Sect Leader Lu might not know. Do you often mention Sect Leader Lu while at Jianzhong?" But always refused to reveal his identity. Even when asked about my father, he never brought him up. Lu Chaoga finally understood at this moment. His rage flared and his hands clenched into fists. No wonder his reputation kept failing to rise. So the problem originated here. I really want to knock his head crooked. What in the world is going on inside his head? That is the strongest sword in Qingzhou. The reputation and value of the sword venerable. Anger aside on the surface, Lu Chaoga still had to maintain a dignified and composed appearance. He cautiously asked, "After your father heard about this,
What did he say? Li Nanwei was silent for a while. A trace of melancholy flickering past. My father said this. He greatly admires Lu Chaoga. Hearing this reply, Lu Chaoga didn't understand and repeated Li Nanwei's words admires. He thought again, how could the dignified sword venerable use the word admires? Lu Chaoga thought of that sword venerable. And suddenly everything became clear in his mind. Lu Chaoga said seriously, I understand. Li Nanwei countered, you understand why my father would say such a thing? Lu Chaoga looked into the distance. Miss Nanwei, do you know what in this world is the loneliest? Li Nanwei didn't seem to fully grasp these profound philosophical questions yet. She counter-asked what? For dry leaves drifted across the sky. Before them was dazzling sunlight. Lu Chaoga explained, hands clasped behind his back. It's about seeking defeat all your life, yet agonizingly finding no rival. Being unrivaled under heaven is the loneliest thing. Li Nanwei suddenly realized, apparently understanding the reason. Lu Obing was inexperienced. But when she heard Lu Chaoga's explanation, she found it incredibly simple and easy to grasp. So that's it, that's really it. That's why Sword Venerable said he envied you. As the Sword Venerable's sword attendant, he possesses the talent to surpass the Sword Venerable. A genius rarely seen in 1,000 years. Yet he has a powerful rival like young master. This is exactly what the Sword Venerable envies. Lu Obing looked at Lu Chaoga's back, feeling an extra measure of adoration. Full of admiration, she cupped her hands and said, Lu Obing congratulates Sect Master Uncle for having such a fortunate lifelong enemy. Li Nanwei highly praised Luo Bing's conduct and remarks, secretly thinking that this young girl was quite talented. Grasping this principle so quickly, Mo Sect is indeed unfathomable. But then again, Lu Chaoga, who was being complimented, didn't feel proud or happy at all. Instead, he grew angrier. Congratulations, my foot. Next time I see you, I must beat him until his head is tilted sideways. That is the true and authentic reputation of the Sword Venerable. Lu Chaoga politely sought to leave, and spoke up. Miss Nanwei, do you have anything else to ask? If not, then we shall take our leave first. Lu Chaoga was calculating other urgent matters in his head. Damn it, I'll settle the score with him next time. For now, let's head back to the sect to claim the quest rewards. Li Nanwei was astonished by Lu Chaoga's attitude. No other business. Then we shall take our leave first. This was the first time she had ever heard such words. But in Li Nanwei's experience, she was a respected figure. Because anywhere in Qingzhou, as soon as she appeared, all sects would rush forward to pay respects, and certainly wouldn't say something like take our leave first. Moreover, this time Li Nanwei had specifically mentioned her father. Receiving such unique treatment for the first time made Nanwei feel a flicker of curiosity towards Lu Chaoga. She immediately cupped her hands and said, Sect Master Lu, may Nanwei stay at the Mo sect for a few days? She secretly pondered. This person is truly different. He has absolutely no intention of clinging to a high branch like me. And he's not bad looking either. Lu Chaoga glanced at her, not giving Li Nanwei any regard whatsoever. This girl doesn't give items, nor does she issue quests. And she can't be romanced. And she wants to follow me back to Mo sect for free food and lodging. Is she dreaming? I need to quickly find an excuse to send her away? Just as he racked his brain pondering what excuse would be suitable, Lu Chaoga noticed Nanwei's token hanging from her waist. That token was not simple at all. That item successfully captured Lu Chaoga's attention. Lu Chaoga couldn't help but smile. His attitude performing a complete 360-degree turn faster than flipping a page. That's fine, since you are the daughter of the Sword Venerable, and you use senior sister, then I as the host must certainly fulfill my duties as a host. Lu Obing frowned unhappily, thinking, young master has always disliked outsiders. Why would he today? Li Nanwei suddenly burst into laughter. Nanwei was extremely smug. So that's how it is. Ha ha. Lu Obing, standing nearby, couldn't take her eyes off Nanwei's chest. She looked at the other woman's, then looked at her own. Sure enough, there is no harm without comparison. By this point, Lu Obing was even more certain of her previous speculation. Indeed, young master prefers the large size. Lu Obing once again changed her course of action, aiming to seduce Lu Chaoga. Tonight's massage plan was about to begin.
Soon the three arrived at Danqing Mountain. Everything here was as peaceful as usual.
Lu Chaoga reached out and introduced.
The guest rooms are over there, Miss Nanwei, please make yourself at home.
Nanwei cupped her hands in response. Very well, thank you, Sect Master Lu. The moment Lu Chaoga's foot touched the ground.
Soon he assigned the task to Luo Bing.
Find some time to properly settle that mother and daughter duo.
At least don't let them have too difficult a life. Luo Bing, following closely behind, answered clearly, this disciple accepts the order.
Lu Chaoga. Chaoga went off to handle his own matters. Next it's time to collect my mission reward.
I wonder what great things he'll get this time, he. The system quickly displayed a notification.
Golden light flashed. Please collect your mission reward as soon as possible. At this moment Lu Chaoga was sitting cross-legged, and leisurely called out. System, collect mission reward. Hearing this, the system panel immediately popped up with a notification in front of him. Distributing mission reward. Looking up at them, Lu Chaoga sighed helplessly. It's starting again. The last time this kind of special effect appeared, the score I received made absolutely no sense. I have a bad feeling about this. Even so, he remains seated calmly observing.
At this point the system has upgraded. Experience points plus 20,000.
Seeing that it was operating normally, without any glitches or oddities, he nodded and said, functioning normally. Next.
Hearing his call, the system immediately notified distributing mission score.
Start. Seeing this, he looked up and then helplessly said, here we go again. Do these special effects not cost you anything?
Hearing this, the system mechanically replied.
We are now starting the assessment of your mission completion level. We are now starting the assessment of your mission completion level.
This time the system strangely displayed 3 question marks,
which made Lu Chaoga feel very depressed, and he couldn't help but let out an eh. Truly annoying.
Seeing the system acting pretentious made him frown in irritation. This damn system only knows how to pull these flashy stunts.
Why can't you just give me the score directly?
Suddenly the number 2 appeared on the screen, stunning him, making him unable to believe his eyes. His eyes narrowed into slits,
and he puzzledly uttered 2. Then the system updated, and an 8 was displayed at the beginning. This allowed him to let out a sigh of relief, saying that's more like it.
Subsequently a 0 popped out at the beginning, which left him speechless, his mind in a jumble,
and his expression turned gloomy.
The system then began a round of enthusiastic cheering.
Congratulations, you have obtained 82 points of reputation value.
Seeing this, he looked up annoyed and completely speechless,
and asked, 82 points. Are the remaining 18 points deducted for style points?
Then he seemed to realize the issue, and rubbed his chin, saying,
it seems that to get a high score, I must beat up everyone young and old. And when the time comes, I definitely can't let those 2 rotten old men off the hook. Next, he looked up at the system panel. The current sect promotion value is
10471000.
Seeing this, he immediately said, oh, the reputation value is already enough to break through to sect level 8. Now.
Then he tapped the screen a few times with his hand and said,
in that case.
At this moment the system popped up a notification for him.
Prerequisites for promoting to sect level 8. Reputation value 1047. 1000.
3 cultivators above realm 213.
Number of disciples exceeding 100 people, including outer disciples 8100.
Seeing this, he stroked his chin and pondered. 2 conditions are still missing.
The third condition is a bit troublesome. The second condition seems relatively simpler. Besides, the experience points I've recently
accumulated are also sufficient. After a while a smile suddenly appeared on his lips.
He happily said, since that's the case, he'll advance 2 levels, breaking through 2 realms directly. Then he began meditating, raising his level from LV 18 to LV 19 and then from LV 19 to LV 20. Just like that, he raised 2 levels in one go. First realm grand completion. At this moment Lu Donli, who was watching Xiao Qiu cultivate, was suddenly astonished. Turning back to the narrative.
My older brother has broken through another realm, and he continuously broke through 2 realms.
At this moment over there,
a young woman was closing her eyes.
Her long eyelashes fluttered and she abruptly woke up.
She opened her eyes and looked around. Then she suddenly spoke, asking, is he already at the great completion of the first stage? At this moment she walked along wondering in confusion. Continuously breaking through two realms is not inherently difficult. Junior brother, do you and I have both experienced this. But while he was still at the Shueiyue sect, was he really at the 8th layer first stage? And then, something gave her the chills and made her freeze. She thought the 8th layer first stage. He is already capable of manifesting sword intent into a physical form. How is this even possible? Even her most respected father, even father himself, had personally said that below the 3rd stage, one should not waste time on sword intent. Even someone with the perfect sword body rare in 1,000 years like you, the junior brother, must wait until after the 3rd stage to form the sword heart. Then she recalled Lu Cheage's face. She suddenly revealed a strange smile. Half her face turned bright red, and then she had an idea. Maybe I should fly over, grab him and bring him back for some research, and then she instantly flopped back onto the bed. Covering her flushed face, she reassured herself. No, I must calm down. I am the daughter of the Sword Venerable. How can I do something like that? Calm down. She then sighed and stammered, comforting herself. But. Then she blissfully thought of him, whispering, that truly is the 1st stage sword intent manifestation. I want it so badly, so badly. But wait, everyone, don't misunderstand. Li Nanwei is simply a swordsman. At this moment she tossed and turned like a child, consoling herself, suppressing her urges over and over. He must still be absorbing the energy now. I'll go grab him first thing tomorrow morning. That is to ask him. Sure enough, this obsession is a bit too intense. And it's not the first time. A bound young man is crying, whimpering before her eyes. I hear. You are that perfect sword body rare in 1,000 years. A strange giant rushed over, his expression dark, asking the others fearfully. I really want to study it. The young man was so scared he sobbed and cried. Then he shouted loudly, Senior brother, save me, Senior brother, save me. That hoarse cry seemed ready to pierce the roof. No one knew what happened that night. But it is worth mentioning that Du Yu, while unconscious, kept muttering about that senior brother. Meanwhile, Lu Chaoga was stretching his muscles, breathing and saying, 1 2 3 4 2 2 3 4, let's do it again. But Lu Chaoga at this moment was like a screen, completely unaware of what absorption was. He even showed a sinister smile on his face. At this moment a notification for an upgrade mission suddenly appeared. Then he scratched his head and said with a beaming smile, Hee, there's another upgrade mission I can do. At this time 4 colors appeared. From left to right: yellow, blue, purple and orange. He hesitated, saying, the orange level start worked well last time. Of course I have to choose it again this time. He smiled proudly and then selected it. The selected orange orb immediately notified, you have successfully selected the mission. Mission difficulty orange rank. Then he frowned while reading the details, saying, what a coincidence. It seems you insist on rushing where angels fear to tread. Thus an upgrade mission appeared. The mission at hand was to kill a demon cultivator from a mysterious organization. Reading this, the corner of his mouth curved up and he laughed. It seems this year will not be peaceful. At this moment the countdown displayed the time, 48 minutes remaining. A mysterious expression appeared on Lu Cheage's face, and he said, the hunting hour begins. Then he clicked the screen and said, you should cherish these next few hours well. After all, these will be the final moments of your life. Early the next morning, Lu Chaoga appeared on the mountaintop. He slowly materialized. Then he sat there cultivating peacefully. Perhaps you don't know. Daily cultivation is Lu Cheage's habit. Minor matters will never make him change his routine. Or rather, he thinks that the matter of killing demonic cultivators, which people are discussing as a big deal, is merely a trifle. He slowly opened his eyes at this moment and said, it's dawn. Just then a figure suddenly appeared before him. The person leaned down and spoke. Sect Master Lu's cultivation method is quite interesting. She then giggled like a child. He frowned at this and asked back unhappily, Miss Nanwei, don't you know that disturbing someone else's cultivation is a very rude thing to do? He then turned his face away. Seeing this, she quickly thought to herself, I shouldn't give in to a woman's pride. Otherwise they'll push their luck. Then she clasped her hands together, leaned in and said with a smile, Nanwei realizes her mistake. This startled him, making him pale and speechless. He turned and left, trying hard to calm his emotions.
Calm down, although this girl is a sword master. I am after all a charismatic man.
I should still maintain some distance. There should be some distance between an older brother and the younger brother's wife.
After settling down he turned and said, Miss Nan Wei,
I still have important matters to attend to down the mountain.
You are free to wander around the Mo clan territory, please make yourself at home.
Seeing this she quickly interrupted him. I'll wait, Sect Master Lu.
Nan Wei has something she wants to ask. Hearing this he turned back ready to leave and said, Speak.
She then put her hands on her hips and asked him back confidently.
Sect Master Lu, my father once said,
no one can materialize sword intent when they are below the third realm.
But Sect Master Lu is able to do it.
Why is that?
Faced with such a question he didn't know how to answer. He could only glance at her.
He then whispered, the sword venerable is mistaken. And then he shouldered the gigantic sword on his back.
Upon hearing this statement,
she immediately asked in surprise, the sword venerable is mistaken. The sword venerable is the head of the way of the sword.
He is the most dazzling light in the sword path of Qingzhou. If it were anyone else, hearing this sentence from Lu Chaoga, they would only think of the word arrogance.
She then cautiously recalled her father's words. Then she clasped her chest, recalling what her father had said.
I am currently the head of the sword path. But that doesn't mean I am the sword path itself.
Her mouth curled slightly and she chuckled. If father were to meet him, he would certainly admire him greatly, wouldn't he?
After that Lu Chaoga slowly flew away. He sat in the air deep in thought. After completing this mission, what good things will I receive?
He was already thinking about the spoils. He then smiled brightly, a meaningful smile.
Just thinking about it made him a little excited. But in reality, this guy hadn't even located the mission target yet.
Then he excitedly raised his hands high and shouted,
My lovable little feral monster,
wash your neck clean and prepare for reincarnation. Although Lu Chaoga called it a little feral monster,
please do not think of it that way.
It was a gigantic beast.
It possessed the same rank as a cultivator.
It was a demonic beast in itself, compounded by a powerful bloodline. It was an existence that fought and swallowed demonic beasts alive.
To grow stronger. That left people completely powerless to resist. Next,
he stood with his hands behind his back looking at the light ahead. He looked leisurely, but Lu Chaoga
was not like that.
He was a player in Jinyo village. There the old, young women and children lived together peacefully,
enjoying tranquil days.
A mother was sitting meticulously mending clothes, but not forgetting to keep an eye on the children playing in the distance.
Don't run so fast you'll fall down.
The little girl just giggled upon hearing this.
Next to Jinyo village was a small river. The river water was clear,
covered with a thin layer of mist. Behind it were beautiful rolling hills.
It was picturesque,
as if it were a natural scroll painting,
commonly mentioned by writers.
Suddenly a girl wearing a leopard print top and with purplish lips, her purple hair, emerged from the water.
She quietly looked towards the village.
Jinyu village right in front of her.
Then she eerily stuck out her tongue, saying, This is truly wonderful. Found another one. A human village.
At this moment behind her was something extremely strange. Then she stuck out her long tongue and licked. Then she asked the demons behind her,
Well, then you must be starving, right?
Go. Then she pointed at Jinyu village and commanded, Go. Go and feast on that delicious flesh and blood. The scent of those children makes my mouth water.
2.
Then she sprinkled the water of illusion onto the surface. It was as if Jinyu village was about to be razed to the ground. At this moment the demons suddenly rushed forward,
filling the humans with dread. It's a monster. Run, hurry and run.
A village that was once peaceful. Now everyone was terrified, scattering in panic. They saw the giant figure blocking the light. The little girl innocently gasped, Ah. Seeing this the mother immediately rushed forward, Don't hurt my child. Suddenly the water level rose sharply. Everything seemed to be attacking the mother and daughter. Seeing this the petite woman tightly held her child, protecting her.
Someone had already blocked the attack for the mother and daughter.
It's Lu Chaoga. He turned around and said, Stand back. The mother hastily ran off with the child, shouting, It's a cultivator, sir.
Sir, thank you so much. Thank you. The azure demon opened its massive bloody maw. It was a level 21 giant snake. Below it was a level 20 giant spider.
At this moment Lu Chaoga looked up and said,
One is level 21. One is level 20, decent enough.
Then they rushed toward him like hungry tigers pouncing on prey. The leading demon immediately spoke.
Hold on. Let me see who is so bold. Then she walked forward seductively, leaning on one of the demons and saying, How dare you interrupt our meal? At this time Lu Chaoga stood calmly under the water. Seeing his face, she was startled and her expression became strange. Mesmerized by his beauty, she exclaimed, So handsome. Under the confused stares of the two demons beside her, she became infatuated, her face flushing red, and she coughed, cough. You look very delicious. Hearing this, Lu Chaoga smiled smugly and asked, So how exactly do you plan to eat me? Or which mouth do you plan to use? Her eyes looking strange, she replied, I want to tear you to shreds. Then her hair suddenly floated up. Her face turned ferocious as if she intended to swallow him whole. Hearing these words, Lu Chaoga merely gave a disdainful smile. That's not the meal I was expecting. With just a wave of his hand, flames burst into fierce existence. He pointed at the group and said, I thought you would choose a smoother, more gentle way of eating. At this moment, she also exhaled a breath from her foul-smelling mouth. She said, You dare attack me. You will pay a heavy price for this. Seeing the demon cultivator unleash her demonic power, Chaoga did not hesitate either. He quickly unleashed the tidal water power. Water shot out from his hand like this. On the other side, the demon cultivator was about to launch an attack when she was struck directly by the sect master's move. Before she could react, she was hit by a multiplied counterattack. Water along with demonic energy sprayed out from her mouth. She suddenly screamed, her eyes wide open, the power of heaven and earth. Chaoga did not wait. Before the demon cultivator could recover, he drew his sword and rushed straight forward. He shouted goodbye. However, the sword hadn't even touched the demon cultivator. Her giant snake instantly rushed forward, seizing the opportunity to bite Lu Chaoga. The sect master noticed the anomaly and turned his head to look. 4 fangs. Every single one was incredibly sharp and terrifyingly long. I, the mighty sect master of the Momin sect, am not so easy to deal with. With a whoosh, Lu Chaoga leaped up. The giant snake's mouth now contained only dirt and stones. Having just escaped the giant snake's fatal strike, the giant spider appeared behind Lu Chaoga. It looks like these two monsters really want to devour him. It was over 10 times bigger than the sect master. Lu Chaoga was also surprised because of its incredible speed. The villagers standing there panicked, all of them dumbfounded. The little girl, the one he had just saved, shouted from her mother's arms, Big brother, watch out. Lu Chaoga faced the giant spider's bottomless maw. A corner of his mouth lifted and he replied, Don't worry, big brother is very powerful. Then instead of running away, Chaoga stood his ground, waved his hand, and sent the gigantic purple monster flying back instantly. Zayog's spiritual energy erupted like blades, leaving traces in the air. The little girl who was just in her mother's arms saw Chaoga reply to her, and with such confidence, and even managed to send the monster flying with a single move. She couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Her mother saw her acting like a lovesick admirer despite her young age, and reminded her that's an uncle. Hearing her mother, the little girl immediately turned her head and insisted, He's so handsome, so he must be big brother. Her mother was speechless. Lu Chaoga lightly descended back to the ground. The gigantic spider clamped its 2 pincers onto the ground with a bang, kicking up dust and rubble into the sky. Chaoga looked at the monster with cold eyes. It's already level 20. He gave a smug sneer. The level is too low. Using 2 skills casually consumes 1/5 of his energy. I must finish this quickly. The demon cultivator regained her composure and stood up, sheltering under the giant snake, and shouted ferociously and furiously, You're only in the initial realm, how dare you mock me like this? It seems I must properly reciprocate this favor of yours. Tear him to pieces, she shrieked, her face contorted. The giant snake and giant spider obeyed the command. Charging straight up from behind the demon cultivator, she stood below, commanding 2 colossal monsters. Lu Chaoga, however, remained completely unfazed. He looked at the demon cultivator with a friendly gaze and smiled. Full-scale attack. That's exactly what I intended. If you're going to attack, hurry up, or you won't be able to feel it. As Chaoga spoke, he waved his hand, summoning mist. In an instant, a vast expanse of white mist appeared, enveloping the surrounding area. The giant snake and giant spider were charging forward but also became disoriented, obscured by the fog. They couldn't determine Lu Zayog's location. The demon cultivator became exasperated, widening her eyes and shouting, "Hurry up! He's trying to escape. If he runs away, how can he possibly become stronger? That man. It's certainly impossible for him to stay powerful forever." Zhaoga curled his lip, and then unleashed the move Water Force. Water Force, true to its name, at that very moment, instantly gathers and crushes down all the rising water vapor. It was completed in the blink of an eye, before the giant snake and giant spider could even touch a single hair on Zhaoga. What happened to the giant snake and giant spider due to his water force? They were mercilessly crushed down onto the ground. Their immense weight slammed violently into the earth, causing a huge tremor. Dust mixed into the swirling mist. Lu Zhaoga, handsome and imposing, his figure faintly visible in the dark mist, gently raised and waved his hand, executing the move Ink Splash. Clusters of black ink spots shot straight toward them, converging into a single stream just moments later, firmly locking the giant snake and giant spider in place. They thrashed and twisted painfully, struggling ceaselessly but to no avail. Zhaoga was too powerful. To him they were basically just small fry. To become his enemy was precisely the biggest mistake of their lives. Next, Lu Zhaoga, utterly spotless, walked step by step toward the demon cultivator, leaving the two monsters behind him to fight the ink spots, water force and mist until destroyed. The demon cultivator saw her two subordinates utterly crushed and severely damaged and was horrified. Remaining stunned for a long time, Zhaoga stepped forward and smugly asked the demon cultivator, "How do you plan to devour me now?" Mocked by Lu Zhaoga this way, the demon cultivator was so angry. She felt like spitting blood and erupted in fury. Demonic energy began to explode, shrouding her body. "I will make you pay the most agonizing price, keeping you conscious in your regret. I will make you witness firsthand how all your efforts and hopes are shattered." The sect master gently stroked his chin, a face with sharp features, lightly closed his eyes and then provoked her with words. "Oh dear, that is truly cruel. It reminds me of a pleasant day I spent with some foreign friends. They also eat toads like that." The more Lu Zhaoga spoke, the angrier the demoness became. A weak spot die. Her eyes glowed with red demonic energy shooting straight at him. Lu Zhaoga showed a confused expression, watching the demon cultivator helplessly. "Don't you know that the power of heaven and earth I master is water? Didn't you know that? How dare you spray poisonous bone essence that requires water as a medium? Are you out of your mind?" The poisonous bone essence had already been released. Only when Lu Zhaoga reminded her did she realize it. She opened her mouth wide and stared straight at him with wide eyes. Lu Zhaoga stretched out his hand and gave the command. The two forces merged together. Her bone essence was immediately swept back by the water force like a series of whirlpools. The demon cultivator there shivered in fright, freezing instantly. Even if she were given a minute now, she might not be able to run away. Her bone essence was struck by the sect master's water power, and rebounded. This truly could be called shooting herself in the foot. Streams of bone essence directly pierced the demon cultivator's body, making her unable to stand firm, and she staggered, falling backward. Cough, cough. Struck by her own poisonous bone essence, combined with the water force, the demon cultivator could no longer stand steady. Her face and limbs were burned and blistered by the bone essence. A mysterious green film of light began to emanate from her entire body. She collapsed limply onto the ground. That layer of green light had transformed into an orb of light enveloping and protecting her. Seeing the demon cultivator hiding inside the shield, Lu Zhaoga sneered, "Oh, still alive." However beautiful the demon cultivator had been at the start, that is how wretched and miserable she looked now. She knew fear. With pitiful eyes, she pleaded for a chance to live. "Please spare me, spare me. I can do anything. My body is fantastic." "What do you want to play?" Lu Zhaoga didn't let her finish her sentence, and interrupted her immediately. "To be honest, that kind of pleasure, I was actually quite addicted to it once. Furthermore, your figure is very tempting. But now, women, only slow down the speed at which I draw my sword." Lu Zhaoga waved his hand and slashed, and the protective shield was immediately sliced in half. "What's more, those wronged souls you devoured, they all wish for you to die sooner." The battle ended. Only the demon cultivator's cold corpse remained on the ground,
along with the two massive minions.
However, the giant spider was still trembling and writhing.
Immediately afterward, its eyes lit up again.
The dense fangs began to activate.
It started searching for a target for revenge.
Brother 1. Brother is awesome. The little girl rescued that morning was still standing there following every round of the battle.
Seeing the sect master win, she cheered happily,
shouting loudly at the giant spider and the giant snake.
But she didn't know that danger was still lurking. The giant spider had confirmed its target for consumption. Red light flashed in its eyes, aiming to regain strength and take revenge on Lu Chaoga.
Letting out a hissing sound,
whoosh, it opened its large tooth-filled mouth
and rushed forward like lightning, using its 8 limbs aiming to swallow the little girl.
A strand of spider silk shot out from its mouth, but it was not ordinary silk. Rather, its head was sharp like 3 or 4 tridents joined together.
Extremely sharp. A scream rang out.
The little girl panicked, her pupils contracting.
Blood splattered everywhere, filling her with immense fear.
He quickly steadied his mind
and looked ahead. Lu Chaoga had already blocked the attack for the little girl. The blood that splattered out just now was his.
The little girl was still terrified, her voice trembling slightly. Brother. The giant spider saw its silk thread wrapped directly around Lu Chaoga,
and also panicked, beginning to retract its limbs and retreat. Its multiple eyes glowed like fireflies, reflecting a look of fear. The sect master executed the splashed ink move
with no need for hesitation.
Accurately shot right into its stinking mouth. Now even if it had wings, escape would be impossible. Swoosh, the giant spider's massive body was split in two, directly opening a path for Chaoga to the other side. After killing the giant spider, Chaoga also began to feel the spot where he was just
pierced by the spider's silk start to sting. Ha ha, Chaoga chuckled, I actually got injured. He immediately grabbed the strand of spider silk and yanked it out. As soon as it was pulled out, a lot of blood flowed from the wound. The pain also made his whole body tremble.
Crying sounds came from below. Chaoga looked down curiously,
only to see the little girl he had saved twice crying.
Wah! What, a big brother got hurt saving me, it's all my fault. Ah, this little girl is too cute. Chaoga immediately squatted down, moving closer to the little girl.
He raised his hand, released a bit of water element's spiritual power, and smiled. Look. His gentle voice
rang out, causing the little girl to stop in surprise, halting the
flow of her sparkling tears. Seeing the drops of water Chaoga had created, the little girl widened her mouth in shock. Her eyes, which had been
red from crying, now held a look of intense curiosity.
She gently touched the drops of water and exclaimed,
"Wow, so pretty!" The smile reflected in the water drops was like an angel's, making the bystanders unable to help but gasp in admiration. She is so endearing, absolutely adorable. I really want to have a daughter this cute.
The only drawback is that she's a bit boy crazy.
Swoosh! Chaoga used the stream of water to carry himself away from the village.
The little girl watched him, shouting loudly, Big brother. When the villagers saw him leave, they all knelt down.
Thank you, we deeply thank the cultivator for saving our lives. Thank you, cultivator, for saving our lives.
We can never repay the immense kindness of this cultivator.
May we ask for your honored name?
A person requested this of Chaoga. At this moment, Chaoga used his power from above to burn the
corpses of the demon cultivator, the giant snake, and the giant spider. Down below, his voice traveled from afar. This venerable one is Mo Junlu. Chaoga sat on the flying carpet,
preparing to leave the village. He held the female demon cultivator's clothes in his hand, the one he had just thoroughly beaten up.
This scene looks a bit abnormal. Who finishes a fight
and takes the girl's clothes with them?
He even held them up to examine them, muttering TSK, TSK, TSK. The style is decent, but the material isn't very good. Both the top and the skirt are of average quality. They are both inferior grade Huang level.
Never mind, he'll find a chance to sell them. In Chaoga's mind, his younger sister Donli appeared, wearing this tight-fitting outfit with
the one she loves.
Anyway, this outfit is too revealing.
If the wearer makes too big a movement, it exposes some indecent views. Truly inappropriate.
Although he said it was inappropriate, judging by his expression, he might be about to get a nosebleed.
He set the skimpy outfit aside. Chaoga walked to the edge of the flying carpet and looked down at the village.
He saw everyone still kneeling before him. They were still thanking him.
Is this Qingzhou? This place is quite remote, but the villagers here are very united and deeply loyal. Chowga
put his hands behind his back and looked directly toward the sun. He mused in his heart. The cultivators of the Tianxian realm do not become immortals.
We are just a little stronger than ordinary people. As for the common people of Qingzhou,
they unconditionally believe that those who cultivate the way of the sword will protect them.
After all, if you carry a sword, yet cannot protect the weak, then what good is carrying that sword?
He turned to look at the items he had just confiscated.
Chowga pulled a jade bracelet from the bag,
and said to himself with a smile,
"This is the demoness storage ring. Let me see what treasures are inside."
An eye made of jade was embedded in the bracelet,
sparkling like a brilliant gemstone.
The jade eye was located right in the center with several small gold rings on both sides,
wrapped around it. Chowga stared surprisingly at the bracelet on his hand,
which was slowly undergoing some kind of change.
Chowga also seemed full of anticipation.
Only a few spirit stones were taken out of the bracelet.
How is he poorer than me?
Chowga frowned as he looked at the few small spirit stones in his hand.
Maybe it was because he had too high expectations for that rustic demon cultivator.
He seemed to be on par with Chen Helling,
yet the result is so pathetic.
Chowga continued to reach his hand into the light.
The storage ring gaped open, forming a wide O.
The item was hugely a massive skull.
This time it must be the real deal.
Who knew whose head he pulled out, but it was still a bit disappointing.
He immediately raised the skull towards the sky,
and incinerated it with demonic power right in front of him. Rest in peace, I have avenged you. The various parts of the skull dissolved into the air just like that,
scattering with the wind.
The next item was a purple moon mark. This guy was a formal member of the Purple Moon Society.
Chowga coolly evaluated his decision.
Killing him was definitely the right move. He fumbled around repeatedly.
He thought that after enough disappointment he might finally find something good.
Instead, he fell into complete despair.
There was nothing else. This storage bracelet is quite meager.
The best treasure
turned out to be the clothes he was wearing. I can only see if the system can give me a little surprise. That's all there is.
He pointed his finger toward the air. As soon as he shouted submit task, the system appeared. The information displayed on a massive screen.
This time the reward will be determined by drawing from a prize wheel. We wish you good luck. Rewards. This orange level task will be assigned grades. Grade A is the best. Grade D is the worst. Please activate.
The massive system screen in front of him beeped,
meaning the reward selection had already finished. Chowga pointed and yelled in dissatisfaction.
Is this measly amount all you're giving me for a grade A reward?
Is that reasonable?
The system replied on a small screen, perfectly reasonable.
This made Chowga even angrier. Where did you learn this kind of humor?
Lu Chowga angrily stamped his feet heavily on the mat. His face was red with fury as he cursed the system.
Even so. With my fortune, getting the grade A reward shouldn't be too easy, should it? I must let you know what a European emperor is. Click. The system's prize wheel began to spin.
The lotus platform in the center emitted light.
The light illuminated the entire sky, dazzling brightly. Chowga tightly clenched his fists, gulping down his saliva. It's about to stop. The wheel is slowing down. The light gradually faded. Chowga was full of anticipation, hoping to gain some hope.
To obtain those treasures.
Say the important things 3 times. I want grade A, so give me grade A.
The wheel spun slower and slower.
It must stop at grade A. Even people far away on the ground
could hear Chowga shouting obscenities up here.
It didn't stop. Chowga lowered his hands from covering his head. He looked at the panel still rotating before him. He felt something indescribable.
Now he didn't know whether to be happy or sad.
What if it stops again on something useless?
Something he doesn't need at all? That would be infuriating. His eyes widened and his mouth formed a square shape.
It can play games like this. You weren't messing with me from the start, were you?
The system surprisingly spun back to grade A. Seeing Chowga look irritated, the system immediately replied,
Don't overthink it. Done. Chowga reached out to receive the treasure.
It slowly descended from the high prize wheel. He didn't forget to sarcastically remind the system,
Don't even think about taking my reward away.
There's no way you're escaping. As soon as the reward was in his hand,
its radiance shone on Zayog's face,
leaving him greatly astonished.
He let out an "oh." The notification on the red frosted paper issued by the system stated that it could actually duplicate all special items in the world, provided you have touched them. But it can only be used once. After reading it, Jaga couldn't help but shout in surprise, "Holy cow! This truly is a treasure of a different caliber." It's practically a cheat device, to put it simply. If this world has a cheat item, then this is it. With this I can cheat a little. Lu Chaoga stopped, feeling quite surprised. The cheat item of the world's protagonist. Isn't it right here in my own house? That is precisely the item which the protagonists of the 4 great Tianxian realms carry with them. Yu has one too. A massive secret must be hidden inside. After all, that thing belongs to the only super sect, dating back to antiquity, and is native to this world. The Tiani Jiao Lu Chaoga began moving his hands, and a satisfied smirk appeared on his lips. Since the protagonist has it, then, even if they are the children chosen by the heavenly Tao, I must obtain it. You'll have to make her touch me when we go back. Anyway, there are 5 members in the 4 heavenly kings. This is a self-evident truth. Having received such an interesting system reward, Lu Chaoga also flashed a smug smile. Now it's time to upgrade. Just like that, Lu Chaoga sat on the flying carpet, cultivating like those bald eminent monks. He leveled up from level 20 to level 21. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt full of energy. He exclaimed, "Not bad." After breaking through to level 20, my spiritual power value more than doubled. His ability to control water also increased significantly, not to mention his other talents. If he were to encounter that female demoness now, who was above level 20 in cultivation, he could kill her with his bare hands. After all, I am a man cultivating a purple tire cultivation technique. I wonder if the rank of the subsequent cultivation techniques can be improved. After all, in the current Tianxian realm, purple tire cultivation techniques are already the highest level. Orange tier cultivation techniques originally only existed in the Tiani Jiao, that ancient super sect. The Tiani Jiao was founded by its sect master, and has long since been lost to the world. Legend says his father was human, and his mother was a demon. The two married but found it difficult to bear children. Even if they did, the bloodline would be either human or demon from antiquity until now. The Tianxian realm has constantly produced talents whose futures were limitless, like dazzling stars. But if you were to name the brightest star, it would undoubtedly be the sect master of the Tiani Jiao. Yet this sect master was actually a half-demon. He was physically weak since childhood, suffering from a strange illness. Even divine elixirs and miraculous medicine had no effect. His body was always cold, and no one believed he could continue living. He was born bringing calamity. That was his destiny. But such a figure not only survived, but forcefully pioneered a new era of cultivation. In antiquity, the barrier to cultivation was much higher than it is now. Those who came from common backgrounds could never step into this magnificent world of cultivation. Yet he created the Lianqi Ju, which even those with ordinary aptitude could practice. This brought opportunity to many people with mediocre talent, allowing them to gain their own power, and fundamentally changed the disadvantaged race. This was the creation he bestowed upon the mortal world. The so-called Tiani Jiao refers to a power approaching the Tao beneath the azure sky. What we are referring to is the Tiani Jiao of yesteryear, which was located exactly in Qingzhou. Qingzhou was named after the character Qing in this person's name, and this person was half human, half demon. Demons in the 8th realm are called great sages. Above the 8th realm they are called emperors. Therefore the world called him Qingdi, the Azure Emperor, the immortal of the mountains and forests. The next day, starting from the early morning, when the sun had just peeked out, Lu Chaoga returned to his original spot. On the distant cliff there was a woman's silhouette. The treasured sword she carried was blazing fiercely. If one didn't look closely, they might even mistake her for some man sitting cross-legged. They're cultivating. The sight of Manhwa cheered him up. Along with her alluring figure facing the distance, she murmured, "He's back." After speaking, a faint smile played on her lips, fell to the ground with a thud. Since there were no safety shorts inside, she must have been exposed. Are those two pomelos? Those two watermelons swayed intensely, practically blinding the audience. Sect Master Lu Nanwei waved enthusiastically at Chowga from a distance. Sect Master Lu. Her innocent face coupled with those two huge watermelons, happily dashed towards him as if pouncing on a treasure when Lu Chowga saw Nanwei. He couldn't feel happy at all. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his expression dark and gloomy. This crazy woman. She hasn't been waiting for me this whole time, has she? Nanwei ran over and asked Sect Master Lu curiously. You've broken through again. She thought to herself, the second realm. He actually reached the second realm and it's only been 1 day. This speed of breaking through realms. Among all the disciples of the Sword Sect, no one has been able to achieve it. Even I or Yu can't compare, just as she was immersed in her thoughts. Chowga spoke, startling her. Miss Nanwei, is there something you need? Nanwei put away her innocent expression and cut to the chase. I do have something I need to discuss with Sect Master Lu. Immediately after, she immediately set down the long saber on her shoulder with a thud, and then drew it out with a whoosh. This saber is not light. This girl already struggles carrying those 2 watermelons. Yet she still carries this sword constantly. How impressive. Sect Master Lu, please enlighten me. The focus right now should have been the long sword and her face. But why? Can my eyes not move away from those massive watermelons? What a captivating sight. Lu Chaoja's body froze and his mouth twitched slightly. He thought, this woman is truly like her father, both sword fanatics. I really can't stand this father and daughter pair. Lately I've only encountered strange and weird things. I think I need to go burn incense and pray to Buddha to ward off disaster. Lu Chowga stared at Nanwei memory. It was precisely because the sword venerable, when he was young, often sought out people everywhere to spar and exchange pointers. Being extremely belligerent. Everyone thought this kind of sword was easy to break, but after the sword venerable won, everyone changed their tune. Thinking back then, I even sparred with that sword venerable myself. Therefore, when facing the challenge from the sword venerable's daughter, Lu Chowga stared at the jade pendant on Nanwei's waist, confirming her identity, and immediately nodded softly, agreeing all right. He was so handsome and agreed to her request. Nanwei was overjoyed, looking excitedly at Chowga. But the author is also too strange. Why is the face always pressed tightly into the heavy valley on Nanwei's body? Chowga continued seriously. But this venerable one has conditions. Seeing the handsome man propose conditions, Nanwei also replied seriously. As long as they're not excessive, please state them, Sect Master Lu. Lu Chowga stood beneath the sunlight and falling leaves. The sunlight scattered, making the handsome scene before them even more stunning and marvelous. His low voice resonated. This venerable one will only strike once, stopping before harm is done. Instead of being displeased, Nanwei laughed heartily. Agreeing, great, 1 strike is enough for now. 1 strike will satisfy her urge to fight. This man who could condense a sword heart in the first realm. She simply couldn't hold back. I really want to take you down. Nanwei showed a fanatical expression, carrying a mania bordering on obsession with combat. But overall she remained completely innocent. The sect master pointed toward the fighting ring. Follow me. The Momin training ground is just ahead, okay? Nanwei nodded and quickly followed, afraid that Chowga might change his mind and refuse to spar with her. At this moment on the fighting ring, Xiaoqiu was receiving training from Dongli, while Luobing, in hiding, were standing there watching. Seeing that Xiaoqiu didn't seem to be performing well, Luobing spoke softly and stepped forward. Junior sister Xiaoqiu, that's not right. Watch as your second senior sister teaches you. You must swing the sword like this. Luobing was breathtaking the moment she drew her sword. Her beauty rivals a flower, coupled with her elegant and graceful figure. Every move she made seemed to attract flowers and butterflies. The beauty was nimble, even her moves were tinged with pink, detesting hypocrisy. Her posture was light and slender, and her sword dance was as beautiful as a celestial maiden. Isn't this exactly the ideal image in Xiaoqiu's heart? Xiaoqiu's eyes lit up. Oh, second senior sister is truly amazing. As she spoke, her small hands clapped continuously. This little girl looks truly adorable. Dongli, standing beside her, also exclaimed, not bad. He Ding was simply dumbfounded, unsure how to offer proper praise. Lu Chowga led Nanwei over. It was just as Luobing was demonstrating her beautiful sword dance. Sect Master Lu, The atmosphere at Momin is truly enviable. Lu Chaoga raised his hand in invitation. Nanwei acknowledged with an Her impressive stature walked ahead, and she herself followed happily behind. This sight truly makes one jealous. I also feel like I'm about to faint, sisters. Seeing Lu Chaoga return, Luo Bing, Dongli and He Ding simultaneously turned around to greet them. Sect Master, Martial Uncle, Brother Master. Luo Bing saw Nanwei walking next to Lu Chaoga. Her eyes immediately. Why does hers seem even larger? Indeed. Nanwei's volume is truly substantial. Absolutely full. Luo Bing thought back for a moment. How could this massage technique be useless? Could it be that someone else has to help me for it to work? Right after Nanwei finished greeting them, her gaze met He Ding's. But the two of them didn't seem very friendly. Some ink stains also appeared in front of He Ding, driven by curiosity. Nanwei turned and patted Lu Chaoga's shoulder, asking directly, Sect Master Lu. Nanwei knows a thing or two about aura reading. Within this disciple's pure aura, there is a surge of dark blurry energy emerging. Lu Chaoga turned his head to look at He Ding and confirmed. Oh, so it was just this small matter. He Ding saw the two of them staring at him and discussing something. The mention of aura reading also made him a little curious. Lu Chaoga turned back and answered Nanwei. This seat has always rejected the notion of fate. Nanwei was quite surprised by this answer. So she continued to ask. Then, according to Sect Master Lu, what is fate? Dongli. Dongli, standing here, looked at her senior brother with a strange expression. She saw him displaying a smug smile. She was startled. Why? Why must Big Brother give himself another chance to show off? Lu Chaoga walked through a shaft where sunlight pierced the gaps, smiling, handsome and charming, causing countless women to feel admiration. Fate Ming is an excuse for the weak. Luck Yun is the modesty of the strong. My destiny is determined by me, not by heaven. Nanwei was utterly shocked, pausing slightly, and broke out in a cold sweat after hearing that sentence. Her words became disjointed and she blurted out, brilliant, that sentence was perfectly said. My destiny is determined by me, not by heaven. Having just walked to the center of the arena, Lu Chaoga waved his fan a few times and drew his azure light treasured sword. His hair fluttered in the wind. His robes flowed, seeming plain yet extraordinary. It was clear at a glance that he was no ordinary person. His slightly hoarse yet deep and warm voice then sounded. Miss Nanwei, please. On the spacious arena, Lu Chaoga and junior sister Dongli stood beside the disciples to watch this match together. Dongli suddenly realized, so Big Brother came here for a spar. Luo Bing stood next to Dongli, also grasping the situation internally. She widened her eyes in surprise. Is young master going to fight Big Chest? On the contrary, Xiao Qiu was extremely excited, gazing at Lu Chaoga, her eyes sparkling. Why does Grand Martial Uncle Sect Master want to show off again? Nanwei had a massive sword strapped to her back. She raised two fingers in front of her, concentrating her spiritual energy. She looked directly at Lu Chaoga and spoke courteously. Sect Master Lu is currently at the second realm. The first realm. Then I will also suppress my cultivation to that level. As soon as she finished speaking, Nanwei's cultivation level indeed dropped to the second realm. The first layer. Dongli stared blankly at Chaoga. Her eyes were wide and her mouth formed around O. However, the thoughts in her heart were completely contrary to her expression. He reached the second realm right after coming down the mountain. Brother actually broke through again, that's incredible. When Chaoga saw Dongli's stunned expression, he looked at her with a confused eye roll. Why is this child showing such a familiar expression? Shouldn't she be happy that I broke through? Nanwei wasted no time. She reached her hand behind her head, grasping the hilt of the sword strapped to her back. A smile curved up the corner of her mouth. Then Nanwei spoke. Sect Leader Lu, you said you would only strike once. Since that is the case, I will also put my full strength into this single strike. Next, Nanwei gently drew her sword. A sudden blue light appeared on the blade. She lightly swung the sword, tracing an arc in front of her. As Nanwei pulled the sword from its sheath, blue streams of spiritual energy immediately appeared on the blade, slowly enveloping it. The sky, which had originally been scorching hot, suddenly began to drift with heavy snow. This caused Chaoga to look up in slight surprise. Snowflakes, this is. On the other side, Xiaoqiu excitedly reached her hands into the air, catching the falling snowflakes.
she cheered excitedly. It's so beautiful. However, Luo Bing quickly realized she needed to be cautious.
These were no ordinary snowflakes. Only Dongli remained silent, quietly observing everything around them. After completely clarifying the situation, Dongli slowly spoke. This is the sword intent of Snow Flurry. This is precisely the heart sword of the Sword Venerable's daughter.
Luo Bing and Xiaoqiu were even more astonished upon hearing this, staring at her dumbfounded.
They said in unison, Cheaja's heart sword. Observing Nanwai's movements and the situation, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As expected of you, in that case it's my turn to make a move, Chaoga said calmly, while tightly gripping the sword in his hand. After finishing his conversation with Nanwei, Chaoga gently shifted his foot one step sideways. Instantly the 8 trigrams formation diagram was activated. That formation diagram immediately enveloped the two of them, emitting a beautiful blue light. It looked magnificent. Taking advantage of this moment, Chaoga showed an excited expression, thinking to himself 7 senses. Immediately after, Chaoga lightly swung his sword forward, carrying terrifying power, forming a thick black mist that rushed towards Nanwei. But Nanwei remained highly vigilant. Immediately seeing what he intended to do, Nanwei became excited. She swept her sword behind her head, and the blue spiritual energy flow densely wrapped around her body. Nanwei proudly stated, you want to break my heart sword? It won't be that easy. This will be my strongest strike. Chaoga also quickly rushed out his mind, constantly performing calculations.
Li Nanwei, daughter of the Sword Venerable, senior sister of Yu Yue, a cultivator who reached the 4th realm in her teens, only a step away from becoming a grand cultivator. Just then, Chaoga was still contemplating his thoughts on the other side. Nanwei had lowered her stance, decisively swinging her sword, tearing the air apart. Countless beams of light formed around the blade. Her sword energy surged directly toward Chaoga. Chaoga smiled upon seeing her fiercely competitive move. Too bad I've already seen through your weakness. After all, the battle between you and Yu Yue in the previous life was known by everyone. The two terrifying beams of light intertwined, causing crushed stone and dust to scatter everywhere. It was precisely because of that battle that she and Yu Yue truly became old acquaintances. Nanwei was defeated by Yu Yue, collapsing onto the cold ground, while Yu Yue held her sword pointed at that girl who was blushing while looking at her. Chaoga charged towards the aggressive Nanwei. He swung his sword accompanied by a mass of black energy enveloping, thinking so right from the beginning of this match. I was already using external assistance. Just as the two were clashing with their respective sword energies, it immediately caused quite a significant shockwave. Dust flew everywhere and smoke billowed. After the smoke gradually cleared, Navai and Luo Chaoga safely descended to the ground unharmed. Because Luo Chaoga had completely grasped Navai's weakness, he won this match very easily. After everyone saw the scene, they were all utterly astonished. Dongli let out a surprised sound. Ha! Xiaoqiu opened her mouth wide and exclaimed, "It's a draw." Navai was unconvinced. She glanced at Luo Chaoga and asked in surprise, "A tie?" Everyone looked around thinking it was a draw. But in reality, Luo Chaoga had already taken her token. He said, "Miss Navai, you dropped something." Only then did Navai realize her token had disappeared without her knowing when. She cried out in surprise, "Ah!" She turned around looking defiantly at Luo Chaoga, gritting her teeth, extremely unwilling to accept it. "I was just a tiny bit short." Luo Chaoga maintained an elegant composure, and was currently smiling softly at her. He held the token in his hand, casually swaying it back and forth. Seeing him like this immediately made her suspicious, thinking, did he go easy on me? Navai no longer showed defiance, but instead looked at Luo Chaoga with a much milder expression, thinking, but no matter what, he still won. Navai cupped her hands and bowed respectfully to Luo Chaoga, saying at the same time, "I have lost." Dongli put her hands on her hips and spoke proudly, "Brother never loses as expected." Luo Bing nearby was also full of admiration, shouting, "Martial Uncle Master is truly incredible." The petite Xiaoqiu jumped up happily and cheered. "Martial Uncle Master is the strongest indeed." Navai fiercely plunged her massive sword into the ground, looked directly at Luo Chaoga and asked doubtfully, "But Navai doesn't understand. My sword intent skills and experience are not inferior to Master Luo.
So why? At this moment Luo Chaoga still held Nave's token. He held out the hand with the token pointed to his own head and said, "You have a flaw. Think about it carefully. What I seized was this very flaw of yours." Hearing this, Navi was somewhat surprised. She widened her eyes, looked at Luo Chaoga and exclaimed in shock, "Did Master Luo grasp my flaw?" Dongli was also extremely surprised upon hearing this. A flaw? Xiaoqiu was completely confused. So she scratched her head and hummed in great confusion. What kind of flaw? As for Luo Bing, it was unclear what direction her thoughts took. And she quickly covered her face with her hands, thinking how embarrassing. How can he say something like that in front of everyone? A scene flashed through her mind. The charismatic madam covering her mouth while teaching her. Every woman has advantages granted by heaven. You must utilize them well. Luo Bing recalled this and immediately blushed. So she shook her head coyly, her face flushed with shyness. "Ah, seriously?" Dongli said, perplexed. "Seriously what, huh?" Everyone saw Luo Bing's demeanor, staring at her with wide eyes. Feeling confused, the petite Xiaoqiu also leaned over to look at Luo Bing, and asked, "Senior sister, what's wrong with you?" Luo Bing saw everyone staring at her with wide eyes, which made her even more shy. And she replied, "Nothing." She internally scolded herself. "It's all my fault for letting my mind wander." Navi suddenly remembered Luo Chaoga's subtle shift in foot placement before the match began, and the 8 trigrams formation that surrounded the two of them. She suddenly realized it was that the 7 corner Nave's pupils suddenly constricted. She looked at Luo Chaoga in disbelief, thinking, could it be that from the very beginning he had already seen through my weakness? Nave's expression brightened at this moment. She looked at Luo Chaoga with eyes full of admiration, thinking excitedly, this handsome Master Luo, his level in the way of the sword, probably far exceeds anything I could have imagined. Navi was completely convinced and accepting of her defeat now. She tightly gripped the sword in her hand. Then she bowed to Chaoga, who was standing opposite her. "I appreciate the instruction." Xiaoqiu was still young and didn't understand what was just said. She muttered curiously to herself. Instruction? Was Sect Leader Master Ancestor teaching that older sister sword techniques? Luo Bing heard Xiaoqiu's question from nearby, and softly told the little one, "That is the sword venerable's daughter Xiaoqiu, don't speak carelessly." However, Dongli standing beside them countered while crossing her arms. Brother truly was instructing the sword venerable's daughter. Dongli's words caused both Luo Bing and Xiaoqiu to be startled. But Xiaoqiu became even more excited upon hearing this, and she immediately cheered. Sect Leader Master Ancestor is truly the #1 in the world. Chaoga, handsome and dashing, stood under the sunlight. The sun shone upon his face, leaving no unflattering angles. His profile was divine. Golden fallen leaves rustled, making his figure appear both majestic and somewhat gentle. At the same time, Xiaoqiu's voice rang out. Xiaoqiu must definitely become the second Sect Leader Master Ancestor. Chaoga gently approached Nanwei. He handed the token back to her, indicating that he was returning it and no further courtesy was needed. On the surface, Chaoga was gentle and cheerful, but internally he was secretly calculating. To duplicate this important item, it looks like I still need more time. He looked at the displayed duplication progress. 0336. Chaoga saw that the duplication speed was extremely slow, and secretly felt suspicious. It actually requires so much time. Could it be that this wooden token truly hides some shocking secret? So he looked back at Nanwei, who was holding the token. He secretly revealed a malicious smile. Don't I have a ready-made human decoding machine right here? After Nanwei carefully examined the token, she let out a long breath. Phew, thankfully you're all right. Chaoga keenly seized the opportunity and asked just as he normally would. Oh, Miss Nanwei values it so highly. Could it be that this wooden token conceals something extraordinary? Seeing that Chaoga seemed interested in it, Nanwei raised the token and calmly explained. To be frank, Sect Leader Lu, this wooden token is indeed very special. It cannot be placed into storage space. I obtained this wooden token in a ruin, and it is related to the Tianyi sect. Perhaps it's an item they left behind in the human realm. She continued to explain while looking at the token. Besides being impossible to store, it also possesses the ability to think.
Hearing this, Chowga closed his eyes and lightly nodded him.
That's quite interesting.
This expression made Nanwei a little stunned. Seeing that Chowga didn't seem too concerned,
Nanwei smiled and continued. It's really not extremely valuable. It's just that my junior brother is very interested in the Tiani sect. So I plan to return to the sword sect and give this item to him. Chowga
squinted his eyes looking at the radiantly smiling woman before him,
thinking,
no wonder this item later ended up in Du Yu's hands.
But what's with this overly solicitous smile? This person still treats Du Yu like a child now.
But how did his character become so corrupt later on?
An expression of extreme disgust appeared on Cheage's face. His lips curled slightly as he secretly commented, that little brat Du Yu. TSK to actually be involved with his senior sister. Nanwei did not stay long.
She cupped her hands in salute and bid farewell. Since my wish has been fulfilled,
I must now take my leave of Sect Leader Lu.
I have learned a great deal.
He wanted to use this opportunity.
Not waiting for Nanwei to finish speaking,
Chowga waved his hand and said,
understood, go now and remember to pass on my regards to the Sword Venerable.
Nanwei smiled and replied, I will.
Afterwards she also turned to Donli and the others,
and bade them farewell. Fellow disciples of the Mo sect, we shall meet again. They also responded, courteously bowing in response to Nanwei. Lu Chowga placed his hands behind his back, calmly watching the rapidly departing Nanwei. He stood tall above the vast blue sky. He calculated inwardly. This time my name should reach the years of that sword venerable right. How much fame value will actually increase? A few days later, Lu Chowga lost the calmness he had displayed days before. Instead,
there was anger. He constantly slammed the table and roared loudly.
Damn it! That woman went back days ago. But my fame
value still shows no sign of increasing.
Once I find an opportunity,
I must go challenge the sword sect
and defeat all of their core disciples. Just as he was burning with rage and making a clamor, a system notification suddenly appeared. Copy complete. Lu Chowga lifted his head to look at the notification, feeling immense joy.
At the Qingzhou sword sect.
At the same time, Lu Cheage's wooden token was successfully duplicated.
Yu Yu's heart was completely unable to calm down at this moment.
Yu Yu was sitting in contemplation. Senior sister is in seclusion in the wooden cabin behind,
while I am protecting her during her cultivation. According to the rules of the sword sect,
given senior sister's status, absolutely no one would dare to provoke trouble.
But he recalled what Li Nanwei's senior sister had said.
I know who this senior brother you are talking about is. Yu Yu's mind was flooded with thoughts, leaving him agitated.
Could it be that senior sister Nanwei came down the mountain this time?
Specifically to meet senior brother Chowga. I really want to know what they did. Did senior brother Chowga mention me? What realm has he reached now? After agonizing over these thoughts for a while,
Yu Yu shouted loudly, and then cast aside his distracting thoughts to find peace of mind.
This is too bothersome, I must calm down. Just then Yu Yu seemed to sense something.
He looked up at the sky in surprise,
watching the white specks of light drifting down from above. Yu Yu muttered in astonishment.
This is. At that moment the door slowly slid open.
Yu Yu immediately recognized it.
It was senior sister Nanwei's sword heart aura. Li Nanwei had completed her cultivation.
She walked out and took a long deep breath. Yu Yu shouted joyfully, senior sister Nanwei. He knelt down and respectfully said, Congratulations senior sister Nanwei on concluding your seclusion. Li Nanwei smiled and replied, Yu Yu, that deficiency is finally mended. The girl's satisfied smile
held a strange attraction for the man.
Yu Yu was no exception.
He was so astonished that he became momentarily dazed.
Senior sister Nanwei's smile. Yu Yu quickly composed himself. No.
I must quickly ask about senior brother Chowga.
Li Nanwei took out a wooden token, and then said to Yu Yu, Junior brother, this is for you.
Yu Yu held the token, muttering gratefully.
What is this? Li Nanwei explained enthusiastically. This is something senior sister found in the ruins of the Tiani Dao sect. It's not really useful. Knowing you like collecting these little trinkets, I brought it back for you.
Yu Yu's eyes lit up upon hearing this and he exclaimed,
Tiani Dao. Li Nanwei happily added. Exactly. Look, the string here broke a few days ago. The place where I tied it back together is exactly where the Chauga senior brother whom you think of day and night cut it. You repeated Li Nanwei's words with a straight face. This was cut by senior brother Chauga. He eagerly pressed Li Nanwei for news about Lu Chauga. Did senior sister compete against senior brother Chauga? What realm is senior brother Chaoja's cultivation currently in? What level is his swordsmanship at? Has his sword heart gotten stronger? Li Nanwei felt overwhelmed and had to raise her hand to signal a stop. Stop. Junior brother, stop that, can't you ask them one by one? Realizing he was too excited, Diyu immediately apologized. I'm sorry, senior sister. Li Nanwei. Li Nanwei looked ahead, then told Diyu, let's go over there. I will tell you slowly. She calmly sat down on the bench. Then she looked around. Diyu was still rooted to the spot standing in front of her. Li Nanwei smiled and motioned for him to sit down. The senior sister and junior brother sat side by side. As they chatted, they completely lost track of time. Li Nanwei began speaking. Wow, we only talked about this much. Time really flies. Diyu was suddenly startled, letting out an "oh." He sincerely admired Lu Chauga. He achieved things others couldn't. As expected of senior brother Chauga. He thought reflectively. Furthermore, it hasn't even been 4 months since senior brother broke through the initial realm, and now he's able to break through another realm. They were just speaking. Suddenly Diyu remembered something, raising his voice, exclaiming, that's right. He turned to Li Nanwei and asked seriously, senior sister, did you meet with the sword venerable after you returned? Did you mention senior brother Chauga then? Li Nanwei replied softly, no. Diyu questioned back suspiciously, why? Li Nanwei smiled mysteriously and replied, because I have a feeling he will give my father a huge surprise. She playfully told Diyu. Wouldn't that be much more interesting? The sect master of the Sword Dao and the Sword Dao's new star. How will they meet each other? Diyu worriedly thought it's going to be quite a shock. Night gradually fell. At this moment Lu Chauga was examining the wooden plaque he had just repaired. He tapped the wooden plaque with his hand, then commented, this thing doesn't seem to be anything special. Lu Chauga smiled with interest and affirmed, but that's not important. After all, as long as I have this thing, I can become the Heavenly King, the 5th Heavenly King among the 4 Heavenly Kings. Then he used his divine consciousness, and the wooden plaque glowed brightly in Lu Chaoja's hand. He squinted his eyes and carefully observed it. The result surprised him greatly. So much so that Lu Chauga had to exclaim, how the inside of this thing is actually so vast. Lu Chaoja's divine consciousness was now like a pearl in the vast seabed. He looked at the illusory expanse of snowy white space before him, and commented, is this the inside of the wooden plaque? Did I go inside? But there doesn't seem to be any benefit here. Lu Chaoja's interest quickly grew. He happily decided after coming out. I can retrieve my divine consciousness, right? That's quite interesting actually. Why don't I try it one more time? As Lu Chauga spoke, a flash of light passed. I'll go in again. He muttered to himself, I'm out again. Just like that, Lu Chauga tried it over and over again. Oh, I'm back in again. His interest gradually faded and I'm out again. After going in and out a few times, Lu Chauga felt a little bored. He held the wooden plaque in his hand, spinning it annoyedly. Lu Chauga murmured boredly to himself, this thing isn't very interesting anymore. Is there a more interesting way to play with it? Li Nanwei said this thing could help with meditation. But what good is meditation? Suddenly he formed a speculation. Wait a minute, that white space inside. Could it be the divine consciousness of all the protagonists in the world? Can enter it. Lu Chauga speculated boldly. If everyone's divine consciousness is in here, wouldn't that create a divine form of communication? Holding the wooden plaque, he continued excitedly. How about this? This white space is actually the heaven. Profound realm, a place for online chatting. A QQ group chat for the protagonists of the 4 worlds, right? A cunning smile lifted the corner of his mouth. He exclaimed smugly, oh, doesn't that sound incredibly fun? At least now Diyu also has a wooden plaque like this. Might as well try it. Deciding to act immediately, Lu Chauga began letting his divine sense penetrate it. That settles it. His divine sense discovered inside the wooden plaque
that it could rotate on the plaque, forming a circle. Does this mean writing is possible? Outside, Lu Chaoga also drew a circle on his own wooden plaque with his hand. His own wooden plaque. At this moment inside the sword sect, moonlight illuminated the night sky. A figure was in seclusion cultivating. It was Yu Yu. His eyes were tightly shut, concentrating his energy on cultivation. Suddenly, he noticed the wooden plaque he wore was glowing abnormally. Yu Yu murmured in surprise. This wooden plaque given by senior sister Nanwei. Why has it become so strange? Yu Yu took it into his hand and decisively said, "I'll send my divine sense in to check." The wooden plaque emitted a light similar to when Lu Chaoga discovered how it operated. Yu Yu's divine sense. After entering the vast interior of the wooden plaque, he looked around blankly and asked himself, "What is this? Where is this place?" Yu Yu saw the inscription in front of him read, "Among the world's experts one approaches the Tao." He realized in astonishment. Is this referring to Qingdi? Yu Yu speculated in shock. Could this be a relic left behind by Emperor Qingdi? Impossible. How could Qingdi's legacy be confined to this tiny wooden plaque? Of all things, he pondered with a pale face. That figure was a prodigy of the celestial realm, the most powerful existence in the Tianqian realm. Even his 5 disciples have all reached the 9th realm of experts. I dare not hope for such a thing. Yu Yu shook his head, calming himself down. How could I be so lucky as to obtain their legacy? Yu Yu, wake up. At this moment Lu Chaoga was messing around trying to trick people. He was still writing on the wooden plaque with his hand. Above his divine sense was the word Kong. Lu Chaoga sighed in frustration. Someone as handsome as me has already written. Why is no one replying? What a bummer. Also, my nickname Kong is a bit weird. I don't know what it means. He decided to act on his thought. Lu Chaoga pouted and added, "I'll write one more sentence." I refuse to believe you genuinely can't see it. Lu Chaoga's divine sense Kong wrote out another question. Is anyone awake? Sure enough, you read it immediately. He looked around muttering in confusion. Does that great master know of our existence? Are there others here? Or other people also chosen to come in? At this moment the divine sense named Huang wrote the character 1 as if answering Yu Yu. Yu Yu widened his eyes and commented, "There really are others." Seeing this, Lu Chaoga opened his mouth to mock. Huang tch. How could someone choose a nickname like that? Are they trying to be unique? How interesting. The divine sense named Huang continued to write out questions. Lu Chaoga murmured, "If I just write on this wooden plaque the other side, can see it, and also read what is written next." Lu Chaoga wrote joyfully in response to this kid. "Did you think you were only talking to me?" Lu Chaoga's divine sense Kong eloquently declared. "Furthermore, there are those 3 guys who vanished without a trace. I will pull them out one by one." The divine senses of the others discussed amongst themselves. 4 people. How were there 4 people to begin with? Does this mysterious name know how many people are here? Does this mysterious name know how many people are here? Did he perhaps use supernatural power to pull us in? What kind of terrifying power is this? Kong continued to ask the remaining 3 people. Have you all surfaced? Next, the 3 names Tian, Di and Xian all responded one simultaneously. Lu Chaoga commented with a sneer. It truly is these few people. They are strongest only when reunited. He commented smugly. So their nicknames were originally Tian, Di, Xian, Huang. I thought you were just being pretentious to stand out. Huang politely spoke up and asked, "May I ask how we should address this person?" Lu Chaoga smirked, replying cunningly, "I haven't asked you yet. Yet you are the one asking me first." He rubbed his chin, musing profoundly to himself. But just then, a perfect plan appeared in my mind. He wrote on the wooden tablet with his hand, while secretly planning, "Let me open your eyes. My name suggests a master." The spiritual sense did not display the answer. Following Lu Chaoga's intent, "You may address me as." The 4 people were all greatly astonished when they saw the answer. The 3 characters in luring guide Lu Chaoga shrewdly wrote down. The 4 Tian, Di, Xian, Huang simultaneously widened their eyes in surprise, looking at each other. Yu Yu felt utterly confused. He muttered his speculation alone. "In Lurin, who exactly is he? How powerful is he really? I am also someone from the sword sect.
I have the attention of the sword venerable. But even so I've never been truly valued. The more you thought about it, the more perplexed he became. He speculated, baffled. Could that person over there be even stronger than the sword venerable? A master like that. Why would he choose me? Even if someone must be chosen, it ought to be Brother Chowga. He was indecisive. But this concerns the Tiani Dao sect. It is very powerful and I cannot miss this chance. Not wanting to miss this opportunity. You thought decisively. Regarding the sword venerable. I should still conceal this from him for now. Once the timing is right, I will report back to the sword venerable. He recalled Lu Chao's childhood advice to him, and his resolve grew stronger. Do not harbor malicious intent, but always be guarded against others. That's right, Brother Chowga taught me that since I was little. I cannot trust others completely. Now I cannot completely trust this person called Luran either. He stared at the three characters Lu before him, lost in thought, asking himself, if Brother Chowga encountered this situation, what would he do? As a person from the 22nd century, all levels of society were more developed. Thus he often used the internet. Lu Chowga was no exception. After all, he was someone experienced in bragging, filled with experience in BSing. Lu Chowga rested his chin in his hand smugly and grinned. Just as I wrote these characters, they completely ignored them. He guessed confidently. Now all I need is for the most arrogant and overbearing fellow to step up and question me. As soon as the words left his mind, the person named Tian posed a probing question to Lu Chowga. Hey, Your Excellency Luran. You say that we were chosen by you to be here. So how much do you know about us? And how are we supposed to believe you, Lu? Chowga curled his lip and commented. Using others to cause trouble. Those two words, we, are a bit problematic. His fingers quickly wrote on the wooden tablet. Lu Chowga whispered excitedly. It's truly unlucky for you to ask exactly the question I wanted you all to ask. The four of you. I know you better than I know the 7 famous identities by heart. The spiritual sense representing Lu Chowga concisely displayed the names of the weapons symbolizing the 4 people. At this moment the 4 Tian Di Xian Huang, each of whom symbolizes a weapon, all felt immense shock and panic. He actually knows this clearly. He truly understands me well. We truly are the chosen ones. Lu Chowga secretly deduced. The person Tian is very bold. It definitely isn't you. What is that Duyu's nickname? Tian hurriedly defended himself, saying, Your Excellency, passerby, I was rude. Lu Chowga sneered and replied. There won't be a next time. He replied decisively again. There won't be a next time. My mission is complete. You can communicate amongst yourselves. If there is anything important, you can mention my name, and I will receive the notification. Let's call it a day. In fact, Lu Chowga had already secretly calculated and observed them carefully, which is why he acted this way. The administrator has gone offline. Those 4 people seem to be chatting about something. All he needs now is a little thought, and the identities of those people will be immediately exposed. He looked at the wooden plaque and muttered in confusion. But what exactly is Duyu's nickname? Tian is certainly not it, so what about Di Xian and Huang? Who exactly is that Duyu? Who would have thought that? Lu Chao's deduction was completely wrong. Over here Duyu was holding the wooden plaque in their hand, and happily commented. Tian is indeed a good nickname. The moon hanging in the night sky truly suits my name. Just like that, Tian, Di Xian and Huang talked to each other for a while using the wooden plaque. But Lu Chowga still couldn't figure out who Duyu was. This was because from the very beginning, he had already ruled out the possibility that Tian was Duyu, right from the start. So now he could only wait and see. After a while he was helpless and cursed what heroes they are. Not a single person behaved like Duyu. It seems all of you are using alternate identities to chat online, right? Go ahead and chat, I'll wait for you all to meet in real life and see if you'll be dumbfounded and shocked. The night was silent, and moonlight spilled over this majestic mountain range. Clouds floated among the rolling peaks. The sight was enchanting like a dream. The time spent chatting casually via the wooden plaques passed quickly. It was time for Lu Chowga to offer up his essence blood. Lu Chowga was standing in front of a tombstone,
which was buried on the mountaintop. Above it a faint, delicate soul appeared radiating purple light. He spoke in a frustrated tone. "Don't be too happy. Even if you absorb my essence blood, you won't gain much benefit." Extreme impatience showed on his face. He sighed, then quickly raised his hand, preparing to act. He continued, "Wait a moment, I'll give it to you now." The soul didn't want to wait any longer. It approached and latched onto Lu Chao's hand. A look of surprise appeared on his face, and he seemed frozen in place by the action. Immediately after Lu Chaoga regained his senses, he started yelling loudly, waving his arms vigorously while crying out, "Ah! Shut up, didn't you say you only needed a tiny bit?" The soul replied, "Gulp, gulp, gulp." After a while, when it had drained Lu Chao's essence blood, the soul suddenly became much larger than before. It licked its lips, looking as though it had just eaten a feast. In stark contrast, he looked like a lifeless corpse. He leaned against the tombstone, and a delicate soul flew out of his mouth, its appearance identical to Lu Chao's. At this moment, this soul gradually shrunk and flew toward him. Lu Chao's face was still pale. He struggled to speak. "Hey, I've already reached the second realm now. According to our agreement, shouldn't you give me the third volume of the En Chi Ju?" It gently replied, As soon as the words fell, the soul took out a volume of a purple shining cultivation method from the void, interwoven with extremely delicate cloud patterns. The cultivation method appeared above a mysterious magic circle. "This is the Qi drinking art. The third volume, purple tire mid-grade." He gently reached out and took it. This cultivation technique was wrapped in a surge of spiritual energy. Immense shock was hard to conceal on his face. "I originally thought I could get a purple tire high-grade technique. It seems I was too greedy. After all, purple tire high-grade cultivation techniques are the 4 great first grades of the sect, and are treasures meant to guard the sect." Alas! Lu Chaoga stared intently at the cultivation technique, lost in thought. His expression gradually became dull. The ghost moved closer and asked in confusion, "Huh?" He suddenly woke up with a start. The ghost raised 4 of its fingers. Lu Chaoga was puzzled by its gesture. He picked up the cultivation technique in his hand, held it up, and asked in a curious tone, "What do you mean by this? Are you talking about the 4th volume?" It immediately responded with continuous nodding. A look of excitement appeared on Lu Chao's face. He rushed toward the ghost, pointed at the technique in his hand, and asked eagerly, "You mean the 4th volume can upgrade the grade?" This time its nodding was much more vigorous. He was instantly astonished after hearing this. He clenched his fists tightly, wide-eyed, and exclaimed loudly in admiration, "That's incredible." The ghost didn't understand, so it asked, "How?" But Lu Chaoga suppressed the joy that was about to erupt. Lu Chaoga covered his mouth with his hand, chuckling secretly. He chuckled. "The 4th volume is the purple tire high-grade technique. You truly are my treasure. Ancient things harbor hidden treasures." So that's what it meant. Suddenly the graceful figure of Ningyi appeared in his mind. And that little ghost. He put on a sly expression again and burst into laughter. He continued, "If I had 2 women by my side right now, wouldn't that be rounding up? And being able to live harmoniously with 2 beautiful wives." He still couldn't contain his excitement. Lu Chaoga covered his cunning face with one hand and extended the other toward the ghost. He said, "My dear senior, I wonder if you would mind letting me enter your coffin and lie down for a while, just to increase the friendship and intimacy between us." The ghost still didn't grasp the meaning of his words. It tilted its head in confusion. Lu Chaoga simply scratched his cheek lightly and replied with an awkward smile, "I forgot, you're a bit silly. Just kidding, you wouldn't understand anyway." It immediately flew into a rage. It fiercely struck Lu Chao's face with its energy. He screamed, quickly raising his hands in surrender. Hey, you understood that sentence? Stop, I have something good for you." Lu Chaoga took out 2 pieces of square blocks engraved with moon markings. He handed them to the little ghost. He continued, laughing heartily. "Aren't you collecting these? A gift for you." It stopped abruptly and quickly looked at his hand. When it saw the blocks, it seemed completely stunned. It couldn't wait. The little ghost rushed over to enjoy the 2 blocks. It looked like it was savoring the meal and was very happy. He was now very confused inwardly. "I really don't get it.
What are you collecting these things for? After receiving the small gift from Lu Chaoga, it was thrilled, its face filled with happiness. On its face, it kept jumping around excitedly like a child. He thought to himself, although this little guy's age is unknown, it doesn't look old. Maybe it's just an abandoned child. Suddenly a dazzling blue light appeared before his eyes. He asked in surprise, "Huh?" A magic circle appeared. Inside was a blue cultivation manual. Written on it was star sweeping sword art. Blue tier low grade. The manual slowly flew towards Lu Chaoga. He couldn't hide the joy in his heart. He reached out his hands and carefully caught it. He spoke, saying this is a blue tier sword technique. But facing Lu Chaoga's spirited enthusiasm, the little spirit nodded slightly and replied, "Mem." He thought to himself, this is truly my own precious little succubus. I must hide her well. He lowered his head slightly, a cunning expression appearing on his face. A smile curled his lips as he thought internally, if those perverted idiots find out, they might treat me like a bootlicker constantly trying to suck up to her. They might even shout, "Sister, sister, do you need a pet? I promise I won't soil the place." After accomplishing his initial objective, Lu Chaoga turned and headed down the mountain. He waved goodbye to the little spirit with one hand, holding the cultivation manual behind his back with the other. His strides were imposing and majestic. A smile played on his lips as he pondered. Next up is, it's time to return the cultivation manual to its owner. Done. Night fell and Momen's Dankingsham was silent. Moonlight covered the entire sky. Clouds and mist wreathed the foot of the mountain. Lu Chaoga reached out and knocked on the door. He asked, "Is Donli in?" Inside the room behind the curtain, Lu Donli turned towards the door and quickly replied, "I am brother, wait for me." Standing outside the door, he slowly withdrew his hand, a hint of confusion on his face. He wondered inwardly, is Donli taking a bath? Lu Donli's door was slowly pushed open. She appeared in disheveled clothing, having rushed, hastily gripping her collar with one hand, and tilted her head slightly to look at him. Inside Lu Donli's room, despite being the residence of a Momen elder, belonging to a respectable sect, it looked quite simple and plain. Lu Chaoga sat down. She gently poured tea for her brother. "It's so late. Why are you still coming to see me, brother?" Lu Chaoga waved his hand slightly. On the table, two glowing cultivation manuals immediately appeared. Radiating light, he replied, "I am the chief steward of Momen, so I'm giving these two sword techniques to you." But facing Lu Chaoga's actions, she was stunned, her eyes wide as if she had seen a treasure. She asked in bewilderment, "What is this?" At this moment he leisurely took a sip of his tea. Lu Donli quickly picked up the two precious cultivation manuals, which shimmered with light patterns. Her face was full of excitement, and she continued, "While the quality of these isn't low, these are suitable for teaching the disciples." She suddenly reined in her initial joy, leaned forward, squinting her eyes, and looked back at him, full of suspicion. She asked, "Tell me quickly, where did you get these from? We don't have money right now, so don't waste money recklessly." Hearing her say that, he seemed stunned, and the teacup in his hand paused. Both of them had a mixture of teasing and slight foolishness displayed on their faces. He reached out and pinched her cheek, saying in a definite tone. He replied, "Is it that exaggerated? I certainly didn't spend money on these things. It also took quite a bit of effort from me." Lu Dongli's cheeks were red and puffy from his pinch. She pouted, reaching out to rub her poor cheek. Having delivered what needed to be given to the right person, Lu Chaoga quickly stood up and left. She watched his tall and slender silhouette, which seemed so sturdy under the silver moonlight. She was stunned as he waved goodbye and instructed, "Don't let down your brother's good intentions. Go and study them quickly and then pass them on to the disciples." Lu Donli walked towards the doorway. She silently watched her brother's figure gradually disappearing into the silent night sky. Her cheeks puffed up, her small face now looked like a very cute little pufferfish. She tightly gripped the two cultivation manuals and thought inwardly, "I definitely won't have a sister-in-law in this lifetime." Night King Longquan Baixiangu. The blood moon hung in the sky. The sky was eerie and terrifying. Deep in the valley, a scarlet fire dragon was creeping past. Wherever it went, the earth instantly became scorched and barren. The plants and trees by the roadside were all incinerated. Jiao Dragon, the exotic beast.
It has a long scar from a blade on its head, symbolizing its painful past. Its eyes flashed with fierce light. The flood dragon headed towards the mountaintop. It was enveloped by a strong dense power. It was deep red. In just an instant it leaped onto the mountaintop. Sticking out its tongue it happily greeted its master, a man whose hair was as voluminous as a lion's mane. He also radiated a powerful force. The man with the curved eyebrows, his expression looked very grim. He was drenched in sweat. Suddenly he burst into a rage. His eyes were bloodshot and he let out a violent roar. Only half a year remains until the triennial ZUI assembly. At this ZUI assembly, if I can obtain the dragon's tongue jade, my injuries can be completely healed. Suddenly pain struck and he furrowed his brows. With his other hand he pressed down on his severed arm. As he did so he cursed those two wretched individuals. After all these years the sword intense still lingers there, tormenting me daily with tremendous pain. He covered his face, his whole body shaking continuously, recalling his hellish past. The figures of the two Momen elders surfaced in his mind. Momen, once I have fully recovered, I will personally deliver retribution upon your Momen, destroying your influence. Flood dragon. Seeing this it approached the bent-browed elder. The elder saw it, reached out his hand and said, fine, give it to me. It opened its enormous mouth. Its sharp teeth were chilling to behold. From its tongue, a loudly crying infant appeared. Wah wah wah, the elder seemed to transform into a different person. He looked benevolent, picked up the little one, gently soothing him. Haha, there, be good, be good. The bent-browed elder used his sharp claws. He performed a sinister action, completing the evil ritual. The child cried even harder, wah wah wah. He still tried hard to pretend to be a good person, gently comforting him, maintaining a smile there. Don't cry, don't cry. Finally he dropped the mask of pretense. He laughed cunningly, revealing sharp teeth, and said in a cruel tone, I will take what I need from you now, quickly. A piercing sound cut through the entire night. It was a terrifying night. But just a few seconds later, the necessary essence was quickly acquired. With extreme satisfaction on his face, he laughed, his tone triumphant. Indeed, only this kind of utterly pure essence is most useful. Once they pass the age of 10 their power changes, and it is no longer pure. The flood dragon suddenly roared loudly, showing its knife-sharp teeth. The bent-browed elder's face turned ashen. He tightly clenched his fists, and said furiously, if I recall correctly, that couple of Momen sword cultivators also have a son and a daughter now, right? By now they should have surpassed 10 years old. Then I'll make an exception just this once. He stood up and walked towards the cave entrance. Behind him skulls were piled up like mountains, all victims of his over the years. He continued, when all is said and done, the daughter of an enemy will probably suffer even more intensely. The bent-browed elder raised his head, looking through the gap in the cave entrance towards the blood moon. That Momen couple fought desperately back then, severely wounding me, causing me to completely lose my prestige within the organization. He reached out his hand to the sky as if trying to grasp something. His face filled with rage. He suddenly roared. Originally all resources should have belonged to me, but they were snatched away by others, leaving me to fall into the third realm. His tightly clenched hands trembled under the moonlight. He spoke loudly. Momen, once the triennial ZUI assembly is over, I will make you realize what true hell on earth is. Outside Baixiang Valley in Qinglongquan, a woman fell into a pile of not yet extinguished lava. Thick smoke billowed all around. She wailed miserably, her hands continuously stretched forward. My child, give me back my child. Please, please give me back my child, I beg you. She seemed to collapse, loosening her tightly clenched hands. Her weak hands slammed violently onto the ground from behind her. The sound of a young man's footsteps gradually approached. It was none other than a disciple of Momen, Mu Dongfang, with a wooden sword at his waist. He reached out to her and whispered, She's lost her mind. Mu Dongfang pointed a finger toward her forehead. Casting a spell, and a blue stream of energy appeared. This was the Calm Mind spell. She instantly calmed down. He carried her on his back, walking beneath the bright moonlight. He asked her, Are you a villager nearby? I will take you home. Mu Dongfang carried her. She mumbled to him, A great snake took my child. Her face was filled with pitiful distress.
That was my only child. I only had that one daughter.
The sun had already risen. Carrying her, he looked exhausted. Stumbling forward through the vast forest, she kept waving her arms weakly, saying, "I cannot lose my child. I don't want to become like a poisonous tree without offspring, without descendants." She gradually began to see hallucinations. Thousands of red eyes materialized,
Scrutinizing her life. Taunting voices rang out.
"You endured all these years, only to still be unable to bear children. With a backside that big and so much potential for offspring. I thought you would be able to have children, right? What does any of that have to do with having children?
It's not like it's for those wretched husbands to look at. Your husband doesn't even bother to glance in that direction. I just can't believe it."
She screamed more violently, covering her ears with one hand, while the other struggled to reach out toward the invisible voices.
"I don't want this. I don't want this." Facing her uncontrolled distress, his expression darkened and he lowered his head slightly. Mu Dongfang simply responded softly. "Calm your mind." Hearing Mu Dongfang's words,
she gradually regained her composure, no longer flailing her arms wildly. She looked down at the young man who was taking her home.
He thought to himself, "She has suffered too great a trauma.
More than just the pain of losing her child." They arrived at the village where she lived.
He stopped walking. A villager here asked aloud, "Are you a cultivator?"
Mu Dongfang lowered his head slightly and silently entered the village. Behind him a villager held a weapon,
ready to attack Mu Dongfang at any moment. But he was stopped by an elderly woman.
The surrounding villagers discussed among themselves. "The person he's carrying.
Isn't that someone from our village? How could a cultivator be so ordinary and short like him? Completely different from those we've seen before."
Hearing himself disparaged because of his short stature, a hint of sadness flashed across his face. He said to them, "Everyone."
He thought internally, there are many types of cultivators.
Mu Dongfang thought of his sect leader.
That tall and majestic figure and that soaring heroic aura. Lu Chaoga once said, "The handsomeness in the world is one stone. This seat claims 12 barrels of stone. In total the rest of the world
owes this seat 10 barrels of stone."
Mu Dongfang thought, cultivators. There are indeed some who exude
the handsomeness of their senior uncle.
But there are also those like the various senior brothers, who are completely unremarkable. However, the image of a cultivator,
who is simple just like an ordinary villager, who appeared before him was He Ding.
He thought, the senior brother and I are the same type. Returning to reality,
he turned his head to look behind him. His face was much brighter, he secretly told himself.
But I want to become that handsome too. Suddenly a man squeezed out from behind the crowd, shouting loudly, "That's my wife. But unfortunately that is my wife. I have already met her family."
Mu Dongfang gently helped her sit on the ground.
He explained with a smile, "I met her on the road.
It seems she was attacked by a monster." The man quickly rushed to his wife's side. He shouted loudly, "Where is my missing daughter? Where did she go?" It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck the scorching earth.
He widened his eyes in astonishment as if he couldn't believe his ears.
Not only did the man not show concern or worry for his wife, but instead he scolded her, his face full of displeasure and anger.
"It's only a daughter, right?
What good is she if she can't give birth to a son?" Her eyes were now hollow and lifeless.
Mu Dongfang stood behind them,
his face grave, forcibly restraining his anger. But the look he showed was still quite grim.
He knitted his brows, watching the elderly couple with a serious expression.
His heart was filled with confusion.
How could this be?
Elder Martial Uncle, the sect master, would never act like this. A wisp of ethereal smoke drifted past,
making him recall the past
conversations he had with the sect master and his master.
Lu Chaoga opened his mouth and said, "If I could have an entire harem. I actually only wish to have one daughter and that would be enough."
Hearing her older brother's greedy intention, Lu Donli frowned. She was extremely displeased,
replying with extreme annoyance, "An entire."
The teacup in her hand was already covered in cracks from her grip. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Donli picked up a long bamboo stick and began a friendly chase after her older brother. Lu Chaoga was so scared his eyes welled up with tears. As she chased him, she pointed and scolded,
"Isn't one enough for you?
You still harbor the thought of establishing a whole harem.
How have you even survived until now?"
Mu Dongfang remained calm amid the chaotic human world, slowly sipping his tea. He thought to himself, it looks like I'm definitely going to have a new junior sister soon. Back to reality. From the small village Mu Dongfang raised, his eyes gazing toward the forest ahead, he secretly reminded himself, the large snake that took the little girl is still hiding in the valley. If I don't eliminate it, sooner or later it will pose a threat to the village. Mu Dongfang tightly gripped his sword hilt. He asked himself, should I go check on it? Interrupting his confused thoughts was a massive explosion. The villagers were shaken. Mu Dongfang observed slowly. He covered his face with one hand to avoid being affected by the poisonous gas. The man turned around in panic and asked, what happened? Is the ground shaking? Behind the white smoke a flood dragon gradually revealed itself. It fiercely flicked its tongue and roared loudly towards the village. The villagers plunged into panic. They shouted loudly, it's a monster. Oh no, the monster has broken into the village, run. Run this way. Mu Dongfang looked up at the monster. Mu Dongfang's expression stiffened. He was overshadowed by the massive creature blocking the light of the sun. He thought secretly, this oppressive feeling is truly overwhelming. But I haven't even broken through the first realm yet. Can I defeat it? Suddenly a loud cry came from behind him. He quickly turned his head to look. What met his eyes was the old mother, who painfully broke down upon seeing the creature that took her daughter. She stammered, oh my child. My child was taken by that very thing. Her husband quickly knelt down, hurriedly pulling her run away. He loudly stated, what are you still doing? Everything is over. Hurry up and run. The mother's face grew increasingly grief-stricken, turning pale green, and tears burst from her eyes. She screamed, stretching out her hand to point at the monster before them. I'm not leaving, I want my child. I want my child. He quickly embraced his wife's frail body, gritting his teeth to suppress his resentment, and comforted her. My foolish wife. Don't go courting death again by yourself. If you want to die, I'll die with you. Witnessing this heartbreaking moment firsthand, Mu Dongfang just quietly turned around facing the colossal flood dragon. His face showed integrity and determination. Mu Dongfang straightened his back. The sword was already drawn. He thought, Master, your disciple has failed you. I couldn't learn the caution that martial uncle possesses. If I had blown this matter up like he would other sects be watching? He lowered his head, closed his eyes, recalling the solid figure of the sect leader, and remembered the senior's advice, wield your sword for justice and travel the martial world. As if gaining new courage, Mu Dongfang opened his eyes. His eyes were slightly different now, becoming stronger and braver. He calculated in his mind, as long as I can attract other sects, this monster will be done for. Before he could think further, the flood dragon lunged at Mu Dongfang like a predator. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp teeth and thick saliva. Hung from them like cobwebs, Mu Dongfang roared fiercely. He thrust his sword at the gigantic beast, without changing expression, discarding the fear that was about to surge within him. On the contrary, a somewhat cute thought secretly popped up in his mind. I wonder if the current me is already as dashing and heroic as martial uncle. This area was covered by many towering bamboo thickets. Within the dense forest stood a grand hall, looking very luxurious but also mixed with an ancient charm. Light emanated from within the hall. Inside the grand hall was Lu Chaoga. He was practicing cultivation techniques. A line of text being inscribed floated in midair before him. Below the floor, there was a glowing bagua circular array, positioned between tall pillars formed by spiritual energy. Lu Chaoga said, according to this book, as long as the divine consciousness is transferred in this manner, the success rate is 98%. Suddenly there was an explosion boom. Thick smoke billowed outwards. Lu Chaoga was pinned to the spot. His hair was messy like a moving bird's nest. His face was flushed crimson like a ripe tomato. He lightly exhaled a wisp of smoke. The room had just withstood a massive shock from the explosion. Dust and debris were scattered everywhere. The smoke had not yet dissipated. He covered his face with his hands and slumped down dejectedly. His thoughts were now a complete mess. He said, that success rate of 3.1415926. It must be fake, right? Why does it still fail after so many attempts?
Or is the difficulty of this artifact refinement tool too high? Suddenly,
a red notification panel appeared before Lu Chaoga.
There was an exclamation mark inside the notification panel. He was startled. The following text appeared on the system panel. Mo Sect 3rd Disciple Mu Dongfang Danger.
Seeing this message, Lu Chaoga's expression instantly changed. He hastily mounted the flying carpet. That plantain fan-shaped flying carpet.
Flying quickly towards the 3rd disciple's location. The speed was so great that it seemed even the light floating clouds could be torn apart by the wind.
His face was etched with extreme worry.
He used his hands to cast a spell, controlling the flying carpet to accelerate. Countless anxious thoughts surfaced in his mind. Baixiang Valley. Even if Qingzhou goes all out, it will still take several hours to get there. Several hours is enough time for an ordinary person to freeze to death.
Lu Chaoga recalled Mu Dongfang's naive,
yet very sincere appearance. His face was filled with anxiety. He secretly prayed, Mu Dongfang, oh Mu Dongfang.
I don't know whether you were lucky or unlucky right now.
Past events suddenly rushed into his mind. Mu Dongfang looked very mischievous when he was young, waving at Lu Chaoga.
His innate talent for bone structure and sword Dao index were only a measly 3 points.
He said this kid's aptitude was extremely poor when he first entered the sect, which is truly quite unusual. But he continued, that kid's fortune is still just a question mark. A face wearing a smile, carrying a bit of simple honesty, making people feel sympathy and love. Lu Chaoga thought that the reason for this was because sometimes his luck was unusually good.
He then recalled some images from the past.
Mu Dongfang was drawing lots,
drawing clay dolls of various shapes,
which looked very cute. At a roadside stall, he innocently said to the stall owner, "Ah, boss, I won the draw again." His luck was so good that it scared the stall owner speechless. But sometimes his luck was the complete opposite. The eldest senior brother was holding Mu Dongfang,
who was completely unconscious at the time.
A large durian was stuck to his head. The eldest senior brother said speechlessly, "Third junior brother, when you went out today, you were somehow hit on the head by a durian falling from the sky." Returning to reality, Lu Chaoga's worry lessened considerably. His face became firmer and he silently hoped, "You must have good luck now." In the vast open space, above was the clear blue sky, and below were jungles and the magnificent rolling mountains. He was riding a flying carpet, and with a whoosh he vanished behind the white clouds. In Baixiang Valley, the sky was already dark, and the sunset was falling here. The battle between Mu Dongfang and the flood dragon monster was still ongoing. He collided fiercely with it and the fierce battle was in full swing. Humpha, the sounds of battle constantly echoed. The sword in his hand was enveloped by a yellow energy, looking incredibly powerful. The flood dragon slammed its stone-hard head toward Mu Dongfang. Fortunately, he managed to dodge. But the fight did not end there. It pushed him backward with great force. Under this extreme pressure, Mu Dongfang was forced to bleed and sustain injuries. He was struck and sent flying far away. The flood dragon held its head high, its 4 eyes gleaming. It let out a huge deafening roar. The flood dragon raised its tail, aiming at the civilians running below it. The monster violently swung its tail towards the old couple. Its tail was massive, several times larger than them. It violently smashed its tail onto the dry ground. It roared once again, its mouth filled with sharp iron-like teeth, and the skin at the corners of its mouth seemed to gradually tear open, making it look extremely terrifying. Mu Dongfang rushed toward the couple. He used magic to erect a sturdy, massive barrier to protect the common people. The difference in strength was simply too great. The barrier shattered after only one blow, disintegrated and vanished into nothingness. He endured tremendous pressure from that strike. Mu Dongfang's body began to tremble incessantly, and his face was covered in wounds. He stammered, "Ugh, I can't hold on much longer." Confronted by Mu Dongfang's exhausted state, the flood dragon rapidly charged toward him. It opened its huge mouth intending to swallow him whole. The scene before him was horrifying. He looked up at it. A look of helplessness seemed to appear on his face. Blood continued to stream from the corner of his mouth. He thought, "I truly am," suddenly from high above. A surge of red and black interwoven spiritual energy, carrying astonishing oppressive force, shot towards the flood dragon like a rocket. This force created a massive explosion, caused by the collision of terrifying spiritual energy. A look of surprise mixed with a hint of fear appeared on its face. Traces of lightning still lingered there. The flood dragon cast its gaze toward the ground, where a sharp iron spear was deeply embedded in the earth. Majestic spiritual energy still enveloped the spear, and crucially the energy it emitted was growing stronger and stronger. Facing this overwhelming power, Mu Dongfang shielded the dust in front of him with one hand. He was astonished, his eyes constantly observing. This was the first time he had seen the flood dragon so terrified. It widened, its eyes curled up like a giant worm, and quickly fled. Standing on the ground shattered by the spear's power, he noticed something immense flying over him. He slowly raised his head, looking toward the vast sky. Above Baixiang Valley, a giant bird was spreading its wings, eclipsing the red sun. The sight was overwhelmingly majestic. Suddenly a woman's voice rang out from the back of the giant bird. Which sect does this child belong to? Despite having just gone through a brutal battle, Mu Dongfang still straightened his back and replied loudly, "Mo Min." Right after Mu Dongfang eloquently introduced his sect, he began to tremble, his eyes barely able to stay open. Mu Dongfang slowly collapsed onto the ground, completely exhausted. He lay spent on the cold earth. The woman gently descended and walked towards him. His hazy eyes struggled to see clearly. Before him was a woman wearing imposing martial armor. The beautiful woman's face was obscured by the sunlight. With her hands on her hips she asked him, "Mo Min, I've never heard that name before. But you're not bad." Mu Dongfang managed to reply. His voice was heavy with exhaustion. "Of course I'm not bad. My master uncle said I'm a Dashang." The beautiful woman was confused. She pressed him repeatedly. "Dashang, what in the world is a Dashang?" Mu Dongfang could no longer hold on, and he slowly closed his eyes. That year in Zhaoli County, the blue sky was particularly beautiful that day. Below was a small, rather simple sect. A group of children in martial uniforms were gathered around Lu Chaoga. He said, "Today I will tell you the story of Dong Yuji." Outside the gate, a small boy was sneakily eavesdropping. The children who heard they were getting a story immediately became excited. They applauded noisily. He pointed two fingers toward the sky and began his tale. The story told of a swordsman who wielded a long sword called the Ruibang. He could ascend to heaven and enter the earth, capable of anything. Everyone affectionately called him Qitian Dashang. The children gasped, "Wow!" The little boy hiding behind the door was none other than young Mu Dongfang. His eyes sparkled, he looked incredibly excited. He thought to himself, "Ascend to heaven and enter the earth, capable of anything, wielding a long sword called Rui. Qitian Dashang." Inside the sect the little boys were playing together. Each one held a small wooden stick. The children shouted, "I am Qitian Dashang." "I am Qitian Dashang too." "Me too am Qitian Dashang too." Lu Chaoga stood nearby watching them. Suddenly, a small hand was placed on the dilapidated door. The door was slowly pushed open. From behind the door, Mu Dongfang suddenly appeared. The other children were surprised by his arrival. Mu Dongfang stammered, "I want to be Qitian Dashang too." An ill-tempered child present walked over and pointed a finger at his face. He said with disdain, "You are so ugly. You're only fit to be a monster." Mu Dongfang was stunned by the crude words. Another boy, one with freckles, raised his wooden stick and shouted, "That's right, that guy is a monster." The other children quickly joined in the jeering. "Ugly monster. Hit him, hurry up and hit the ugly monster." Hit as soon as the words left his mouth. They rushed forward using their hard wooden sticks to continuously strike Mu Dongfang. Some children violently kicked his back. Mu Dongfang could only curl up on the floor, pitifully covering his head with his hands. He struggled to refute, "I am not a monster." Enduring the pain of the savage beating, he shouted tearfully, "I'm not playing with you anymore. I quit." The little rascals achieved their goal, and one of them threw his wooden stick onto the ground. Then he shouted, "Fine, we won't play, you freak." Another child pulled down the skin under his eye, mocking him. "Naya, Naya, Naya," the rest of them insulted in unison. "Naya, Naya, Naya. What can you do without us playing with you?" Those little brats ran past Mu Dongfang
One of them spoke up suggesting,
"Come on, let's go play over there."
Although the bullying had stopped,
he still couldn't calm down.
He slumped on the cold ground,
his hands still tightly covering his head.
Mu Dongfang slowly lowered his hands from his head,
raising his eyes to look at the children. After they had gone far away,
he gently picked up the piece of wood that had been abandoned on the ground. He whispered,
"I want to be Qitian-Dasheng too."
Mu Dongfang picked up the branch holding it in front of him, and his expression brightened happily.
Excitement spread across his childish face. "Even though it was covered in bruises, I can do it too."
He placed the stick on the ground, swinging it back and forth on the ground. It made a slight scraping sound. As he did it, he chanted,
"Tootie tootie, come out quickly."
Suddenly behind Mu Dongfang there was a voice.
Ahem who was calling this old man out. He was extremely excited and asked, "Is that Tootie?"
Lu Chaoga gently cupped his hands and bowed slightly in greeting. This minor deity pays respects to the great sage. He turned his head in surprise, looking up at him. Mu Dongfang was a little shy but also very proud.
He scratched his head and quickly replied, "Me great sage. I'm not the great sage. They said I'm ugly and that I'm a monster."
He looked at him with wide eyes, saying nothing more. The man simply smiled gently. Seeing that his mood had improved slightly, Lu Chaoga placed his hand on the boy's head. Gently stroking it, he asked,
"You little fellow, let me ask you who told you this story."
He looked confused by the question. He stammered in response that it was you.
Upon hearing this, Lu Chaoga continued with a slight smile.
"Then what if I told you that you resemble the great sage more than they do?"
Mu Dongfang's eyes sparkled. Upon hearing those words, he was still extremely shocked. He stammered, "Oh really?"
Lu Chaoga stretched out his hand and placed it on the boy's back, making him jump. He then continued,
"Qitian-Dasheng would never bow his head.
Nor would he underestimate himself like you do.
Stand up straight, got it." He gave Mu Dongfang's back a push,
allowing him to straighten his posture.
"If I say it's so, then it is so. Do you understand?"
He looked at the smiling face
and answered softly, "MHM." Suddenly Lu Chaoga bent down and leaned close to his ear.
He spoke with a hint of a mischievous expression.
"Besides, I have a secret I want to tell you." He looked at him in surprise and asked, "Huh?" He said, "I am a cultivator, you know."
As soon as he finished speaking, he cast a spell. The wooden stick in Mu Dongfang's hand suddenly flew high into the air and transformed into a wooden sword. The wooden sword slowly descended into his hands.
Mu Dongfang's face was beaming with happiness.
As he received it, he shouted, "Wow, it's the Rui Jingu Bang!" After gifting him the wooden sword,
Lu Chaoga turned around and bid farewell. "It's yours now. Keep it a secret, okay?" Mu Dongfang quickly replied, "MHM, thank you."
Holding the small wooden sword in his hand,
he happily ran down the street.
As he ran, he shouted,
"I'm Qitian-Dasheng too. I am like Qitian-Dasheng. I have the Rui Jingu Bang."
Suddenly Mu Dongfang slowed to a stop. "All right."
Standing in the dazzling sunlight, he struck a resolute and heroic pose, shouting, "Qitian-Dasheng must stand tall and hold his head high."
Beneath his feet was his shadow,
bearing the appearance of a true Qitian-Dasheng. However, in the great hall of Momin, Lu Donli was holding a cup of hot tea,
the steam still curling upwards. She asked him with confusion,
"Brother,
do you really think that kid resembles the great sage equaling heaven?"
Lu Chaoga gently poured the tea.
He was just joking, he doesn't look like him at all. Seeing him take the joke too far, she turned red with anger. She waved her fist and yelled,
"Senior brother, how can you be so annoying?"
But he still dodged that punch that ripped through the air.
Lu Chaoga looked up, gazing into the high heavens. He replied in a deep voice, "Although that kid doesn't seem like it now, he will in the future."
Mu Dongfang stood tall and proud, majestically strolling through the village holding a wooden sword,
sitting with his junior sister, enjoying the fragrant tea and talking to each other.
With a hint of relaxation on his face, he continued, "Take this kid on, let him be your third junior brother." She replied with some hesitation, "But his natural talent seems quite poor." Lu Donli was slightly surprised. This eccentric senior brother before her revealed a faint smile,
looking incredibly reliable.
Her doubts vanished. A smile gradually bloomed on her rosy lips, and the young girl's face glowed with radiance. Agreed to Lu Chaoga's decision, she replied softly,
"I understand, returning to reality. In the vast blue sky, a huge flying beast was circling. Below were the hills
and massive mountain ranges vaguely visible behind the drifting clouds.
After a long period of unconsciousness, Mu Dongfang slowly opened his eyes. Sitting on the back of the massive beast, he looked up and surveyed his surroundings. He asked, "What is this?"
His face was covered in scars.
Mu Dongfang continued in astonishment, "A black fruit." From behind him came a woman's voice. She asked, "Awake?"
Startled, he quickly turned his head. The master who had saved him earlier was right in front of him.
He respectfully cupped his hands in greeting to the senior. "Many thanks, senior, for saving my life."
Looking at his undamaged hands, he suddenly realized something
was amiss.
The injuries on my body are much better, he thought.
I suspect this senior gave me a spiritual pill.
The beautiful woman was sitting on a wooden chair carved with intricate patterns.
She looked up, gazing at the distant sky, and replied softly. Mu Dongfang was greatly shocked. He widened his eyes, looking a bit silly. He bent down, cupped his hands respectfully, and asked her,
"May I ask what this senior's esteemed name is?"
The beauty looked up at him.
Her crimson eyes seemed able to captivate anyone who looked at them.
She replied, "Chuanqiu Shan." She continued, "Jiang Xinyan." The person currently before him was a stunning beauty clad in imposing armor. She was holding a wine gourd, tied with a red string.
Drinking wine, her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. She resembled a valiant female general,
yet also an immortal fairy.
Mu Dongfang was extremely surprised upon hearing her sect affiliation. He was dumbfounded, as if frozen in place.
How amazing, he thought. Could this be the Chuanqiu Shan that martial uncle often mentions? This is the far northern region, Chuanqiu Shan. The sky here is enveloped by a beautiful green aurora. The sight before him was like the celestial realm. Waterfalls cascaded down, and above the waterfalls was the sect's main hall. There were many other grand halls below the waterfalls as well. The scenery was truly dreamlike and fantastical.
Mu Dongfang said with admiration, "Chuanqiu Shan,
one of the 4 major sects in the world. Its reputation is on par with the Qingzhou sword sect, representing the highest quality." The image of the sect's disciples gradually emerged in his mind. They were all ambitious and highly intelligent people, he continued. But martial uncle the head once said that Chuanqiu Shan has some unique cultivation methods. They suppress the practitioner's desires, but amplify one specific desire among them. Mu Dongfang recalled this silently. Martial uncle the head also specifically mentioned that almost everyone at Chuanqiu Shan always has a cold expression. After saying this, he raised, watching Jiang Xinyan gently cap the gourd flask. There was no change in expression on her face. He thought to himself, "It seems this senior is no exception either." Suddenly the rich aroma of the wine wafted out. The fragrance spread, reaching where Mu Dongfang was located. He was instantly surprised by the appeal of the scent. What a great smell this must be! Excellent fine wine. Could this senior also be a gourmand? Jiang Xinyan leaned back on the chair. She held the wine gourd up high. She slowly poured and tasted the wine. Mu Dongfang cupped his hands and continued, "Cough, cough, Mu Dongfang will never forget the senior's life-saving grace. If the opportunity arises in the future, I will certainly repay the senior." Suddenly he became a bit hesitant. However, Mu Dongfang suddenly looked serious. He recalled the sect master uncle's instructions. If you ever encounter a monocerous beast, you must immediately return and report it. That is the Momin sect's mortal, unrelenting enemy." With a look of firm resolve, he cupped his hands and made a request to the distinguished person. That flood dragon might be related to our sect. This issue might also involve demon cultivators. This junior must return to the sect as soon as possible to report to the sect master. Jiang Xinyan propped up her face with her hand, replying coolly. He was slightly stunned, not understanding what she was trying to express. She closed her eyes and calmly took another sip of wine. She continued, "Can you walk back by yourself?" Mu Dongfang seemed to understand her good intentions. He hurriedly cupped his hands and replied, "Thank you, senior." The crow looked mighty and imposing. It immediately turned and flew toward the Momin sect. At this moment the sky displayed a brilliant golden-yellow hue, interspersed with billowing white clouds. Mu Dongfang slowly observed Jiang Xinyan. He secretly thought to himself, Although the senior appears so cold on the surface, she is actually kind-hearted. Her beautiful face was raised high. Her appearance while drinking was overshadowed by the dazzling sunlight. But even so it couldn't hide her beauty. Jiang Xinyan. She looked at him, noticing he had his eyes closed. He was deep and thought his expression very solemn. Curly eyelashes, highlighting her mesmerizing fairy-like red eyes. She thought, I'm just a little curious. What exactly that Momin sect teaches its disciples? To produce someone who looks like this. On this side Mu Dongfang was diligently cultivating. A dazzling light enveloped him. How strange, my cultivation realm seems to have loosened. I'm about to break through the first realm. Meanwhile Lu Chaoga was feeling confused. He looked utterly perplexed. The notification panel appeared again. This time it was a yellow notification. Mu Dongfang is no longer in danger. He immediately waved his hand, making the flying carpet turn around. Returning to Momin. He muttered to himself, a complete waste of effort. Forget it, as long as that kid is fine. Inside the Momin sect, Xiao Qiu was practicing the horse stance through intense effort. Lu Dongli said loudly. Stand firmer. An expression of effort appeared on Xiao Qiu's face. Suddenly Lu Chaoga landed from outside. They quickly ran toward him, abandoning Xiao Qiu, who was still practicing the horse stance, in confusion. Lu Bing and Lu Dongli happily shouted, Sect Master, Uncle, Brother. Seeing Lu Bing intimately address Lu Chaoga, Lu Dongli immediately became angry. She glared furiously at the smiling Lu Bing, secretly thinking, why are you acting so overly enthusiastic? I didn't ask you to stick your nose in. Lu Dongli immediately seized the opportunity and quickly walked to his side, saying with a cute expression and a sweet tone, Sect Master, Uncle, allow me to pour you some tea. Behind her Lu Bing's face fell and she cursed inwardly, thinking to herself, damn it, she dared to ignore me down below. Xiao Qiu struggled to wave and call out to him. Lu Chaoga ignored Lu Bing. He gently gave his junior apprentice Xiao Qiu a high five. Xiao Qiu excitedly said, Sect Master, Uncle. Haha, he immediately responded to Xiao Qiu, hee hee. Amidst a joyous atmosphere, suddenly Lu Dongli noticed something approaching them. She looked up at the sky. She immediately adopted a battle stance, ready to draw her sword. She quickly told Lu Chaoga, Brother, someone is coming. I've never sensed an aura like this before. He looked toward the distant sky, puzzled. The people behind them followed suit but saw nothing. They asked blankly, how, where is anyone? Only Luo Bing sensed the same aura as her. Indeed, Master, I see it too. From behind the glaring sunlight, a gigantic bird was diving towards them. The massive bird was large enough to eclipse the sun over the area where they stood. All four of them were shocked. Lu Dongli maintained her vigilant stance and continued, Brother, I can't see through that woman. She is a great cultivator. Lu Chaoga knew who this person was. A slight smile and an infatuated look appeared on his face as he looked up at Jiang Xinyan. He thought, it's her. Lu Chaoga looked up at the massive flying eagle, whose wings covered the sky and the sun, and murmured inwardly, Master. It's been a long time. He recalled the past. Back then, because real life was too boring, I first encountered the game Tianxian Realm. He continued his recollection. With my excellent skills combined with deep pockets, I wasn't someone to be trifled with. These wilderness monsters were nothing to me. Besides, I didn't entirely regard Tianxian Realm as a real world. In the flashback, Lu Chaoga was standing in front of a monster. A level 10 hound monster was roaring wildly. He trembled all over and thought fearfully, damn it. This monster is totally messed up. As he recalled the monster pouncing and biting his hand, he thought, but the realism of Tianxian Realm had already told me that this world was not that simple. Lu Chaoga was terrified. Damn it, the feeling of pain is too real. No, I have to log off system, I want to quit here. The system voice replied, exit strictly prohibited. Die and then enter again. Upon hearing the system's words, he felt like he had been struck by lightning. He asked the system blankly, what is this? Mess, there's actually a setting like that. At this moment the hound monster suddenly lunged at Lu Chaoga. It roared and bellowed, frightening him half to death. His neck was tightly gripped by the monster and his face turned pale. Ugh, it hurts too much. I'm not actually going to die in this game, am I? Just before becoming the hound monster's meal, Lu Chaoga secretly swore, "You gotta be kidding me when I get out of here. I am definitely going to complain to the operations company of this game." Unexpectedly, a sword blade sliced through the monster's neck. The ferocious monster splashed blood everywhere. Lu Chaoga stared with wide eyes at the person in front of him, who held a bloodied long sword. Jiang Xinyan was illuminated by the sun, and she seemed to be glowing. She gave him a cold side glance. He stared blankly at the woman for a long time. It was then that I found my true motivation to play this game. The system appeared and issued a new quest. Does the great cultivator wish to take you as a disciple? Below were two options. Yes or no. Lu Chaoga quickly pressed the yes button. He said through gritted teeth, "Of course it's yes." The system prompted player HP is restoring. Then the screen displayed, "Apprenticeship failed, affection level too low." He was furious at this baffling result. "You stupid system. Are you messing with me?" Seeing Jiang Xinyan turn and leave, he quickly shouted, "Hey, wait." She didn't turn around, only glanced at him. "What is it?" He stammered, Is there any way to quickly raise your affection level towards me? How much money do you need? Is 500,000 enough?" As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Tinjian's sword tip pointed directly at him. When the sword tip reached Lu Chaoga's neck, it stopped. He raised his hands in surrender, frightened. She repeated coldly, "Nonsense, just like this dog." Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, but internally he was incredibly excited. Awesome. The settings of the Tianqian realm are much better than those flashy, superficial games. Not treating money as everything interesting. Thinking this, Lu Chaoga respectfully lowered his head. "I apologize, I was wrong just now. What I meant was, how can I become your disciple?" Jiang Tingyan looked at the respectful man before her with surprise. "Become my disciple?" Her tone was full of disdain, and she continued, "You are merely good-looking and useless otherwise. I will not accept a disciple like you." Lu Chaoga secretly wondered, "Damn, I clearly possessed immense charm from the start. Applicable no matter the time or place. How could this happen?" Shaking off his retrospective thoughts, he showed a faint smile. "But as the saying goes, a good woman fears a persistent pursuer. I accidentally discovered that she loves to eat. Therefore I learned some skills from several high-ranking chefs. Gradually I unintentionally became a top chef, and successfully became her sole sword chef, swordsmanship and culinary arts disciple." The smile still lingered on his lips, and his eyes deepened. "There were even a few times when I was only a little away from committing severe misconduct against my master. It was all because that apprentice fanned the flames that this occurred." Lu Chaoga looked up at the sky and sighed. He thought to himself, "But what I regret the most is..." He looked at the plump bird spreading its wide wings and soaring in the sky. He continued to think, "I actually wanted to slaughter, cook and eat that big bird. Just looking at it shows how delicious the meat is. Unfortunately I never got the chance." The unfortunate bird seemed to sense an ominous sign, and it trembled all over in fear. A gigantic bird landed on the ground, and then watched Lu Chaoga cautiously, thinking, "Why does this man keep staring at my body?" Dongfang waved and shouted, "Martial Uncle Head, Master." Jiang Tingyan appeared, radiating cold arrogance and sharp intensity. Dongli frowned and said, "Brother Dongfang, I don't know where you met this great cultivator. Practitioner. I cannot discern this person's strength. And Dongfang's aura is very weak, as if he was just injured." He asked her, perplexed, "What do you mean? Are you saying that you can only discern the strength of those who are not great cultivators?" She instantly broke out in a cold sweat, thoroughly panicked. Faced with such an awkward situation, Dongli turned away and let out a dry laugh. Lu Chaoga looked at her with scrutinizing eyes, thinking, "This woman has the kind of temper that tries to cover up everything. Plus she holds in her hand the magical artifact Ningyi used to conceal aura. Now I truly don't know what this woman's actual strength is." His gaze made Dongli turn pale with fear. He secretly thought, "In the future I must pursue and find out the specifics of her true strength." Dongfang landed safely very soon. He bowed respectfully. "Martial Uncle Head, Master, I just encountered danger, and it's all thanks to this senior's help." Looking up at his master, Dongfang thought, "I shouldn't mention the flood dragon beast now. I will report to Master and Martial Uncle Head tomorrow." Lu Chaoga walked over to Jiang Tingyan.
Bright sunlight shone in behind him. He spoke up and introduced himself.
This one is Lu Chaoga, the head of the Momin sect. At that moment he was as radiant as the sun. He asked Jiang Tingyan, fellow Taoist, may I ask your name?
Stroking the bird's head, she replied curtly,
Jiang Tingyan of Chuanxiu Mountain.
Her eyes were wide open, looking at the handsome person who was shining
beneath the sunlight.
After momentarily freezing, she finally turned her head elsewhere. The three sect disciples looked at them confused.
Him.
Jiang Xinyan secretly glanced at his face, her cheeks blushing.
His temperament was refined and elegant, like a sculpted statue. She sighed inwardly.
How can this person be so good-looking? Lu Chaoga thought contentedly. As expected, this is my 100 charm. So true. Only Dongli watched her intently,
feeling very angry inside.
What is wrong with that woman? Why is she blushing so much?
Don't think I didn't see that.
He extended his hand, inviting her fellow Taoist. Since you rescued our Momin disciple,
this counts as a kind of fate.
Why don't you stay here for a few days
and allow me as the host to express my gratitude? He asked. She did not refuse, agreeing readily. All right.
She secretly assessed in her heart such a small Momin
actually has a powerful disciple,
and also a young girl who is almost reaching the great cultivator realm. She hesitated slightly. There is still one person.
Lu Chaoga's picturesque handsome face made her blush again just by thinking of it. Such a handsome man, a dragon among men. The corner of Jiang Xinyan's mouth lifted slightly. This tiny Momin. How interesting. System prompt. Your reputation is rapidly increasing.
Lu Chaoga tilted his head slightly, looking at her, thinking.
Certainly, even she will definitely attach importance to my Momin.
His calculation was obvious. Don't worry, she was very cautious. I know very well.
I will make sure she has a pleasant time here. Within the Momin,
there were tower buildings with simple architectural styles. The two of them sat together in a plain room.
Hiding stepped forward to pour tea for the two of them.
Lu Chaoga stopped him, saying,
That's unnecessary. Fellow Taoist likes to drink alcohol and doesn't like tea, right? Hearing him ask this, she froze completely. A trace of apprehension on her face, she shyly uttered a soft "MHM."
He extended his hand, inviting her. Fellow Taoist, please make yourself comfortable. This greatly surprised her. She looked at him again with shy eyes,
and softly replied, okay.
Having said that, she took out the gourd bottle containing the liquor. As soon as she opened the lid, a strange rich fragrance diffused outwards. The aroma drifted towards him.
He closed his eyes, savoring it. Oh, the aroma of this liquor.
He pressed further, is this the spring slumber wine? She looked silently at the wine bottle and replied,
yes, thinking to herself, the taste of this wine is very unique. Under the heavens. Although many people know about it, very few truly like it. Even in Spring Autumn Mountain, I couldn't find a single drinking companion who liked this wine.
Lu Chaoga rested his chin in his hand and said, if I recall correctly,
this liquor is brewed from 14 kinds of spiritual herbs, combined together. They are respectively ginseng, dragon wandering grass, vermilion plum.
He slowly counted off the names of the 14 herbs, and then discussed the method of brewing these 14 spiritual herbs.
He exclaimed, the taste is extremely unique. The price is steep. Many people know of it, but no one likes it.
These words once again deeply impressed Jiang Xinyan,
making her wonder, how does this person know so much about this liquor? Dongli saw him discussing liquor as fluently as reciting the multiplication table. So she whispered, when did elder brother start understanding alcohol?
Her disciple also followed suit with confusion.
When did martial uncle Head begin to understand alcohol? Then Jiang Xinyan said, I didn't expect that Sect Leader Lu and I turned out to be kindred spirits. She took out another gourd bottle, handed it to him and said, please Lu Chaoga. He happily accepted it. Refusing would be disrespectful. Everyone in the sect stared at him with wide eyes. Dongli was shocked for the second time. When did elder brother start enjoying alcohol?
Luo Bing, the disciple standing beside her, was equally surprised.
When did sect master martial uncle start liking wine?
The little girl Xiuqiu sighed as she looked at the wine pot. The wine smells so fragrant. It was only then that he turned his gaze toward them. He asked, why have you come to my residence?
Xiaoqi's eyes shone brightly like stars.
Drooling, she said, it smells too good.
Chaoga quickly capped the gourd wine pot.
He looked at the little girl with a scrutinizing gaze. He told the little girl, "You cannot drink yet." Step back. The few of them turned and left. Only Xiaoqiu hesitated. She pleaded desperately, I just want to try a tiny bit." But Luobing quickly pulled her away. Xiaoge gave a faint smile and said, "Please excuse the display." He looked at the gourd bottle in his hand. This reminded him of the old days of his previous life. "No matter what, I just can't bring myself to like this stuff." Tan Yan was drinking wine, while looking at him with eyes full of anticipation. He however lowered his head, hiding his fear. He thought to himself, "If I tell her now that I don't like it, will she kick me to death?" He quickly adjusted his mindset, revealing a brilliant smile and praising the wine's flavor. He secretly resolved in his heart, "Even if it kills me, I have to drink it this once today." Having said that, he tightly shut his eyes, tilted his head back and poured the wine into his mouth. The liquor saturated his taste buds. His tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, unable to utter a word. Xiaoge recalled how Tan Yan looked when she was drunk in his past life, when she was whispering her secrets. "But, Xiaoge, your master is not formidable at all right now." The faint aroma of the wine spread, making him think, "This wine isn't as awful as I imagined. In fact, it even has some flavor." With a gentle gaze, he looked at her sitting beside him and drinking, and silently recited the words Shifu Master in his heart. The scene shifted to a fiery red dusk. In his previous life, the common people knelt and kowtowed, thanking the two of them with countless words. The cultivation method of Mount Chuanqiu is very unique. It amplifies desires. And because of this, that kind of extremely strong emotion arises. Xiaoge sighed. "Shifu, you are too amazing. But for someone like Jiang Tanyan, it is passion and desire that are suppressed. Therefore they simply don't understand what Qing emotion love is." She turned around and asked him, "What does amazing mean?" Xiaoge laughed and said, "Amazing means very strong, very powerful and very dashing." A brilliant narcissism welled up in his heart. "That's me all right. I can even make up an explanation," Tan Yan suddenly told him. "But one of my martial sisters once said," she said that when she liked someone, her eyes would always sparkle. He let out a puzzled ah. After realizing the meaning, he completely froze. "No way, no way. My amazing master. My son. Could she have fallen for some big shot?" Xiaoge angrily furrowed his brow. "No, I must stop this. Master can only be my master." Her eyes blinked slightly. Tan Yan asked him, "So does she like people who are very amazing?" He scratched his head, stammering as he searched for an answer. He said, "How should I put this? That cannot be called amazing. And they aren't amazing at all." Tan Yan looked blankly into the distance and asked him, "Then what is Qing?" "Xiaoge, do you know?" As if he had won, he closed his eyes, secretly overjoyed. "That's exactly what I was waiting for you to say." Under the glow of the setting sun, he turned and looked at her, and said with a sincere expression, "This disciple also doesn't know what Qing is. This disciple only knows when a person does not have someone they admire in their heart, that is when that person is at their most beautiful." She looked straight at him, her beautiful face etched with doubt. Is that true? He thought that his plan to stop Master from dating had succeeded. However, one evening, at the foot of Mount Chuanqiu, Xiaoge recalled that night, and what Master had said while drunk. But given her cultivation level, it should have been impossible for her to get drunk. Jiang Tanyan's face was flushed from the intoxication. She rested her chin in her hand, looking at him with confusion, and whispered, "But Xiaogu, your master right now is not beautiful at all." Returning to reality, seeing that he was just sitting there with his eyes closed, showing no reaction, Tan Yan asked, "What's wrong?" "As expected, you still don't like the taste of spring slumber, right?" She looked sadly at the gourd bottle and muttered softly, "Many people dislike spring slumber. After all, it's bitter and has a strange taste." Xiaogu replied, "No, fellow Taoist, I like it very much. I even tasted a little bit of something that I had lost long ago." She saw Xiaoge's gentle gaze looking at her, and she couldn't help but ponder, why does he look at me with such a feeling of reunion after a long separation? She thought for a moment. I actually treated this person as my own disciple, right when we first met. Why is he looking at me like that? He extended the wine bottle and invited, "Fellow Taoist, please." But she was still looking at him, offering no reply. She watched him tip his head back, pouring the wine into his mouth. which made her sink into contemplation once more. The jade by wine flask actually holds immense power. It contains at least several large jars of precious wine. Tan Yan thought worriedly. If he keeps drinking like this, he'll get drunk. Chao Gu contemplated while drinking. That time she clearly told me. He hesitated, but the hazy image of her in the previous life, blurred by drunkenness, reappeared. Tan Yan's voice echoed. But Chao Gu, there's no meaning in being your master. Remembering his flushed face back then, he thought in the end she and I are merely people from two different worlds. Chao Gu removed the game glasses from his eyes. He leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. What is wrong with me? How can I possibly develop feelings for a fictional character? He wondered. This feels so strange. He walked out onto the balcony, gazing at the dazzling and magnificent city before him, his heart in turmoil. Am I sick? Or is that world too real, making it impossible for me to distinguish it from reality anymore? Looking at his reflection in the mirror, he fell into deep contemplation. At that time I hadn't realized my own feelings. Until that day. Chao Gu hesitated in the virtual world. A fierce battle was underway. Tan Yan stood proudly on the battlefield and spoke loudly. These fellows were calculated from the start. Before her was a massive fire dragon. A woman was standing steadily on the fierce dragon's head as if it were solid ground. Standing steadily, she said scornfully. I never would have expected this. Destroying a village is a common occurrence. Initially we only arranged for a low-level demonic cultivator. But for you, she trailed off. She revealed a vicious expression. With one eye and the other a red spider lily, she said. To eradicate Chuanqiu Shan and you, great cultivator Tan. We dispatched more than 10 great demonic cultivators this time. Tan Yan, whose lips still bore traces of blood, replied calmly. It doesn't matter, at least the villagers could escape. She fell silent for a moment. Tan Yan pointed the tip of her spear directly at the woman and shouted with determination, even if I die, you will follow me to the grave. The woman furiously commanded her subordinates, going to hell in still defiant attack. Capture them alive. She squinted, her face turning even more sinister. She lightly licked her fingertip with her long tongue and said maliciously, this woman is reputed to be a ruthless cultivator. Once I capture her, you can handle her harshly. She is yours to deal with. Her subordinates, upon hearing this, flashed lewd and sinister smiles. Lu Chaoga has short hair and lives in the real world. He was sipping on a glass of iced water. A petite girl with a pair of fox ears was dutifully massaging his legs. She asked in a sweet voice, young master, how is my technique? Is it acceptable? He replied coolly. Behind his sunglasses were a pair of thoughtful eyes. He thought, how strange. Looking at that petite figure always makes my mind wander. Especially at a time like this. It's impossible for me not to look at this exquisite body. Lu Chaoga pressed his lips together deep in thought. But I don't know why today my mood is all messed up. The phone on the table suddenly displayed a notification, catching his attention. Picking up the phone, he looked at the notification, his heart filling with dread. The phone showed the notification. Major system news. More than 10 demon cultivators have besieged several great cultivators at Chuanqiu Mountain. God tier plot unlocked. He worriedly thought, master seems to be at Chuanqiu Mountain too. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? Lu Chaoga tapped on the notification. The girl looked at him, a smile playing on her lips, calculating inwardly. This rich second generation, if I just spend a night with him, he'll have more money than I can spend in a lifetime. She shifted her body, targeting his thigh. She continued, thinking, at a time like this I need to take the initiative. Before she could settle down, he pushed her away. He said loudly, go back. I'm not in the mood today. After saying that, he quickly turned and left, leaving the girl looking bewildered, full of questions. What happened? Is my charm not enough? Clearly, normally when I walk down the street, all those men look like they want to grab me and eat me up. Lu Chaoga thought of Jiang Xinyan fighting the enemies alone. These scoundrels are truly brazen. How dare they lay a hand on my master, Lu Chaoga's master? Without another word, Lu Chaoga immediately connected to the system. Wait, if I rush in like this,
How can I possibly defeat so many demon cultivators alone?
After thinking for a moment, a smile appeared on Lu Cheage's lips.
I got it, they are just small fry demon cultivators. Let them see what it means to be met with
this master's cash power.
Jiang Xinyan was panting due to exhaustion,
with long streaks of blood staining the corners of her mouth. The corpses of fallen soldiers were countless.
Fierce flames burned everything. Jiang Xinyan, utterly exhausted, leaned against a rock.
The roar of a giant dragon came from high above.
Whistling in the wind, the female demon spoke. How impressive, 5 of my fellow disciples are dead.
Yet you wretched woman are only heavily wounded.
A red spider lily pattern was marked on the female demon's face,
her eyes filled with murderous intent,
mocking Jiang Xinyan's appearance. But now you have no way to escape.
The 2 monsters behind began to go berserk.
Sharp fangs and blood-red eyes. The female demon ordered, go.
You 2 attack first and break her spirit thoroughly.
The rest of you form a queue and await your turn to overwhelm her.
As soon as she finished speaking, the 2 monsters smiled satisfactorily,
quickly tearing open their clothes, revealing their bare upper bodies.
The 2 fellows laughed and said, a great cultivator from Chuanxiu Mountain.
This is the first time I've ever gotten to enjoy this kind of treatment.
I heard they amplify some sort of vulnerability in great cultivators.
I wonder what kind it will be for this woman. After speaking, they laughed sinisterly again.
Jiang Xinyan watched them, her eyes half open and filled with hatred. Her bruised and scarred face low, she whispered, I have already used the cultivation technique to sever my meridians.
I thought I would never have to use it in this lifetime, but I didn't expect this day to come so soon.
Distractedly she looked up at the sky. Her eyes blurred with tears and softly said, perhaps it was because Lu Cheage's image appeared before her eyes.
Under the blazing flames, Jiang Xinyan gazed helplessly.
She whispered softly, Chaove, your master can no longer protect you. She lowered her head and began casting the spell.
A red stream of energy rose up.
Jiang Xinyan murmured softly, in the next life,
if possible, I don't want to be your master anymore. I want to be. She trailed off. 2 strange fellows stepped forward and stood in front of her.
Vicious laughter rang out and they stretched out their hands saying,
beauty in here. Right on time, a dazzling light appeared in the sky.
From that stream of energy Lu Cheage's voice was heard. Who dares touch my master?
Jiang Xinyan squinted, looking at the golden light. Hearing this, the female demon became furious. Her face
immediately wrinkled and she clenched her teeth tightly.
A pair of flame-burning wings fluttered quickly in the sky.
A sharp sword tip, shining with golden light and full of spiritual energy, became visible.
Lu Cheage descended majestically to the ground, causing an earthquake.
His body exuded the aura of a great deity.
Lu Cheage turned his face to look at Jiang Xinyan. He said, Master, even if there is a next life, you must still be my master.
Seeing her grown-up disciple stand before her saying such words,
Jiang Xinyan was stunned. She screamed internally, this bastard kid. That's not what I meant. I meant that. Thousands of ferocious beasts appeared in the sky.
A gigantic centipede roared, seemingly bellowing threats at Lu Cheage.
The female demon's voice rang out. You think you alone can obstruct us? The female demon looked provocatively at the solitary Lu Cheage. She smiled. At best, it just means one more corpse on the ground. Meanwhile,
the ferocious beasts and strange fellows let out violent roars. The scene was chaos. Those ferocious beasts had already reached levels 60, 57,
59, and even 61 were preparing to attack. Lu Cheage coldly observed their levels. He grinned and said, this is indeed very troublesome. Every single one is a great demon cultivator. It seems I can't defeat you all alone.
Seeing how dangerous the situation was, Jiang Xinyan shouted,
Cheage, run. You don't have the ability to deal with these guys.
Lu Cheage turned to look at her, scoffed, and reassured her.
Master,
I didn't say I was going to handle these things myself.
I have my own method.
She asked back in surprise. Your own method?
Hearing this, the female demon couldn't help but laugh derisively.
She raised her hand high, covering her smile, and scoffed mockingly.
Your own method?
Within 100 li of here, there isn't the aura of a single great cultivator. What method could you possibly have?
Lu Cheage spread his palm and told a story. Since I was little, I've had a dream which is.
His gaze was already filled with killing intent.
He began summoning his army.
A massive green light appeared in his palm. Lu Chaoga said it is simply raising an arm and shouting.
And 1,000 people respond.
For this I worked hard on my cultivation, enduring for years.
Many years of patience. All for the sake of waiting for this moment. The female demon showed a triumphant expression. She looked down from above and said, "A summon. I have never heard of cultivators doing such a thing."
Jiang Xinyan weakly placed her hand on her chest. She sighed and softly said, "Chaoga,
I know you are trying to buy time.
But within 100 li of here,
there truly is no aura of any great cultivator.
That is a fact. This master is going to die here no matter what."
Lu Chaoga shook his head, showing a contemptuous smile. "Female demon, your vision is too narrow. Look further out. This is a waste of time." The female demon commanded, "Why are you standing around? Kill that boy for me." Thousands of ferocious beasts roared, charging towards Lu Chaoga and Jiang Xinyan.
Lu Chaoga also took action. He raised his arm high, shouting, "With the green stream of energy, summon my great army here."
A dimensional portal appeared in the sky. Numerous great cultivators and spirit beasts, possessing high levels comparable to those monsters, had already assembled opposite the female demon's horde. The voices of the great cultivators rang out. Charge CEO Lu provided 50,000 for this battle.
Compared to what we contributed, this number is truly astounding.
Let's crush those demon cultivators. Killing one will increase our reputation.
Charge. The army of the Banshees was shocked when they saw 50,000 people and spirit beasts summoned by Lu Chaoga.
They panicked and asked each other,
"Where did all these people come from?"
Every single one of them is high level.
Some even screamed in terror, "Run, run." As soon as the words were spoken, the Banshees called their comrades and fled. Only Lu Chaoga's army remained.
Jiang Xinyan was sweating with worry,
and softly called out to Lu Chaoga.
Lu Chaoga stood there inside, even starting to doubt himself. What is wrong with me? Just for a virtual character. He had spent millions in one go. That was half a month's worth of my allowance.
He subconsciously looked up at Jiang Xinyan, who was staring back at him with wide eyes.
Lu Chaoga smiled gently. "It's only a few million. It was worth it." Lu Chaoga turned to face her. He reached out his hand and said, "Master, don't worry. Those demon cultivators must have been completely wiped out." Jiang Xinyan broke into a smile.
She took Lu Chaoga's hand and softly replied, "Okay."
Lu Chaoga helped her stand up.
Because her injuries were too severe, she lost her balance and stumbled into his arms.
Lu Chaoga asked worriedly, "Master, are you all right?" Jiang Xinyan gasped for breath. Her body was weak, she thought. Lu Chaoga. The two stood close together. Jiang Xinyan whispered, "I like." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Xinyan was stunned to see a flash of light,
and Lu Chaoga vanished right before her eyes.
Jiang Xinyan painfully sank to her knees.
She reached out, trying to hold on, crying out, "Chaoga."
Lu Chaoga returned to the real world.
He was gasping for air. Drenched in sweat, he stammered, "Almost, just almost."
Lying on the sofa, Lu Chaoga covered his face in frustration. Disappointed in himself, he thought, "I don't know how to face her again." Master and disciple turning into lovers.
He calmed down, trying hard to organize his thoughts.
Lu Chaoga said, "But she is just a stack of data at best. She's not a real person." Lu Chaoga, what is wrong with you? Lu Chaoga sat there blankly.
His phone played a notification sound.
The notification read, "Important notice.
A certain immortal player spent millions
attempting to defy destiny and rewrite the story plot. The venerable masters of Chuanqiushan have been rescued by the player." Lu Chaoga clicked his tongue. Lu Chaoga held the wine bottle in his hand, recalling with a troubled look,
"In my previous life I dared not take that step for fear of worldwide condemnation.
But in this life I am different." The two drank together. Looking at Jiang Xinyan sitting across from him, Lu Chaoga quietly thought, "We are people from the same world."
Jiang Xinyan held a wine bottle in her hand. She glanced at the person in front of her, feeling confused. How strange, being with this person feels incredibly harmonious,
unbelievably relaxed and comfortable. Night gradually fell and the moon hung high. The two stood outside the door. Drinking a bit too much made Lu Chaoga feel dizzy. He spoke. "It's getting late. I won't disturb fellow cultivator any longer." Jiang Xinyan replied, Lu Chaoga waved his hand, smiling as he bade her farewell. "Good night, fellow cultivator."
The eye contact stunned Lu Chaoga.
Jiang Xinyan softly said She also raised her hand and replied good night. Subsequently Lu Chaoga turned and left. He thought perhaps that's the only time I feel normal. Jiang Xinyan also turned around. She felt a little confused. Good night, that's an interesting phrase. Clouds drifted lazily, the water surface was clear, a serene and peaceful scene. Lu Chaoga groggily woke up. Sunlight shone on his face. Lu Chaoga was slightly stunned. He scratched his head looking at the surrounding scenery with utter confusion. How did I end up sleeping here? Lu Chaoga asked, puzzled. Seeing Lu Chaoga sitting blankly on the boat, Dongli spoke up. Where else would you be? Someone got completely hammered last night and thought he was sleeping on a cloud. Lu Chaoga calmed down and murmured. To be honest, after drinking I knew not if the sky was in the water. The boat full of pure dreams weighed down the starry river. Meanwhile Lu Dongli sat with her arms crossed, slightly lost in thought. Hearing those 2 lines of poetry she was somewhat startled. Dongli felt suspicious. After drinking I knew not if the sky was in the water. The boat full of pure dreams weighed down the starry river. Are these just verses brother recited off the cuff? Lu Chaoga stood in front of her, waved his hand and said, what are you thinking about? Dongli cleared her throat a few times, looking down self-consciously as she replied. Nothing. Oh right. Now that you've sobered up brother, I have something I want to tell you. Lu Chaoga stood up, stretched and replied, go ahead. What is it? Lu Dongli immediately became serious and informed him. Brother, yesterday Mu Dongfang told me everything. He really did encounter that fierce beast. He turned his face to look at her, exclaiming Lu Dongli continued. One of the 2 horns on its head was broken and its entire body was red. It's highly likely that it's the same one. In an instant Lu Chaoga summoned the Buwen sword. His aura surged and dark energy swirled around him. Lu Chaoga gripped the Buwen sword coldly and shouted. Good, excellent, absolutely wonderful. Eerie red streams of energy flickered in his eyes. The corner of his mouth curved up slightly and he laughed. It seems we are truly destined to clash. Lu Dongli stood by with crossed arms, saying worriedly. But that fierce beast has already escaped far away. I'm afraid it's too late for us to chase after it now. Lu Chaoga held the Buwen sword up in front of him, observing the blade while frowning. He replied, no need to chase. When the time comes we will naturally go and take its head. He thought to himself. The Purple Moon Society meeting will take place in a specific area, with only one secret stronghold established. The coordinates for Baishan Valley given by the system are very close to here. Yes, based on this information, Lu Chaoga stated confidently. That fierce beast is definitely going to appear there. Dongli was dumbfounded, hardly believing her ears. She thought, is it just going to deliver itself to us? Looking at the Buwen sword in his hand, Lu Chaoga mused softly. Sealing this sword for 9 years was all for this moment. I learned a peculiar skill while dedicating offerings to it, making it consume EXP every month. 9 years of resentment just for the moment the sword is drawn. I don't even know what will happen. The flames of hatred made his gaze fierce. Gazing at the Buwen sword in his hand, Lu Chaoga was filled with fighting spirit. Let the hatred allow you to live a little longer. He thought. Lu Chaoga looked at the calm water surface. He showed a faint smile, thinking. For now, the priority is still increasing Jiang Xinyan's favorability. His resolute gaze already showed his determination. In this life, having betrayed my master and annihilated my ancestors, I have absolutely no reservations left. Lu Chaoga concentrated his gaze, looking at a school of fat fish swimming back and forth in front of him. Lu Chaoga opened his mouth and asked, do you want a fish soup? Lu Dongli jumped in surprise, letting out an eh? Dongli was somewhat astonished. She asked him, brother, what's wrong with you? Everything is within my capabilities. Lu Chaoga affirmed, of course. Starting today, I will personally prepare the meals. Having said that, he cast a spell to control the water flow. Thousands of fish floated suspended in the air. Lu Dongli was overjoyed. Various fish dishes were already appearing in her mind, making her mouth water with greed. She cheered, wow, is it Lunar New Year already? The scene switched to the tall tower of Momin, where Jiang Xinyan was sitting alone in her room. She couldn't help but feel a little confused, muttering to herself, drinking with Sect Master Lu last night. It's rare to have such a pleasant time, but that's all it was. Jiang Xinyan left the couch. She tidied her hair, then considered. I might as well leave today. Suddenly a knock sounded at the door. Xiao Qiu spoke from outside. Senior, are you inside? Sect Leader Master Uncle has cooked fish soup. He asked you to come and eat with us. Jiang Xinyan opened the door. The adorable Xiao Qiu immediately waved and greeted her. She replied, I don't care for ordinary dishes like these. I might not be used to your food, so please excuse me. But Xiao Qiu charmingly grabbed the hem of her skirt, and looking at her tearfully said, Sect Leader Master Uncle said that if I don't bring someone along, Xiao Qiu won't get to eat the food Master Uncle makes, and I won't get to eat it for a whole month. The little girl pleaded with her big watery eyes. Senior, please look at this child. Jiang Xinyan found it hard to refuse. She sighed and had no choice but to agree. Jiang Xinyan and Xiao Qiu left together. The adorable little girl walked ahead while she followed behind. Jiang Xinyan thought, I'll just treat this as a thank you gift for drinking with me yesterday. It's just ordinary home-cooked food. It can't be anything special. The aroma of the dishes drifted toward her. Xiao Qiu smelled it and shouted excitedly, wow! These are the dishes Sect Leader Master Uncle made himself. It smells so good. Jiang Xinyan was also surprised, due to the rich fragrance. Jiang Xinyan was momentarily lost in thought, immersed in the aroma. This impressive scent made her curious. How can this smell be so tempting? Up ahead, everyone was already seated around the dining table. Lu Qiao's voice rang out. Don't rush, everyone will get a share. Xiao Qiu quickly ran over and said, I'm sitting here. Seeing the cozy home-cooked meal made her unconsciously smile. Jiang Xinyan sighed internally. This is truly a happy and harmonious sect. It doesn't even feel like a sect. It feels more like a family. She walked up to the dining table and looked at the food. Jiang Xinyan evaluated. Although it smells wonderful, the taste might be another story. I'll try it first. Seeing that she had arrived, Lu Qiaoga raised his hand, inviting her to sit. He said, You're here, have a seat. The freshly cooked fish soup will be here shortly. Jiang Xinyan gently acknowledged him. Jiang Xinyan lifted her skirt and sat down on the chair. Everyone was present. He brought the fish soup to the table. The aroma of the fish soup captivated everyone. Xiao Qiu cried out. Sect Leader Master Uncle Xiao Qiu wants some too. Lu Qiaoga reminded her. The guest must be served first. A steaming bowl of fish soup was placed on the table. A rich aroma diffused throughout the area. Holding the fish soup, Jiang Xinyan politely said thank you. Looking at the steaming bowl of fish soup, Jiang Xinyan thought there's nothing special about this. It's just an ordinary bowl of fish soup. Lu Qiaoga looked at her and said, Give it a try. See if my cooking suits your taste. Jiang Xinyan listened to him, scooped up the first spoonful of soup and tasted it. Xiao Qiu nearby watched her drink the soup curiously, quietly waiting for the verdict. After Jiang Xinyan tasted the first spoonful of fish soup, she suddenly froze, her eyes widening. The taste was incredibly delicious. She couldn't help but pick up the bowl and finish it in one go. Lu Qiaoga smiled, seeing how much she enjoyed the meal. Sure enough, the shortest path to a woman's heart is through her stomach, Lu Qiaoga thought. The culinary skills I learned in my previous life were specifically for you. I know her preferences like the back of my hand. Lu Qiaoga leaned on the table with both hands and asked, Does it satisfy her? Jiang Xinyan put down the bowl and raised a hand to wipe her mouth. Slightly embarrassed, she handed the bowl back toward Lu Qiaoga. Jiang Xinyan stammered, Another bowl please. Lu Qiaoga replied enthusiastically, No problem. Then he readily served her more soup. After that, everyone else began to enjoy the food. Just like that, Jiang Xinyan stayed in Momin for a few days. Every day Xiao Qiu would invite her out for dinner. Later she started coming to the dining table to wait herself. Xiao Qiu waited happily. This is great time to eat, time to eat. This is the food Sect Leader Master Uncle made. Jiang Xinyan calmly drank her tea. Lu Dongli guessed, frowning. What's wrong with brother? Why is he suddenly cooking so enthusiastically? I just feel like something is strange. Is it because of that powerful cultivator? She kept thinking about it. One person speaks with a cunning smile, while the other is extremely aloof. These two people are fundamentally not the same type of person. Lu Dongli finally figured it out. The girl's eyes sparkled brightly. Wait, I understand now, I understand. So that's how it is. She looked at Lu Qiaoga with an extremely blissful gaze. Brother is doing this all for me. This is why. He is trying so hard to keep this powerful cultivator here. After all, right now among the entire Mo sect,
I'm the only one who needs guidance from a powerful cultivator.
Carrying this naive thought, Lu Donli poured all her determination into the potatoes. Brother's kindness. Lu Donli will absolutely live up to it. Lu Chaoga was completely unaware of what thoughts
were rapidly flashing through his sister's mind.
He wondered perplexedly, what's up with Donli? Did my charisma 10 make me even more handsome?
Zhang Taiyan secretly cast her gaze over
Lu Chaoga's appearance.
In her eyes seemed filtered and beautified.
Truly like a handsome god descending to the mortal world.
A man who knows my taste and understands my heart, she thought, taking out her gourd bottle.
Zhang Taiyan thought, is this truly what many people outside call a soulmate? However, Lu Chaoga did not know that he had already become someone's soulmate.
She poured the wine. If we wait for this meal,
we might as well have a cup first. Zhang Taiyan was stopped by someone. Wait. It was Lu Chaoga. He took out an item and said, this is a vermilion bird fruit drip, a few drops into the spring sleep wine. The taste won't be good without it. He then squeezed the juice into the wine, smiling, and said, come hit me.
A strange reddish tint appeared in the wine cup.
She stared blankly at Lu Chaoga. He thought, drink it. After you finish drinking, your adoration for me will only grow stronger. This is my deep concern for you. Zhang Taiyan drank it down in one gulp.
She admitted that the taste was indeed much better.
She thought, this person is absolutely my soulmate. Night was deep.
Therefore often the things you care about the most
tend to backfire. Lu Chaoga cultivated diligently dense spiritual energy surrounding
him. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The more I practice this technique, the less reliable it becomes. Although the effects are significant, it takes too much effort.
Lu Chaoga picked up the wooden token, wondering curiously, are these people chosen by heaven still active now? Anyway, since I have nothing else to do, I might as well ask them about the Purple Moon Society. The screen lit up. Let me first see what you guys are talking about. Shen sent a message asking, do you guys like
fried buns with garlic paste?
Tian replied yes. D replied a little bit. Huang also said a little bit. He was speechless. D asked, do you like multi-layered mooncakes? Tian, Shen, and Huang all replied a little bit. Lu Chaoga gritted his teeth.
Are you guys even the protagonists of this world?
Hello. What trivial nonsense are you even discussing? He was furious. Can't you talk about something related to the Tianxian realm? Looks like he'll have to guide you guys a bit. A message appeared. Boo, and how much do you know about the Purple Moon Society?
The people on the other side were startled, saying to each other,
it's here finally. The guide is here to assess us. We must answer seriously. Shen answered first. The Purple Moon Society is one of the oldest demon cultivator associations. To my knowledge, allowing them to exist after the ancient disaster was extremely foolish. This association is famous for its mystery, even longer than the history of the four great sects. Lu Chaoga sighed. This guild has existed for so long. He pondered for a moment before remembering.
In his previous life, the ones who always followed the Purple Moon Society was that Love of War Guild? That group which claimed to be divine beings. In reality, they were just challenging
the wealth in my pocket. Lu Chaoga reminisced. Back then they wanted to recruit me to act as their figurehead. But how could I agree to become someone else's tool? After arguing with them, there was absolutely no information about the Purple Moon Society provided. D sent a message saying, the people of the Purple Moon Society have a very fervent worship of the Purple Moon, and they firmly believe that
the Purple Moon contains a supreme power.
As long as one possesses the Purple Moon, consumes it, or obtains it, they can soar to greatness. He cursed angrily. What nonsense is this guy spouting? If the Purple Moon Society doesn't worship the Purple Moon,
are they going to worship the Blue Moon instead?
Lu Chaoga tapped the wooden plaque, making a caca sound. Give me some useful information. Look, if you want to help others, you must excellently demonstrate
your own value. What he sent was just a long string of ellipses. But it was enough for them to understand that this guide
was unhappy with the information they had provided. Everyone immediately grew tense. We must continue to provide more useful information, D said. Actually, I know a big secret about the Purple Moon Society. Lu Chaoga was curious, how big can this big secret be? Dee replied, I'm not entirely sure, it's just a guess. Everyone here knows that. Lord Qingdi possesses a half-human, half-demon bloodline. He cursed through clenched teeth. Is this kind of unnecessary drivel starting again? Who doesn't know that? Dee said timidly, Your Excellency Guide. I don't know if what I'm about to say might be offensive. And I'm not sure if I should even say it. Lu Chaoga understood. This guy is worried that I might be a descendant of Qingdi. After all, this wooden plaque is also extraordinary. Well done, that's quite considerate of him. He tapped the wooden plaque with a smug smile. Since that's the case, isn't this my opportunity? Lu Chaoga sent a message. The honor of the Supreme Qingdi naturally would not concern itself with anyone's slander. Only history will judge whether I am right or wrong. The other four immediately fell silent, feeling nervous. Yu Wei exclaimed in surprise, Only history will judge whether I am right or wrong. This bearing is truly magnificent. The two women widened their eyes. This kind of disposition is not something just anyone can possess. The last person was also equally completely impressed by these excellent words. Since the guide possesses such bearing, what do I have to worry about? Dee said. As far as I know, Lord Qingdi has a half-demon bloodline flowing within him, which is why he possesses a purple heart. Lu Chaoga suddenly realized the truth. In other words, what this Purple Moon Society covets is actually Qingdi's heart. He raised an eyebrow. Excellent. These demonic cultivators actually want to lay their hands on that power. The power Qingdi used to save the entire Tianqian realm. If they actually succeed, I'm afraid everything will be troublesome. Lu Chaoga knew well. After all that power, can both save countless people and destroy countless lives. He tapped the wooden plaque with a sly smile. If the conspiracy of the Purple Moon Society is so profound, then they won't have anything to say about any obstruction I cause. Let me add a little turbulence to your gathering. Someone sent a message saying, the Purple Moon Society holds a meeting every 3 years, hosted in different cities. The next meeting will be on the winter solstice. That's all for today. Lu Chaoga responded with 2 sounds of anticipation. Oh, you are now aware of this news. What kind of reaction will there be? They are all very nervous regarding the news that the Zhuhui is massacring the demon cultivators within the sect. This can also be exchanged for rewards. Those guys still want to seize the heart of the Azure Emperor Qingdi Xin. This year's winter solstice, I definitely need to do something sneaky. Lu Chaoga lay comfortably on the floor. It feels amazing to enjoy the results of 4 people by myself. What a bunch of tool people. Note: this refers to people who are exploited to help others. It is a Chinese internet slang term. He sat up and muttered to himself, I must definitely do this more often in the future. First, I need to check my strength now. Since I intend to overthrow the Zhuhui, I must prepare a few more trump cards. Lu Chaoga picked up his sword and waited. Very good, my brother. We will meet in a few days. Let me see what you look like now. The item in his hand is Buan, not late. Low-grade blue, already sword-sealed. It is enchanted with a restriction. There's no need to upgrade you now. Just maintain the blue rank. Those experience points will be saved until the day those mediocre people arrive. Lu Chaoga pondered the restriction. I'm actually just warming up. It took 9 long years just to draw the sword. What kind of surprise will you bring me this time? Internal inspection. There are 189 days left. The system notification popped up. He estimated that the day of the internal inspection was approaching. Before that, I still have things to do. Late at night at the foot of the mountain, a light was still burning in a house. The night drew close to the wooden door. A voice came from inside. Brother, come in. He gave an awkward smile. Is this girl's spiritual sense emission really that easy to detect? If those villains wanted to cause trouble here, they would truly die before they even succeeded. Lu Chaoga openly walked in. Lu Donli casually poured tea. Brother, why did you choose to come in right after I finished bathing? He sat down and explained. Haha, it's just a coincidence, a mere coincidence. She asked, what is it? It's already so late. Lu Chaoga said seriously, I'm asking you one last time. Are you really not going to join me for the trial again? Lu Donli sighed and shook her head. Once is enough. Going again would be a waste of spirit stones. He persuaded her it's only spirit stones. It's not like we can't afford it. She complained. Brother, you manage the household, so you must know how expensive daily necessities are. Although the Mo sect doesn't have many people, it still consumes quite a few spirit stones every month. She didn't say anything else, which left Lu Chaoga with no choice but to give up. If you want go, I'll go by myself. The 4 Great Trial Grounds. First stage. The so-called trial grounds are 7 locations within the Qingzhou sword sect, built for the purpose of trials. Simply put, it is set up for disciples to cultivate and break through. But there are only the first stage, second stage and third stage, 3 levels. These stages contain elements such as mechanisms, demonic beasts and many other elements. Different rankings are given based on the speed of breakthrough, categorized by divisions. For cultivators, training only brings benefits. If there is a leaderboard, wouldn't it ignite a competitive spirit? However, there is one drawback. Apart from the disciples of the sword sect, others must pay if they wish to enter the trials. He spoke. But there is one thing I must ask you. 2 years ago, which level of the trial grounds did you pass? Lu Dongli said confidently. Brother, the content of these 3 stages is pretty much the same. Only the difficulty differs. From the perspective of saving money, going straight into the 3rd stage is the most cost-effective method. Lu Chaoga was stunned with surprise. So you were already in the 3rd stage 2 years ago? Startled, she realized she had let the secret slip. Lu Dongli panicked. Oh no, I let it slip. Lu Xiaoga pinched his sister's face. You said you wanted to skip the matter of cultivation realms, but you didn't even look at the central sword statue in the trial grounds, did you? He paused for a moment, then continued. But it costs money for us to enter the trial grounds, she explained while wriggling free. And said, of course I saw it. It records the sword marks of the 1st generation of sword cultivators, the realm of a great practitioner of the Xian Heaven realm, who ultimately reached the 9th realm. Many people participate in the trial just for that sword mark. Lu Dongli said. How many people have broken through their cultivation realm thanks to that sword mark? A sword sect as precious as this shouldn't be brought out and distributed like this. If it were me, I'd hide it away and enjoy it slowly. Lu Xiaoga flicked her forehead. That's why you can only stay on the mountain, while the sword sect can found its own school. He pointed out what they pursue is not self-interest, nor the eternal existence of the sword sect, but the everlasting continuation of the way of the sword. Even I greatly admire this belief. Lu Dongli puffed out her cheeks, clutching her aching forehead. This scene was absolutely adorable. Lu Xiaoga thought that sword statue. I want to go and see it too. Also, that ranking board must definitely contain the names of those chosen ones. When those mediocre players arrive, they will also learn about this mysterious Mo men. If I don't rely on these powerful individuals, everyone will look down on my Mo men. What's more, we are currently ranked dead last. He suddenly realized that's right. Lu Xiaoga glanced at Lu Dongli, his gaze sharp, and asked in a low voice, you. A little scared, she stammered, brother, what is it? He pressed Lu Dongli tightly against the wall. Blushing shyly, she called out, brother. Lu Xiaoga asked, haven't you already broken through to the 4th realm? This question completely caught her off guard. How disappointing. Lu Dongli replied, drenched in sweat. Ha ha ha, how is that possible? I only reached the 3rd realm 2 years ago, huh? Lu Xiaoga tsk asking so bluntly it's hard to tell. She desperately forced a smile. It's true, very true. He accepted the answer. Turned to leave. All right. Lu Dongli breathed a sigh of relief, recalling the scene just now. It was just like a romance novel, a story for a 20-year-old girl by her bedside. Just now. She was thrilled. What on earth am I thinking? Next time I can't be so polite to brother anymore. We are only siblings. The next day the sun was nearing the mountaintop. Lu Xiaoga soared through the air and said actions must match words. Today is the perfect day to set off for the sword sect and check the rankings. A sudden strong wind blocked his path. He looked up and saw a huge mount. The person sitting on it was Xiang Xinyan. She asked, where are you going? Lu Xiaoga replied, to the sword sect's trial grounds. He thought a place like this, she shouldn't be interested in it. So I won't tell her. Unexpectedly, Xiang Xinyan reached out her hand and said, let's go together. He was very surprised. The two sat together on the mount, soaring above the clouds. Lu Xiaoga secretly observed the woman beside him. muttering internally she has a cold personality. She doesn't seem like the type who enjoys watching a spectacle. Oh, I see. He concluded confidently. She isn't interested in the trial grounds. She's interested in me. Regrettably, this narcissistic assumption was actually correct. Xiang Xinyan glanced at Lu Xiaoga, sighing inwardly. This person was naturally so handsome. In the eyes of a smitten person, he was practically an angel descended to the mortal world now. Her blue eyes unconsciously swept across him. Lu Xiaoga smiled softly and asked, "Is something the matter, fellow Taoist? Do I have something on my face?" She quickly turned her head away to cover her embarrassment. No. He took the opportunity to take out a mirror and check. Just as I thought. This is the power of charisma level 10. It's rare for her to look at me. Why don't I strike up a conversation with her again? Lu Xiaoga asked, "Fellow Taoist, tell me, if I can achieve a breakthrough tomorrow, will I succeed?" Jiang Xinyan replied calmly, "Of course you will." He continued confidently. "Then what do you think? What rank can I achieve on the leaderboard?" Jiang Xinyan looked shy, not daring to look directly at Lu Xiaoga. She thought to herself, what does he mean by asking me this? I don't like guessing what others are thinking. Then I'll just tell him the truth. Jiang Xinyan looked up at the sky, exuding an elegant aura. Jiang Xinyan replied naturally, "The higher the better." Lu Xiaoga became even more excited upon hearing this. Showing off his divine profile, Lu Xiaoga immediately struck an arrogant pose. Lu Xiaoga said, "Good, the higher the better then." The water curtain cave appeared before them. Sword Sect Trial Grounds. Azure Lotus Cave. A blinding, dazzling light shone forth. The giant eagle spread its wings, carrying Jiang Xinyan and Lu Xiaoga directly towards the light source. Looking at the water curtain cave before him, he couldn't hide his inner delight. Lu Xiaoga exclaimed approvingly, "The water curtain cave, I love it." Jiang Xinyan looked at him, her face full of confusion. Lu Xiaoga cast a spell. A sphere of water appearing in his palm. Lu Xiaoga suggested, "Fellow Taoist, let's enter together." Jiang Xinyan was also drawn to the water sphere. Jiang Xinyan quickly replied, "Okay." Having received her consent, Lu Xiaoga eagerly said, "Please, fellow Taoist." Subsequently, the two rode the giant eagle toward the water curtain cave. A burst of dazzling light. Jiang Xinyan looked at the water sphere in his hand. Jiang Xinyan wondered the power of water. Upon reaching the water curtain cave, a gigantic ancient tree was revealed to be a spirit entity. Light radiated from the tree trunk. Two dragon statues guarded the area beneath the roots. The gatekeeper emerged to greet the guests. He spoke, "You've come to participate in the trial, haven't you?" Lu Xiaoga replied calmly. "That's right, but girls naturally have a sixth sense." Jiang Xinyan quickly interrupted, "Wait a moment." As soon as she spoke, a sound rang out. The great cultivator in the ancient tree activated a formation. Sensing the anomaly, Jiang Xinyan quickly bowed. She knelt before the glowing ancient tree. Jiang Xinyan said, "Jiang Xinyan of the Spring and Autumn Mountain greets Senior." Seeing the divine eye on the ancient tree, both of them couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The ancient tree. Lu Xiaoga was already astute, yet he had been fooled. Looking at the ancient tree before him, Lu Xiaoga remarked, slightly displeased, "How impressive. I didn't notice it at all." A spirit ancient tree is acting as a gatekeeper. It must be above the fifth realm, right? Perhaps even higher than Jiang Xinyan. This truly shows the foundation of the Sword Sect. Chen Minru came out to greet the pair. Chen Minru spoke. "Who wants to enter the trial grounds? If it is disciples of the Sword Sect can receive a 50% reduction in fees." The male disciple standing behind her was greatly astonished. Frowning, he retorted, "Who said we can reduce the fee by 50%? Chen Minru ignored her senior apprentice brother's questioning. Sighing inwardly, "This man is truly handsome. Now this stage belongs to me." Lu Xiaoga held a token engraved with the words "Mo Men Ink Gate." The renowned Mo Men. Lu Xiaoga introduced himself, "Lu Xiaoga, Sect Master of Mo Men." Hearing this, the male disciple showed a look of disdain, directing toward Lu Xiaoga a cold, meaningful sneer. The male disciple thought, a mere second-realm cultivator, yet he can hold the position of Sect Master. Conversely, this introduction attracted the female disciples. Her cheeks flushed and her heart pounded wildly. She continuously praised him. So young and already a Sect Master. He must be truly accomplished in his youth. Lu Xiaoga seized the opportunity and asked, Does that 50% reduction you mentioned earlier still count?
Chen Minru stood intoxicated before him. Being face-to-face with Lu Chaoga, Chen Minru seemed to lose all self-control.
Forgetting about decorum entirely, she quickly exclaimed, "It counts, it counts."
The male disciple standing behind rushed to stop her.
Frowning, he yelled, "Hey, junior sister." Meanwhile, Chen Minru was still immersed in Lu Chaoga's unparalleled beauty.
Intoxicated by this mesmerizing appearance,
he smiled at me. He smiled at me. There was no need for tricks relying on their heaven-sent looks. The two of them easily passed the inspection. Chen Minru spoke. "Sect Leader Lu, please come this way."
Lu Chaoga turned his head to look at Jiang Xinyan. She was about to drink.
Lu Chaoga reminded her fellow Taoist, "Wait for me here. I'll be back soon." Jiang Xinyan replied, "No problem."
The male disciple watched Lu Chaoga and Chen Minru enter.
He couldn't hide his anger, grinding his teeth tightly.
The male disciple cursed back after just one trip.
"With your strength, you probably won't even pass the first stage. What good is being handsome?"
Taking advantage of the moment when only the two of them were present,
Chen Minru introduced himself. "My name is Chen Minru. Sect Leader Lu can just call me Minru. That way is the Tier 1 teleportation point." Lu Chaoga replied cheerfully, "Alright." Following that, Lu Chaoga turned and stepped into the trial.
Chen Minru stood far away cheering for him constantly.
Chen Minru shouted, "Sect Leader Lu, you can do it."
Lu Chaoga gently stroked his chin and sighed contentedly.
Lu Chaoga knew that
there was definitely no one in this world who didn't appreciate beauty, and if there was, it was only because they hadn't met him yet.
Today truly allowed me to show off properly.
Lu Chaoga stepped through the first gate. A golden void was gradually engulfing him.
Lu Chaoga looked at the vast scene before him. Feeling confused, "Are we there?" A wooden puppet appeared and greeted him.
Lu Chaoga crossed his arms behind his back, remarking,
"Puppet, the content of the first stage, Tier 1, is to test sword chi. The stronger the sword chi, the more puppets will fall. If you can make it till 30 degrees, you pass this stage."
Lu Chaoga swiftly gathered energy in both hands.
A blue-black aura emerged.
Lu Chaoga judged,
"If I recall correctly, back then under you use sword."
The puppet immediately fell over. The powerful sword chi suppressed the puppet.
It only sprang back a few seconds later.
At that time when this unique phenomenon occurred, it also allowed you to gain high prestige
among the younger generation. Outside, a mirror reflected Lu Chaoga's actions. Many eyes were focused on him. Jiang Xinyan looked up at his figure. Jiang Xinyan thought, "Just how much can you accomplish?
I'm truly curious." The male disciple clearly smirked. The male disciple mocked inwardly.
"You want to pass Tier 1? Dream on."
Meanwhile, Chen Minru cast a look full of adoration. The camera returns to Lu Chaoga. He fiercely struck the puppet with a slash.
Lu Chaoga said coldly, "This is just a test, why waste time?" Seeing Lu Chaoga make his move,
the male disciple crossed his arms and smiled.
The male disciple said, "He won't even draw his sword from the sheath. He's hopelessly stupid."
Conversely, Chen Minru shrieked, "So handsome.
What a fast move."
After his single strike, the puppet remained completely still.
The surrounding aura turned black. The male disciple outside, seeing this, burst into uncontrollable laughter.
The male disciple did not forget to mock.
"Haha, that kills me. How can there be such useless sword chi?" Chen Minru was stunned. Chen Minru blurted out, "Ah, that's not how you do it." Jiang Xinyan couldn't hide her surprise. Jiang Xinyan gasped, The puppet was fiercely struck twice until it glowed.
Subsequently, the puppet was split in half and fell to the ground.
Lu Chaoga stood opposite it, full of imposing spirit. "Old fogey, didn't expect that, did you?"
Chen Minru and the male disciple opened their mouths wide,
unable to believe their eyes. Chen Minru wondered, how could this be? He actually split this special kind of wood.
On the other side, Jiang Xinyan smiled softly.
Jiang Xinyan said in an amused tone, "Interesting." After dealing with the puppet, Lu Chaoga turned and left. Lu Chaoga smiled slightly, saying time to go to the next tier, and then stood there observing Lu Chaoga's assessment process.
The disciples were stunned by his max-level performance,
causing the female disciples to swoon over him. Discussions rose rapidly. "Too strong, he's too strong."
Suddenly a flying sword lightly soared into the air.
It even broke all existing records, achieving the best score ever recorded.
Who exactly is this incredibly powerful person? A flying sword with this kind of power. How can he possibly be only in the third realm?
Lu Chaoga walked forward with calm composure.
Listening to the discussions of the disciples outside,
Lu Chaoga gave a faint smile.
A flying sword that is light and elegant.
That puppet is made of spirit wood.
It's not like a small leaf that breaks with one slash.
A portal appeared showing the content. Congratulations on successfully passing Level 1. The reward obtained is 10,000 experience points. Lu Chaoga recalled his first sword strike. He explained just now. My flying sword
only contained my strongest sword chi, including the power of water and sword intent. The wooden dummy made a sound. Wooden dummy, we agreed it was just sparring.
Why did you try to kill me?
The wooden dummy started crying pitifully.
Lu Chaoga revealed a smug smile. This is what top cultivators refer to as winning with such ease. In fact, I used all my strength. Jiang Tingyan did not take her eyes off the mirror.
She murmured to herself, this person really formed sword intent. A sword cultivator's sword intent.
A blade cultivator's blade aura, a spear cultivator's spear force. These usually require 3 to 4 conditions for entry. Observing Lu Chaoga,
she still couldn't believe her eyes.
Jiang Tingyan felt confused.
But he has only just reached the second realm.
A sound emanated from the ancient tree that glowed with roseate light. Jiang Tingyan noticed the abnormality. She looked up at the ancient tree, which was currently full of vitality. Jiang Tingyan wondered even senior ancient tree is shocked. Given its abilities, it must see everything clearly.
Lu Chaoga thought about this ancient tree that had gained sentience.
He realized Jiang Tingyan was right. This ancient tree was rumored to have been personally planted by Qingdi.
It had survived the catastrophes of ancient times. He saw the pair of golden glowing bagua eyes staring fixedly at him. The Buwan sword he held in his hand was also being scrutinized by the ancient tree's eyes. Lu Chaoga felt puzzled, but at this moment,
for reasons unknown,
it keeps staring at the Buwan sword in Lu Chaoga's hand.
Lu Chaoga calmly stepped into level 2.
A golden barrier of chi surrounded him.
He looked at the sight before him. Mountains and rivers were magnificent,
with circling birds which somewhat surprised Lu Chaoga. He spoke, is this the chamber for level 2?
Looking around, Lu Chaoga guessed. The chamber for level 2 is actually inside a painting scroll. That's truly unbelievable.
Suddenly the sight before him vanished. It was replaced by a burning battlefield unfolding.
Chaoga sighed. Sure enough, it's too quiet and not used to it. Outside,
the female disciples were still continuing their shipping mode, while the other disciples continued discussing.
This guy has already entered level 2 of the trial ground. This time the trial is completely different from the level 1 assessment. Haha, this time hell definitely come crawling out crying. Female disciple, I really want to see that handsome guy fall into the water and get soaking wet. Lu Chaoga walked through the array, stepping into the trial ground. Thousands of steps floated above the water.
He observed the surrounding scenery.
High mountains, tranquil water, and giant rocks formed a line of sky. Lu Chaoga pondered for a long time. He said, it seems all I need to do is walk into
the gorge formed by these two mountains and rocks. The line of sky and the challenge will end.
Without hesitation, Chaoga stepped onto the first rock.
The mechanism activated and gravity rapidly increased.
Lu Chaoga gave a slight smile.
He was slightly regretful that he had guessed incorrectly.
Chaoga identified, is it gravity then? So this is the trial. Outside,
the disciples were still intently watching Luo Chaoga's trial process.
Everyone's eyes never left the mirror.
As expected, he captivates both men and women. His charm is irresistible. The discussion remains heated. This test examines the ability to control spiritual power.
If one's spiritual power is not strong enough,
in this stage the gravity from these bluestone slabs will drain all their strength until they collapse from exhaustion.
Many disciples before,
even those at the third realm, couldn't endure this. Even when facing such great difficulty, he remains so handsome.
Sect Leader, keep going. This stage won't stop Luo Chaoga. He lightly and easily walked across every stone. Luo Chaoga said calmly, I thought this was supposed to be amazing, but the gravity is only 4 or 5 times higher than normal.
It only consumed a tiny bit of spiritual power.
I actually wanted to run across it.
It's not my fault I have so much spiritual power.
Watching Luo Chaga quickly step onto each bluestone slab, he had already completed half the path. The disciples burst into an uproar. How can this be? It feels like this kid is strolling casually like he's grocery shopping at the market. How many pairs of stunned eyes looked at the mirror, watching them sweat profusely? The male disciples grew increasingly shocked. Could this guy be cheating? Conversely, the female disciples praised him relentlessly, seemingly without reservation. He is so handsome. The sect leader is indeed both powerful and handsome. Luo Chaoga reached the final bluestone slab. He stood motionless, his hands clasped behind his back, looking graceful. Luo Chaoga asked, "Is that all?" "I barely felt anything." "Increase the difficulty already." Before anything else happened, Luo Chaoga enjoyed the surrounding air, calming himself down. He said, "The woods and the mountain breeze are incredibly comfortable." Suddenly many sharp sword leaves appeared. Luo Chaoga looked at the sword leaves, which were preparing to launch an attack against him. The distance was very short. He frowned, his eyes icy. Luo Chaoga exclaimed, "These leaves are truly strange. The exciting moment has arrived." The male disciples shouted excitedly, "Here it comes!" Forest of sword leaves. All the leaves simultaneously transformed into blades, assaulting him densely from the front, like a curtain of rain. Meanwhile, the female disciples were scared stiff, pressing their hands together and praying, "Sect leader, be careful." A male disciple nearby said, "No one can emerge from there unscathed. Even senior brother Yu was injured." Jiang Xinyan stood quietly. She was somewhat anticipating his moves this time. Jiang Xinyan murmured, "Is this a frontal assault? Other than that flash of sword light earlier, I haven't seen him strike yet. Now is a good time to see what kind of swordsmanship he will use to handle this trial." Luo Chaoga lightly swung his sword a few times. He said, "So this is the swordsmanship assessment part. It's just a shame that my swordsmanship." Luo Chaoga stood within the sword rain, surrounded by a flash of white light. Luo Chaoga evaluated, "These are just ordinary attacks. 4 items have been updated. Level 1 normal attack. Swordsmanship level 2 2 types of normal swings. Each sword strike deals 150 to 200% damage. Simple sword. Quick slash, dealing 150% damage. Standard sword. Slow slash, dealing 200% damage." Luo Chaoga continuously used his sword and powerful slashes to resist the attacks of the sea of sword leaves. Luo Chaoga recalled, "I studied pure swordsmanship devoutly there since I was young. Even the system rated it as the highest level. Back then, to level up once, I spent 100,000 experience points. Even the purple rank only required 30 to 50,000 experience points. Every single leaf in the sea of swords was cleanly severed." Luo Chaoga thought, "But I suppose it was worth it." After continuously striking for a moment, the sea of sword leaves had been shredded and scattered across the ground. He stood calmly in the center of the forest, holding his long sword. Luo Chaoga said, "Who could refuse a move that seems ordinary but whose destructive power is extremely high?" Everyone outside turned pale. They were so shocked they were drenched in sweat. The murmuring grew louder. "What is that, a monster? I never thought his swordsmanship was so sharp." In the distance, Jiang Xinyan was secretly observing Lu Chaoga's every move. She commented, "There are no rules, no constraints. He just swings his sword and strikes. Is this his sword technique? It's truly shocking." "It's already resolved." Lu Chaoga stood still, looking ahead. He couldn't help but smile. Lu Chaoga said, "Only when I got close did I realize this mountain is actually a monster." Chaoga pondered, "But the problem now lies with this fellow." A tree leaf gently floated down. It lightly landed on the calm lake surface. Chaoga couldn't help but feel suspicious. Not even a leaf can float. Something strange is going on. The disciple said proudly, "As soon as you touch the stream water here, your spiritual energy will be drained. Don't even think about flying across, because there's a restriction up there. To pass this stage you must walk step by step. It is extremely troublesome. This fellow, he definitely isn't a match for senior brother Yu. Senior brother Yu once severed the entire stream with a single sword strike. With just one sword strike. That blow was magnificent. I still remember it vividly." The girls were completely infatuated with Chaoga, constantly screaming below. In their imagination, Chaoga was showing off his strong 8-pack abs.
Just thinking about it made their hearts flutter. Suddenly Chowga extended his hand. He gently flicked his finger, deploying his spiritual power. Chowga reached his hand forward, separating the water flow down the middle, forming a small path. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially the girls who were looking forward to Chowga taking off his clothes and bathing. Their illusion was completely shattered. Chowga thought proudly, all the water in this world must obey my command and flow where I want it to go. This scene caught a girl's attention. She pondered. That ancient tree only lost its composure when Sect Master Lu drew his sword. But why did that happen? What other secrets is he hiding? In the mirror, Lu Cheaja's competitive face was reflected. He stood before a crumbling rock fissure and calmly spoke. So how strong is this monster? That disciple said, folding his arms. This stage primarily tests one's state of mind. You cannot pass it just by simple probing. That stone wall is a demonic beast. It won't physically attack people. However, it will unleash the fear in everyone's hearts. Even senior brother Yu back then. Jiang Xinyan mused. Ghost beast. It doesn't amplify frightening things, but rather projects what they fear most. Heavenly beings, humans, monsters, everything. At this moment the biggest question in her heart was, what exactly does he fear? Finally Chowga made a decision. He'll participate. At this moment a bottomless passage lay before him. A trace of light suddenly flickered. Cheaja's eyes showed a slight flicker. He was still somewhat confused, unsure what was about to happen. The disciples outside, observing through the mirror, immediately stirred. Why is he so quiet? It shouldn't be like this. What exactly did he see? Everyone has something they fear. He certainly isn't an exception. Did he cheat again? Xinyan was equally curious. What exactly happened? What did he see before everyone could react? The ancient tree flashed with light and announced. Past. The disciples murmured amongst themselves. Could his Tao heart really be that powerful? Is this the legendary mountain collapse? In front of him, his expression hadn't changed at all. He actually managed to pass the trial. Lu Chowga slowly walked towards the exit. His eyes carried an unspeakable sorrow. It wasn't me, I didn't see anything. He smiled smugly. After all, there's nothing in this world that can scare me. Lu Chowga stopped. Wait. What did Dongfan Li see when he passed through here? He pondered but couldn't figure anything out. System notification. You have successfully passed this stage and earned 30,000 bonus points. A pleased look appeared on Lu Cheaja's face. He stepped into the passage and slowly disappeared. The sight that greeted him was an illusory gladiatorial arena. Lu Cheaja's figure gradually emerged. He finally arrived. Lu Chowga stood before a strange formation. He inspected it carefully, examining its shape and properties, then thought. Another secret room. It can even transform into the shape of a flower. Watching his own appearance reflected before his eyes, Lu Chowga indulged in his narcissism again. Strange, there's only one mirror here. Could it be that they want me to admire my face? It truly is handsome. As expected of me. Lu Chowga suddenly realized something. As he looked closely, he intended to reach out and touch the patterned mirror. But Lu Chowga immediately tightened his hand. He frowned, his tone revealing dissatisfaction. What is the meaning of this? Is this stage meant to belittle my appearance? Suddenly the mirror began to crack. The reflection inside gave off a strange feeling. Subsequently a black hole opened in the center of the mirror. The pressure emanating from it was extremely heavy. Due to the intense vibration, Lu Chowga quickly distanced himself and drew his weapon to defend himself. The weapon here was a sword. The reflection suddenly leaped out. It seemed intent on engaging in battle. Lu Chowga thought, interesting. So this stage requires defeating oneself. Lu Chowga smiled slightly. If that's the case, then everything is simple. He converted his sword into energy and attacked the clone. I could have leveled up to defeat you, but that would be too slow. Lu Chowga waved his hand. The clone stabilized itself using its sword. But immediately following that, a startling sound of tearing air arrived. Lu Chowga was already standing behind the black clone, saying softly, "This is the difference between us. Although our abilities are completely identical, the factor that truly determines a person's strength is when and how they utilize their skills. Sorry, you only resemble me, but you are not me." Rapid attacks followed one after another. The technique just performed is called the spiritual wind art.
As long as its master shouts open, the opponent will immediately turn to dust. Following this, a notification rang out before the disciples. Momen's Lu Chaoga has cleared the stage. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. They didn't expect it to be so easy. It was simply unbelievable. Just as everyone intended to ask the ancient tree elder something, he already answered. Momen's Lu Chaoga ranks first. In the second realm of the rookie rankings, everyone felt their hearts pound once more. The top rank of both the second and third realms belongs to senior brother Yu Yu. As for the second realm's senior brother Yu Yu, felt it was unnecessary, so he didn't participate. Moreover, the sect leader Lu was only 2 places away from the top, but he unexpectedly cut the time by half. Momen, a minor sect, unexpectedly concealed such a formidable sleeping dragon. How terrifying! Despite this, there were still those like the girl below, who showed admiration. When I first saw him, I felt that sect leader Lu was very special, possessing the demeanor of a true cultivator. The male disciples sighed helplessly. What the heck? Obviously you were just captivated by his handsome looks. And Xin Yan was also secretly proud of Lu Chaoga. Suddenly she felt a flutter in her heart. Strange, what is this feeling? It is joy. Why am I feeling happy because of someone else? The image of Lu Chaoga immediately surfaced in Tanin's mind. This made her feel confused. Maybe it's because I consider him a close friend. The system issued a notification. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the trial grounds. No extra notes were seen. Lu Chaoga was slightly disappointed that the system didn't mention any rewards. This means that the reward for this stage, the system reward, will be applied to the final visualization sword steel. Lu Chaoga easily passed through the golden portal. He had arrived at the location of the final visualization sword steel. However, the massive stone before him had a wide crack down the middle. Lu Chaoga deduced that this sword mark was left by the first sword venerable. If you are a sword cultivator, staring directly at this sword mark more than 3 times will reveal its unique qualities. Some people achieved direct breakthroughs here. Some mastered sword techniques here, and others tempered their sword heart here. What will Lu Chaoga realize? He had already looked at this miraculous sword mark more than 3 times. Then he muttered, what mystery is hidden in this sword mark? Long-sealed memories rushed into his mind and Lu Chaoga instantly reacted. He furrowed his brow. Isn't this just my basic attack? A light pink petal floated down. Tanin held out her palm trying to catch it. She looked up at the massive ancient tree before her. Then she called out, Senior. Suddenly a voice came from the ancient tree. Little girl, how exactly did you two meet? Tanin looked up at the ancient tree and slowly recounted. Senior. That's a long story. It must start with a strange beast. Tanin seriously recounted to the ancient tree the story of how she met Lu Chaoga. After spending time with him, I feel incredibly comfortable being acquainted with him. I regard him as my confidant for this life. After hearing this, the ancient tree teased. Just a confidant. Tanin nodded. Yes, Senior, this junior regards him as a close friend. In fact, after the ancient tree said those strange words just now, she felt that this senior ancient tree was a bit odd. She recalled what her peers had said to her. Tanin, hurry up and find your true love too. Bathes in the light of love, Deacon Tanin. Love can warm not just the heart but the body too. Tanin pondered slightly. This ancient tree before her. Why do its eyes seem a little similar to those guys? The ancient tree seemed to sense this, and became somewhat pleased. Little girl, understand your own feelings soon. If one day you might not be worthy of him. Tanin didn't understand the meaning of his words. She tried asking, does Senior regard him so highly? The ancient tree didn't answer the question but instead said, since you have been chosen, it seems there is a deeper meaning. In the future things will certainly not be ordinary. Tanin still didn't understand what chosen meant. The ancient tree did not answer again. It fell silent, sinking into slumber. Tanin asked curiously, Senior. What exactly did you want to tell me? Over with Lu Chaoga, he was muttering to himself. Basic attack. Why is it a basic attack? Could it be that the first sword venerable also knew this move? He looked at the sword mark on the massive stone and said, this is too much of a coincidence. There must be something fishy going on here. Lu Chaoga closed his eyes and pondered.
His sword technique was taught by the little attendant.
Could she have some connection to the first sword venerable? Since there are already dense purple treasures scriptures,
along with a large number of cultivation methods and spells.
Her realm of strength is a mystery.
And now he still suspects she has ties to the first sword venerable.
At this point Lu Chaoga finally felt a spark of interest. He chuckled softly, ha ha ha. This feeling of having powerful backing is truly great.
If this was a move frequently used by the first sword venerable, then
spending a bit more experience points is fine. After all, being powerful is only temporary. Concealing strength is eternal.
For upon Lu Chaoga's request,
the system is conducting a level assessment regarding your clearance ability. Note this will affect
the criteria for your final reward.
Assessment of your rank S-Class. S-Class is still too novel for Lu Chaoga. He touched the artifact thinking to himself, S-Class, I've never heard of that in my previous life. Did anyone clear the dungeon with this rank? What will the reward be?
Immediately after the system displayed the S-Class rewards.
Depending on the circumstances,
you will receive one type of inheritance. First generation sword venerable 3rd tier. And the purchasing authority for certain special items.
Lu Chaoga didn't expect to gain so much. He yelled happily, holy moly.
However, the system replied, how can good things be so easy to obtain?
Emergency alert. Given that your current conditions and the inheritance
of the first generation sword venerable 3rd tier
are contradictory, you can only choose between two options. Lu Chaoga cursed angrily under his breath, damn it.
But due to the protagonist halo,
Lu Chaoga still received preferential treatment. Additional note as compensation. You are granted access to more special item purchasing authority. Lu Chaoga cheered up again and asked, is everything alright? Facing these two items,
each one priceless, making the choice difficult.
Lu Chaoga was no exception. The inheritance of the first generation sword venerable. It certainly couldn't be bad, right? Which one should I choose?
Since he couldn't take everything, Lu Chaoga casually said,
men left, women right.
I'll choose the left one. The container holding the item slowly opened,
and dazzling light shone forth from within. A scroll of correspondence and a pile of untranslated text. System notification. You have obtained the inheritance of the first generation sword venerable. Sword technique Ching Man learn immediately. Lu Chaoga accepted the treasure and then commented, purple upper grade.
It's just one step away from being an orange tier ultimate sword technique. But then he suddenly remembered something.
Wait a minute, in the game from my previous life, Ching Man,
wasn't that Rongyu's greatest hidden card?
Lu Chaoga secretly snickered, haha. Then in the future won't it be? Image.
A subconscious image of Rongyu attacking flashed in his mind.
Senior brother Chaoga, take this incredibly powerful move of mine. At that moment Lu Chaoga would stand still and calmly reply, haha, I know that one too. So Lu Chaoga immediately locked in this highly valuable item. It only requires 50,000 experience points to learn. Ching Man doesn't mean this sword technique is slow. Rather, it means it is extremely fast.
The sword arrives before the sound.
The system added an explanation of its function. Ching Man can be used in conjunction with normal attacks.
Lu Chaoga's mouth curved upward.
Understood. Level up, Ching Man. This sword strike is faster than that one. And every strike has a critical hit attached, little Rongyu. You are doomed.
Lu Chaoga remembered something and immediately spoke to the system.
Wait, didn't you just mention
the purchasing authority for special items? The system replied, special items will appear shortly.
You only have 10 minutes to make your selection. Exceeding the time limit will be considered a forfeiture. Lu Chaoga pondered internally. Rare items from an S-Class clear reward. Do I even need to choose? The three choices of an adult, of course I'll take them all. But altogether they cost 750,000 experience points. However, Lu Chaoga silently thought, if it were an ordinary person, yes, this amount of experience would definitely be a huge sum. Keeping it and used in a storage bag, that would definitely mean I have to spend it all. But for me, this frustration, 20 years of being unable to use experience points, I must reclaim it all in one day. 750,000 is fine. I won't even bat an eye. So Lu Chaoga bought up all the items. Without any hesitation, he looked at the pile of items in his hand and said,
The incomplete blue skill upgrade scroll is useless.
I'll just keep it as a collectible. Then first I need to check the special attribute points.
What will the random draw give me?
Thus a hybrid creation was underway, attempting to create yet another top-tier item. Look!
The mixture started glowing, emitting a unique spiritual energy.
Lu Chaoga dared not blink, recognizing what it was. Right after came this divine sense.
It increases the range associated with divine consciousness. The acuity will receive a qualitative improvement.
Lu Chaoga absorbed the divine sense into his body.
The ancient tree outside trembled slightly.
Qin Yan looked up after hearing it. The ancient tree senior is reacting. She then smiled calmly and continued drinking. It seems fellow Taoist Lu has made another breakthrough. He always seems to bring surprises to others. Recalling what the ancient tree once told her, suppose that one day you might not be worthy of him.
This made Qin Yan ponder for a moment.
Her cheeks flushed slightly and she thought,
what's wrong? Why are these things
popping up in my mind uncontrollably? On Lu Chaoga's side, after absorbing the divine sense,
he seemed to have gained many insights.
The domains his divine consciousness could delve into became more numerous.
His acuity also became stronger.
Next, he'll add one more special attribute point.
Designate, but what choice is there for something like this?
Lu Chaoga tightly gripped the divine sense in his hand,
and then said with a smile, a sword cultivator naturally increases his sword Dao aptitude.
Lu Chaoga's attribute panel hotter than free fire appeared. Looking at his sword Dao aptitude, he could confirm that adding one more point would increase the attribute by 10%. I'm willing to call this the strongest attribute. Moreover, after reaching 33 points, Lu Chaoga
continued to upgrade and evolve his abilities.
System prompt.
Congratulations, you have entered the Sword Heart Clarity realm.
Outside, the ancient tree's signal drew everyone's attention. What happened to the ancient tree senior? Is there another phenomenon? Could it be that Sect Master Lu? Suddenly a beam of light shone at the root of the ancient tree. Everyone recognized this symbol.
Sword Heart Clarity. The disciples appeared extremely panicked. Sword Heart Clarity, how is that possible? Even Sword Venerable
could only reach the realm of Sword Heart Clarity at the moment.
He broke through to the fourth realm.
Hearing the male disciples panic so much, the girls immediately chimed in. Why not? After all, Sect Master Lu is no ordinary man. A young and handsome man, like the Sect Master, is clearly a chosen one.
They all had a point saying this.
The female disciples were flushed and enchanted. After all, when we saw Sect Master Lu, we heard the sound of a jade bottle shattering in our ears. Trickle, trickle. Something was surging out. Warm and sticky, yes. That is love. Just one look at Lu Chaoga and life is ruined forever enough. However,
the shock among the crowd still could not be dismissed.
That Sect Master Lu is only in the second realm.
Yet he has already achieved Sword Heart Clarity.
Is that so?
Doesn't that make him stronger than Sword Venerable was in his time?
A Sword Dao expert truly is terrifying. Truly terrifying. Suddenly all the swords flew up from the disciples' waists. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? My spirit sword. This feeling. Everyone's spirit swords were trembling. They immediately sensed that it was generating fear. And furthermore, everyone looked toward the image of Lu Chaoga and said, that guy's sword is making our sword spirits tremble in fear. At the moment of Sword Heart Clarity, a natal divine ability is awakened. His natal divine ability caused that change just now. What exactly did he awaken? Lu Chaoga's mouth curved slightly into a smile, thinking to himself, who would have thought my natal divine ability would turn out to be this?
A long sword lay before Lu Chaoga.
Around the blade
emitted a mysterious energy.
This is the sword that severs the body and the soul. It can attach a special power to the blade, targeting those intangible entities, such as divine sense causing damage, divine souls, artifact spirits, and so on. Lu Chaoga picked up the sword and said excitedly, once those intangible entities are severed, recovering will be extremely troublesome. In that case, my ordinary attacks can not only inflict critical hits, but also come with the effect of erasing sword spirits automatically. This ability is related to the user's own divine sense intensity. Lu Chaoga felt that mastering this sword would require more time. It seems that if I get the chance later, I must continue to develop this special attribute. Subsequently, Lu Chaoga raised his hand and rubbed his chin, a perplexed look appearing on his face. All sorts of questions kept popping up in his mind. Coming back to the topic. The ordinary attacks are found on the sword tablet, and the ordinary attack technique was taught to me by the little supplicant. So just what kind of person is the little supplicant? These questions in Lu Chaoga's mind had no answers at all. The more he thought, the more confused he became. He tightly closed his eyes. His eyebrows furrowed so closely they almost formed a single line. Could it be the original form of the first-generation sword venerable? After thinking for a moment, Lu Chaoga shook his head and affirmed, "No, the first-generation sword venerable was human. That is 100% certain. Then it must be related to the first-generation sword venerable in some way." Countless questions surfaced again in Lu Chaoga's mind, but he couldn't find a single answer. I wonder if the ancient tree outside the door knows the little supplicant. Do they know each other? Right, what kind of monster could the little supplicant be? Night fell. A bright large full moon hung in the sky. Moonlight shone down upon a tomb. A faint eerie glow emanated around the tombstone. The lid of the dilapidated wooden coffin suddenly shifted, then slightly opened. Following this, a voice came from inside the wooden coffin. "That wretched brat." After shaking for a while, the coffin lid opened a crack. A beam of light quietly slipped out from inside. The beam of light then spoke with difficulty. When will he finally return? Meanwhile, in another location, the disciples stood outside. And the moment they saw Lu Chaoga step out of the room, they shouted in unison, "He's out, he's out." Lu Chaoga slowly emerged from the high ground. Looking down upon the location where the disciples stood, a hazy light radiated around him, making it difficult for people to see each other's faces clearly. But through the gaps in the light, Lu Chaoga's expression was gentle, with a faint smile on his lips. The disciples below, witnessing this scene, were blushing, hearts pounding, and utterly stunned, hardly believing their eyes. Everyone shared the same thought. "He's smiling at us. The extraordinary sword venerable genius is smiling at us. Such a cool genius is smiling at us. Oh no, I can't stand straight." No matter how excited and clamorous the crowd below was, Lu Chaoga remained calm, silently surveying them. Just then a list appeared in the sky. Lu Chaoga raised his hand to stroke his chin. Looking up at that long list glowing in the sky, he thought to himself, "Excellent, once those interesting players show up, that leaderboard will be useful. When the time comes, they'll surely be so surprised their jaws drop, and then happily become my tools." Lu Chaoga walked toward where Zhang Xinyan was standing, offering a polite smile and saying, "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Contrary to Lu Chaoga's expectation, Zhang Xinyan looked extremely pleased, and quickly shook her head, saying, "Not long at all, it was fast." After hearing Zhang Xinyan's reply, Lu Chaoga felt a little depressed. It was fast, it was fast. I can't feel happy about that. Just as he was feeling troubled, suddenly the ancient tree beside them spoke. Startled Lu Chaoga, "You are quite impressive." Lu Chaoga immediately turned around. He cupped his hands and looked up at the ancient tree, saying, "Senior, you flatter me." But Lu Chaoga felt confused inside. He had gained a large amount of reputation points, half of which came from this ancient tree. Perhaps it was highly appreciative of him. The ancient tree spoke again, "Young man, I have a request." A question mark immediately popped up in Lu Chaoga's mind. Lu Chaoga still looked up at the ancient tree and spoke respectfully. "Please speak, senior." The ancient tree, having received Lu Chaoga's permission, then spoke, "The person who taught you your sword technique, are they still in the mortal world?" The person's tombstone appeared in Lu Chaoga's mind. Then he replied, "Yes." But Lu Chaoga mentally added a line, "Although he's in a tomb." The ancient tree immediately shook and chuckled heartily. "Could you invite him to come here and meet me?" A look of difficulty appeared on Lu Chaoga's face, but he still spoke up to dissuade it. "I'm afraid that's impossible. Senior ancient tree, his current situation is rather special. I doubt he can come here." But he thought internally, that person is lying in a tomb. Even I haven't been able to see his true appearance. Despite this, the ancient tree still did not give up the idea. It replied again, "Never mind, it's enough that he is alive. As long as he is alive." Hearing the ancient tree's certainty,
Suspicion arose in Lu Chao's heart. The words of Senior Ancient Tree make me feel like he's a figure of great antiquity. Could it be that the person we are discussing is actually not the same person? Carrying this doubt, he sought the answer. Lu Chaoga cupped his hands and looked up at the ancient tree. He spoke up to request. I, your junior, still wish to confirm again whether the person Senior Ancient Tree speaks of and the person I think of are the same person. I hope, Senior, you can tell me his esteemed name. Suddenly flowers began to drift down from the ancient tree, creating a constantly beautiful spectacle. Lu Chaoga watched somewhat dumbfounded. Only then did the ancient tree speak. His name is Luli the Luli from Guangwei Luli. Lu Chaoga focused his thoughts on the name the ancient tree had just mentioned. In my memory, Luli. There was no one named Luli in my previous life. The ancient tree fell silent, seemingly waiting for an answer. Lu Chaoga looked up at the ancient tree thinking, but Senior Ancient Tree is very serious. This is certainly not an ordinary name. Then Lu Chaoga thought of that shapeless figure again. He reached out and stroked his chin. His expression was highly focused. He guessed internally again. Are Lu Li and that fellow truly the same person? Besides, this name doesn't sound like a woman's name. The ancient tree saw Lu Chaoga just standing and contemplating without replying. So it guessed the answer itself, and spoke up. Perhaps the person we are discussing is not the same person. You don't need to worry too much about it. But Lu Chaoga was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the ancient tree to drop the matter so easily. Next, the ancient tree suddenly said, however, I agree to this marriage arrangement. Lu Chaoga and Zhang Xinyan both stared at the ancient tree in incomprehension, with confused expressions. Regardless of their confusion, the ancient tree spoke again. Little friend Lu, how about I play a game with you? Lu Chaoga was slightly puzzled by the ancient tree's question, but he still replied calmly. Please tell me, Senior Ancient Tree. The ancient tree stopped being polite. When I saw little friend Lu passing the trial stages, your vital sword never left its sheath from start to finish. This old thing can't help but be curious. This branch, its hardness should be comparable to the wooden dummies in the first stage. If you, little friend, can leave a sword mark on it, then you will have passed the test. If you can do it, I will give both of you a small gift. What do you say? Seeing that this task was not difficult for him, Lu Chaoga replied, very well. However, Zhang Xinyan, who stood nearby, felt extremely surprised. Hot, is there one for me too? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chaoga quickly drew his longsword, pointing it at a branch of the ancient tree. But suddenly a voice came from behind him. Wait! It was a disciple standing nearby. Seeing Lu Chaoga pause, she quickly continued. Sect Master Lu, maybe you shouldn't draw your sword. That's a new branch that Senior Ancient Tree just grew. Hearing the disciple's words, Lu Chaoga merely replied calmly. The time is not yet right. Following that, Lu Chaoga swung his sword, and a terrifying force erupted. The group of disciples standing not far away were also stunned and gaping at the display of power. With a swoosh, the branch separated from the ancient tree and fell to the ground. The sight just now left the disciples utterly astonished, leaving them speechless and stuttering for a moment. So fast, too fast. The sword intent just now, that's the sword intent. Isn't this the move senior brother Yuyue comprehended from the sword steel? No, I never expected that. Even though he is only in the second realm, he has already comprehended sword intent. Lu Chaoga immediately returned to his normal stance, his expression unchanged. The disciples standing behind him all gaped, their eyes wide with continuous awe. That move just now. He also received recognition for it from the sword steel. No wonder he could pass so easily. The ancient tree remained silent from then until now, not making a sound. Worried, the disciples turned around and started whispering. Even if he is a genius young man, this is disrespectful to Senior Ancient Tree. Senior Ancient Tree must be angry, right? He was clearly only supposed to leave a sword mark, but he outright severed the branch. Suddenly the ancient tree burst into hearty laughter, shaking the entire tree. You are even stronger than he was back then. This single sentence from the ancient tree once again left the disciples deeply shocked. The Senior Ancient Tree mentioned. Could it be the first generation sword venerable? Compared to the disciples' astonishment, Lu Chaoga appeared much calmer. He waved his hand. causing a force field to appear around him, radiating a cyan glow. He then quietly said, "Flowing water doesn't strive to be first. It strives to be endless." Jiang Xinyan, standing nearby, was somewhat confused, and repeated Lu Qiao's words. "Flowing water doesn't strive to be first. It strives to be endless." A thought formed in her mind. His meaning is that he doesn't care about the immediate victory or loss, but rather the unstoppable forward momentum. Lu Qiaoga straightened his posture, his robes fluttering in the wind. The light from the sky shone upon him, making him appear even more imposing. Just as Jiang Xinyan had guessed. This was exactly what Lu Qiaoga was thinking at this moment. What I want is not to surpass Lu Li. Right now at this moment. What I want is to ascend Mount Kunlun, to live as long as the heavens, and shine brightly like the sun and moon. The ancient tree willingly separated a branch from its trunk, letting it fall, and then said, "You are indeed interesting. I will give this to you." Lu Qiaoga reached out and caught the slowly descending branch. "Thank you, senior." Lu Qiaoga secretly rejoiced. This is top-grade material for artifact refinement. He'll take it back and let the hiding group refine wooden puppets with it. Suddenly the ancient tree emitted a dazzling light and then spoke. "In addition to that, I will also present the gifts I promised to both of you." 2 complete peach blossoms fell from the tree, still shining brightly, swaying in the wind. Lu Qiaoga and Jiang Xinyan reached out simultaneously to catch the flowers. Expressions of confusion appeared on both their faces. Lu Qiaoga suspected inwardly. Could they possibly boost romantic luck? The 2 flowers swayed gently in the wind, descending slowly. Finally they landed in the palms of Lu Qiaoga and Jiang Xinyan. Facing their confusion, the ancient tree began to explain these 2 peach blossoms. From now on, when you encounter danger, they will sense each other and help you overcome difficulties together. Lu Qiaoga and Jiang Xinyan's eyes widened, watching the peach blossoms dissipate blankly in their palms, secretly thinking, "So this is what peach blossoms are like." The disciples standing not far away also witnessed the scene with their own eyes. So it was senior ancient tree playing matchmaker just now. TSK. The entanglement of love and hate between the sect leader of a sect under Jianzong and the great deacon of Chuanqiu Mountain. A woman 3 years older brings prosperity. A woman 5 years older is like a caring mother. A woman 3,000 years older joins the ranks of immortals. There were also some female disciples who secretly admired Lu Sect Leader Qiaoga, and upon seeing the scene couldn't help but sigh with tears welling up in their eyes. Why wasn't it me who received the peach blossoms with Lu Sect Leader Qiaoga? Lu Qiaoga secretly glanced at Jiang Xinyan, thinking to himself, "In my previous life, because our master-disciple relationship was already established, the system would warn us when the 2 of us were in danger. But most of the time Master protected me." Lu Qiaoga clenched his hand tightly, secretly vowing, "Then in this life let me protect you." A while later at Danchang Mountain of Momin, Jiang Xinyan was resting, with Lu Qiaoga beside her, who raised a hand to stroke his chin, pondering something. This time, the figures of the disciples appeared in Lu Qiao's mind. He clenched his fist, secretly thinking, "These Jianzong disciples must have returned to being mortals. Now Raichu Yuli Nanwei and Chen Xiao completely failed to fulfill their duty of distributing flyers. What exactly are the conditions for Jianzong's reputation value? I must obtain it." After pondering for a moment, Lu Qiaoga then looked at Jiang Xinyan. He saw that she had been silent since earlier. He thought to himself again, "The atmosphere has been awkward since just now. I must find a way to ease this awkwardness." Lu Qiaoga decided to speak first. "Fellow Taoist, I'm going to a place. Would you like to come with me?" Jiang Xinyan listened, closed her eyes, and nodded in response, "Okay." But just a few seconds later, Jiang Xinyan suddenly woke up, realizing something was wrong, and immediately turned to Lu Qiaoga, asking, "Where are we going?" Lu Qiaoga realized that since just now, Jiang Xinyan had been distracted, seeming to have something on her mind. "What are you thinking about? Is it troubles within the sect?" Lu Qiaoga thought again. In her previous life she was also pursued by countless cultivators with exaggerated desires, and had no choice but to descend the mountain for experience. "I know all of this." Hearing Lu Qiao's question, Jiang Xinyan did not hide anything, and voiced her confusion. "Okay.
Fellow Taoist, what is romance, what is liking? Why are countless people in the world so fixated on it? What Jiang Xinyan asked was beyond Lu Chaoga's expectation. Lu Chaoga looked at her silently. Couldn't help but suspect. Could it be that this time she was annoyed by the people from Chuanxiu Mountain, chasing her, and even caused unnecessary trouble? Which is why she came out. After a moment of silence, Lu Chaoga stood up, walked forward 2 steps with his hands behind his back, assuming a young and dignified posture, and answered Jiang Xinyan's confusion. I don't know what love is. I only know that when a person doesn't like anyone, that's when that person is at their coolest. Jiang Xinyan was quite surprised by Lu Chaoga's answer, hesitated and asked, is it cool? Lu Chaoga turned half her face to look at Jiang Xinyan, and continued to ask, fellow Taoist, how many interesting stories about the mortal world have I told you? Why don't you also tell me about the troubles of Spring and Autumn Mountain? At the mention of this, Jiang Xinyan felt a terrible headache, closing his eyes with a sigh. Then Jiang Xinyan also stood up, walks up to Lu Chaoga. Looking into the distance, she said, the cultivation technique of Chuanxiu Mountain. It amplifies human desires. But there are also techniques that amplify people's sensual desires. After failing in their pursuit, they lose their rationality. Slander and rumors then follow. Thinking about how she was accused, Jiang Xinyan lowered her head. A hint of melancholy appeared on her face as she continued. Those people say I am naturally cold and aloof, that I am difficult to get along with, and that I am completely unfit to be a Tao maiden. Thinking about this made her feel ridiculous. Lu Chaoga's expression darkened upon hearing this, continuously cursing in his heart. Those despicable scoundrels. What right do they have to talk about my person like that? Who do you think you are? Don't let me catch you, or I'll make sure to teach every single one of you a severe lesson. Lu Chaoga gently turned to Jiang Xinyan and said, none of them have truly interacted with you. What right do they have to say that my Tao companion is difficult to get along with? On the contrary, I feel that not only are you easy to get along with, but I also feel extremely comfortable when we are together. Jiang Xinyan paused slightly. Tao companion. He smiled slightly and replied, Tao companion, have you ever heard the saying, those who cannot eat the grapes claim the grapes are sour? Looking directly at her, he said, they couldn't eat the grapes, but I did. Jiang Xinyan's cheeks flushed slightly. At the same time his voice continued, and they are very sweet. High in the sky birds soared freely by this clear and tranquil water. One person spoke up. Take them to the trial grounds for the shift change. Let's go. Another senior brother replied in a deep voice. Since we're here anyway, let's go pay respects to Elder Ancient Tree. At this moment they also arrived at that ancient tree, whose red canopy was breathtakingly beautiful. Everyone present was surprised. They clicked their tongues and exclaimed, Elder Lu is indeed outstanding. Who would have thought he was this brilliant? Suddenly something made him widen his eyes. Terrified, it was an unfolded note. A line of Chinese characters seemed to be written on it. When he read the handwriting he exclaimed in surprise. It really is him. Yu walked over and asked everyone, fellow disciples, could you tell me more about the matters concerning this person? A girl in the crowd proactively raised her hand, saying, me. Senior brother Yu, let me tell you. She spoke non-stop. Yu nodded while listening. Oh Yu's face suddenly turned pale. No, impossible. He gritted his teeth. How could this happen? Yu's emotions seemed to plunge into disappointment. He clenched his fists tightly, thinking, Senior brother Chaoga, I can't believe you lied to me. When everyone saw Yu's gloomy expression they couldn't help but wonder. Why does senior brother Yu look like that? Could he be shocked? That seems unlikely, right? Senior brother Yu is quite talented himself. Yu's body trembled slightly. These ordinary disciples simply didn't understand. Yu had been instructed by Chaoga when he was young. When he was a child, Chaoga once asked Yu a question. Do you know why you are my opponent? Yu asked curiously. Senior brother Chaoga, why? Chaoga replied, I'll only say this once. This is my secret technique. I'm only telling you this, you must remember it. Yu agreed, repeatedly perked up his ears and listened carefully to every word. He resolved, I must engrave this into my memory. Yu, Chaoga said, a man without a woman in his heart drawing his sword naturally becomes a god.
Yu Yu was confused at the time, nodding while repeating. A man without a woman in his heart. Drawing his sword naturally becomes a god.
Now.
Yu Yu remembered those words and clenched his hands tightly.
Why? Thinking that Chowga was actually with a woman.
And that he was smiling so happily. Yu Yu was shaking with rage. You were the one who said these things.
Yet now you have a Tao companion, you traitor.
That female fellow disciple started guessing wildly.
Senior brother Yu Yu. I remember before.
My brother once mentioned a mysterious senior disciple in the sect. He belonged to the sword sect. The senior disciple my brother spoke of that would be Sect Master Lu, right? Yu Yu and Chen Xiao were greatly surprised. Chen Xiao immediately waved his hand in denial.
Of course not. How could it be him? Don't talk nonsense. Stop guessing blindly. The crowd was half skeptical yet completely convinced. It's not him. Is there another master? That senior disciple is probably no less capable than Sect Master Lu, right? Just like that. The reputation value of the Mo sect was forcibly stolen by a certain guy named Chen. Lu Chaoga suddenly sneezed soundly. Xin Yen stood beside him and asked fellow Taoist,
Is the wind too strong?
Lu Chaoga rubbed his nose and replied no. Someone must be bad-mouthing me behind my back. Xin Yen ignored the comment, glanced downward and said to Lu Chaoga, fellow Taoist, We have arrived at Bird City Faniaking you mentioned. Overlooking the foot of the mountain was a vast flock of white birds soaring in the sky. Lu Chaoga nodded, confirming they had reached the right location. We've finally arrived at Bird City Faniaking. Xin Yen was curious why they had to come to this small city. Lu Chaoga answered with a smile. You will know eventually. But he thought to himself, even if I explain it to her now, she won't understand. Anyway, no one would believe. I'm here to steal a new quest. Haha. Lu Chaoga's memory surged forth. Bird City Faniaking was one of the 10 new villages currently in the internal testing phase. This was the place where he lived during the testing period in his previous life. He couldn't be more familiar with it. Furthermore, many people will die in this new quest. Meanwhile, in Bird City Faniaking, a certain person was suffering from sinusitis, constantly coughing up a syrup-like liquid. He muttered, just a little bit more and this formation will be complete. It turned out that the syrup-like liquid he was coughing up served a purpose. After he spat out the syrup-like liquid from his body, a stable formation took shape. The mysterious stranger nodded. It's done. I apologize, I just want to survive. This formation will rob you of your chance to live. But your lives will live on inside my body forever. Then he summoned some kind of dark magic from the formation to affect the flock of birds. The birds were struck by the evil technique without realizing it, and not a single one managed to escape. They started to panic and fly around wildly, but the effect was minimal. The birds' bodies, including their wings, gradually turned red, then slowly blackened into a crow-like black, scattering everywhere in the sky. The flock of birds began to gather together, and then flew away from the forest, heading towards the villagers. Every tree they flew past withered and turned to dust. The formation caster felt that something was wrong. Well, what happened? Where exactly did the problem occur? Why can't I absorb the life force of these birds? Instead, they are absorbing the surrounding life force. However, he couldn't hold on much longer, and the syrup-like liquid kept pouring out. This person felt like he was about to collapse. These birds are definitely going to cause harm to humans. But that was not my intention. The flock of birds began to notice the humans. Their eyes turned crimson and they suddenly swooped down to attack. While people were harvesting sweet fruits, a sudden noise erupted. A person accidentally saw it and waved to draw the attention of those nearby. Everyone looked at the flock of birds. Why do they look different? It's so strange. The trees withered where they flew over. What happened? Suddenly, the sky was covered in a terrifying deep red. The cries of the birds were incessant. The man who unintentionally summoned the flock of birds sat where he was, shaking with his head in his hands, continuously mumbling, I didn't want to hurt anyone. I truly didn't want to hurt anyone. Everyone knew that something was wrong with this flock of birds. They turned and ran simultaneously, shouting to the crowd, Run, those birds aren't normal. Hurry and hide inside the city. These birds are pecking me. They want to eat people. Help. The purple-robed culprit was huddled trembling in a corner. Don't blame me, it's not my fault. It's not my fault, I'm going to die. I'm going to die, I'm dying soon. Suddenly behind him, Chowgu patted his back and said, "Get out of the way." The purple-robed man looked back at him. His eyes were full of confusion. He seemed to see sunlight shining on Chowgu, making him the center of attention in everyone's eyes. More than ever before. The purple-robed man who summoned the birds was no exception. He asked himself, "Has an immortal descended?" Chowgu glanced at him contemptuously. "Was it you who caused this disaster of birds attacking people? To keep yourself alive you drew an evil array, causing a mishap, making all the birds go mad. You're dying soon. Of course this has nothing to do with you, but what about the people who are still alive? After you die, who will care about the monstrous crimes you committed?" Chowgu looked up at the frenzied birds which were fiercely attacking the city walls, causing great distress. "You guys are dead. Then what should those of us who aren't dead do?" He thought, what's more, the Skywing City array in my previous life was automatically activated only after the blood goo was triggered. It protected the common people until the players arrived. Back then, as an internal beta tester, I completely failed to understand the so-called chi blood goo. Also, it was because that mission explicitly stated the death toll was in the triple digits, so I didn't pay any attention at all. I just knew that killing these birds gave me experience points, and that was enough. Chowgu's voice rang out. "Fellow cultivator in Skywing City, there is an array that can protect the citizens inside. I don't know how to activate it, do you?" The purple-robed man realized Chowgu wasn't calling him. Just as he sat up, he realized in surprise there's someone else. Footsteps sounded behind the purple-robed man, making him turn his head. Tangon appeared, responding to Chowgu's words. The purple-robed man stared at her in astonishment. Great cultivator. At this moment Chowgu merely leisurely looked at the flock of birds in the sky and spoke. "A speck of dust from the era. When it falls upon an individual is a great mountain." Perhaps others didn't understand, but Tangon did. Chowgu drew the sword from his waist and said, "Today I choose to move this mountain." The blackened birds flew close to a tall tower. The top of the tower released a light of engulfment. This caused the flock of birds to panic and be drawn into it. The common people below were still terrified, because this situation had never happened before. Why did those birds suddenly go crazy? If these players flooded into the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'm afraid all of Skywing City would suffer terribly. The citizens knelt at Tangon's feet, constantly thanking her. "Thank you, great cultivator. If you hadn't arrived in time, everyone would have been finished." Tangon replied, "Don't thank me." A weak voice from the citizens spoke up. "But now, this array can only block them. But we still have to make a living. And we need to leave the city to pick fruits." The village chief nodded in agreement. "Yes, if we don't resolve this bird disaster, we will starve sooner or later. We earnestly request the great cultivator to lend us aid." Tangon raised her head and said, "He instructed me to activate the array, and he will take action." Everyone followed her gaze, looking toward the protagonist currently floating in the sky, under the heavenly lightning tribulation and the fierce flock of birds. Chowgu powerfully declared, "The bird disaster, I will solve it." The eyes of those crows flickered with red light. They rushed towards him madly. Their numbers were countless. They swarmed together to attack. At this moment streaks of lightning also began to emerge. The crowd below asked in terror, "How can there be so many? Can that respected cultivator handle it? Hurry and tell him to go inside and hide for a bit. We can take our time to plan this out." Sinyan looked at him deeply and said, "I trust him." The man looked up at the crimson sky. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "This is only the second realm. If a grand cultivator doesn't intervene, I won't be able to handle this many blood ravens." Chowgu jumped up and laughed proudly. "Since they've flown into the sky, how are you going to fight them? Besides, you must enter through the city gate, not by launching an attack like this." But the moment he finished speaking, a stream of water materialized in his hand. "This path is closed, all of you get down." Then, Chowgu unleashed a move to attack those ferocious blood ravens. They were all defeated, falling like raindrops. The man's eyes showed a look of astonishment. His eyes were so wide they looked ready to pop out. How can this be? The man also recognized this move. He immediately shouted loudly,
It's the heaven and earth power. This person has already gained the comprehension of heaven and earth. He stood within the stream of water enjoying this rain. For me, this place is home ground. In the distance, another flock of blood ravens was swarming toward them. Looking at the water gathered in his hand, Chauga immediately said, "The power of water, its marvelous applications, is richer than I imagined." Then his hand suddenly clenched into a fist. Those water droplets, under his control, shot toward the flock of blood ravens. 2 seconds later, all that could be heard were their cries as they scattered everywhere, followed by huge explosions sounding simultaneously, creating a blinding red smoke in the sky. Chauga thought to himself, although the heaven and earth power is effective, the consumption is too great. Xinyan had the same worry. If he keeps continuously using the heaven and earth power, his spiritual energy will be completely exhausted. He looked at the surviving blood ravens and clicked his tongue. My mana is depleted. But there was no hint of fear on his face. Instead, he grinned and said, "But I am the chosen one." The system manifested and the light it emitted showed only 2 words. Level up. Golden light burst forth, instantly sending the blood ravens flying. The blood ravens that were rushing over to attack Chauga. She was utterly surprised he leveled up. I didn't expect him to break through during the fight. The man witnessing everything was so surprised that his mouth hung open as he secretly thought, the heaven and earth power was one thing, but I never thought he could break through during a fight. Just who exactly is that kid? He then looked at them and said, "Since I don't need to worry about mana anymore, then I'll try merging the sword intent with the heaven and earth power." Chauga extended his hand and made a simple gesture. At this moment the sky looked even more gloomy and eerie. The man, upon seeing this spectacle, could no longer contain himself. He shouted, "Sword intent!" He actually has sword intent too. His face was covered in sweat and full of confusion. He is clearly only in the second realm. The magnificent sight before his eyes left the man speechless with astonishment. 1,000 mountains, birds in flight extinguished. He suddenly lost all strength and fell to his knees. Is this the legendary heaven and earth power? Chauga calmly landed in front of the man. He couldn't help but frown and speak. "You are beyond saving." The man who accepted his defeat completely replied, "I know." The man looked at his reflection in a puddle and said while covering his mouth, "But after seeing how mighty you are, I suddenly feel extremely regretful." Subsequently, the man looked up with a satisfied expression, looking at the sky. Cultivators should not bring calamity to ordinary people. The light gradually dispelled the darkness. Only the man's final words could be heard. "But should become their heroes just like you." But his heart meridian was shattered and he was beyond saving. Xinyan said softly. Meanwhile, Chao Ge merely wore a contemplative expression while looking at the man. He averted his gaze. No, he saved himself. Immediately after, Lu Chauga suddenly turned his head again. The bird disaster has been eliminated. But the blood array still exists. We must eradicate it completely. Only then will this matter be truly resolved. Let's go. Well, deal with the source. He and she strode across the wide plaza. Behind them was a crowd of people gathered together. After a while, they started discussing the 2 cultivators again. I wonder what their names are. We don't even know the names of our benefactors. Then another person praised them unreservedly. They truly are a divine couple. Another person continued. If only we knew their names, we would certainly be able to spread their fame. Hearing this, Lu Chauga simply smiled faintly. His lips curled up slightly and he slowly looked toward them. Don't rush. I will inform you of my name shortly. He thought anyway. The prestige of the Momin sect and recruiting players as tools all depend on you now. By this time, Lu Chauga and Xin had walked some distance away. Only then did she calmly ask him, "Fellow Daoist, have you been suppressing your cultivation level?" She then explained herself. "Just now I saw your cultivation level continuously increasing. You also seemed very calm while dealing with those birds." His lips moved slightly, revealing a faint smile, and he asked, "Fellow Daoist, have you heard of the fame of Jianzun?" Then he said softly, "Legend has it, Jianzun once broke through an entire major realm in a single day. In just one day." Xin was slightly startled hearing him say this. She was then a little confused. This matter has long been widespread. Of course I've heard of it. However, why do you suddenly bring this up, fellow Daoist?
Lu Chaoga suddenly stopped walking. He looked back slightly and said seriously in a deep voice, "If I said I could do the same, would you believe me, fellow Taoist?" Hearing this, she was instantly stunned. Her pupils and mouth were slightly agape, full of shock. Seeing her reaction, he turned away, walking forward with his hands behind his back, and said with a laugh, "I was just joking, don't take it seriously, fellow Taoist." When Lu Chaoga was already some distance from Xin, holding the berry in his hand, he muttered to himself, "Unfortunately, these birds haven't completely ruined these fruits yet. It's a bit sour but still edible." At this moment she remained standing where she was, silent. She cast him a look filled with contemplation and confusion. Xin thought, what exactly did the ancient tree senior see in him? Just how many secrets does he have? As she recalled the words of the ancient tree, it said that if one day she would no longer be worthy of him. More importantly, Xin had developed a curiosity towards Lu Chaoga. And the sign of a woman falling in love is often the formation of curiosity towards that man. A little while later, he and she were already standing before the blood array created by that person. Lu Chaoga said softly, "The blood array has been found." Immediately after, he pointed his hand at the blood array. With a solemn expression he chanted a spell. Immediately the blood array exploded violently. Smoke and dust instantly filled the air. Lu Chaoga turned his head to look at the corpses of the mutated birds. With a serious expression he thought to himself, "Can't eat them, these bird corpses carry blood poison." Next he craned his neck and shouted toward the sky, "I am Lu Chaoga, Sect Master of Momin. The bird disaster has been resolved. The bird corpses here are not safe for consumption. Please keep this in mind." Because the volume was so loud. Very soon, the sound had echoed into every corner of Fanio City. It continued echoing many times. "I am Lu Chaoga, Sect Master of Momin. The bird disaster has been resolved. The bird corpses here are not safe for consumption. Please keep this in mind." The common people of Fanio City had all heard it. In the crowd some knelt and kowtowed, and some joined their palms and wept. Full of gratitude they shouted word by word, "Thank you for the warning, esteemed Momin cultivator. We will surely remember the Momin sect's great kindness." So it was the Momin sect master who personally took action, no wonder. It was resolved so easily. "Thank you, Sect Master Lu, thank you, Sect Master Lu." After everything was finished, Lu Chaoga merely sighed softly. He turned his gaze back to the piles of bird corpses around them. He secretly felt regretful. If only they hadn't been infected with the blood poison. I'd really love to roast these birds, add some spices, combined with my exclusive meat roasting flame control technique. The flavor. He looked at Xin, who was contemplating beside him. He wanted her to taste the bird meat. She appeared indifferent. But in reality Xin was secretly observing. She showed a slight smile and mused internally. Senior brother is still so meticulous. If he hadn't reminded us, the citizens of Fanio City, who knows how many people would have been harmed and died from the blood poison within these bird corpses. Then Chaoga raised his hand and gave a fake cough, a faint smile returning to his lips. Although he wanted her to try the bird meat, the people of Fanio City had already etched the name of his sect, the Momin, deeply into their minds. Although he can only collect reputation points now, once the players appear, his name will surely be known far and wide. But he didn't know that among the 10 newly added beta villages, only Fanio City had absolutely no wild beasts. A team of over 1,000 people within a 10-li radius couldn't find a single beast. The more than 1,000 players participating in the beta test in Fanio City could only rely on daily quests to level up. A certain Fanio City player. "Do you know how I spent this beta test? Harvesting fruit day after day. Nothing but picking fruit. Being a farmer in a game. This is the misery of my life." It was as if Chaoga only just realized this now. And he slapped his palm hard. He thought, "I almost forgot. Those humorous players who came for this beta test can't find any wild beasts anymore." But he immediately comforted himself silently. "It doesn't matter even if they can't catch beasts. They can meet me." Chaoga muttered to himself. "I, the esteemed one, am the chosen son. How can I be compared to that flock of birds? You guys truly are children chosen by the gods." Xin stood beside him, watching Chaoga's expression constantly change. and wondered confusedly. Why does senior brother's expression keep changing? Did he think of something funny? Just then something wriggled and glowed beneath his clothes on his chest. It instantly drew attention, causing Chowga to look down in surprise. He picked it up slightly, his brow furrowed with confusion. What is going on? Why is this wooden plaque reacting so intensely? Is it entering the state of receiving information about the protagonist? Subsequently, Chowga showed an interested smile, thinking, could it have unlocked some new function? Chowga held the wooden plaque in front of him, pondering what kind of new function could it be. Just as he was curious, the light on the wooden plaque suddenly extinguished, leaving only Chowga looking depressed and dissatisfied. Strange, I didn't feel anything. He thought it vibrated once, then he muttered to himself, there's no way the wooden plaque could vibrate by itself. Unknown to him, something extremely important was taking place. Let's go back half an hour. At that time the sky seemed to be stained with red and lightning, accompanied by the shadows of strange birds, appearing densely throughout the entire sky. Just then a voice rang out. The bird disaster that this old man caused single-handedly has finally begun. An old man appeared. He was surrounded by a stream of black chi. The old man spoke. All of this is under my control. This is the future. His thin figure emerged, holding a staff. A piece of cloth covered the left half of the old man's face. He smiled uncontrollably and said, it was actually this old man who awakened it with blood, and chose Fanio City. Everything is within my manipulation. Finally, he narrowed his eyes and smiled cunningly. Ultimately, this old man is the one acting on behalf of the heavenly Tao. He looked at the person holding a large bowl and curiously muttered to himself, a dying man, when facing the arts of forgery and the secrets of the life array, wouldn't he be tempted? The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Too bad I acted long ago. Subsequently, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Recalling that scene, the fellow who seemed to have caused the disaster at the time, that person had exclaimed, I'm saved. As long as I can control this array, I can survive. He said, in the future I foresaw that dying person was merely a tool to lure out the disaster. Then he looked elsewhere and sighed, what a pity. These are all just my chess pieces. He whispered, my good chess piece only needs one thing, and that is my first cannon fodder. Then he looked at a filthy child and said, the first chess piece is nothing more than a dirty new child, foolishly bearing the signs of the demonic seed. It has been more than 10 years now. He revealed a ferocious smile, and once again looked at that boy whom he easily held in his grasp. Demonic seeds, they should have taken root and sprouted. Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from the sky. It immediately made him turn around in surprise. What happened? He roared, and then suddenly cast his gaze toward where Xiang Xinyan and Lu Chaoga were standing. Who is destroying the plan of the heavenly Tao? He gnashed his teeth and spoke furiously. They are ruining my heavenly Tao plan. A few great cultivators of the 5th realm, and a guy only in the 2nd realm. He asked in confusion, disrupting the source of disaster, undermining the heavenly Tao's chess game. Could those great cultivators be outsiders? Then he suddenly put 2 fingers to his mouth, bit them hard, and blood spilled out. I don't believe it. Next he used the 2 blood-covered fingers to smear across his right eye. If she is an outsider, why couldn't I see her in the future? Is it because she is an outsider? A blue light flashed across his eyes, looking towards her location, and he said, if I can see her, then she is not. Then he saw something that genuinely startled him. The scene before his eyes was a battlefield, riddled with weapons, dilapidated and about to be destroyed. Immediately afterwards, scenes appeared one after another, forcing the old man to stop and ponder for a moment. He concluded, I saw the future of those great cultivators. She is not an outsider. Could that kid in the 2nd realm be the one? He looked toward the direction facing him, staring intently. Well, no, with a look. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he once again deployed his ability to foresee the future. It was as if he saw something he shouldn't have seen. So he immediately let out a loud cry, and then coughed up a mouthful of thin blood. Trembling, he covered his eyes and leaned on his staff to support himself. An outsider. He is the outsider. The old man said unwillingly, why are all people chess pieces? Yet he can escape my board.
Who is it? These eyes, this lotus, who is it? He roared. And simultaneously a pair of blue eyes appeared in that space.
The wooden plaque shook violently. Lu Chaoga didn't think much of it. He simply breathed steadily, thinking to himself,
forget it, maybe I need to wait until I get stronger,
before new functions appear. For now, let it give me some hints.
Where else do you plan to go, Taoist friend? Xiang Xinyan turned her head and asked him.
He quickly replied, no, let's go home. She replied softly, with a hint of undetectable disappointment, okay. Xiang Xinyan looked at him again.
Her cheeks slightly flushed. That's not my home.
That's just your home. At this very moment at Momin,
those who remained were guiding their young apprentices in cultivation. Xiao Qiu was still diligently practicing her swordsmanship. Although her shouts carried momentum, they were very weak.
Unlike the two people watching her,
Luo Bing, however, sat idly to the side, propping her chin.
She then let out a long sigh, looking up at the sky.
At the vast sky, she said boredly,
Master is in seclusion, I don't know where he went.
And young master also went out, who knows where.
After speaking, Luo Bing sighed again. The key is.
She frowned, recalling that person's figure.
She thought to herself,
that senior who accompanied the young master. Her figure is even more graceful and charming than mine. What's more, they are a lone man and a lone woman. In such a situation. Soon she dismissed the thought herself.
Impossible. The young master wasn't even slightly moved by me.
So how much better could that senior's figure be than mine? Luo Bing said, looking down at her ample
bosom.
Luo Bing suddenly blushed
and fell silent.
After a while she calmed down. She thoughtfully lowered her gaze, admonishing herself inwardly.
What am I even thinking about?
How can I make such a comparison? What the young master loves is definitely not that kind of physical body, as the madam said. The person he loves must be for her soul,
and perhaps a little bit of her body too. After thinking, Luo Bing touched her chest and said curiously.
Suddenly Xiao Qiu leaned close to her and called out, Senior sister. This immediately startled Luo Bing, who shrieked. Her voice was distorted.
She collected herself and asked, what's wrong? You scared me. The little girl innocently asked, Senior sister,
what does preferring sons over daughters mean?
Upon hearing this, Luo Bing's body stiffened,
her face still looking a little bewildered. In fact, she was deep in thought, recalling those terrifying scenes from the past, when her father decisively told her mother,
content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated. Content violates child safety policies and cannot be translated.
Then she recalled the unfair treatment she suffered as a child.
Didn't he just tear your new clothes?
Seeing her silent, Xiao Qiu called out again, Senior sister.
Behind the two, junior brother Dongfang awkwardly said to He Ding,
Senior brother, why don't you explain it to Xiao Qiu?
I shouldn't have told her about that couple's rural story. My fault.
Seeing this, he stepped forward and gently tapped the little girl's shoulder. When Xiao Qiu turned her head and called out 3 words,
Senior brother, hey.
Ding seriously pointed in another direction. After bringing the little girl to their destination, he gently pointed downwards. What did Xiao Qiu just ask about? On the stone slab, where He Ding brought her, a few lines of text were carved. Xiao Qiu quickly read them aloud. In our Momin sect, preferring sons over daughters means heavy objects are carried by men,
and light objects are carried by women.
Oh, so that's what preferring sons over daughters means. The little girl said excitedly, seeing Xiao Qiu so happy. He Ding naturally reached out and patted her head.
That old man, however, did not know.
His clever trick had been seen through, and the sect leader had made a blunder.
Just then, above their heads, a woman's figure suddenly appeared. A refined and voluptuous woman.
Ninging stood on a large leaf, smiling slightly.
It's been half a year since I last came to the Momin sect.
As she descended, the 4 of them respectfully bowed and called out,
Senior Ning, you may dispense with the formalities.
Ninging softly asked, where are Chaoga and the others? Why don't I see them?
Luo Bing quickly replied, responding to Senior Master has entered seclusion, and Uncle Master the sect leader has gone down the mountain to the trial grounds. Seclusion, Ninging questioned back uncertainly. Then all of a sudden, a current of air appeared around them.
It immediately made her frown. This girl, if she's going into seclusion, fine, but what's the need for 13 layers of restrictions?
Then Ninging looked at Luo Bing and said, has Chaoga gone to the trial grounds? Why haven't you left yet? she answered truthfully. Sect Leader Uncle said there were other matters. At this moment she, seeing the sullen expressions of these disciples, finally sighed tiredly, thinking other matters. I'm afraid we're out of spirit stones. That brat doesn't even know how to ask for them. This time, he only left us a few spirit stones before leaving. Yet who would have thought that? The person standing opposite her was actually mesmerized by her prominent figure. She immediately blushed, thinking, the view of Elder Ning Ning Ing is truly unmatched. She remembered what the madam had once said, a woman possessing such alluring features has a fatal attraction for men. She then suddenly became flustered. If young master prefers features as prominent as Elder Ning's. After speaking she shook her head again, desperately trying to dispel the thought. Pa, what am I thinking about? Thus Luo Bing thought. But speaking of that, those older sisters once said that men's preferences vary greatly. She recalled overhearing women mention titles, like auntie or sister-in-law in their dealings. Younger sister. But she looked instantly terrified, her face darkening. Did I just blurt out younger sister? She seemed unaware of her own actions, and continued to think. It shouldn't have reached that point, right? However, after thinking she looked down at her own figure. In some aspects master is not as good as me. Ning Ing only now spoke up to Luo Bing, asking, what are you doing standing there? This startled her suddenly. But she quickly composed herself, stepped aside, and cautiously bowed, saying nothing. Elder Ning, please. This made Luo Bing breathe a sigh of relief. I can't allow this. I should take some time to purify my mind. Suddenly, in another location, the old man's blood-stained arm appeared on a patch of stone ground. The man even let out a painful groan. It hurts, that bastard, he roared furiously. He was still clutching his bleeding right eye. What exactly was that thing? He recalled the eye he had just seen, muttering to himself. What happened, my eye? As his vision blurred he became extremely panicked. He couldn't even maintain his balance. After his vision completely changed, he realized it with horror, asking in a trembling voice. The power granted to me by the heavenly deity I is blind. Just by glancing at that person I became blind. Then, while struggling to endure the intense pain, he leaned on his walking stick. I must find out exactly who that person is. I will absolutely not allow a second outsider to appear. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished. Only a wisp of thick black smoke remained in the space. That wisp of black smoke flew back to the Tiangu Pagoda, the refuge of the intelligence organization, which was distributed throughout the Tianxian continent. He landed on his throne, facing a woman. Xuanji quickly sensed the abnormality and stepped forward to ask, Tower Lord, are you injured? He then quickly handed her a small scroll. Xuanji, go investigate this person. This is his portrait. Xuanji accepted the portrait, immediately opened it to examine, gasping repeatedly in admiration. How can there be such a handsome and spirited man in this world? The old man said sternly, do not be swayed by beauty. Thoroughly investigate everything about this person. Otherwise you know the consequences, you may withdraw. The moment she turned around, her cheeks flushed slightly. She tightly grasped the scroll, thinking, of course I will investigate everything about him. Xuanji truly wants to know him. Xinyan and Lu Chaoga were still sitting on the back of a huge creature, soaring and gliding across the vast high sky. At this moment the system screen displayed itself. He immediately saw it and thought, system notifications are enabled. Seeing the notification. Seeing the notification. Chaoga cheered again, wearing that oblivious expression of his. 10 days. In 10 more days that most useful tool will arrive. He revealed a cunning smile. Everything has been prepared. Now they just have to wait for the fish to bite. She sat beside him. She didn't pay attention, merely stating indifferently, fellow Daoist, we have arrived at Momin. A familiar sight appeared before the two of them. Chaoga asked in surprise. Why has no one come out to welcome me? Xinyan also felt puzzled. Logically they should all be cultivating at this time. Why is there not a single soul around? However, she suddenly felt a wave of unease in her heart. She didn't understand why she was thinking. Why am I reacting so naturally? What does Momin's business have to do with me? He stood beside Xinyan, his divine sense slightly closed. His eyes, then he spoke softly. Soon all the scenes were transmitted. They were relayed to Chaoga. He understood everything. He whispered, so Aunt Ningying has arrived. This left her confused, not knowing who Aunt Ningying was. She asked herself. At this point the two moved towards a row of houses. As soon as they entered they immediately saw those 4 people. And her Ningying sitting in a chair. Chowga. Ningying recognized him, immediately turned her head and called out. Aunt Ningying, long time no see. He happily walked forward, arms outstretched as if intending to hug her. But then he seemed to realize. His actions were a bit impolite. So he put his hands together and rubbed them. He put on a flattering appearance and said to her, "What wonderful things have you brought for your nephew this time?" Ningying was speechless. Does this kid only ever think about good stuff? Don't you remember, Aunt Ningying? I remember, of course I remember, he chirped like a little bird. His eyes inadvertently glanced toward her figure. It's a shame I've grown up now. I can't do what I did before. Like running straight into Aunt Ningying's wondrous and welcoming embrace. It was only then that she looked at Sinyan, who was standing beside him, and quietly asked a question. In her mind, Ningying kept staring at her, thinking to herself, "Isn't this?" Sinyan seemed to notice her gaze as well. Chowga pointed his hand at Sinyan and introduced her. "I forgot to introduce you, Aunt Ningying. This is fellow Taoist Sinyan from Choshan." Fellow Taoist Ningying. Sinyan called out, her face slightly flushed and somewhat restrained. She wrestled with the thought, what is going on? Logically, I should address her as an equal. Why am I struggling so much and feeling so nervous yet? Ningying, standing opposite, now wore a smile. It was a smirk tinged with arrogance. This caused cold sweat to stream down Sinyan. Ningying was still pondering internally, this kid. Sinyan, elder of Spring and Autumn Mountain. As if I wouldn't know that. Then she asked herself, she is clearly my peer, so why does her expression look like she's meeting the parents? Ningying looked at the boy beside her again. She thought to herself, could it be that the atmosphere between these two? So that's how it is. She understood and let out a calculating laugh. She thought these two actually became a couple. Why would she call her elder sister? What should she call her? Ningying. Imagining herself patting Sinyan's head, she got excited and burst into laughter. Seeing her like this, although confused, Chowga still spoke up to Aunt Ningying. You must be here for something if you came to see me, right? He mused privately. I wonder what Aunt Ningying is thinking. Given her age now, it's also time for her to be enthusiastic about matchmaking. Ningying immediately calmed down as well. She raised her hand and pretended to cough lightly twice. Ahem. There is indeed something. I received some items within the sect. I don't have any use for them, so I brought them for the two of you. After Ningying finished speaking, she handed over a package. Immediately following that, the sparkling jade stones were also revealed. She displayed them. These are high-grade spirit tree seeds. I knew the two of you liked these, so I brought some along. This immediately rendered Haidiying speechless, and caused Dongfang to say with a wide-open mouth, high-grade spirit tree seeds. These are already extremely rare items. Lu Bing was also deeply astonished. She actually gave us a small bag directly. He also looked at Ningying with sparkling eyes. Can the seeds of this high-grade spiritual tree be eaten? Just then she also looked towards Sinyan. Then a cold smile curled at the corner of her mouth and she thought, stop trying to maintain your status as a great cultivator. My Chowga is also favored by a great cultivator. At this moment, on the back of his hand, and on the back of Sinyan's hand, a mark suddenly appeared with 4 small dots on it, separated from each other, looking like a lotus flower. Sinyan and Chowga felt strange at the same time and raised their hands. At this moment that mark emitted a faint aura of light. These seeds belonged to the ancient tree senior. Sinyan looked at his palm, and then looked at the seeds. A moment ago, in a certain secret chamber of the Mo sect, a certain girl was struggling to suppress her realm, preventing it from breaking through. But this girl is not here. This is just an illusion she carefully designed. Dongli bent down, panting heavily. That was too dangerous. She said this and then stood up. If the spiritual power had fluctuated 10 times more chaotically just now, I would have had a slight possibility of failing the breakthrough. At this moment Dongli gently gripped her hair. After suppressing it for so many years, she ultimately couldn't hold it back. It still broke through. I still need to be more careful in the future. You might be thinking, why be careful? What is she thinking about? Suddenly Dongli seemed to sense something and said, how big brother and sister Xiang are back, and what else? As soon as she finished speaking,
She reached out and grabbed her clothes. She turned and quickly ran out of the secret chamber.
Running and talking. I haven't seen Big Brother for 3 days 11 Shurchen and 3 Ku. Continuation of excited speech. Donli ran to the courtyard where Chowga and the others were.
A brilliant smile hung on her lips.
Big brother sister Xiang Aunt Ning. The peach blossoms are truly beautiful.
Her face blushed when she saw the petals falling, but her expression quickly became solemn when she saw
the connection. Linking Chowga and Xinyan's hands. Donli looked at the two of them for a moment. A rare look of disappointment appearing on her face. She thought to herself, big brother sister Xian Yu too. But these peach blossoms aren't beautiful at all.
Donli lowered her head, her face darkening with dissatisfaction.
Chowga immediately frowned and said to her, Donli. What's wrong? Why does it feel like we were caught in the act?
Chowga felt a strange itch in his heart, secretly rubbing his head as he asked himself.
This feeling is quite novel. Aunt Ning, you've arrived.
Donli ignored him, walking straight past him.
It's good that Aunt Ning is here. What kind of fruit did you bring?
She curiously walked toward the cloth bag in her hand. Her gaze fell upon the bright spot in the air and she asked, "Oh, this child Donli Luobing," the divine doctor thought.
The young master and senior Xiang have a somewhat intimate relationship. She looked at the two of them, then thought again. But what does that matter? A relieved smile appeared on Lubing's lips. She lowered her eyes, secretly delighted. As long as I can become one of the young master's women, I Luobing will have succeeded. Ning Ying
also seemed to be caught in an awkward situation.
She could only give a forced laugh. If everyone is ready. There's no time like the present. Let's go plant the spiritual tree seeds today.
He replied. Xiaoqiu also quickly said, all right.
Hurry up and plant the trees. At this moment, Donli's expression was thoughtful and she just hummed in response.
Outside the spacious courtyard, the sound of shoveling dirt echoed continuously. Soon a deep and large pit was dug out. Ningying and Chowga were sitting on the other side at this time,
watching everyone diligently dig the pit. Suddenly she asked, "How was the trial journey? You must have gained quite a lot this time."
He replied,
"Just a little more than the average person. I gained some insights.
Achieved sword heart clarity and incidentally, obtained the Azure Fate ultimate art of the sword venerable."
Xiujia listed these things and also. And even easier. It only took half the time. Surpassing the second place winner. Hearing him say this,
Ningying also turned her head in surprise and asked Zhuge,
"You say, is this just slightly better than an ordinary person? Every disciple of the Momin sect is like this." He answered calmly, "Don't you agree? Momin disciples should all be like this." Donli Luobing Xiuqiu.
Dongfang and Hiding said loudly at the same time.
Hearing these words,
she remembered the figure of that person from the past and offered a slight smile.
Thinking to herself, my kids haven't let me down. The next day, everyone was standing at the Momin entrance to see Ningying off. Zhuge spoke up, still regretful, and asked, "Auntie Ning, are you really not going to stay a few more days? Auntie Ning isn't as free as you are. The sect still has a pile of matters waiting for me."
She reluctantly raised her hand, tapped his forehead and replied, "Oh right, Yuyue asked me to send his regards to you."
Zhuge touched his head indifferently inside.
"Then please tell him I said hello to Auntie Ning."
"Oh right, I forgot to tell you. Yuyue stepped into the fourth realm a few days ago," Ningying added.
Clearly she still had her reasons in mind
by stating this matter. "It's good that you kid are progressing so quickly, but being overly arrogant isn't a good thing. You are not the only genius. I'll be there soon too." Zhuge lowered his eyes and replied with a slight smile,
"You haven't even reached the third realm yet and you dare say soon."
She found this statement rather laughable. "Speaking of that kid." Hearing this, Zhuge replied as well, "Isn't that just a matter of time?" Ningying.
After that she stopped arguing with her boy. She turned back and said, "Forget it.
Actually, Yuyue also asked me to ask you a question." She was still dissatisfied, inwardly thinking, that boy doesn't know the meaning of modesty and caution. I must teach him a lesson. Auntie Ning, why is that brat so long-winded? Zhuge showed an impatient expression. She didn't bother arguing with him. She just tilted her head and said seriously, "He asked if someone in the fourth realm could withstand your drawn sword strike." "No." Hearing Ningying say this, the people standing behind him all revealed confused expressions, and Xiaoqiu asked himself,
Is Uncle Yue stronger than Master Zhaoge? How will he respond?
Sun Yan raised her eyes to look at him, thinking curiously. Zhaoge spoke softly after a moment. Auntie Ning, please relay a message to him for me.
Sealing my sword for 10 years below the 5th realm,
I can slay them all with a single sword strike,
he said when he performed the spirit sealing technique.
Sealing the sword for 10 years. Your willpower is truly extraordinary. Sun Yan widened her eyes in surprise.
As expected of young Master Luobing, she thought blushingly and enviously.
Even the little girl standing next to Dongli also shouted loudly.
This made her turn her head vigilantly. So cool.
I want to be like Master Zhaoge too, and say such cool things. Soon she walked over to Xiuqiu.
She gave a hard knock, making the little girl scream in pain.
Ningying turned around contentedly after hearing this.
Before leaving, she turned back and said,
"Got it.
I will relay exactly what you just said to him." As she stood on a large leaf and departed, the two brothers surnamed Lu stood below just like that,
waving their hands and shouting loudly goodbye Auntie Ning. But Ningying didn't forget to tell the two of them,
I left gifts for both of you in the bamboo house.
Remember to go and get them later. Hearing this, Dongli's and Zayog's eyes simultaneously shone with excitement.
Suddenly Sun Yan spoke softly, My friend, thank you for your hospitality these past few days. As soon as she finished speaking, her enormous strange bird suddenly flew up behind her.
Sun Yan whispered, I will take my leave now too. Do you need to go back too? He asked back blankly, and Sun Yan hummed in affirmation. She herself had already turned around and was walking away. All right then, safe travels my friend. Zhaoge waved his hand, a look of reluctance still on his face, and said, Thank you, she replied. Dongli witnessed this scene, casting only a cold glance, thinking, That's right, Sister Xiang. You don't really have a place around my brother anyway. Daily contact truly isn't appropriate. Although that was the appearance. Inwardly she was giggling as if celebrating a festival with waving flags. Indifferent though. I am his little sister, and I get to stay with him every day. Sun Yan stood on the back of the strange bird,
as if recalling something, and spoke to him.
Oh right, I actually left something in the bamboo house too. Fellow Taoist, remember to check for it over there before sleeping.
Zhaoge questioned her back, puzzled.
But she only noticed the unnecessary phrase and asked, Before sleeping. As soon as the words left her mouth, she controlled the strange bird and swiftly flew away.
Sun Yan, with her eyes half closed, muttered to herself,
No, I mustn't look back. If I see him I won't want to leave. Xiang Sun Yan, what exactly is wrong with you? She asked herself this, while reaching out and opening the jade bottle at her waist. Sun Yan even recited sadly aloud, He always said I was cool. Now I feel like I'm not cool at all. In the dead of night, Zhaoge was currently holding a ring in his hand, which was exquisitely carved. This was the storage ring left behind by Ningying,
containing a huge pile of spirit stones and artifact refining materials.
The spirit stones alone were enough for all the disciples of the Momin to take a trip to the trial grounds.
He then put the ring on the index finger of his left hand,
and stated confidently, Indeed, mature women are like this, quietly bringing benefits to others. As he walked out of Ningying's bamboo house, he glanced at the house next door and said, That's Sun Yan's bamboo house. But there's still some time before sleeping. I'll go get it later then.
Zhaoge shifted his gaze
and looked up at the bright moon hanging in the center of the night sky. I have other things to attend to right now. He walked up to a tombstone,
reached out and knocked on the tombstone, calling out the honored guardian.
Are you there?
As soon as Zhaoge finished speaking,
a thing that looked like a ghost topped with a small wobbly head flew out from the mound of earth. I took a trip down the mountain this time,
and went to the Jianzhong trial grounds.
As he spoke he sighed toward Awu. I took first place, nothing worth mentioning, and picked up a bit of swordsmanship while I was at it. Zhaoge put on an appearance that his gains were minor,
and not worth mentioning. As he approached it,
he added somewhat proudly, Because I gained a slight realization.
I happened to achieve the transparency of the sword heart.
Completely contrary to his expectations.
Awu displayed a bewildered expression instead, causing Zhaoge to sigh helplessly.
Looks like this attempt at showing off failed. Martial uncle head. But he quickly adjusted himself, and spoke seriously. All right, these trivial details. Given your brain you certainly won't be able to understand them. Let's talk about something related to you during this trip down the mountain.
I discovered that the marks left by the sword venerable on the stone tablet
were actually the sword technique you taught me.
Where did you get this set of sword techniques? When he heard no response,
Chowga leaned forward again,
looking at it with wide confused eyes, and asked once more.
Forgotten it if that's the case.
Then I'll have to bring out something more impactful,
he said unwillingly. Do you remember that name?
Luli Luli Lu and Lugui Luli strange and colorful,
Chowga said solemnly.
Awu, who had been confused just moments ago, finally nodded forcefully at this moment,
which immediately made Chowga exclaim happily. A reaction I remember now. It spoke out loud unexpectedly. Luli, Chowga and Awu kept muttering like this. I remember.
As it spoke, its body shape shifted from that of a ghost
into something else entirely. What did you remember? Chowga asked anxiously, moving closer to it. It was right then that it completely transformed into a shape, closely resembling a small fox. After transforming, Awu calmly sat on the grave again,
which stunned him. Then Awu said,
I remember who Luli is. Who is Luli then? Chowga asked urgently. What Luli? What is Luli? What did you just say?
It suddenly threw a tantrum, shaking its head and wiggling around, feigning ignorance.
At this he was speechless and could only say angrily, I'm asking you, who exactly is Luli? Why are you going deaf?
Awu put on a look of disgust at the sound of his voice. I can hear you, you don't need to shout so loudly.
Zayog's head was filled with question marks. Some kind of strange image suddenly appeared. Are you messing with me? You smelly little creature, today I must. He charged toward it, clenching his fists and gnashing his teeth. Suddenly Awu said again that Luli was a disciple of Qingdi. A disciple of Qingdi.
Chowga came back to his senses and repeated its words in alarm.
No, that's not right, absolutely not right.
Qingdi only had 5 disciples in total. They were all great experts above the 9th realm.
The names of these 5 people are still very famous today, but the name Luli is not among them,
he replied with a stern face. Clearly this was a crucial question. Were you Qingdi's final late accepted disciple?
Awu tilted its head and said, Qingdi's final disciple.
He stroked his chin, puzzled.
But during the ancient great calamity,
he and his 5 disciples
all perished in that catastrophe, Chowga said.
And then, sweating from astonishment, he continued.
Could it be that Qingdi did not die during the ancient great calamity?
Yes, Awu replied, scratching its ear.
While answering, Luli is him whom maybe. Suddenly it became hesitant again.
Maybe Awu seemed to be affected by something again, holding its head and lying down. Maybe, Chowga repeated, then moved closer to it.
What else do you know?
What more do you know that is related to Luli and Qingdi? Perhaps, Awu said again, then gestured as it explained.
I seem to have been with them for a very long time. Extremely long, but my memories are very vague. But I only remember a forest. A bamboo forest. Bamboo forest, he asked. What kind of bamboo forest?
He grew excited, thinking.
My esteemed patron actually spent time with Qingdi. If I trace this back, doesn't that mean I am also connected to Qingdi? Chowga showed a smug smile. Not bad at all.
But Awu suddenly said, your voice is very quiet.
Did you not eat?
Immediately his veins bulged in anger.
Chowga retrieved a shovel from somewhere, walked over to the mound behind the tombstone,
ready to stab it into the earth, and shouted furiously.
If you can't hear, then I'll start digging up the grave. Once it's dug up, you'll be able to hear. Awu suddenly cried out. I remember.
The bamboo was black and there was a stream next to the bamboo forest.
Black bamboo, a stream. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. No way, such a coincidence. The only black bamboo I know of is at the place where Jianzong's first-generation sword venerable attained enlightenment.
Chowga whispered.
Then he thought gloomily and cautiously. It shouldn't be such a coincidence. Black bamboo in the Tianqian realm is countless. It couldn't possibly be such a coincidence.
It is Jianzong after all, he thought, then looked at Awu. But what exactly is the identity of this patron?
I'm very curious now. Have you remembered who you are? He didn't let his doubts accumulate. He immediately asked it. No, I haven't. I can't even recall my own name, it said glumly with droopy ears. Chowga leaned in curiously, putting his face close to it, and said, Then why were you only a head before? Now you've transformed into a complete body. There's finally some change, isn't there? But Awu just shook its head fretfully.
because the restriction has loosened. As soon as it finished speaking,
its small body began to tremble in waves, seemingly from extreme pain, forcing it to hold its head and continuously shout, "I want talk about it, I want talk about it. My little head hurts so much. It feels like it's about to swell up and explode." While Awu was still screaming repeatedly, its figure gradually became blurry. No, I can't listen to Awu.
The moment it shouts, it immediately transforms into a massive amount of vital essence.
Vital essence, give me vital essence quickly.
Hearing Awu say this and pounce toward him, Chaogu was also startled and shouted loudly,
"Wait a minute."
But before he could continue speaking, it had already touched his fingertip.
Immediately afterward, Awu surprised Chaogu, because at this moment it had obediently shrunk down. It hugged his finger, looking completely satisfied. Chaogu was drained until he was withered, and could only say stiffly, "Stop it." Awu was full and it cried out contentedly and cheerfully at this moment.
Awu even flew freely around the graveyard,
carrying an entirely happy disposition, leaving him sitting alone by that tombstone.
It was somewhat considerate and flew back to Chaogu's side,
shouting happily, "Awu thanks you." He looked at Awu with dead fish eyes. "If you don't know who you are right now, why don't I give you a name? I have a name, but I used to have a name too. I just can't remember it."
It held its tail and unhappily mentioned the word nickname.
Chaogu quickly amended his statement. "Not a formal name. Just a nickname I call you."
Hearing this, Awu tilted its head and said to him,
"That works, but what do you want to call me?" Chaogu replied easily, "You always yell Awu.
So we'll just call you Awu." He smiled slightly. Awu it questioned back confusedly. Then it did a few somersaults in midair and said excitedly,
"Awu, I like Awu. I love this name." Awu joyfully told him, "I'm so happy, I'm overjoyed. So let me show you some of my treasures." Treasures? Chaogu looked vaguely at Awu.
"These are all my darlings. But some of them were left here by others." As soon as it finished speaking,
around Awu, countless magnificent treasures appeared,
causing him to shout in surprise awe. A precious treasure caught Chaogu's eye. It turned out to be a high-grade sword manual from the Qingman sword technique.
"This is one of the inheritances of the Jinzun."
Seeing this, he shouted angrily,
"You actually possess Qingman."
"I went through so much effort just to pass the trial immediately after."
Chaogu's eyes lit up,
reaching out to grab those treasures. The other treasures suspended in the air.
"Since you have them, could it be that you possess the entire inheritance of the Jinzun?" But suddenly,
all the treasures before his eyes abruptly vanished again, leaving Chaogu with an expression of awkwardness and regret. When he faced Awu's question,
"What were you trying to do?"
he put on a flattering appearance,
almost sweet-talking and coaxing Awu. "Awu, where did you get all these things?"
He secretly calculated in his heart, "He'll have to rely on coaxing and deception."
"Others left them with me," Awu answered quickly.
Chaogu then asked again, "Who are these others?"
It shook its head again.
I forgot," he continued to ask.
"Then can you take them out and show them to me?"
However, Awu did not reply quickly as he anticipated.
Instead, Awu perked up its ears and asked him as if asking to be hit. What did you just say?" Having no other choice, Chaogu could only roar at a volume loud enough to pierce eardrums,
aiming towards it as it perked up its ears.
"Listen to me, give me the jade slip. Vital essence, I squeezed it out for you even when I tried hard." Hearing this,
Awu replied cheerfully and happily,
"Vital essence, okay. What about the jade slip?" he asked, reaching out his hand toward it. But it just scratched its head, looking confused, and asked back, What did you just say? Why are you always whispering?" Chaogu looked at the clueless Awu before him, exhaustion making dark circles appear under his eyes. He thought to himself, "Is this fellow really selectively deaf?"
In the end, he failed to obtain anything from its hands.
"Take out any jade slip."
Xiaojia stood there alone, stroking his chin and pondering. There are a large number of jade slips, and among them it is very possible to find the Sword Venerable's complete legacy. The first generation Sword Venerable left 3 sets of sword techniques at the Sword Steel.
I already possess 2 sets now. Perhaps she has the remaining set as well. Also, she has seen the Azure Emperor and Lu Li alive, the Azure Emperor's final disciple. If the Purple Moon Society worships Ziyue, even if she possesses the heart of the Azure Emperor, conflict will still exist between her and the Purple Moon Society. That is also understandable, he said.
But why have I never heard of this Luli? When I played the game in my previous life, there were no storylines related to him either.
Xiao Jia was puzzled.
Was his identity concealed by something? Then he seemed to recall something he had just forgotten.
That's right, Xin Yan left a gift too. She told me I could only retrieve it before going to sleep.
As soon as he finished speaking,
Xiao Jia quickly dashed off, hurrying back. Xiao Jia stopped thinking about these things.
I need to go see what she left for me first.
In Xin Yan's bamboo room, just as he returned to the entrance,
he saw Dongli facing him, uttering in him,
Xiao Jia.
He saw her sitting on the steps in front of the room's door. He opened his mouth and asked, "Little sister, why are you here?"
"Brother, I've been waiting for you," Dongli replied. "Brother, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Dongli stood up and said seriously,
"Waiting for me for what? Why didn't you wait in my room?"
he asked, leaving her speechless. Seeing this, Dongli stopped caring, pouting as she spoke.
"I'll just say it directly.
I just wanted to see what big sister Xin left for you in the end."
Hearing this, Xiao Jia looked at her again, his eyes filled with complexity, which made her feel uneasy. She turned her head away, avoiding his gaze.
Dongli, he called, then reached out and ruffled her hair. "Grown-up matters are none of a child's business. There are no romantic feelings involved." Xiao Jia.
Subsequently, he reached out and gently pushed Dongli's head aside.
"If you want to look, you can look. However, I need to confirm first if it's something I can show you," he said composedly. He left behind an irritated girl who shouted loudly, "Damn it, I haven't been a child for ages. I'm grown up. Don't you know yourself whether you've grown up or not?" Xiao Jia asked softly,
causing Dongli to puff up her cheeks angrily and yell, "How annoying!
Stupid brother!" Suddenly,
she seemed to notice something, thinking to herself,
"Brother's condition is a bit strange.
Brother's aura is very weak today,
unlike usual." Dongli watched him, then commented.
Seeing this, she stopped arguing. Turning to him, she said worriedly,
"Brother, are you all right?" Xiao Jia responded quickly and calmly, "It's nothing.
Just an equivalent exchange with the venerable serving our family."
Having said that, he pushed open the door and entered Xin Yan's bamboo room.
Dongli, conflicted, thought to herself, "Brother, he paid a heavy price for us.
This is the first time I've seen him look like this. Also, I keep thinking about brother and big sister Xin. What exactly is their relationship? The way I am, I really don't deserve brother
as the Mo sect master, right?" She pondered, scrunching up her face.
"Do I even deserve the position of a Mo sect elder?"
Xiao Jia pushed open the door and looked at the tidy room. Zhao Gu opened the door and looked at the tidy room, emitting a sigh of appreciation.
It was neat and clean, perfectly matching her personality. The necklace on the table must be what she left for me.
Then he looked at the glittering pendant. It was dark against the wooden table. When held, it was warm and smooth like body temperature.
Zhao Gu picked it up and said, "Ha, there's a special formation array on it."
At this moment, the system displayed information.
It was a warm, soft black jade necklace. Additional ability, a fiery curtain demonic array.
It can withstand a full-force blow from a great cultivator.
It possesses 5th tier cultivation. This item is usually worn close to the body. If you smell closely, you can detect the owner's fragrance.
It turned out to be a defensive magic treasure.
It's similar to the one Jiang Xinyan gave me. Do I look like someone who is easily bullied?" he said speechlessly.
"But the system notes say that if you smell closely, there will be the owner's body fragrance."
Jiang Xinyan must have worn this herself, right? Zhao Ge curiously brought it close to his face. Could it be? But just then,
Dongli suddenly popped up from behind him and loudly exclaimed, "Fiery curtain grand array," startling him.
"Is this what Sister Jian gave you? But why?" She looked at the jade pendant in his hand and asked with a frown, "A jade pendant? Why did you have to wait until bedtime to get it?" Seeing her questioning gaze, Zhao Ge had to remain silent, unsure how to answer. "You wouldn't understand this. Of course it's because..."
He quickly stuffed the jade necklace into his pocket while speaking.
"This is called a sense of ceremony. See, next time you give a gift, you should also pay attention to adding a little ritual flair. Don't always be so rigid. Every time is like defusing a bomb." Zhao Ge turned and left while speaking.
He left her muttering to herself in confusion, repeating his words.
a sense of ceremony. But Dongli did not know that Zhao was actually still holding a piece of jade in his hand, on which the character in peace safety was carefully carved. He thought to himself, getting the character in right before bed. A sense of ceremony. Zhao smiled slightly, murmuring to himself, "Is this her way of wishing me good night?" He thought of the awkward interactions between himself and Jiang Xinyan and smiled faintly. He has to go down the mountain again tomorrow. The internal test involving 10,000 players. In the test arrival is 5 days away. He must prepare more. He walked and thought simultaneously. Behind Zhao, Dongli was still standing there watching him gloomily. A few quarters of an hour later in her room, Dongli sat at the table, slowly picking up a paintbrush and drawing something. If I shine light on it, will it look a bit similar? She murmured to herself, watching her hand illuminated by the candlelight. But at this moment on the back of Dongli's hand, a mark similar to Zhao's and Jiang Xinyan's had already appeared. Before this, Dongli's expression had suddenly turned melancholy. Then she leaned down onto the table and said glumly, "It doesn't look like it at all." The next day that force gathered beneath the body of the extraordinary person who was practicing cultivation on the rocky cliff face. After a moment of practice, Zhao sat blankly muttering, "This chi art is becoming more and more advanced. Now I can bleed from all 7 orifices." He stood up, dusted off his clothes and said, "It's almost time to prepare for departure. I'll take Xiao Lizi this time. It's time for her to get used to things." Zhao walked and contemplated. For a woman with a personality like Jiang Xinyan's, saying goodnight to me, it clearly indicates that the relationship between us has made very obvious progress. After all, she is not the Sea King type of girl, who manages a fish pond as vast as the sea. Thinking of this, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Since we've already said goodnight, what should the next step be? As if he had just conceived a brilliant idea, Zhao displayed a cunning smile and said, "That move just now was truly excellent." The scene switches after soliciting her opinion. Dongli firmly refused to accompany him. Zhao asked why, bewildered inside the wooden house. Dongli turned her face away and said coldly, "I need to cultivate on the mountain. And I don't want to go down, it's too dangerous down there." In fact, this was just her excuse. The real issue was that she didn't want to be alone with her brother. Her discomfort was obvious. Hearing his sister say this, Zhao walked forward to persuade her. Being overly cautious isn't the right attitude for this moment, is it? What danger is there in going down the mountain once? Xiao Chou stood below, watching Lu Chao with wide, curious eyes. After failing to convince her, Lu Dongli raised her hands to cover her ears and shook her head. "I'm not going in, that's final." Meanwhile, Lu Chao stood behind her watching her. Not knowing what to say, Xiao Qiu looked up, highly entertained by the scene. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Lu Chao also turned away. "If you're not going, then I'll go by myself." Xiao Qiu stood in the corner, raising her hand and declaring, "I want to go." Xiao Qiu's words immediately caught their attention. Lu Chao and Lu Dongli instantly rushed over to Xiao Qiu. Lu Chao asked happily, "Xiao Qiu wants to go. Great, you can come with me then." Lu Dongli, however, gestured angrily. "No way, this girl can't go either." Lu Chao, seeing this, turned around and looked at her with a challenging gaze. "What's wrong? This girl is still young. And it's perfectly normal for her to go down the mountain to play, that's right. The more kids go out to play, the better they become at climbing walls, vaulting fences and using invisibility techniques to sneak out on their parents every time." Lu Dongli was so angry her eyes narrowed into slits. And she shrieked, "Brother, you still dare to ask me what's wrong? Didn't you corrupt Xiao Qiu? Exactly, going out with someone who corrupts children. It's easy for kids to head down the path of depravity." The two of them not only laughed, grinned widely and bumped shoulders, deliberately provoking Lu Dongli. Lu Chao asked through laughter, "When did I corrupt her? Where is the evidence?" Xiao Qiu also chimed in, "There isn't any." Lu Dongli grew even angrier and shouted, "Isn't this girl's character a result of your teaching? Xiao Qiu, you already promised you're not allowed to go down the mountain." However, those two seemed to completely disregard what she said. They kept winking at each other and smiling wickedly. The adorable Xiao Qiu put her hands behind her back and said pitifully, "Xiao Qiu knows Xiao Qiu is master's last closed-door disciple. If I want to go down the mountain, all the doors are closed." Lu Chao smiled brilliantly.
picked up Xiao Qiu and let her sit on his neck.
Xiao Qiu doesn't need a door. But she can be packaged and taken away by me. I decided Xiao Qiu is coming down the mountain with me.
Xiao Qiu realized she could go down the mountain and her eyes sparkled like morning stars.
She threw her arms around and excitedly yelled. Packaged Lu Donli was so angry her face turned purple. If you want to go, hurry up and leave Xiao Qiu. You must carefully consider what Master said. After descending the mountain, you will be the disciple of Martial Uncle Headmaster, remember that. After hearing that, both Xiao Qiu and Lu Chaoga widened their eyes, not understanding what Lu Donli meant. The wooden door closed. The two stood in the courtyard, neither speaking to the other. Lu Chaoga wondered what's wrong with Donli. She wasn't like this before. Has the love disappeared? In the sky a flying ship flew past. 3 figures appeared on it. To have someone to give orders to, they brought Luo Bing. Along, Lu Chaoga reminded Xiao Qiu.
Although this venerable one is taking you down the mountain for a change of pace,
there are some things I should warn you about first.
Seeing Lu Chaoga mention her, Xiao Qiu waved happily.
Master, please speak. I will listen carefully. Lu Chaoga was stumped by the little girl, and didn't know what to say.
He sighed, holding his head. You should still call me Martial Uncle Headmaster. Xiao Qiu was very obedient. Clenched her fists, took a breath and shouted out the words Martial Uncle. Lu Chaoga pondered, then slowly spoke a few words.
This world is vast. I hope you all relax your minds and bravely embrace new things. There are all sorts of strange people down the mountain. Some walk in a single file, and others roll around everywhere. You must not look down on them.
Luo Bing and Xiao Qiu asked blankly.
Are there really humans that strange? Lu Chaoga patiently explained. Not only are there some, but there are many of them.
Furthermore, the potential of my Momen sect is boundless, like a hidden dragon in the abyss.
This time descending the mountain for experience will undoubtedly attract the admiration of countless people.
If you encounter those who like to fawn over this venerable one, I hope you absolutely maintain your original intentions.
You must adapt and act a bit colder.
That's how trialists are.
The colder a person is, the more they like to flatter them.
After all, those who feel comfortable being casually flattered
are definitely just ordinary NPCs.
Only by not feeling comfortable no matter how much they are flattered.
Can you access the hidden storylines?
Xiao Qiu widened her eyes and curiously asked the Martial Uncle Master, what does Tiango mean?
Lu Chaoga looked at the little girl and explained. It's the kind of person who listens to everything you say, uses all their ability to be good to you, only wants to make you comfortable,
but has absolutely no self-respect themselves.
Even if you completely ignore people like this today, they will still come looking for you tomorrow. After the explanation,
Xiao Qiu murmured "oh" with a puzzled expression. Lan Bing, however, blushed and covered her mouth with her hand.
So she was the young master's little bootlicker. The 7-story heavenly secret pagoda towered beneath the blue sky.
Inside the tower, Xuanji reported to the pavilion master. I have thoroughly investigated all the information regarding Lu Chaoga.
Holding the scroll, she mused.
This man in the portrait,
in just over 20 years of life,
has truly experienced incredible ups and downs.
A young prodigy, but then stagnated at the great perfection of the initial realm, making no progress for years. His parents also died because of demon cultivators.
He became the leader of a sect at a young age, burdened with heavy responsibilities. Xuanji rolled up the scroll and held it in her hand.
A look of pity appeared on her face.
She said sorrowfully, Lu Chaoga,
this person stagnated in the initial realm for many years.
Yet now he has astonished everyone, received heavenly enlightenment and comprehended sword intent.
He even disrupted the pavilion master's plans.
This person likely possesses the aptitude of a sword venerable. The pavilion master sat on the high platform. Seeing her lost in thought, he coughed,
pretending to remind her. Xuanji.
Hearing the pavilion master call her name, she jumped.
Panicked, she quickly bowed her head and said,
yes, this subordinate is here. Xuanji thought internally.
If only I could understand him better.
She presented the scroll with both hands.
All his information is here. Pavilion master, please take a look. The pavilion master was an elderly man.
One of his eyes was already blind, and the side of his face near his other eye was covered with long scars.
He asked Xuanji in a deep voice. Xuanji, I need you to handle something for me.
He looked at her sternly. I command you to try and approach Lu Chaoga. You must get close to him no matter what means you use. This old man needs to understand him more. After hearing the pavilion master's words, her face immediately lit up. Such a good opportunity. What she had just been thinking about was now suddenly placed right in front of her. The pavilion master seemed to understand what Xuanji was thinking. A light flashed in his remaining eye. He asked in a deep voice, "You are very happy?" This question immediately rendered her speechless. Afraid to say anything, the pavilion master held the scroll detailing Cheage's information. "I know you enjoy keeping male companions. If you can manage to capture his heart, I will naturally be very pleased. But if you fail to complete the task I assigned, you should know the consequences." At this moment he was truly terrifying. Killing intent radiated from his entire body. Seeing this, Xuanji immediately cupped her hands and knelt down. Understood. The pavilion master waved his hand, dismissing her. He sat watching her retreating figure, looking at her exquisite waistline and her ample bust. He knew that Xuanji appeared proper on the surface, but was extremely dissolute internally. A woman like this definitely knew how to use all sorts of means to seduce countless men. But if she goes too far, I must let this person heed the heavenly secret as soon as possible. What is worrying is that a great calamity is about to befall this old man. The pavilion master stood tall atop the city wall. He stood there overlooking everything in the world beneath him. His eyes narrowed slightly. 1,000-year-old Bodhi tree can be destroyed by an ant hole. This old man will absolutely not allow anyone to destroy the heavenly Tao. I personally set up the arrangements, every single move on the chessboard. But there is one thing he does not know, without Lu Chaoga even realizing it. 2 chess pieces on his board had already been removed from the game. A demon seed and flying bird city both were dealt with cleanly by him. Outside flying bird city, the sky had already turned the color of night. There were thousands upon thousands of shining stars illuminating the sky. The clear river water reflected the starlight. Luobing and Chaoga sat by the river with Xiaoqiu, making a fire to cook dinner. Steam rose gently from the pot. He stirred the food while saying, "Delicious food usually only requires simple cooking methods. Now we should add some salt." Luobing and Xiaoqiu watched, both extremely envious. Luobing called out, "Young master, I feel right now like a family of 3 has come out to enjoy an outing." Chaoga stirred the soup in the pot and asked Xiaoqiu. "Xiaoqiu must be the daughter in this family of 3. So what are you?" Luobing spoke shyly. "Young master, this servant overstepped her bounds." He remained silent, his face turning dark. Luobing felt as if she had said something wrong. She awkwardly spoke up. "Young master, I currently feel like a family of 3 is out, enjoying an outing. If the young master likes it, this servant can also call the young master daddy." She lifted her hair as she spoke, posing in a deliberate manner. When Chaoga heard Luobing call him daddy, his face darkened. "Daddy, stop pretending. I will get the house discipline ready and wait." Xiaoqiu nearby was completely oblivious. She only cared about the fragrant soup in the pot. Xiaoqiu, hungry, sucked her fingers while praising, "Tsk, it smells so good." Luobing shrugged shyly, biting her finger, and said coyly, "Well, in that case, why doesn't the young master just discipline this servant?" He stood up, one hand clenched into a fist, the other resting on his waist. The ring he wore also shimmered with light. Xiaoqiu excitedly looked at the pot of soup, continuously shouting, so fragrant, it's too delicious." In Lu Chaoge's hand, a long black wooden stick appeared. This was the house discipline rod. When Luobing saw the house discipline rod appear, her eyes widened, and sweat streamed down her face. He picked up the discipline rod, his eyes bloodshot and flashing like LED lights, which terrified her, prompting her to quickly change the subject. She grabbed the firewood, snapped it in half, and shouted, "The fire is about to go out. The fish soup won't taste good if that happens." A scoop of fish soup was ladled into a bowl. Chaoga handed the fish soup to Luobing, casually remarking, "In my eyes, anyone under 18 is still a child. If you accidentally end up in prison, it'll be all over." Luobing held the hot soup in her hands, feeling a bit confused. Suddenly a system screen appeared, displaying the word "system notification." Surprised by the system notification, he stood in front of the screen, reading the text above. "Internal testing method activated. 10,000 beta testers are descending.
Countdown starting in 60 seconds. A yellow circle appeared on the ground. In the center was a countdown displaying the number 0:59 seconds. Chowga stood in the circle revealing a satisfied smile. They are finally here, the beta testers. In the pitch-black void, light clusters of various shapes slowly descended. Black characters were connecting with the light bars, currently establishing the connection. The screen displayed connected. The yellow progress bar reached the end, signaling that the connection process was complete. The white light clusters glowed, subsequently turning into dazzling beams of light. The words "Welcome to Tianxian Realm" appeared on the screen. The characters Tianxian Realm surfaced. The screen displayed the following text: player name, password, and then transition to game start. Xiaoqiu and Luobing looked surprised. What, they're here? Luobing asked. 10,000 sand sculptures flapped their wings, chirping loudly. Luobing and Xiaoqiu were puzzled. Sand sculptures, what are those? Are they edible? In another quiet location, space and time suddenly froze. The moon was shining, but its light became blurry. The entire tower radiated a purple light. Isn't this the Momin sect? Many dazzling lights appeared around, illuminating the entire sky. It was as if they were entering another world. Finally, the download was completely finished. Many people were immersed in this game. There were Suzhou Da Tu Ding Dan, Overseer Dudua, Lao Ba, and many other players. This was Lin Huaqian. The girl looked around. This is. A small boy looked up, watching in great surprise. This is the most fantastical and prosperous era. And the long-haired man asserted this is an MMO game world. Lin Huaqian level 1. He shouted Tianxian world. The moonlight shone as if welcoming them. Huaqian said happily, the controls feel good. It's exactly like my real body. Suddenly a shout came, count off. He turned his head and asked, have other guilds also entered the area? Immediately after, he saw 4 people hugging trees. Huaqian immediately cursed. They're actually hugging trees. What's with all this hugging trees and counting off here? Suddenly the long-haired man walked over, his eyes filled with longing. He wondered, since it was already so realistic, if one could take off clothes in this world. The girl leaned closer, her face lighting up, and said that's right. It seemed she also had the desire to figure everything out. The little boy asked, does Huaqian need to cover his head and turn away? Who the hell are these people? Can't we find some more upright people? He then thought, these idiots entering the game. Their top priority should be finding wild monsters. What's the point of fooling around? The weapon Huaqian received was a wooden stick. He thought to himself, leveling up is the top priority. Huaqian chuckled lightly. After all, the guild leader once commented when drinking with him, Vice Guild Leader, although your skills are terrible, and your appearance is ordinary and unremarkable, you have nearly 1 million people under you who have just left the organization. So you are on the first list this time. Don't let down my expectations of you. Precisely because of this, Huaqian thought. Since the guild leader valued him so much, he absolutely couldn't disappoint his expectations. Huaqian raised the wooden stick high. I am Lin Huaqian, my goal is to be server number 1. He shouted. But it drew confused looks from everyone. Huaqian began to shout aggressively, wild monsters. Incoming. Suddenly Huaqian knelt on the ground, panting. He began to lose patience. Where are the monsters? Huaqian yelled. Damn it, where are the monsters? The others weren't doing much better. The little boy exclaimed in a daze, damn it. How is this forest cleaner than my face? A girl had to lean on a tree trunk just to stand. Is this game's starting area really this peaceful? The angry long-haired man also clutched a withered branch weakly, complaining that he wasted his effort picking up this stick. At this moment Huaqian could only sigh. Such a harmonious start is too boring. Forget it, I'll just send a red packet in the group chat. Look at what they're all doing. The screen displayed the group chat internal test top 10 musclemen. Huaqian sent a message there, but everyone remained silent. After a while no one replied. He wondered. Damn it. These brats actually dare not reply to me. Huaqian then decided. Then I'll send some pocket money to stir things up. Finally the system displayed a few lines of text. May you be prosperous, and have great fortune. After waiting a little while longer, this made him shout. Normally they snatch red packets more desperately than senior engineers. How come today? There's no activity at all. Are they all so busy? Suddenly on the screen,
A notification appeared that someone had claimed the red packet. It was none other than the guild leader Dejiru Nan Linzita and Xiao Niao Sanshur. Hua Qian shouted loudly. Someone snatched the red packet. He squinted. Finally they replied to me. A conversation appeared on the screen. Vice Captain, what's happening on your end? You still have time to send messages. Damn it, it pounced on me again. Just you wait. I'm going to teach you a good lesson. Hua Qian didn't understand what was happening. He wondered who the captain was fighting with over there. Are they fighting trees over there? Lindsay received a voice recording neither too long nor too short. This made him curious, so he decided to click it and listen. Sure enough, 2 segments of the recording started playing. Recording 1. Lindsay, the generous Vice Guild Master, thanks you for the red envelope. As for the Guild Master, his voice came through. Is this wild boar trying to ram me? Ouch, my butt. He stood there staring at the screen. For a moment he didn't know what to say. Hua Qian's face was dark, feeling utterly powerless. Am I the only one who doesn't have monsters here? Is it possible that I, Lin Hua Qian, am this unlucky? He suddenly turned his head. Wait. The town. Hua Qian smugly asserted, I know where the monsters are. He then thought. If there are no demons or monsters outside the city, then the monsters must be inside the city. What could they be? Suddenly he guessed, could they be animated corpses, zombies, or local bullies? Hua Qian displayed a sinister smile. He would start by killing people. His starting strategy was different from everyone else's. Then he started running like the wind, leaving only a cloud of white dust rising behind him. Hua Qian quickly arrived in front of the city walls. At that moment he stood there majestically. Suddenly the city gate opened. Hua Qian excitedly took a fighting stance there. Here. Unexpectedly many eyes were directed towards him. Hua Qian yelled die and charged fiercely inside. A flash of light suddenly went past. He was astonished by the sight before him. Hua Qian's jaw dropped. None of them have red names. He started feeling annoyed looking at the crowds coming and going. Hua Qian's gaze suddenly landed on a female character. Isn't that a level 2 noob? He watched the girl slowly walk closer. He thought this person already leveled up to level 2. Hua Qian suddenly blocked the girl's path. He winked and teased, little sister, how did you already get to level 2? She suddenly crossed her arms and glared fiercely with wide eyes. You bumpkin, is the quest giver standing right in front of you. Why don't you go take a quest yourself? Stop standing here blocking the way and talking nonsense. I'm busy finishing my quest to level up. He hadn't expected that he would actually provoke a fox. Spirit Hussy, seeing her walk away, Hua Qian immediately bowed his head pretending to thank her. But his expression turned grim. Why is this old hag's mouth so foul? Not only that, she turned her head and landed one last sharp insult. The moment I looked at you, I knew you weren't worthy of playing with me. Don't ever block my way again. I only want to meet handsome and wealthy good-looking guys. I have no interest in meeting a country bumpkin like you. Hua Qian was extremely displeased. Am I not a handsome guy? He kept thinking furiously. I just have a little more pocket money than most. It doesn't mean I'm brainless. Nobody would fall for her. He walked away angrily. That's disgusting, I'm so mad. Suddenly Hua Qian smelled a rich, heavy fragrance. His eyes lit up as he looked towards a corner of the bustling marketplace. Hua Qian exclaimed. This is way too realistic. He walked up to a pastry shop and shouted loudly, boss, give me a baked biscuit. Hua Qian had never imagined that in a game he would be able to eat food. His hand was suddenly slapped hard. Hua Qian retracted his hand, looking at the owner with teary eyes. The owner approached and said, if you want the baked biscuit you have to pay first. He was stunned. Money. Hua Qian suddenly noticed something. He shouted happily like a child. Isn't that a quest giver? I finally found you. Hua Qian quickly ran up to the old woman and said, do you need any help? Perhaps a mountain spirit or a forest monster has suddenly attacked you. He approached the old woman, who said, young man, you've come at the right time. Now help me pick a basket of fruit. As payment I will give you 5 coins. Wen Qian. Hua Qian asked blankly, pick fruit. He recalled the previous sight. When he saw those people carrying baskets on their shoulders, they were all doing quests. Finally he sighed in relief and agreed. I accept this task. After that Lin Huagan began a full day of rich farming life. While others were fighting monsters he was climbing trees While others were killed by monsters, he was still picking fruit. His posture while climbing trees was very skilled, his hands deftly and swiftly picking fruit after fruit. In the end, Hwagon picked many fruits, an entire heavy basket weighing down on his shoulder. He only returned late at night. But were there truly no monsters in Faniaking? He trudged along with difficulty, the heavy fruit basket on his back. The silhouette of a man appeared behind him, a slight smile playing on his lips. Faniaking did indeed have monsters. But there was a legend. Only it ceased to exist later on. 3 days later, as he sat eating, he suddenly heard the voice of a diner. The birds in Wanbiao Forest suddenly turned vicious, pecking anyone they saw, refusing to stop until death. It was a cultivator. Lu Chaoga, the sect master of Momin, who saved us. Back then he used 10 swords. Killing thousands of birds. Hwagon was eating heartily, and immediately perked up his ears upon hearing this. After listening, he thought, Lu Chaoga, the sect master of Momin. He sounds like someone important. Another person waved his hand and said with certainty, it was clearly 3 swords. 1 took down 10,000 birds. Hwagon turned his face, thinking in shock. 10,000 slain by 1 or 3 swords. The proprietress of the shop also chimed in. Not only that, I also heard someone say he only used 1 sword. He was very surprised after hearing that 1 sword. The proprietress looked extremely envious. My cousin-in-law said that the Momin sect master only used 1 sword, and heaven and earth were purified. That 1 sword not only saved our Faniaking, but also captured my cousin-in-law's heart and mine. Hwagon opened his mouth wide and asked in surprise, is that true or false? Everyone turned back to look at them and said in unison, absolutely true, it was just 1 sword. We misremembered just now, that was an immortal descending to deal with tens of thousands of little birds. Why would he need a second sword move? His eyes lit up. 1 sword covering heaven and earth, slaying all the birds in the forest. This NPC is too cool. Hwagon stepped forward, wanting to ask, everyone, I wonder. Everyone, if you know of any way I can meet this Momin sect master. A person was fishing, but the float moved, yet no one pulled up the rod. At this moment, a certain person who was very famous among the players, the trial participant Xiao Chou, asked blankly, Uncle Master, aren't you going to reel in the line? Binging thought, it seems the young master's mind is not on the fish but on the scenery. She pondered. Mentioning scenery, she thought of the mountains again. I'd been cultivating diligently every night recently, and looking at myself now, I seem to have changed somewhat from before. I wonder if the young master has noticed. Raising his eyes to look at the screen, Chaoga exclaimed in surprise, this is fantastic, I directly possess the identity of an NPC, and I can browse the player forums. He clicked on the screen, and Chaoga smiled sinisterly. That's simply great, since he's an NPC. If he can post, wouldn't that be? However, he was utterly shocked, because he actually didn't have posting privileges. Chaoga was annoyed they dare to silence me. It looks like it might be a permanent ban. He grudgingly accepted, fine. It doesn't matter if I can't post. Then I'll secretly check who dares to post threads cursing me. I must kill that guy a few times. But I didn't come to this forum just for that, did I? Chaoga showed a face full of anticipation. It's been over 20 years since I last saw pictures of thin stockings, uniform photos, and pictures of women. He lamented about what he was currently looking at. Why is there only this kind of content? These legs are no good. They can't even compare to my little Lizzie at home. And so this caused Chaoga to lose interest. Let's see what the trial players in Fanio City are up to. He entered Fanio City in the search bar. A series of information about Fanio City popped up. Chaoga read the interesting news. Is this a drawn portrait? I wonder how much it resembles me. He clicked to view it and couldn't help but be surprised. In the photo he held a shining long sword, looking majestic in the vast sky. It is handsome, yes, but I wouldn't call it completely similar. I'd say it's totally unrelated. Many comments praised him for being handsome. He looks so handsome in this picture. I've fallen for him, love too hard to resist. Then someone else commented, don't ask whether this NPC named Lu Chaoga is actually that handsome. As long as his back view is half as handsome as in the photo, players will be obsessed. They were all extremely envious and complimentary of this game.
But at the same time countless people were curious. I wonder if he's real or fake. And I wonder if he can live up to the illustrated image above. Chowga happily said. Sure enough, the female fans are very enthusiastic. He thought to himself. There was a famous artist in my previous life too. Maybe I can consider making him my exclusive artist later on. Chowga suddenly stood up, gazing into the distance. It's time to generate some buzz myself. Xiao Chou beside him kept calling out, Sherbwa, Sherbwa, Sherbwa. The fish have taken the bait. Cheaja's answer left the little girl utterly confused. At this moment outside Fanio City, there was lush greenery and a refreshing atmosphere. Hua Qian quickly picked fruits with both hands, placing the sweet fruits into his basket. He thought his fruit-picking technique was getting better and better. Without a single unnecessary movement. He had nothing, only extremely skilled hands. Hua Qian felt that it was actually quite nice to pick fruits like this. Away from the hustle and bustle of the big city, he earned a small amount of experience points and silver currency. The girl beside him interjected. Plus we get to eat a bowl of piping hot dumplings and a baked flatbread. The two said in unison exactly. It seemed they had great chemistry. She turned around and asked him, do you think we might have a chance to meet that legendary NPC? He replied, are you talking about meeting Mo Clan's Sect Master Lu Chaoga? Her face instantly lit up. After all, Fanio City has quite a few legends about him. Hua Qian thought again. Impossible. Based on my experience, characters like that are mostly big shots among NPCs designed to motivate players, especially in the early stages of the game. The girl felt they could meet Lu Chaoga. He asked her why she thought so. So she looked at him with gleaming eyes and confidently asserted it's a woman's intuition. Hua Qian pointed behind him and asked, do you see that dead tree over there? If they manage to meet him, then he'll eat that tree. That's the game's trap. I'm only telling you this because I like you, so you stop having fantasies about things that are ethereal and unreachable. Suddenly someone shouted, look quickly, isn't that a meteor shower? This caught the attention of the boy and the girl. They looked up toward the sky. How can there be meteors during the day? On a giant leaf, 3 figures appeared, like dazzling rays of light. Suddenly the figure of a beautiful girl became visible. Hua Qian looked up, isn't that? It's not a meteor shower. But cultivators, and that girl is extremely beautiful. Everyone wore expressions of excitement, looking up happily. One person said, that's Sect Master Lu. It's Sect Master Lu of the Mo clan. I saw him last time. He was startled upon hearing that. The girl said to Hua Qian, if that really is Sect Master Lu, you'll eat that dead tree, right? This world is so real. Eating a dead tree must feel quite strange too. They were like a flash of light. It makes people really look forward to it. Everyone shouted, look, they're landing. A commotion was happening nearby. I can't believe it's a flying boat. Oh my god, that's so cool. It's so ethereal. Is this the legendary flying artifact? How much do I have to top up to own one? I want to go top up right now. Detection mode was activated and scanned the 3 of them. First, introducing Mo School Disciple Xiaoqiu. Level 12. She is truly a genius girl with extraordinary talent. Next is Mo School Disciple Luobing. Level 17. Her attributes seem to include some kind of hidden extra attribute points. Everyone was full of praise. As expected of Mo School disciples. Everyone look at the system prompt message. Just as expected. Those 2 girls both look very mysterious. Hua Qian suddenly shouted. Wait, everyone look. The prompt box for that man. This is the Mo School Sect Leader. Lu Chaoga level question mark. A question mark. Doesn't the game only display a question mark for characters who are 20 levels higher than them? Their mouths dropped open. That means the Mo School Sect Leader is at least 20 levels higher than them. It must be more than just that. Since he is the leader of a sect, how could he only be 20 levels higher than them? Such an unparalleled master could potentially be 70 or 80 levels higher than them, Lu Chaoga thought. The Mo School disciples all have good aptitude. If they stay in the Mo School where resources are scarce, their talents will be wasted. It is precisely for their future. I suppose it's time to start acting like an idol. He slowly descended like a deity. This greatly astonished everyone. No way he's walking on air. Is it possible to do something like that? Are you an immortal? They watched his movements utterly impressed. He truly was stepping on the void. Oh God, the people below couldn't believe it and all shouted. An immortal, he's definitely an immortal. Lu Chaga thought. Under my feet is a thin layer of water. Mirror condensed using the power of water. Of course they can't see it. This is exactly the effect I want. He looked down and thought. Almost their time for an immortal's arrival. This is the spirit wind technique. Lu Chaga strolled through the wind, with leaves fluttering, looking like an immortal. He then lowered himself, standing in front of a withered tree. This left everyone feeling very confused. Lu Chaga raised his hand wearing a ring on his index finger, causing the withered tree to suddenly sprout, full of vitality. He examined it, then said, "Are you praying to me?" Suddenly he felt that the screenshots drawn by Lon Mian could not compare to the real person. The girls who saw him were incredibly envious. A man who walked out of a painting. How can anyone respond? What do you mean, a man who walked out of a painting? This should be called a Xianxiu world. You should call him an immortal from a painting. His voice is so pleasant. Hua Qian thought. Oh my God, did he actually come to the beginner village? He was ecstatic. Could it be that our beginner village, which doesn't even have a single monster, is precisely the beginner village that hides surprises and joy? On the surface we all look like weaklings, but in reality we are the lucky stars. They were delighted. This was truly a hidden gift. We are too lucky. We absolutely must establish a good relationship with this sect leader level figure. Do I have a chance to become the luckiest person? Lu Chaga, holding the flower, thought. This tree emitted a plea for survival. I didn't expect to perceive it through the peach blossom mark. Perhaps it has the potential to become a spiritual tree. These flowers are also extremely beautiful. He said, since that is the case, I shall lend you a hand. The flowers. These flowers began to sway even more gracefully. Jaga is like a deity. His figure radiates light before them. Everyone exclaims, this is too miraculous. Look quickly, that fruit is truly extraordinary. Isn't that a spirit fruit? Is that a vermilion bird high-grade spirit fruit? Oh my God, it's actually real. No way has he enlightened this tree. Heavens, is this the charm of the Xianxiu world? A fruit fell into his hand. Zhaoga thought, are you thanking me? Then I won't hesitate to accept it. Looking at the ring in his hand, he thought, Master will definitely like it, I must save it for her. Ning Jiao's image appeared before his eyes. Zhaoga calmly asked, in recent days have any evil spirits or demons caused trouble here? Everyone exchanged glances, unsure what to say. Someone quickly stepped forward and bowed. Thanks to Sect Leader Lu for lending your aid. Fanio City remains safe and sound. Thank you, Sect Leader Lu. He turned around thinking. Sure enough, a few flattering players have blended in. Even the residents of Fanio City are starting to flatter me. Such quick tongues. Zhaoga replied, dispense with the formalities. He then condensed a ball of blue essence. He pushed it toward the person who had just spoken. Those girls were still filled with regret, complaining, darn it. Why didn't I bow just now? Wouldn't that mean he's touching me? Sure enough, they had more to say next. We must make a good impression, no matter what. We must establish some connection with him, so he can promote us. The girls looked at Zhaoga, standing beneath the tree, their eyes filled with interest. He stood against the wind, looking up at the tree. If that is the case, then that is wonderful. Then he tapped his toe and shot up into the air. On the ground, everyone was still dumbfounded by this sight. Zhaoga flew up from the ground into the sky, and then jumped onto a single tree leaf, just like an immortal who had just transcended their tribulation and ascended. Before the crowd could recover their senses, that single leaf sped away and disappeared. Seeing him fly away, everyone shouted, Sect Leader Lu, wait for me. Sect Leader Lu, don't leave. Sect Leader Lu. Hua Qian stood nearby, tapping the blue control panel with his finger. He curled his lip and smiled disdainfully. A bunch of idiots. It's like running after an airplane. At a time like this, of course I should post something to show off. He stroked his chin, grinning slyly. One hand rapidly tapped the display screen. Lines of text appeared on the screen. Hua Qian selected a pre-written line displayed on the screen. Early morning. The sky was clear, the white clouds tinged with golden light. Xiao Qiu's stomach was growling.
She sat watching the fishing line bob partially submerged under the water. Zhaoga held the fishing rod smiling as he looked at the little girl. The plan intended through this appearance is considered accomplished. He knows clearly that players' tendency to forget is simply too strong if they don't prepare beforehand. When they eventually learn about the Spring and Autumn Mountain Sword Sect, I'm afraid my Momin sect will never have a chance to rise. As for why I only showed up once and then left, naturally it's to maintain a sense of mystery. Only by partially concealing it, making it vague and elusive, can the beauty of everything reach its peak. As he was thinking, the fishing line suddenly tugged. Ripples, following the flick of the fish's tail, formed small waves on the water surface. Zhaoga smiled confidently. Since he has cast the hook, how could any fish fail to bite? Xiao Qiu looked at her master, shaking the rod, and shouted happily. A fish is on the hook. Zhaoga pondered deeply. Before leaving in my identity as an NPC, I have already left the players in Fanio City with a special hidden quest. Outside, a group of young people suddenly widened their eyes, as if they had seen something terrifyingly strange. It turned out the system had issued a notification. Displays a few lines of search text. The Chosen One. The system indicates the leader of the Momin sect. Lu Chaoga is still journeying in the forest of 10,000 birds. If you can meet him, and at the same time win his favor, there is a certain chance of triggering a hidden plot. There is also a certain chance of obtaining good fortune. After this announcement appeared, instantaneous screams erupted one after another. The hidden quest is actually searching for the Chosen One. I hit the jackpot. I really hit the jackpot. Picking those fruits wasn't useless after all. Oh my god. Who can refuse the chance to become the Chosen One? Lu Chaoja's graceful figure. Could it be that he is the protagonist of this world? A young man stood in front of the quest board. The quest help feathered bird city residents pick fruit. Only has 10 minutes left. Please complete it as soon as possible. He stared intently at the 2 red fruits in his hands. He was completely stunned. Afterwards he angrily smashed the 2 red fruits onto the ground. He shouted loudly, "Pick fruit! Who cares about picking fruit? Screw picking fruit!" Several people nearby were the same as him. They threw the fruit baskets off their backs onto the ground. Red fruits scattered across the ground. Everyone surged forward like runaway beasts, running wildly ahead. Someone shouted while running, "It's a race against luck. I'm going to be the first one to rush up there. The Chosen One will definitely pick me." Lu Chaoga remained seated, a slight smile playing on his lips. "They're coming, but finding me won't be easy." After speaking, he lightly snapped his fingers. The lake water surged, forming a whirlwind. Then the vapor rushed forward like mist. Lu Chaoga stood within the hazy smoke. If they want me to choose them, I need to look at their potential. Too little potential, no, too useless. No, those who aren't smart. I don't want them either. The thick fog enveloped the entire forest. Someone gasped aloud. The fog is so thick. Is this really the test? I will definitely be the first one to find Sect Leader Lu. Suddenly a woman appeared. Where could he be? Handsome. Hearing this, Lu Chaoga jumped in surprise. He abruptly turned his head to look, and Lu Chaoja's face instantly darkened. Why is someone I knew in my previous life here too? Level 3 Lin Ali gradually appeared in the mist. Lin Ali, a top expert from a famous large guild. She is also a well-known game streamer with extremely high traffic. She likes to broadcast while wearing a fox ear headband. She is the best candidate. A seed for spreading fame. For the Momin sect. On the streaming screen, Ali blinked, forming a heart shape with her hands. Thank you, generous benefactor Lu, for the 100 rocket gifts. You are already the top patron in this streaming room. Big bro. Thank you, big bro, love you, kissy face. Ah, this Lin Ali. In his past life he was the #1 patron in her streaming room. But the thing is, he had been intimate with Ali. Recalling her alluring appearance. My lord, be gentle. Lu Chaoga sighed. Back then it was purely a transactional relationship with her. Unexpectedly later she lay in his arms and whispered softly, "Do you think I could have a status?" At the time he asked, "What status?" Lin Ali shyly used her nails to trace the marks on his chest. "Can I be your official girlfriend?" Lu Chaoga frowned unhappily. "We have a purely transactional relationship." Lin Ali looked up at him. Her eyes carried a hint of resentment. "What exactly am I to you?" Her impressive chest pressed tightly against his muscular.
chest which was practically like hitting a rock with an egg.
At the time he just closed his eyes and said nothing. After a long time he managed to squeeze out 3 words.
You can't.
In short, maybe he was too young back then to act like that. Now that he has grown up, things should be different. He recalled all the past events. Looking depressed, he thought, I won't involve her this time.
In the hazy mist, only blurry human figures could be seen.
That figure was hidden within the vast white fog. His hair and clothes were fluttering in the wind. Lin Huagan was still fumbling around,
searching for a path in the mist.
He raised his hands high, groping inch by inch. This massive fog was truly bizarre. Why is there a barrier like a wall? Suddenly he opened his mouth wide, as if he had realized something.
That's right, the assessment used for recruiting disciples is truly unusual. He recalled what the guild master Dejiba once shouted on the screen. The system reminded him. Lin Huaqian, you are the guild's only hope. Lianzhan Guild, we only need you to enter Momin,
so that our guild can develop
and grow strong around Momin. We will surely become the biggest guild in the Tianxianjia.
Thinking of these words, Lin Huaqian felt a renewed sense of determination. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shining brightly. The guild master entrusted this heavy responsibility to him,
and he absolutely must not let him down. That's right, this guy named
Lin Huaqian is the vice guild master of the Lianzhan Guild. It was also Lu Chaozha's rival guild in his previous life. Lin Huaqian continued to fumble his way through the fog, for a lofty goal, for that ideal guiding him toward light. Even if the heavens told him to give up, he wouldn't dare. Suddenly within that mist, he saw a hazy image.
Silhouettes seemed to be ahead. 3 figures, 2 big, 1 small.
Lin Huaqian was overjoyed he had found Lu Chaoga.
However, this rich young master didn't know that.
Although the Lianzhan Guild was labeled a wealthy guild,
but except for him, everyone else was a talented performance artist. Lu Chaoga saw Lin Huaqian appear behind him,
and slightly curled his lips into a smile. The vice guild master of Lianzhan Guild. His nemesis from the previous life, although it felt awkward.
Having an old rival run errands for him didn't seem so bad either. Lin Huaqian, far away, was ecstatic, completely unaware that he was about to become an ox led by the nose. It was pitiful, but never mind, let him be.
Lu Chaoga chuckled softly and activated spirit wind technique. From now on, as long as I have food to eat,
you will absolutely have bowls to wash. He spoke grandly, but Lu Chaoga was not in a hurry to act.
He continued fishing, elegant and composed. His figure fishing in the hazy mist
was truly magnificent.
Lin Huaqian stared at him, eyes wide. Is this the legendary lone fishing on the cold river?
The aptitude of an immortal. So that's how it is.
Suddenly Lu Chaoga pulled in his rod. A golden fish hook flew up with a splash. When Xiaoqiu saw the fish, her eyes were brighter than stars.
She cried out happily, "Fish! This fish is so big! We have food tonight!" The fish slipped into the bamboo basket, with no chance of escape. Lu Chaoga still didn't turn to look behind him. He simply said, "You have trespassed into my great fog array."
This instantly alarmed the previously delighted Lin Huaqian, but Lin Huaqian quickly realized this was an internal inspection. In that case, wouldn't he, the young master, have gained the first merit?
He stepped forward, bowed his head respectfully,
just about to speak when Lu Chaoga interrupted.
"Go wait by the side."
Lin Huaqian smiled proudly and moved aside.
It seems he's not just selecting people, and I'm the first one. This is truly glorious.
Suddenly Lin Huaqian's gaze swept toward Xiaoqiu standing nearby.
Lu Chaoga, could this round-faced person be a Momin master's disciple? Is that right? If so, later on,
he wouldn't have to call this adorable person senior sister, would he?
No, absolutely not. He's built like an elephant.
How can he call a child who looks like a piece of candy senior sister?
Lin Huaqian glanced at Luo Bing standing next to him.
If he had to call her senior sister,
then perhaps he could temporarily accept it.
Luo Bing stood in the hazy mist, lightly pushing back her hair, her eyes revealing tenderness. A faint smile appeared, curling the corners of her mouth slightly.
This alone was enough to make
Lin Huagan's heart pound wildly, making him unable to stop himself from crying out in surprise.
Ah, she's so beautiful. Completely unlike those vulgar things outside. Lu Chaoga knew even without turning around.
what Lin Huagan was thinking. This young fellow
was probably trying to win Luo Bing's favor. On the yellow system screen,
Lin Huagan's favorability gauge
currently remained in a balanced state. In other words, he wasn't interested in anyone nor did he dislike anyone.
And this favorability rating, Lin Huagan could actually adjust himself.
Lu Chaoga seemed to understand.
Could favorability really be self-adjustable? If that was the case, then his own lack of reaction to Lin Ali, who matched his aesthetics in his previous life, was also because the favorability was 0.
If this was true,
then this favorability system was truly incredible.
Lu Chaoga glanced at Lin Huagan,
whose eyes were sparkling with hearts and mouth watering,
yearning for Luo Bing in the distance.
A thought sparked in his mind.
Since that's the case, I'll use him as a guinea pig. Lu Chaoga
clicked the favorability adjustment button for Lin Huagan.
On the screen,
he dragged the cursor toward the negative favorability area.
Watching
Lin Huagan still reveling in Luo
Bing's charm.
Since that's the case, let me pull it down slightly to -5 for him.
Subsequently, a blue system screen
appeared before Lin Huagan. It displayed the prompt. Lu Chaoga's favorability toward you is -5. This caused him to widen his eyes, and his body sharply leaned backward. What is going on? I was clearly the first one here. Why did the favorability drop? He screamed in terror, clutching his head.
He truly didn't understand. My heart had absolutely no reaction to that guy. Is it not low enough yet? Lu Chaoga looked at the panic-stricken Lin Huagan behind him, feeling puzzled. He tried again, reaching out to touch the screen once more, lowering the value again.
Lu Chaoga's value also displayed a prompt on Lin Huagan's screen.
Lu Chaoga's favorability toward him dropped from -5 to -10.
This immediately made Lin Huagan scream in terror.
Oh my god, it's still dropping.
If it keeps dropping like this, won't he just chop me down? He trembled as he looked at Lu Chaoga in front of him.
Lu Chaoga understood now, thinking, so that's how it is. Favorability doesn't affect my mood. But Lu Chaoga, in Lin Huagan's eyes,
makes this guy tremble all over. But Chaoga was actually just looking at him, thinking, instead it affects the player's
appearance in my eyes. For example, now he has become very ugly.
Lin Huagan didn't understand why Lu Chaoga was looking at him,
so he could only straighten his back and stand upright. He thought to himself, my posture must have been wrong just now.
I need to stand more properly.
Lu Chaoga glanced back slightly, softly muttering internally, it seems this favorability rating is a default setting of the system itself. It seems it can still bring me some special benefits. I am hard to figure out, and that's why they are uneasy.
Following this, he revealed a playful yet satisfied smile.
Thinking about it this way, it's not bad at all. On Lin Huagan's screen, a text prompt suddenly popped up. Lu Chaoga's favorability toward you increased by 5. The favorability went back up, he thought. Sure enough, it was because my attitude just now wasn't proper enough. I need to try harder. He then thought excitedly. Just then Mo Bushio walked over,
looking surprised at his actions.
Standing bolt upright,
Huagan saw the newcomer, turned his head slightly,
and like a senior,
reminded him, hurry up and come stand properly. This made him slightly flustered, letting out a surprised gasp.
Following this, he
turned his head and looked at Lu Chaoga, who was sitting on the edge of the rock.
Only then did I realize what was going on. The one he was looking for wasn't a person. He thought, did you grow wheels on your feet? You're running so fast?
Mo Bushio asked, slightly turning sideways, and Hua Qian responded to him. Hua Qian replied, stone-faced, hurry up and steady yourself.
Be careful, something happens. Hearing this, Mo Bushio looked bewildered on Lu Chaoga's side. He secretly and happily thought, Mo Bushio, the second selection.
This person I chose is known in the Zhenghu as the safety squad commander.
Next, his ugly expression
and attitude appeared in sequence, accompanied by extremely harsh words such as,
I told you to be the eyes,
not to check the feng shui of your own grave. Do you two still have the nerve to wear defensive gear?
It's totally unnecessary. You might as well just wear a diving suit.
Or perhaps,
if you lack paternal love, just say so. I know you don't need to be filial.
Is Dad wearing this to fatten up the opponents? He also once said, I told you to lure monsters,
but you only pull air.
This is a Xianxiao world.
Do you want the opponents to suffocate? Can you take your shoes off? Why at blink flash acceleration? Just walk slowly. Even so, he smiled reassuringly, thinking, in any case, his command ability ranks third in the Tianxian realm. Next, it's time for them all to arrive. After he finished speaking, he dropped the fishing line just below the surface of the water. The figures of those people faintly appeared below. Upon seeing that strong light, they all shouted loudly, "A marker has appeared. Is this the guidance of the chosen one?" Afterward, the people Lu Chaoga selected arrived one after another. But he was still missing one person from his set goal. 27, 28, 29. Lu Chaoga rubbed his chin and counted under his breath. 1,000 beta players. Why is it so hard to pick 30 people, he asked himself. But on the other side, she touched the membrane in front of her and asked confusedly, why can't I pass through here? There seems to be a film. Lu Chaoga also keenly noticed that person and cast his gaze over. He thought, I didn't expect someone could come here without relying on this seat me. It's her, he thought when he saw that figure. In the end, he just pondered secretly and then sighed. It seems my destiny is indeed strange. If this is heavens will, then let her come over. Thinking this, he shattered the film in front of her. The film disappeared, which surprised her. And then she opened her eyes wide in surprise and looked at the person. Lin Ali stared at Lu Chaoga's back like that. Found him, she thought. Hurry up and come over. Beautiful, we are about to become the disciples of an immortal, said a person who had already arrived. Beta testing time. Becoming the disciple of the chosen one. This is amazing. A girl next to her also said happily. Hearing someone mention it, the girl smiled. You are about to break through the great fog formation set by this seat me, which means you have passed the test, he said, pulling the hook out of the water. And then didn't forget to praise them. Very good. Seeing Lu Chaoga's actions, everyone cheered excitedly. It's happening, becoming the disciple of the chosen one. A system life is real. Ready for launch, requesting takeoff. He gave a soft reply. Then he turned slightly and said to them, starting today, you will be the servant disciples of my Momin sect. Those people immediately panicked upon hearing this, shouting loudly, servant disciples. No way, I didn't hear that right, did I? But before they could doubt their ability to hear, this line of text appeared on the system screen. Do you wish to join Momin as a servant disciple? They were instantly stunned and lost, as if despairing. Soon they turned their heads and started discussing among themselves. Servant disciple, that's the lowest rank. The only rank lower than that is the manure-carrying disciple. Is there a need to choose? Once bound connected, this account will be permanently unable to change sects. The most terrifying thing is Tianxian. This world has a very strict real name verification system. A player can only register once. I am truly unwilling. What if there are even better sects later on? What should I do? Unlike the others. Lin Huaqian showed a brilliant smile. He reached out to the screen, thinking inwardly. What is there to hesitate about? Take a risk, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. As soon as he finished thinking, he immediately pressed the button. The screen immediately displayed Mo Sect Servant Disciple. Lin Huaqian Level 1. This disciple greets the Sect Leader. After finishing, he immediately knelt on one knee and spoke toward Lu Chaoga's back. In response, Lu Chaoga smiled slightly, thinking inwardly. This kid is quite sensible. He'll give you a little special treatment. Lu Chaoga said, modifying the player's favorability rating. A line of text appeared on the screen in front of Huaqian. Lu Chaoga's favorability towards you 10. This made him happily think. Holy cow, my choice was definitely right. Next he turned to look at the group still discussing and showed a smile. He thought smugly, go ahead and hesitate all you want. This predetermined spot belongs only to me. Observing from the side, Luobing also pondered silently. Young master seems very keen on recruiting these people as servant disciples. I need to figure out a way for the young master. Thinking this, she walked up to Lin Huaqian and said, come here. Although you are a servant disciple, you are still an Mo Sect disciple and thus my junior brother. Seeing Luobing approach like this, the people around were astonished. Huaqian meanwhile smiled proudly, bowed and thought inwardly. Are you dumbfounded? I am now the junior brother of this great beauty. Do you wish to be promoted? After all, the senior brother who just joined also started out as a servant disciple. Luo Bing said softly. The surrounding people instantly understood, thinking inwardly. She means that servant disciples also have the chance to become formal disciples. That sounds very possible. Although the starting point is low. If it's a challenge, it's also a great opportunity. Following this, everyone quickly pressed the confirmation button on their respective screens. They all thought in unison, let's go for it. If not now, when? If we don't go big, we might as well go home and roast sweet potatoes. After completing the process, everyone simultaneously knelt behind Lu Chaoga and loudly shouted, this disciple greets the sect leader. Lu Chaoga smiled, thinking inwardly. It seems the time has come. Next, it's time for them to accept reality. One person seemed to realize something. He immediately said to the people around him, everyone look at the bottom of the interface. The MO sect we joined is a 9th rank sect. Is this the highest rank or the lowest rank? He asked doubtfully. Lin Huaqian saw it too. He immediately said 9th rank is the lowest rank. I read the strategy guide very carefully. This made the surrounding people widen their eyes and ask back. The lowest rank. The magnificent chosen one. Rumored to be the greatest swordsman under heaven. Sword cultivator capable of slaying all the flying beasts in the forest. Is he actually just the sect leader of a 9th rank sect? They looked at Lu Chaoga, thinking inwardly. Crap, we haven't been duped into a bad situation, have we? They cursed internally. This start is completely wrong. But seriously, his back view is so handsome. As if aware of their thoughts, Lu Chaoga remained perfectly composed. You will understand in the future. Although he still thought inwardly. I need to fill them with hope afterward. This is your great fortune. Lu Chaoga spoke, hands behind his back and his head slightly turned. But in their minds, various thoughts were flashing through. Some wished he would turn around, while others were curious about the true appearance of the MO sect leader. In the legends. No way. Seriously. They excitedly are trying to become the hottest news story in the Tianxian realm. Suddenly a powerful spiritual pressure descended heavily, forcing all of them to kneel before him. Unable to look up. Someone struggling to endure it said with difficulty. The pressure is too heavy, that person exclaimed. Even so, that Lin Ali still struggled to raise her head. No matter what happens today, I must get a look at him, she risked saying. Just as she managed to look up, Ali immediately saw a warning flash across her screen. You are about to directly face the nascent soul ability. Heart Sword danger level fatal. Are you willing to forfeit your life to continue facing this? But upon seeing it, she thought to herself. If I had one more chance, I definitely shouldn't have stepped through the tomb gate. What should I do? But just one look at him. And if I record the video and guaranteed to go viral, I must see him today, even if it kills me. Thinking this, she resolutely raised her head. However, before her, there was only his back as he flew away into the sky. He's gone, she said, panicking. Meanwhile, Lu Chaoga merely whispered, mediocre temperament. Hearing this, Ali froze, wondering inwardly. Is he calling my temperament mediocre? Just then, Mabushio had also just lifted his head, breathing a sigh of relief. He lightly patted his chest and said, everyone saw that warning, right? Hearing him say this, the surrounding crowd gradually began to respond. I saw it. I never thought just looking at him could be fatal. That was terrifying. That's the first time I've ever received a warning like that. It even had a red exclamation mark. The danger level was listed as fatal. Lin Huagan widened his eyes, listening to everyone's lamentations, showing a bewildered expression as he countered, what warning? What are you talking about? You didn't see it? Lin Ali asked in surprise. Lin Huagan replied, I saw. Sect Master Lu's face. His unexpected answer deviated from the main flow of conversation. Upon hearing this, the disciples were stunned as if struck by lightning, and pressed him repeatedly. You saw his face. You didn't see the danger warning. What in the world is going on? Lin Huagan looked at the crowd gathered before him. He paused, thinking, judging by their expressions, it seems I'm the only one who saw the sect master's face. Which means, he stroked his chin, an arrogant smile spreading across his face, thinking, I must be the only one who gained the sect master's recognition. I almost thought everyone. He smoothed his hair and said proudly, surely you guys also gained some affinity points with Sect Master Lu. Hearing him say that, Mabushio still looked disbelieving, saying you gained affinity. Meanwhile a person with a side fringe leaned closer and said, I definitely think you're bragging. But Lin Huagan didn't argue with them. He simply opened his screen and said, no way. Could it be that I'm the only one who got 5 affinity points? When the crowd saw this they all opened their system interfaces and immediately shouted loudly, damn it, only that brat. We were all wrong. There's one more thing I forgot to tell you guys. Lin Huagan displayed a smug smile. As soon as he finished speaking an item appeared in his hand, which contained an image of Lu Chaoga. He then said, the sect master's appearance. I recorded it. After hearing this some people around him panicked, while others looked at him enviously and said, you actually recorded it. Well done. He had only glanced at Sect Master Lu, but he guaranteed on his own character. He stated seriously. Then he suddenly turned around and declared, we have definitely opened the chapter of the Tianqian realm's absolute peak. Definitely. His words also stunned everyone. Lin Huagan waved his hand happily and shouted loudly at them. Next I'm going to create a group chat, specifically for sharing videos of the Sect Leader. I will post the videos in the group. Does anyone want to join? Upon hearing this those people immediately turned into a confused bunch, each eagerly mumbling. The sound of me rang out continuously. Lin Huaqian proudly stroked his chin and said generously, even though I am a manual labor disciple Lin Huaqian, I am still the greatest manual labor disciple. Then he thought to himself, whoever invites people into the group becomes the group owner and that way status. Won't that be achieved? He quickly created a group chat. After setting it up he sent a message, hello everyone. I am the group owner. Here is the video of the Sect Leader. That video instantly made everyone who saw it gasp in astonishment, their faces flushed. Lu Chaoga's profile gradually appeared, followed by his physique and front appearance. Everyone thought to themselves, in this world, there actually exists such an unparalleled man. Just then on the other side of the water, suddenly came the sound of bubbles gurgling. This attracted the attention of one of them. The fellow with a lock of hair by his temple turned around. And then, upon seeing a blue scroll flying out of the water, he shouted loudly, what is that thing? It's a jade slip. It's a cultivation technique. The chi refining art. This is a commonly used beginner cultivation technique in the Tianqian realm, created by the Azure Emperor Qingdi. It is the foundation of 10,000 techniques. Afterward a line of text popped up on the interface, do you wish to learn? When the crowd saw this they shouted excitedly, quickly, learn it, why aren't you learning it fast? What a waste of a good thing. Learn. The first step in learning cultivation. Being a manual labor disciple is too awesome. While they were noisily discussing this, Lin Huaqian however was enthusiastically studying his own system. Thinking posted it's unique. The only video showing Sect Leader Lu's face. Sect Leader's disciple. Now everyone will know his reputation. Huaqian thought this as he did it. Meanwhile Lu Chaoga had already left. He was controlling his large leaf to move across the sky. He sat in front of his screen, crossing his arms and thinking discontentedly. 13 minutes have passed since I deliberately let that kid capture my face. Did he post it yet? He's quite slow. Then the corner of his mouth curved up slightly. As he looked at the screen he thought again. That title, is he asking for a beating? Then Lu Chaoga looked at the comments below. Who would have thought that a 2-second video could go viral like this? He smiled and thought. Lu Chaoga seemed to see something snorting, and then exclaimed interesting, because he saw the text. Showing the original poster was Lin Huaqian of the Momin sect, and the reposters were Lin Ali, Mabushio Guduzong Jin, Lonely Director, and Data Big Head. They all belonged to Momin. The comments section became lively again. Finally Lu Chaoga felt a hint of satisfaction, stood up and said, I won't bother reading the flattery. The momentum was successfully generated. But I also specifically confirmed one thing just now. He thought about the newly accepted disciples. I can view the information of players in the opposing faction, and the system had no objections. In short, I am capable of killing players. He concluded. In the future, what will this world ultimately become? Due to the addition of players,
A smile spread across his lips. And then he continued to write his leaf swiftly away.
Why are there so many weirdos here? Asked someone while Xuanji strode forward.
The surrounding children continued,
shouting excitedly. He's too handsome. I really want to have his children. Wow, I love him so much.
My brother's gaze is lethal. They started shouting loudly like this. This caused Xuanji, who was passing by, to involuntarily turn and glance back. She thought of all these people gone mad.
On this day, Xuanji walked up to a white-haired elder and gently asked what is happening with them.
It's because of the Momen sect master Lord Lu Chaoga.
They are all captivated by his heroic demeanor. It is truly astonishing.
The elder stroked his beard and said with a pleased smile,
After all,
everyone calls Lord Lu Chaoga the chosen one of heaven.
The chosen one of heaven. Xuanji thought no wonder they are all so handsome. So that's how it is. But suddenly,
she remembered the tower master she was loyal to and a chill ran down her spine.
The one she was serving. She felt uneasy again. I am currently on a mission.
The tower master has always claimed to be playing chess on heaven's behalf.
How come a chosen one of heaven suddenly appeared now? She pondered this internally. Following this, she released a white paper crane.
I must relay this news to the tower master as quickly as possible,
she thought. The paper crane rapidly flew to Tianji Tower. The elder saw the information. Xuanji sent back and immediately roared in fury. How dare they?
He shouted and tore the paper note to shreds. A plume of thick black smoke rapidly appeared around him.
Chosen one of heaven. How can someone like them obtain such a title? Even if there is a chosen one of heaven in this world, it must be me. He roared with resentment.
But suddenly he recalled that gaze from before. The gaze that blinded his right eye, and he said,
Wait, at the beginning, I truly saw that kind of look. The chosen one of heaven.
The chosen one of heaven. He stroked his beard, muttering to himself,
I am the hand of the heavenly Tao playing chess on heaven's behalf.
But that young fellow seems to have ruined the board. He widened his eyes and said in astonishment, the person capable of destroying the chessboard.
There is only one possibility.
He is also someone who has jumped off the board.
Is he another hand of the heavenly Tao?